Thank you for watching this video. Your support means a lot and motivates me to keep creating more content. If you enjoyed the video, please leave a like, share your thoughts in the comments, and subscribe so you won't miss upcoming videos. Part 2. Those grandsons from the Ghost Dragon Society are finished. They finally kicked a steel plate. Who told them to provoke my Master G? They threatened me when I cursed them last time. Bark, keep barking now. It's not certain yet. The Ghost Dragon Society's foundation of strength is terrifying beyond your imagination. Zhang Dongji has seized an unknown amount of ill-gotten wealth these days. If he really decides to move against Ji Kang, his situation will be extremely dangerous. Sigh, undercurrents are surging. I really don't want these big factions to go to war. The zombie tide is arriving tomorrow. I don't even know what the situation will be like then. At this moment, by the shore of sinking Moon Lake, a middle-aged man sat atop a massive armored vehicle, casting his line into the lake. He was the leader of the Battlefield Alliance and the most powerful man in the entire Plains region today. Yi Xingzhou. Boss, this is the summary of all intelligence regarding these ancient mountains. An elegant woman stood beside Yi Xingzhou, bowing slightly. Yi Xingzhou's expression remained unchanged. I see. The woman boss. A war between these two major factions is likely inevitable. What do you think? Yi Xingzhou said slowly. At this critical juncture, Li Jianwo won't risk the entire Mountain Sea Alliance's foundation to fight the Ghost Dragon Society to the death. They will likely still adopt a defensive strategy. The Mountain Sea Alliance's overall combat power is relatively weak. They focus on gathering, developing foundations, and hoarding resources. In the eyes of a wolf like Zhang Dongji, this is a piece of fatty meat dripping with oil. The Ghost Dragon Society has seen through this, which is why they dare to be so unscrupulous. At the latest, by tomorrow night, they will take a bite out of them. Then, do you think, should we make some preparations in advance? When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman reaps the benefit. Yi Xingzhou yanked the fishing rod upward, and a large crucian carp over a meter long was pulled out by the sheer force, landing on the vehicle platform and flopping about. Do you mean we should just watch the show? No. When necessary, give the Mountain Sea Alliance a hand. Don't let them lose. Yi Xingzhou walked over, removed the hook with his bare hands, threw the large carp back into the lake, and continued to cast his line. Also, gather more intelligence on Ji Kang. Yes, I understand. The woman understood that the last instruction from her boss was the true priority. Yi Xingzhou's gaze was distant, looking at the shimmering blue surface of the lake ahead. He was a man with the ambition to conquer the world. The 7th Night Zombie Tide would undoubtedly feature early-stage boss-level monsters, carrying unimaginably high rewards, enough to cause a survivor's strength to undergo a qualitative leap. This was urgently a three-way game between the Battlefield Alliance, the Ghost Dragon Society, and the Mountain Sea Alliance, with the addition of the special existence of the Divine Wind Group at most. But now, the unstable factor of Ji Kang had appeared, a lone wolf who had begun to stand out from the very first night, developing to such an astonishing degree in less than a week. Infinite ammunition cum automatic target locking close-in weapon system. This was something that could only be synthesized and upgraded through a tier 2 extreme-grade vehicle combined with various ultra-high-value products. Yi Xingzhou's eyes gradually narrowed. He's got something, all right. Chapter 80. The Foxcat baby is born. The 6th night descends on the plains. The armored RV continued to speed along. Ji Kang had taken a nice nap and only woke up when he heard a rustling sound. Turning his head, he saw that Eggy had climbed onto the sofa at some point and was using its newly grown milk teeth to crunch away at the Foxcat's eggshell. What the hell? Ji Kang hurriedly reached out and grabbed it. That's your sister, Eggy squirmed, still holding half an eggshell in its mouth, looking completely innocent. Only then did Ji Kang look at the pet egg below, discovering that Eggy had only bitten through the outer shell, while the inner membrane was still intact. You wanted to help it hatch. Ji Kang was slightly stunned. Iggy let out two soft chirps, its clear eyes carrying a hint of grievance. Fine, I guess your daddy wronged you. I'll give you an extra meal later. Ji Kang put Eggy down and patted its head. Afterward, he turned his gaze back to the pet egg. The thin membrane at the break in the eggshell shimmered with a faint crimson hue, and a very subtle chirping sound emanated from within. Ji Zhang waited quietly. Danzai. for the first time in history, remained well-behaved, standing to the side and watching. Before long, the membrane began to stretch from the inside, tearing open a small hole. A furry, crimson little head poked out. Before its eyes had even opened, it was already letting out soft meow sounds. Jizang hurriedly pried the eggshell open a bit more and used both hands to lift the newborn creature out. It had a small, round face, much like a tiny kitten, but its ears were pointed and triangular like a fox's, and its tail was fluffy. Its entire body was covered in soft, smooth fur, alternating between crimson and white. It felt incredibly soft to the touch. It slowly opened its bright, watery eyes and let out a few more meows, sounds so endearing they almost made Jizang's heart melt. Beside them, Dan's eye was spinning in circles with excitement, stretching its head over to get a look at the little foxcat baby, only to be pushed away by the back of Jizang's hand. Go play somewhere else. You smell terrible. Foxcat hybrid bloodline ancient species. Level, elite monster infant stage status, hungry master-servant relationship, evaluation. The foxcat possesses a natural affinity for the fire element. If nurtured with high-quality resources during its growth phase, it can perfectly master the power of fire upon reaching adulthood and possesses the potential for ancestral awakening. Important note: you have successfully hatched a pet. Ancestral awakening. Does this mean this bloodline can evolve? Jizang's eyes lit up, and he immediately selected the option to establish a master-servant relationship. I'll call you Hua from now on. After naming the little foxcat baby, Jizang immediately went to the exchange to buy a baby bottle, filled it with milk, and began to feed it. Dan's eye stood to the side like a lowly minion, drooling the whole time. But it didn't make a fuss. Jizang took the opportunity to check Dan's eye's status. Good grief, extremely hungry. He had fed it such a large basin this morning, and it was already this hungry again. Jizang had no choice but to replace Dan's eye's original feeding basin with an extra large one, filling it to the brim with pure milk and various fresh meat buns, along with some extra vegetables grown by Chen Xiaoyuan. Dan's eye couldn't wait to crawl inside and swim through the food. As for Hua, it ate quite slowly. So Jizang took a towel to prop up the bottle, letting it suckle at its own pace. Once that was settled, Jizang returned to the driver's seat and checked the map. He was now very close to the starry forest. He asked Chen Xiaoyuan to drive her vehicle out to meet him. He wouldn't go to her small canyon this time. The situation was special now. While he didn't have many concerns for himself, it would be bad if he accidentally exposed Chen Xiaoyuan's location, as it would put her in danger. Soon, the two met in a dense forest. Brother, are you okay? I heard you got into a fight with the Ghost Dragon Guild. Chen Xiaoyuan bit her lip, her eyes filled with worry. What could possibly happen to me? Don't worry, I'll have time to deal with them in the next couple of days. Jizang waved his hand dismissively. By yourself? No, that's too dangerous. There are thousands of them. The young girl's eyes widened. She had been holding a large basket of harvested fruits and vegetables to give to Jizang, but now she turned slightly to shield it. You are not allowed to go. If you go, I won't grow anything for you anymore. Hey! Jizang reached out and tapped her forehead. Threatening your boss now, are you? Don't you know what kind of strength your brother has? But those people are really scary, and there are so many of them. I'm afraid something will happen to you. All right, I won't go. Okay, I'll just hide away like you, farming and basking in the sun. The girl looked at him with a resentful gaze before finally handing over the basket full of fruits and vegetables. This time, in addition to various common and rare produce, there was an extra heavy item. It was the blazing sun fruit that had been growing since yesterday. Blazing sun fruit. Level, rare artifact grid evaluation. A fruit grown under extremely high temperature conditions while absorbing solar energy for a long period. It contains extremely dense and violent energy. Consume with caution if your constitution is below 30 points. There is a risk of blood vessels rupturing throughout the body. Consuming this increases constitution by 25 points. Weekly growth limit, 1 time point to 5 points. That's truly fierce. It was a pity that, like the mist treasure fruit, it was limited to 1 increase per week and was a product highly dependent on the weather. He didn't know when he would be able to eat one again. Ji Zhang transferred 500 gold coins directly to Chen Xiaoyuan. Tomorrow was the 7th day, and he feared that the winds of change would be blowing everywhere, making it unsuitable for meeting Chen Xiaoyuan in person. This money was enough for her to fully upgrade her tier to ghost vehicle, ensuring her safety. I don't need this much to upgrade. You should keep it for yourself. Chen Xiaoyuan refused to take it, acting like a fool as she tried to push the money back. It was only after Ji Zhang glared at her that she reluctantly accepted 300 gold coins. Go back now. Remember to keep the vehicle in ghost mode so no one finds you. Also, use the rest of the money to buy more life-saving supplies. We don't know what the situation will be like tomorrow night. Ji Zhang urged her. Ma'am. Chen Xiaoyuan looked back every few steps. Finally, she pouted and said, if you can't beat them, just run. Ji Zhang was amused to the point of laughter and waved his hand weakly. After watching Chen Xiaoyuan leave, he boarded his RV and drove away from the dense forest. Just as he emerged from the outskirts of the great forest, Ji Zhang received a warning from Li Jianwo. He said the Ghost Dragon Guild had already started making moves, likely targeting him, and warned him to be extremely careful. So soon, a cold sneer curled the corners of Ji Zhang's mouth. He hadn't even gone to find them to settle the score yet, and they were already in such a rush to come and die. For the rest of the afternoon, Ji Zhang stayed in his vehicle to rest and recuperate. The armored RV circled the plains a few times, but unfortunately, he couldn't trigger any intelligence. He only found a few inconsequential wooden treasure chests, from which he opened some resources and ammunition. In the blink of an eye, twilight had descended. Chapter 81, Encountering a Slaughterfest again. The highest density of zombies. It was already past 5 in the afternoon. The setting sun dipped behind the mountain ridge, casting residual rays that stained the horizon in shades of crimson. Ji Kang happened to pass by a lakeside parking area, so he decided to stop and refill the water tank. Dan Zai was brimming with energy. Clamping Hua Hua by the scruff of its neck, it hopped out of the vehicle and ran around on the sandy shore of the lake, frolicking and playing with immense joy. At first, Ji Kang tried to catch it and bring it back, but after a few back-and-forth attempts, Dan Zai had become a bit smarter now and wouldn't run too far, so Ji Kang let it be. After setting up the water pipes and pump, he returned to the vehicle to prepare dinner. Following the massive surge in his physique, his appetite was now several times larger than when he first started. Ordinary ingredients no longer provided much of a sense of fullness. He needed to consume high-energy items to replenish himself. It seemed he would have to hunt some large animals in the future. And then there was Dan Zai. It should be able to start eating meat gradually as well. Otherwise, just relying on pure milk and fresh meat buns, given its appetite, would cost at least 30 gold coins a day. The main dish for this meal was the blazing sun fruit, and like other rare fruits and vegetables, the moment the blazing sun fruit touched his tongue, Ji Kang felt a violent, scorching heat flowing and permeating from his stomach throughout his entire body. After finishing the fist-sized fruit in one go, Ji Kang exhaled a puff of hot air, his skin turning flushed and burning hot. Damn, this firepower is truly insane. If it were an ordinary person, their blood vessels would probably have burst after just one bite. After calming down for a while, Ji Kang consumed the remaining Starlight Spirit fruit and Sunshine Cabbage as side dishes. His entire body felt bloated, and it took several minutes before he felt much more comfortable. He opened his personal status window. Name, Ji Kang. Title, Goblin Slayer. Physique Kung 30. Spirit Kung 10. Extra kill bonus Kung 30%. Physique 112.5. Kung 33. Spirit. Extra kill bonus 30% accumulated. 7.5 gold coins can be withdrawn at any time. Bound vehicle. Armored RV level 45 modification. Daily Intelligence SSS rank hidden unique. Stagnant Thunder Formless B rank growable. Eagle Eye C rank Transcendental Awakening. Looking at the triple-digit physique value, his heart stirred with slight excitement. He stepped outside the vehicle, clenched his fists, and carefully felt the growth and changes in his body. Because of the existence of the basic movement technique, he adapted to this rapid increase in power more quickly. He felt his muscles were full and refined, his blood and energy were surging, and his vitality was fuller than ever before. He bent his knees slightly and jumped with force. Whoosh! He soared 7 or 8 meters into the air before landing steadily. Refreshing. Ji Kang laughed heartily. With his current muscle and bone density, even without armor, resisting bullets would be no problem at all. Now, his strength, speed, physical toughness, and stamina were all more than 10 times that of an ordinary person combined. His combat effectiveness hadn't just increased tenfold, it had risen exponentially. After warming up on the spot and releasing the lingering heat from his meal, Ji Kang chased the still playful Danzai and Hua back into the vehicle. Taking advantage of the few remaining minutes, Ji Kang took a Thunder Spirit Stone out of the armrest box and began to fiddle with it. Around 3 in the afternoon, Zhou Zhulong had already delivered the 7 Thunder Spirit Stones and ammunition to him. This object looked similar to a Fire Spirit Stone, but the only difference was that wisps of blue thunder energy were leaping within the translucent crystal. After more than 2 hours of research, Ji Kang had roughly figured out how to use it. It involved holding it in his hand, slowly using his blood and energy to hook into the energy inside, and then gradually absorbing it into his body. However, the absorption efficiency of this item was also linked to his physique. With his current physique value, he could absorb at most 1 per hour. Any more and he wouldn't be able to handle it. Each one could increase the growth progress of stagnant thunder formless by about 0. In other words, it would take at least 200 Thunder Spirit Stones to max out the progress, which translated to 4,000 gold coins, talents, weapons, vehicles. Everything was a massive money pit. Ji Kang sighed softly, but just then, he suddenly thought of the little fox cat and had a flash of inspiration. Didn't that little guy have an affinity for the fire element? Ji Kang immediately took a Fire Spirit Stone from the armrest box and walked over to the sofa. At this moment, Hua had finished a can of milk and was sleeping with its fluffy white legs in the air. Ji Kang brought the Fire Spirit Stone close to it. Hua woke up immediately, as expected. It crawled toward the Fire Spirit Stone, panting, and like a cat encountering catnip, it hugged the stone and rolled around happily, licking it from time to time. At the same time, its body began to emit a faint glow as it slowly absorbed the energy from the Fire Spirit Stone. It really worked. Ji Kang's eyes lit up. Its information panel clearly stated that if it received high-quality resources during its growth process, the fox cat had the potential for ancestral awakening. It seemed he would need to get more Fire Spirit Stones in the future. At this moment, the clock's hand ticked past 6. The pitch-black night took over the plains and the rolling mountains. The final night before the zombie tide had officially begun. Blood mist gradually dispersed. Dozens of hideous figures, accompanied by chilling howls, surged in large numbers amidst the vast blood mist. Ji Kang returned to the driver's seat, turned his head to look at the night sky exuding a dangerous aura outside the window, his gaze gradually sharpening as he entered the eagle-eye state. Large numbers of zombie figures in the distance appeared clearly before his eyes. Ordinary zombies, fleshball zombies, and mad zombies. The classic trio. Beyond that, Ji Kang also discovered a brand new variety. That was a black zombie nearly 3 meters tall. Its skeleton was draped in shredded black flesh, and fist-sized flies buzzed in circles around it. A black-red aura of decay surged from within its frame. Corrupt zombie level, elite monster. Evaluation. A special variant among zombies. Their bodies have been eroded by tomb miasma for years, leaving almost all flesh and muscle tissue festering. Yet their bones have become incredibly tough and carry a virulent corpse poison. So, there are new elite monsters. Ji Zhang's gaze swept past it and continued to scan other directions. Judging by the current situation, the density of zombies tonight was indeed the highest it had been since the first night. He glanced at the chat channel. Other survivors were also heatedly discussing the monsters tonight. However, apart from the corrupt zombie, no one had discovered any other new varieties of zombies, nor had any super monster level bosses appeared. It seemed tonight was a pure welfare session, a slaughter fest. A wave of excitement surged in Ji Zhang's heart. Work hard tonight, finish this run, and then upgrade directly to a Tier 3 vehicle. Chapter 82. A mountain of corpses is a mountain of gold. Slaughtering tens of thousands of zombies. Just as Ji Zhang was looking out the window, Danzai also ran over from the living area and climbed onto his shoulder. Its eyes were filled with fighting spirit as it glared viciously at the horde of zombies outside the window. baring its gums and emitting a low, guttural growl. Jizang let out an "oh," feeling somewhat surprised. Had this little guy awakened its combat consciousness so quickly? Danzai's body length had now reached 70 or 80 centimeters. And with its full body of gleaming dragon scales, it really did have the air of a dragon cub. Jizang was very satisfied with Danzai's growth. He opened the car window, intending to let Danzai properly experience the atmosphere of the battlefield, but unexpectedly, the moment the screeching of the zombies outside poured in through the window, Danzai's voice immediately quieted down significantly. Jizang's eyes froze. He grabbed Danzai and tossed it outside. The true colors were revealed instantly. Danzai was nearly scared to death by the zombies outside, howling and screaming. Its claws frantically scratching at the car door, and it even left a puddle of urine underneath, with black lines appearing on his forehead. Jizang opened the car door. A small figure zoomed in, dashed straight to the living area, grabbed Wahua, who was still licking its fur, and burrowed into the gap of the sofa. Jizang shook his head in annoyance. At this moment, the ferocious figures of zombies were spread out in all directions, and quite a few were charging toward the RV. Jizang set an automatic driving route for the RV. He had already surveyed this area earlier. There was almost no terrain to provide cover. The RV would circle the 20-kilometer area in the rear, using its close-in weapon system to automatically farm monsters throughout the process. As for himself, he would be responsible for the area in front. With both sides working in sync, he could achieve maximum farming efficiency during the current peak period of zombies. After setting the route, Jizang put on his gear, grabbed the Moonblood, and jumped out of the car. The armored RV drove toward the rear at a cruising speed of 120 kilometers per hour. The close-in weapon system on the roof fired with a bang, bang, bang. Dazzling muzzle flashes and intense gunfire echoed across the plains, instantly inciting the horde. A roar, roar. Dense, swarming figures rushed madly toward the direction of the armored RV. The RV's monster-killing efficiency was truly no joke. From the moment it opened fire, kill notifications kept popping up before Jizang's eyes, reaching to 2-3 per second. Gold coins were pouring in steadily, although most were only 0.1 gold coins. Even a mosquito's leg is meat. And this was only the beginning. Jizang, dressed in a black tactical suit with his palm resting on the scabbard, stood alone amidst the vast sea of zombie shadows. Hiss! A mad zombie darted through the dark blood mist, lunging at the lonely human figure with extreme speed. Jizang drew his blade and slashed casually. Swish! The blade flashed through the night, sending the mad zombie's head flying high into the air. Successfully killed a mad zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2, mad zombie nail Kung 1. Successfully triggered Moonblood kill passive. Obtained physique Kung 0. It actually dropped stats on the very first one. A great start for tonight. The corners of Jizang's mouth curled up. He walked forward as if strolling through a garden, casually decapitating one zombie after another that attempted to pounce on him. Once the RV had moved further away, he took out his AK-47 and fired a burst directly into the sky. Bang, bang, bang. The intense gunfire instantly attracted all the zombies in the vicinity. Jizang leaned forward slightly and lunged out in a flash. Whoosh! With his physique now exceeding 110, his speed was faster than even the mad zombies, and he transformed into a streak of shadow as he charged forward. The red-patterned black blade in his hand cut through throats and sliced through flesh like a hot knife through butter, sending head after head flying. Jizang ran straight for a kilometer, leaving the area where the zombie density had just been diluted by the RV. It was exactly half an hour into the night, the moment when zombies were at their densest. Just by standing here, countless zombies rushed toward him one after another, with no end in sight. This was hell for ordinary people, but for Jizang, it was a field of leeks ready for harvest. Jizang's eyes were practically glowing. He took a noise emitter from his backpack and fired the newly loaded noise shell directly into the sky ahead. Boom! The noise shell shot out, traced a parabola in the sky, and landed right in the middle of the horde. The next moment, an incredibly piercing, shrill noise erupted. The sound waves continued to spread like a tsunami, causing the entire sea of corpses on the plain to surge. Jizang stood where he was, watching as a mountain of corpses piled up before him at a speed visible to the naked eye. 30 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters. Ji Zhang stood in place like a statue, while countless ferocious figures rushed past him. They climbed the mountain frantically, becoming a higher part of the peak, only to be trampled underfoot by other zombies the very next second. The entire mountain of corpses collapsed 3 times, finally settling at a height of over 200 meters, a dense, writhing mass of figures intertwined with one another. Holy crap! A flicker of fire seemed to burn in Ji Zhang's eyes. This mountain of corpses must contain at least 10,000 of them. This is a mountain of gold. The corners of Ji Zhang's mouth curled up wildly, and he began to accumulate energy within his body. Arcs of lightning danced restlessly across his frame. ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** slightly, holding his blade, Moonblood, horizontally. A vast, surging aura of thunder erupted from his body, transforming into a robe of flames that whipped and billowed in the air. The edge of Moonblood was plated with a layer of condensed lightning. The next second, the ground beneath Jizang's feet collapsed and shattered with a boom. His figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, moving at a speed beyond the limit, instantly piercing through the entire mountain of corpses. Boom. The mountain of corpses exploded along with a massive discharge of lightning marks, torn directly into as countless figures were thrown into the sky. Successfully killed a zombie, gold coins Kung 0. Successfully killed a corrupted zombie elite monster, gold coins Kung 2. Successfully killed a meatball zombie, gold coins Kung 0. Successfully triggered the Moonblood kill passive, gained physique Kung 3. Successfully killed a zombie, gold coins Kung 0. In an instant, nearly 1,000 kill notifications popped up before Jizang's eyes. The continuously scrolling information blurred into a streak of afterimages, shattering his previous record for mass kills. But it wasn't over yet. Wrapped in a multitude of lightning threads, Jizang flipped in midair and came to a sudden stop, then launched himself out again with a burst of lightning flash. Boom. At this moment, his figure had completely transformed into a human lightning bolt, raging madly through the collapsing horde and reaping everything in his path. This extreme slaughter lasted for a full 10 minutes. By the time the lightning fire robe faded, over 8,000 zombies had been slain by his hand. Chapter 83 Fishing for Trouble. Nobody told me I was fishing for sharks. Next, Jizang used his pure physical strength to decapitate the remaining 1,000 or 2,000 scattered zombies one by one. The entire process took over an hour. Swish. With a flash of the blade, the head of the final zombie was tossed high into the air. The world finally fell silent. Jizang stood atop a thick layer of corpses, holding Moonblood. A shocking sea of blood and mountains of corpses stretched out in all directions. With only him left standing, Jizang panted, his muscles trembling slightly from overexertion. But he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. In this insane, one-sided slaughter, he had killed over 10,000 zombies in total. Among them were at least 700 or 800 meatball zombies, and over 200 elite zombies. As for the RV, it had also brought him a glorious tally of at least 5,000 or 6,000 zombies. Adding this wave up, the harvest was terrifying: 13 forging materials, 2,000 Kung gold coins. And this time, his physique had triggered a boost 36 times. In total, he gained 79.5 points in physique. His physical strength had skyrocketed. It was a pity that the killing range of Moonblood was quite limited. Most of the kills were achieved through the lethality of the lightning fire robe. But there was no helping it. If he had relied solely on his blade to kill these 10,000 zombies, he would likely have been at it until dawn, exhausted and still not finished. Although the lightning fire robe was prone to stealing kills, it had the advantage of extreme speed. With one slash, Moonblood could cut through a whole swath. Such efficiency was something his initial physical speed could not compare to. Jizang sheathed Moonblood and left the chaotic battlefield, making his way back to the lakeside. Jizang lay on the sandy ground, resting for a while. The massive consumption from the battle, combined with the stamina recovery from his increased physique, left him in a contradictory state of being both exhausted and energized. It was quite a strange sensation. 10 minutes later, the armored RV finished its wide loop and returned to the starting point. Jizang opened the door, got in, and continued to set an automatic driving route, letting the RV keep earning money. He went to the bathroom to wash off the filth, changed into casual clothes, and sat on the sofa. To celebrate tonight's harvest, he made a grand gesture and spent 30 gold coins to buy a bottle of 1990 Romani Conti. After uncorking it and pouring it into a wine glass, he swirled it gently and took a refined sip. Jizang savored the mellow fragrance spreading in his mouth and chuckled. Even a wild boar has finally tasted fine grain. It was now 2 hours into the night, and the peak period for zombies had passed. Without the noise bombs, Jizang didn't plan on getting out of the vehicle to kill monsters anymore. The efficiency was too low. He posted a notice for paid rescue services on the chat channel to see if he could pick up any interesting jobs. Soon, his inbox was flooded with private messages. Although there were many zombies tonight, there were basically no dominant monsters appearing. Furthermore, the survivor groups that had managed to survive until now generally possessed the strength to resist hordes. So the demand for rescue seemed low. Most of the private messages were just people greeting him or asking to be added as friends. Jizang scrolled through them and finally discovered a private message offering a high reward for help. Good heavens, 500 gold coins. Jizang raised an eyebrow. And besides the gold coins, there were actually 15 gold spirit stones and a special item called Shadow Amulet. Shadow Amulet grade, fine inscription. An amulet refined from the true blood of the shadow race. It allows the user to slip into any shadow within a 10-meter radius for a duration of 5 seconds. Cooldown. While in shadow stealth mode, all presence can be eliminated. But if the shadow is attacked, it will immediately become visible. Note: this item is a level 3 restricted trade item and cannot be traded online. This was a generous offer. Back in the day, a large star cluster of several hundred people would barely offer this much. Jizang decisively accepted the job and navigated toward the destination 70 kilometers away. On the way, he inquired about the specific situation of the other party. Only then did he learn that the person was a high-ranking member of the Battlefield Alliance. While exploring during the day, his team was attacked by monsters and completely wiped out. He was the only one who managed to escape, but he failed to return to Chenyu Lake before nightfall and ended up trapped by a horde of zombies. Why does this feel a bit like fishing? Jizang's eyes narrowed slightly. If it really was fishing, then there would be some fun to be had. The armored RV traveled at high speed, and after more than half an hour, Jizang arrived at the location provided. Sure enough, there was a large jeep trapped there, surrounded by hundreds of zombies, many of which were elite monsters. The people inside were using firearms to fight back from time to time, but it was clearly not very effective. Jizang did not choose to go over directly. Instead, he approached at a low speed while walking through the shooting ports one by one, using eagle eye to observe the surrounding environment. Under the blessing of tenfold vision, no detail could escape his sight. Soon, while scanning the southeast direction, he discovered a Barrett gun barrel covered by weeds in a bush. Jizang's lips curled upward. Afterward, he observed other directions and, on the high ground to the north, discovered a set of tire tracks that ended abruptly, with deeper indentations at the point of interruption. Clearly, that was an invisible ghost vehicle. Little Ghost Dragon Society. So many tricks. Jizang almost laughed out loud. How was this any different from delivering money and heads to him on a silver platter? However, he still feigned ignorance and initiated a trade with the other party. The Battlefield Alliance high-ranking member with the ID Zhongdan was very eager and immediately transferred 500 gold coins. As for the remaining gold spirit stones and the shadow amulet, they would be traded offline after the siege was lifted. They were certainly willing to pay. Jizang was overjoyed. This was a textbook case of a voluntary rescue trade. These bastards were really willing to bleed for the sake of luring him out. Jizang didn't dawdle. He fired a few shots with the close-in weapon system, successfully attracting all the zombie hordes. Then came a burst of rapid fire. For the close-in weapon system, a few hundred zombies weren't even enough to fill the gaps between its teeth. In less than a minute, they were all shredded into chunks of meat. The crisis had been resolved. The jeep door opened, and a man stepped out, his face full of joy and relief. Master G, thank you so much. If you hadn't come through the night, I wouldn't have known what to do. Inside the vehicle, two fully armed figures were hidden in the shadows of the back row. The woman in the lead pressed her headset, her voice hoarse and low. The three people in the ghost vehicle, as well as the sniper lurking in the bushes, were filled with murderous intent. The moment Ji Zhang stepped out of his vehicle, they only needed 0.5 seconds to make Ji Zhang experience more than 3 different ways to die simultaneously. This was the Hunter Squad, on the plains. They had never encountered any accidents when trying to take down any independent individual. DCH, using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. To kill a piece of trash who only knows how to upgrade his vehicle. I'll only am enough. The sniper sneered, focused entirely on aiming at the vehicle door. He did not notice that the close-in weapon system atop the RV had unknowingly aimed its muzzle in his direction. Chapter 84. The 7-man squad instantly wiped out. Who was the hunter? Beside the RV, Zhang Bin was still showering him with gratitude, flattering him incessantly, and trying his best to appear cowardly and mercenary. Ji Zhang sat in the vehicle and laughed. No need to be so polite. Where are the items? Look at my memory. I almost forgot. Wait a moment. Wait a moment. Zhang Bin slapped his forehead and hurriedly turned back to the car to retrieve the 15 glowing gold spirit stones and the shadow amulet. To show his respect, he held the items in both hands and spun around in place, signaling that he was not carrying any weapons. In this seemingly peaceful moment, the hidden murderous intent all around was like a taut string, ready to snap at any second. All right, I'm coming down now, Ji Zhang said with a chuckle. The moment they heard these words, Zhang Bin and everyone hidden in the surroundings couldn't help but hold their breath. According to their plan, after Ji Zhang stepped out of the vehicle, Zhang Bin would immediately use his curse talent to cause Ji Zhang to briefly lose his ability to act. Although the curse talent was not very lethal and required close-range eye contact to activate, for an ordinary person with a mental stat not exceeding 15, it was a lethal move. Once Ji Zhang was hit, the others would immediately unleash their attacks. No matter what methods he had or what armor he wore, he would absolutely not be able to withstand that level of concentrated fire, even if he survived by luck. The 3 people in the ghost vehicle could follow up with finishing blows. This was a foolproof plan. Click. The sound of metal pulleys being pulled echoed in the extremely quiet vehicle. But it wasn't the door that opened, but a small shooting port on the side window. Ji Zhang's voice came out, "Don't move. I'll take a photo of you as a souvenir." Zhang Bin froze, because he saw the pitch-black muzzle inside the shooting port. Bang. Accompanied by a violent gunshot, Zhang Bin's head exploded like a watermelon. This gunshot sounded like a funeral bell. The remaining 6 people, who were waiting to act, felt their pupils shrink instantly. Oh no. The next second, the close-in weapon system on the roof of the RV spewed scorching flames, and a large number of 20mm caliber bullets, like a meteor shower cutting through the night sky, rained down crazily on the sniper's position. The sniper's face was filled with unprecedented terror, and he tried to flee on the spot, but the bullets arrived a step before him. Bang, 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 bang. His elite-grade armor was instantly shredded. He didn't even have time to let out a scream before his entire body was reduced to chunks of flesh flying in every direction. Go? The woman inside the vehicle shrieked, lunging from the back seat directly into the driver's seat. She ignited the engine, desperate to escape. But the large jeep had barely surged forward 10 meters when the terrifying firepower of the close-in weapon system focused entirely upon it. Bang, 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 bang. To Ji Kang's slight surprise, despite both being tier 2 vehicles with maxed out exterior armor, this jeep was actually a bit tougher than Li Tiexing's pickup truck. The bullets from the close-in weapon system did not penetrate immediately, leaving only large, deep craters in the hull. The large jeep suffered heavy damage, and combined with the sudden, high-speed acceleration, the entire vehicle lost its balance. It was pushed over by the fierce firepower, flipping onto its side as sparks showered from its exterior armor with a clattering din. The durability of the entire vehicle began to plummet at a speed visible to the naked eye. 1 second, 2 seconds, inside the vehicle, the woman and the other hunter team member watched the body of the car rapidly disintegrate, the terror in their eyes reaching its peak. In the 3rd second, the vehicle's durability dropped below 50%, and then instantly plummeted to 0%. The entire chassis was torn apart by sheer force, and the 2 people inside met the most horrific, catastrophic end. No. A rain of scorching bullets pulverized their bodies. All of this happened in a mere 10 seconds. The hunter team, touted as Zhang Dongji's personal blade, had lost half its members in the blink of an eye. The 3 remaining members sat in their ghost vehicle, drenched in cold sweat, not daring to move a muscle. In their hearts, they felt a sense of relief, as if they had just survived a disaster. It was fortunate they hadn't attacked earlier, or they would have been wiped out entirely. How is it possible? How could he have discovered us? The bald, burly man in the driver's seat gripped the steering wheel tightly, his forehead covered in fine beads of sweat. A moment ago, they were the hunters. But in the blink of an eye, they had become the damn prey. Only at this moment did they truly understand why Zhang Dongji and Liu had insisted that they all be dispatched to deal with this Jikang. Damn it! If this kind of heaven-defying lone wolf were allowed to continue developing, who could possibly withstand him? Damn it! The bald man cursed under his breath. He raised his fist to smash the steering wheel, but, fearing he might accidentally hit the horn, he lowered it in frustration. Wang Dong. Let's take this chance to run. The person in the back seat spoke with a slight tremor, eyes fixed intently on the armored RV not far away. We can't leave now. If we're discovered, we're finished. Wait for him to leave first. The bald man flatly rejected the idea. A tier-2 ghost vehicle could evade zombies, but it could not evade a human with such keen perception. If obvious tracks appeared in the grass or sudden tire marks were discovered, they would be done for. At this moment, Jikang started his RV. He adjusted the vehicle's speakers to external broadcast and said, "Is there anyone else? Did you all hide?" His friendly voice echoed across the empty plains. The surroundings were deathly silent. Jikang, not coming out. Then I'll start looking. The armored RV began to move slowly. Inside the ghost vehicle, the 3 men felt as if their hearts were being gripped tightly. They were so nervous they could barely breathe. The armored RV circled the area a few times. The 3 men, like mice shivering in a hole, watched the big cat moving near and far, their hearts threatening to jump out of their throats. Finally, they watched helplessly as the armored RV came to a stop right beside them. So hard to find. Have they already fled? After saying this, Jikang's tone shifted. Could they be right here? The close-in weapon system turret on the roof emitted the sound of a motor-driven rotation, slowly aiming its pitch-black barrels at the empty ground beside them. Run! The bald man roared. The 3 of them opened their doors simultaneously and bolted. They fled in 3 different directions, one of them even taking flight, soaring high into the air. They were the elite of the elite. After all, each displayed their own unique abilities, and the speed they achieved at the start would certainly leave ordinary survivors in the dust. But to Jikang, it was barely worth noting. The close-in weapon system opened fire. A dense hail of bullets shot into the sky, instantly turning the brother in flight into a mist of blood. The barrels then leveled out rapidly, blasting another figure into fragments. Only the bald man remained, his will to survive pushing him to an unprecedented speed, successfully escaping the radar's target acquisition range. The sea of grass ahead grew closer. If he could just make it inside, he would have a sliver of a chance to survive. But despair arrived before hope, accompanied by a sudden whistling of wind in his ears. The bald man felt his neck gripped by a terrifying, immense force, and he was slammed violently downward. The bald man was pinned to the ground, his face flying a long furrow through the grass. Captured alive. Success. Jikang's voice, carrying a hint of a cold, sinister smile, rang in his ear like a demon. Chapter 85. The bald man's intel. Encountering the knight-shining treasure box again. Feeling the terrifying power pressing down on the back of his neck, the bald man felt a fear he had never known before. It was the crushing dominance and authority displayed by a different level of existence. It was like a small rabbit being stepped on by a lion. There was absolutely no room for resistance. Only at this moment did he fully realize just how naive the Hunter team's assassination mission had been. Wait for the opponent to leave his vehicle. How laughable. Just how high were these absurdly high physical stats? 100 points, 200 points. The bald man couldn't judge. He only knew that no matter how much strength he exerted, he couldn't shake off the suppression in the slightest. He was finished. He subconsciously wanted to report the current situation to Liu, but his heart was filled with boundless hatred toward Liu and Zhang Dongji. If it weren't for them, he would never have been forced to carry out such a suicidal mission. And that idiot Light Yexing. What a waste of space. Hundreds of people had died. And yet they hadn't even managed to uncover the true extent of Jikang's strength. He was filled with hatred. Jikang gripped his neck, slowly lifting him off the ground, and said with great interest, "You'd better not try anything funny. Understand? One snap, and your neck will break. Spare me, Master G. I beg you. I'll tell you everything. I'll give you anything. Just please let me go." The bald man pleaded, trembling. He spilled everything in a rush. The Ghost Dragon Society's numbers, their strength, and even the talents and combat capabilities of the various high-ranking members he knew, including classified operational intelligence. Upon hearing the operational plan the Ghost Dragon Society had prepared for the Shanghai Alliance, Jikang raised an eyebrow. That was truly devious. He casually compiled a summary of the intelligence and sent it to Li Jianguo. As for whether this information was true or false, Li Jianguo would have to discern that for himself. He was merely doing him a favor. "Master Ji, I've told you everything I know. Can you spare my life? I'm willing to be your servant, to work like a beast of burden for you." The bald man begged bitterly. Jikang just looked at him calmly. Come to think of it, he hadn't tried robbing anyone yet. He wondered what the restrictions were. He spoke up. "Transfer the gold coins and resources you have on you to me and let's see." The bald man hesitated, wanting to say something, but he didn't dare defy Jikang's order. He immediately initiated a trade, placed everything he had into the trade window, and clicked confirm. But the next moment, a message appeared before Jikang's eyes. "Detected an act of plunder. This transaction is invalid." The trade was automatically cancelled. However, this was within his expectations. Jikang asked curiously, "How do you usually rob others?" The bald man didn't hide anything, telling Jikang all the ways the Ghost Dragon Society had figured out to exploit bugs and avoid the system's detection while plundering. In short, it was by using slightly unequal trades to take advantage of others bit by bit, trading an item with a market value of 1 gold coin for 1 gold coins. Under the states of plundering, threatening, or intimidating, this was the only type of transaction that could take effect, generally. As long as the amount wasn't too high and the number of attempts was kept under 10, one could successfully extort a sum of money. However, for the big shots, this method of making money was too inefficient and essentially meaningless, except for fraud. The process of fraud fell under the category of voluntary internal consent from both parties, so there were no special restrictions. So that's how it is. Jikang rubbed his chin, lost in thought. "Master Ji, then can you?" Snap. Before he could finish his sentence, a crisp sound came from the bald man's neck. His cervical vertebrae were crushed, his eyes bulged, and he was killed instantly. Jikang tossed his corpse aside, walked over to the opponent's ghost vehicle, and searched it. He quickly found a piece of mithril and 18 fire spirit stones, adding Zhangbin's 15 gold spirit stones and the shadow amulet he had collected, along with the 500 gold coins they had traded to him earlier. It was quite a windfall. If only there were more idiots like this. Jikang thought to himself. Returning to the RV, he put the loot into the armrest storage box. He continued to set the RV's automatic driving route and walked into the living area. It was already 9:30 p.m., and the number of zombies had thinned out significantly, though he was still harvesting about 80 to 100 gold coins every 10 minutes. If he kept killing until midnight, he would have at least 1,000 or 2,000 gold coins. He had to admit, this automatic driving combined with automatic enemy killing was getting more satisfying the more he used it. It was incredibly comfortable. Jikang bought 20 units of fuel on the exchange for 9 gold coins and filled the vehicle's tank. Afterward, he sat on the sofa, started a Doomsday movie, and enjoyed some red wine paired with side dishes and foie gras. It was absolutely cozy. By 10-something at night, a notification sound suddenly rang in Jikang's mind. Today's intelligence triggered. Do you wish to receive it? It finally came. Jikang's eyes widened instantly. He had thought he would come up empty today. He didn't expect to trigger intelligence after 10 o'clock. Receive. Today's intelligence at night is deep, and the red mist is gradually dissipating. You have arrived near the Liubao River. In the riverbed about 1,000 meters to your southwest, a treasure that only glows at night seems to have appeared. Perhaps it is worth a look, but remember to be careful. Do not enter a certain dark vortex. for it will devour your soul. A riverbed 1,000 meters to the southwest. Ji Kang narrowed his eyes slightly. He immediately returned to the front to take over the driving and steered the vehicle toward the southwest. Ahead was indeed a small river with rapid currents, nearly 100 meters wide. The dark blue water looking somewhat deep. However, Ji Kang didn't choose to jump straight into the water. He brewed a bolt of lightning in his palm and slammed it toward the river surface. *zzz crack, surging lightning pierced through, splashing high waves. The lightning arcs rippled through the water, numbing the creatures at the bottom. Fish floated to the surface, bellies up. It seemed there were no special monsters below. It should be safe. He just needed to watch out for the dark vortex mentioned in the intelligence. Ji Kang, carrying the moon's blood, dove straight in and descended rapidly. The undercurrents in this river are so strong. Could it be because of that vortex? Ji Kang became more vigilant, his gaze searching all around. The riverbed wasn't deep. Only about 7 or 8 meters down. Ji Kang entered the eagle-eye state, capturing every detail of the pitch-black river bottom. Soon, he discovered a faint glimmer of light not far away. There it was. Ji Zhang's heart skipped a beat, and he swam over rapidly. After advancing a few dozen meters, he indeed discovered a luminous treasure chest buried in the silt at the bottom of the river. Chapter 86. The Great Terror at the Riverbed. A mysterious instance appears. Ji Zhang felt a surge of excitement. This thing was a high-quality item comparable to a silver treasure chest. Last time, he had opened it to find the blood of the moon. He wondered what kind of treasure he would get this time. He swam over slowly and picked up the luminous treasure chest, which was emitting a soft white glow. However, upon arriving here, he felt that the surrounding undercurrents were significantly more turbulent. It was thanks to his currently powerful physique and superb swimming skills that he could manage. If it were someone with a constitution below 20 points, they would likely be slowly sucked in by now, finding it difficult to break free from the suction of the undercurrents through swimming alone. It seemed he was very close to that dark vortex, but why hadn't he seen any traces of it when he was on the surface of the river? Ji Zhang was also quite puzzled. He turned on the diving flashlight on his head. The dazzling beam of light illuminated a snow-white field of vision in the pitch-black water. In an instant, Ji Zhang's pupils constricted slightly, because not far ahead, he saw a cliff at the bottom of the river. No, that wasn't a cliff. Ji Zhang clearly saw a distinct arc along the edge. This was a massive crater with a diameter of at least 100 meters. This riverbed crater was like an abyss, and the light from the flashlight couldn't penetrate it at all. Before long, Ji Zhang saw a large fish swim over from a distance. After the large fish approached the range of the crater, its tail suddenly began to thrash wildly, and it turned its head, trying to escape. But it was too close. The fish's swimming speed was no longer enough to overcome the suction, and bit by bit, it was swallowed into the crater, finally disappearing into the infinite darkness. His entire body tensed in preparation as he swam forward slowly. When he was only about 10 meters away from the edge of the crater, he used his legs to swim, countering the suction to maintain his position, and before his eyes, a brief piece of information appeared. Black Yamagroto evolution. Was this something like a hidden instance? Ji Zhang pondered to himself. Those 3 glaring question marks greatly piqued his curiosity. Let's go take a look. After hesitating for a few seconds, Ji Zhang finally made his decision. In any case, he was still wearing the cicada wing treasure armor. At worst, he could use etherealization to escape. He stopped moving his legs, and his entire body was immediately pulled by the undercurrent, quickly reaching the edge of the crater. Once he reached this point, the suction force increased abruptly. Whoosh! Ji Zhang only felt a terrifying force envelop his body, instantly dragging him into the abyssal crater. Following that, he plummeted at high speed. Damn it! Ji Zhang felt a bone-chilling cold invading his body from all directions. The flashlight illuminated a murky, dim expanse. Even with his eagle-eye status active, he couldn't make out anything. Crack! The flashlight suddenly shattered and went out. Everything around him plunged into eternal darkness. Due to the rapid depletion of his stamina, Ji Zhang also began to experience a state of near suffocation, and the next second, he sensed a nearly overwhelming dark aura approaching him rapidly from the abyss below. Etherealization. Ji Zhang was greatly alarmed and decisively activated his skill. The moment his entire body entered the ethereal state, the terrifying shadow from below opened its blood-red maw and snapped shut exactly where he had been. Boom! A massive amount of turbulent flow raged. Ji-Zhang's eyes widened as he looked at the monster before him. It was a spherical creature, resembling a giant eyeball. But where the eyelid slit should have been, there was no iris, but rather a mouth filled with countless layers of jagged teeth. The end of its sphere was connected by a red blood vessel that led directly into the abyss below. Like a tadpole with an infinitely long tail, evaluation, the monster information, filled entirely with question marks, appeared before his eyes, filling him with dread. This was absolutely an unimaginable existence. The speed it had erupted within the water alone had completely shattered Ji-Zhang's perception. But it didn't end there. In the next few short seconds, one giant eye after another shot up from the depths of the crater. There were at least 100 of them, making Ji-Zhang's scalp tingle. These giant eyes, like twisted hellish monsters, writhed and drifted in the water before slowly sinking back down. In his ethereal state, Ji-Zhang swam around and carefully observed the umbilical cords at their ends, discovering that they all seemed to lead to the same destination. What kind of monster was hidden down there? Ji-Zhang dared not imagine how terrifying the entity below was, but he was certain that it was a taboo he absolutely could not touch at his current stage. The 10-second ethereal state ended. That bone-chilling cold and the sensation of suffocation returned. Ji-Zhang quickly refreshed the skill, entered etherealization again, and flew upward. After his constitution reached nearly 200 points, his flight speed while ethereal had increased several times over, allowing him to cover 20 meters per second. Even so, he had to refresh the skill 3 times in a row before successfully escaping the bottom of the crater. Back on the shore, soaked to the bone, Ji-Zhang set the luminous treasure chest aside and sat on the ground, gasping for air. That was fucking terrifying. Ji-Zhang still felt a lingering fear. It was fortunate that he had a bug-like skill such as the cicada wing treasure armor. Otherwise, if it had been any other adventure, a curious peek near that crater would have likely meant they would never return. After carrying the luminous treasure chest back into his RV, Ji-Zhang took a shower and changed his clothes before returning to the side of the chest. Come on! He rubbed his hands together, filled with immense anticipation, and opened the luminous treasure chest. Clang! A crisp sound of a box opening echoed as several lines of information appeared before his eyes. Obtain half-acre fertile field X1 rare artifact. Obtained energy replenishing fruit by 10. Obtain premium food gift pack X100 rare 1 rare item, 1 rare artifact. This haul is absolutely satisfying. Ji-Zhang's lips curled into a grin as he hurriedly checked the information on these items. Half-acre fertile field level, rare artifact description. Upon use, it can instantly expand a half-acre of fertile farmland at a designated location. All crops planted in this field will have their growth rate increased by 1000%. Nutritional content increased by 100%. Mutation probability increased by 5%. And upgrade probability increased by 2%. Damn, isn't this tailor-made for Chen Xiaonyuan? Ji-Zhang took out the ball of light. It looked like a glass marble. And through the outer layer of light, one could see a miniature field filled with birdsong and fragrant flowers inside. Furthermore, this belongs to the level 3 trade restriction category, meaning it can be traded offline. Perfect. Giving this to old Noan will make her absolutely invincible. Ji-Zhang set the light orb aside and turned his attention to the second item. Energy replenishing fruit consumable description. A special fruit that grows deep within the starry forest. After consumption, it can instantly restore full stamina. Good heavens. Finally something that can restore stamina. Ji-Zhang was overjoyed. Although there were only 10 for him, this definitely counted as one of the most practical items. After exhausting himself, he just needed to eat one to return to peak condition. Ji-Zhang immediately tucked the 10 energy replenishing fruits into his inventory and looked at the third item. Premium food gift pack consumable. You can randomly obtain a premium delicacy. Both the ingredients and the cooking techniques are of the highest standard, and the nutritional content is 10 times that of normal ingredients. 100 top-tier dishes. Is it really that good? Ji-Zhang was instantly tempted. He just didn't know what the portions were like. He tried opening one. Congratulations. Obtained 1 serving of king crab. The next second, a large plate appeared before him, holding a whole, large steamed king crab, emitting the fresh, sweet aroma of top-quality seafood. Satisfying. Who needs a chef with this? Jizang checked and found that this could actually be listed for trade as well. The many finished food items on the exchange were likely all open from these types of gift packs. However, these were top-tier dishes, which could sell for at least 20 to 30 gold coins on the exchange, 100 of them. That translates to 2,000 or 3,000 gold coins, another fortune made. However, Jizang didn't plan on selling them. He would just keep them to eat slowly. Besides, he still had plenty of spare cash. He put the king crab into the refrigerator and stored the remaining gift packs in his inventory. Jizang slowly stood up and let out a long breath. Phew. His expectant gaze rested on the interior of his vehicle. It was time for the main event. Chapter 87, Vehicle Tier 3 Promotion. Heavy-duty base vehicle. Jizang opened his inventory panel. Gold coins, 7,565.2 weapons of armor. Sniper rifle modified level to X1, rifle X2, pistol X2, universal ammo X1400, cicada wing treasure armor rare artifact X1, ring of kingship secret treasure X1 tools, iron pickaxe fine X1, woodcutter's knife by 1, grappling hook X1 materials, parts X41, steel sheets X32, leather X311, alloy X54, heavy oil X35, mithril X11, superwood X7, modification device, infinite durability by 1, armor core rare X1 forging materials, mad corpse fingernails X28, flame heart X12, goblin fangs X13, corroded black bones by 7, magic vine spores X2 rare, king's blood eye rare by 2, food premium food gift pack X99, high-end bread by 7, high-end instant food by 6, functional beverage X8, energy bar by 1 talent shards, C rank shard by 1, B rank shard by 1, A rank shard by 1. Looking at the staggering number in the gold coin column, Jizang couldn't help but feel his heart race. Today was definitely the biggest harvest day in history, but it hadn't reached the peak yet. Ranger accumulated extra gold from kills, 320.6 gold coins. Goblin Slayer accumulated extra gold from kills, 991.5 gold coins. Extract all. The total amount of gold coins instantly reached a staggering 9,079. Jizang's eyes were burning with intensity. Insane. After installing the Wheel of Fate, his total vehicle level had already reached level 46. He planned to distribute the remaining 4 levels across several key components. Now that prices were relatively stable, with parts holding at 0.9 gold coins and steel sheets at 0.2 gold coins, Jizang didn't intend to buy too many materials at once. He would just buy what he needed. First, upgrade the power generation device level 3, which requires 200 gold coins, 100 parts, and 1 photovoltaic material. Jizang replenished the materials on the exchange and clicked to upgrade. The folding photovoltaic panels on the roof were completely integrated with the roof and the vehicle body. Not only did the power generation capacity increase, but it could also perform low-efficiency photovoltaic power generation in cloudy weather, or in other conditions with insufficient ultraviolet light. Furthermore, the battery capacity had doubled, which could be said to have completely resolved his anxiety over electricity usage. Next was the targeting radar level 3. It required 400 gold coins, 300 parts, and 1 level 2 chip. The price of a level 2 chip had risen to 120 gold coins. Jizang tried to haggle, but finding it difficult to budge, he bought it for 118. Click to upgrade. The targeting radar finished upgrading instantly. The enemy detection range now increased from 500 meters to 1,000 meters. Furthermore, the automatic ballistic calibration module was upgraded. This was essentially applying the anti-missile system from the close-in weapon system to the target acquisition radar. From now on, all vehicle weapons linked to the target acquisition radar would be able to automatically calculate the movement paths of all moving targets and perform predictive attacks. It was incredibly powerful. For the remaining 2 levels, Jizang upgraded the chassis entirely. He spent 420 gold coins and 350 parts to max out the chassis from level 3 to level 5. There wasn't much to say about this. Shock absorption, off-road capability, and handling stability were all significantly improved. After finishing the chassis upgrade, 2 lines of information immediately appeared before Jikang's eyes. Congratulations! Vehicle components have reached level 50. Vehicle advancement is now unlocked. Advancement requirements: 1,500 gold coins for 100 parts, 5,000 steel plates, 100 alloys, 1 armor core. Having already obtained the most important armor core, Jikang purchased the remaining materials required on the exchange. The parts cost nearly 400 gold coins, and the steel plates cost 1,000 gold coins. The most expensive item was the alloy, at 30 gold coins each. He bought 46 of them in one go, costing 1,380 gold coins. As the words advancement conditions met appeared, Jikang took a deep breath and clicked advance. A confirmation prompt immediately appeared. Advancement route heavy-duty base vehicle tier 3 evaluation. A super steel behemoth with extremely formidable self-defense firepower, a massive frame, and heavy armor. It is the top king among tier 3 vehicles and a super gold-devouring beast that will drain your wallet. New components will be unlocked after advancement. 1. A defensive turret adds to turret upgrade components and unlocks a brand new upgrade route. 2. Outer armor unlocks the thorn armor upgrade route. 3. Sentry robot adds sentry robot upgrade components, requires meeting prerequisites. 4. Secondary vehicles adds 3 secondary vehicles, motorcycle, small armed helicopter, and robot wolf, requires meeting prerequisites. 5. Base vehicle deployment module after upgrading. The base vehicle can be deployed on site to form a super defensive fortress. 6. Level caps for all components increased. After reading this advancement description, Jikang felt incredibly excited. It was too fierce. He clicked to confirm the advancement. The next moment, the entire RV erupted in a dazzling white light. Just like last time, Jikang felt himself being lifted by a mysterious force. Along with Danzai and Manhwa, who were playing on the sofa, he was also floated into midair, causing them to yelp in alarm. Everything around him was rapidly growing and expanding under the condensation of the white light, before slowly taking its final form. A few minutes later, Jikang returned to the ground. As the white light dissipated, everything around him had undergone earth-shaking transformation. A brand new status window appeared before his eyes. Heavy-duty base vehicle tier 3 speed limit, 180 km per hour, ability to 100% slowly decreasing remaining fuel. 23.5 units can travel 1880 km. Upgraded components. Shooting day wheel of fate cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, bed, sofa, headlights replaceable. Engine level 5, wheel hub level 5, chassis level 5, outer armor level 3, close and weapon system level 3, power generator level 3, target acquisition radar level 3. Air conditioner level 5, refrigerator level 5, center console level 3, full vehicle interior level 3. Total level vehicle advancement requirements: 20,000 gold coins, 8,000 parts, 50,000 steel plates, 400 alloys, 1,000 heavy oil, 2 armor cores. 1 more fortress machine. Soul advancement can be unlocked when upgrade components reach level 70 or above. Evaluation: a top-tier war monster with maxed out combat power, mobility, defensive capability, and living comfort. Among tier 3 vehicles, there is nothing more impressive than this. Chapter 88, the 7th day arrives, regional alarm. Holy! Jikang looked at the living area, which had nearly doubled in size, feeling incredibly excited. He then couldn't wait to explore his new home. The entire living area had expanded to nearly 20 square meters, transforming from the cramped little single room it once was into a bright and spacious large living room. The sofa had become an L-shaped 5-seater, and a large coffee table had been added. The viewing window on the wall had also turned into a super floor-to-ceiling window that could be opened, with such a massive expanse of glass. It was no different from a villa. Other interior decorations were also enlarged versions of their previous selves. Jikang walked toward the back. The bed that used to be on the side of the hallway was gone, and the retractable hammock on the other side was also gone, replaced by a staircase. No way! There's a second floor! Jikang was overjoyed. He continued walking back and arrived at the kitchen and bathroom area. What met his eyes was an open-concept large kitchen and dining table. The bathroom diagonally across had also changed from a narrow, integrated shower and toilet unit into a refined. The storage area in the back was even more massive, capable of holding all sorts of large and used items, and could even fit a small car. As for the shooting bay, the concept of a shooting bay no longer existed, because every armor plate on the entire vehicle could now expand to create a firing port at will, in any size required. Ji-Kang walked all the way back to the front row, becoming more shocked the more he looked. The front row was a super spacious four-seater that could even be used as a bed when laid flat. The center console had turned into a semi-enveloping Y shape, wrapping the entire driver's seat like the cockpit of a luxury yacht. And the center armrest box was even larger, it could almost fit a person inside. Furthermore, the Tier 3 vehicle tires and chassis raised the overall height of the vehicle by nearly a meter, providing a much broader field of vision from the driver's seat. Ji-Zhang was struck with awe. He touched this and that, unable to keep his hands off the vehicle. Next was the second floor. He returned to the living area and climbed the stairs to the side. The front of the second floor consisted of 2 bedrooms, a master bedroom and a guest bedroom, while the rear housed the retractable secondary vehicle bay. The secondary vehicle bay was currently locked and could not be viewed, so he could only inspect the 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom was incredibly impressive. It was equipped with an ensuite bathroom, as well as a wardrobe, bedside tables, a vanity, and other furniture. The highlight was the 3-sided retractable floor-to-ceiling windows, paired with frameless, ultra-large glass panels and a massive balcony that could extend outward. Holy crap! Ji-Zhang tried opening all the exterior armor of the 3-sided floor-to-ceiling windows and deployed the balcony. Everything around him suddenly opened up. It was already past 11:00 p.m., and all the blood mist had dissipated. Ji-Zhang walked out onto the balcony, and a refreshing night breeze blew over, ruffling his hair. The moon was bright. The wind was clear. The sea of grass rustled, and the Liubao River flowed clearly, shimmering under the starlight. The distant horizon rolled in waves, resembling a sleeping beauty slumbering hazily under the moonlight. This view was simply invincible. How was this any different from having a mobile villa? After sighing in admiration on the balcony for a while, Ji-Zhang returned to the stairwell and continued up to the 3rd floor rooftop. He opened the roof hatch and arrived at the very top of the base vehicle. The area was flat, with a retractable landing pad at the rear, corresponding to the storage bay for the secondary vehicle. In front was that imposing, awe-inspiring close-in weapon system. However, compared to its domineering presence on the armored RV, the close-in weapon system now looked somewhat delicate against the massive size of the base vehicle. The other 2 defense turret slots were also located on the roof. Ji-Zhang carefully examined the detailed analysis and discovered that the positions of the turrets could be swapped at will. Across the front, middle, rear, left, and right 5 positions in total, the 3 turrets could be modularly rearranged as desired. This was also the brilliance of the base vehicle, full module armored movement. Ji-Zhang walked to the edge of the roof and leaped down, landing steadily on the grass. Looking back at this armored beast, his eyes were filled with appreciation and emotion. It reached a length of 21 meters, a height of 8 meters, and a width of 6. Below were 8 axles and 16 tires, each nearly as tall as a person. The entire exterior armor coating was pitch black, streamlined, smooth, and glossy, with no visible seams, exuding a strong sense of technology. Incredible. Ji-Zhang sighed deeply. If a Tier 3 vehicle was already like this, what about Tier 4? Or even Tier 5? Infinite possibilities blossomed in his mind. But now was not the time for daydreaming. Tomorrow was the all-important 7th day. He had to hurry up and rest. Ji-Zhang returned to the vehicle. By now, Danzai and Huahua were playing wildly, chasing each other through their spacious new home. In truth, Huahua was no match for Danzai, but Danzai was a troublemaker, occasionally biting Huahua's tail and then bolting away, forcing Huahua to chase it. Huahua trotted with its clumsy little legs, unable to catch up, only to be flanked by Danzai and ambushed again, which made it meow in anger. In the end, it took Ji-Zhang walking over and flicking Danzai on the head to make the little guy settle down. Stop messing around, time to sleep. Ji-Zhang scolded. Now that the home was larger, the 2 little ones didn't have to sleep on the sofa anymore and were assigned to the guest bedroom. Since there was no bed, Ji-Zhang simply bought 2 sets of bedding and laid them on the floor, giving them their own little nest. After finishing all this, Ji Zhang used voice commands to seal the entire vehicle before flopping onto his bed with a thud. Although he was still excited, after a day of fighting and busyness, his mind was exhausted. As soon as he hit the bed, he fell into a deep sleep. The next morning, dawn broke in the distance. Morning dew hung on the tips of the grass blades, swaying precariously in the breeze. He had slept incredibly well. It wasn't until after 7 o'clock that Ji Zhang slowly woke up. On the soft and comfortable bed, he stretched in a super long yawn that lasted a full minute. Refreshing. After the stretch, Ji Zhang did a cartwheel from the bed, feeling full of energy and vitality. Another day in peak condition. Ji Zhang went downstairs to the living area and first arranged breakfast for Danzai and Huahua. He took the king crab he hadn't finished yesterday out of the refrigerator, processed it simply, and paired it with other food to make a super sumptuous breakfast, which he ate at the dining table. He browsed the chat channel while he ate. Today was the 7th day. Almost all survivors dared not sleep in. They had been nervously preparing for battle since early morning, ready to face the final test. The major factions were not idle either, vigorously carrying out great mergers, absorbing various large and small groups. The danger level of this final night would definitely exceed everyone's imagination. It was not something a group of a few hundred people could withstand. Relying on large factions to huddle together for warmth was the best choice for all the small and medium-sized factions. It was said that even the Shenfeng group had reached a cooperation agreement with the Battlefield Alliance, preparing to advance side by side in tonight's great battle. Ji Zhang ate his breakfast while watching the drama unfold. But just as the clock ticked past 8:00 a.m., a very discordant mechanical voice suddenly appeared in his mind, or rather, every survivor in the entire region heard this voice in their minds. Survivors of Region 7991, congratulations. You have successfully survived until the 7th day. In that instant, the pupils of the more than 60 survivors still alive in the region constricted. This was the first time everyone had received a collective announcement since the mass transmigration on the first day. Immediately following this, that cold, mechanical voice resonated once more in everyone's minds. Chapter 89. A preview of the grand stage. The entire population in an uproar. Next, the first round of survival will face its final trial. A terrifying horde of zombies is about to sweep across the plains. All survivors, please make every preparation. The first regional super boss is the Ancestral Blood Zombie Kings. Surviving past 12:00 midnight will be considered as clearing the first round. You will receive one of 5 tiers of rewards based on your point ranking. Important notes. 1. The 5 tiers of rewards are 10 points, Iron Treasure Chest, 500 points, Bronze Treasure Chest, 2,000 points, Silver Treasure Chest, 10,000 points, Gold Treasure Chest, 1,000. 0 points, Purple Glory Treasure Chest. 2. Defeating the super boss or minor bosses will grant a large amount of points and special rewards. The final blow is recorded as the kill. 3. After clearing this round, a super main city shared by 10 regions will be opened. Only survivors who reach the top 100 in their respective regional point rankings can enter. 4. After clearing this round, the World Channel, cross-regional trading, and cross-regional circulation will be opened. Zombie Horde countdown 9 hours 59 minutes and 59 seconds. After hearing these prompts clearly, all the survivors in the entire region were instantly in an uproar. This information was truly explosive. The boss for the first round had been revealed in advance. Moreover, this zombie horde wasn't just about simple survival. It had adopted a point-based system with 5 tiers of rewards. This meant that those who leaned toward defense and only wanted to hide and survive the whole time would fall far behind others in terms of rewards. Furthermore, the emergence of this point mechanism had the greatest impact on the top-tier powerhouses. Only the top 100 experts would be able to enter the super main city shared by 10 regions. No one knew what was inside the super main city yet. But once this information came out, the top powerhouses were bound to go crazy fighting for it. This was a true watershed moment. Pass it, and you would soar to great heights. Fail to pass it, and you were destined to be left far behind. At this moment, the entire chat channel exploded. Holy Shasterisk T, kill, 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 kill. Tonight is going to be an absolute bloodbath. F***, I'm going to get into that super main city. Why are you all so excited? Do you really think you have a shot at those 100 spots? Stop shouting here. The leaders of the major factions haven't even spoken yet. Their weapons and vehicle combat power are 10 streets ahead of us ordinary people. Let's just kill more zombies and aim for a higher tier of rewards. You can get a bronze treasure chest with just 500 points. That's an instant boost. That's not the right way to look at it. Didn't you notice the part about the final blow is recorded as the kill? When everyone is focusing fire on the boss, maybe if you're lucky, the last bullet that takes down the boss might just be yours. Damn, that makes sense. The purple glory treasure chest tier definitely requires killing the final boss to get enough points. If some child of destiny actually manages to land the finishing blow, they'll ascend to the heavens on the spot. No, where are you getting the confidence that you can take down a zombie king by focusing fire with ordinary firearms? This thing has the word king in its name. It might actually be a king-level monster. The guy above is right. Forget about landing the finishing blow. Do you really have the guts to go to the front lines to kill a zombie king? I'm afraid 100 lives wouldn't be enough. Battlefield Alliance is buying armor core materials at a high price. If you have any, DM me quickly. 2,000 gold coins. Holy crap, 2,000 gold coins. That item seems to be a necessary material for Tier 3 ultimate equipment vehicles. Which big shot from the Battlefield Alliance wants it? Who else but Bossy? That's an ultimate equipment vehicle. Unless you're a top-tier big shot, who would dare choose that advanced upgrade path? Buying infinite durability and infinite ammo at a sky-high price. Damn, they were on the exchange just now. Did they get taken down or snatched up instantly? If you have them, DM me. I'll make sure the price is satisfying. What the hell is going on? Bullets and parts materials are skyrocketing in price. Stop snatching them. Damn it. I haven't even bought my bullets for today yet. After that global announcement, it wasn't just the chat channel that was boiling over. Even the trading exchange was hot to the point of exploding. The prices of all thermal weapon modification devices, including bullets, parts, steel plates, and various combat items, were rising in a near vertical line. Ji Kang had long anticipated this scene. The moment he read the announcement, he opened the exchange and searched for infinite ammo. There were 3 listed in total. The cheapest was 680 gold coins, and the next 2 were 800 and 999 gold coins. Ji Kang didn't even bother haggling. He instantly snatched up the one for 680 gold coins. Sure enough, after his purchase, the ones for 800 and 999 gold coins were also snatched up instantly. It wasn't clear whether they were taken down or bought by others. Following that, Ji Kang immediately searched for other materials, operating at lightning speed. This was a moment to compete for speed. Being 1 second late could mean paying a huge price. He bought a super gun barrel cooler for 50 gold coins. He bought a Gatling heavy machine gun for 30 gold coins. He bought 1.0 parts for 0.9 gold coins. He bought 3.0 steel plates for 0.2 gold coins. After finishing all this in just a few seconds, Ji Kang finally let out a sigh of relief and sat back to watch the continuous surge in prices. Of the nearly 3.0 gold coins he had left after upgrading his Tier 3 vehicle last night, 2,260 were spent in an instant. Fortunately, he had managed to buy the necessary items before the massive price hike. This announcement is truly intense. Ji Kang sighed inwardly. However, his focus was different from the other survivors. He had only one goal: the Zombie King. Kill the Zombie King and claim the Purple Glory treasure chest. Then, enter the super main city as the #1 in the region. Just thinking about it feels exhilarating. However, this is not something easily accomplished. After all, I am a lone wolf, and I am at an inherent disadvantage in terms of numbers. The Battlefield Alliance, the Ghost Dragon Society, the Mountains and Seas Alliance, and there is also the Divine Wine Group. Combined, these major factions account for more than half of the entire region's population. Their upper echelons, through the constant transfusion of resources from the massive number of people below them, definitely possess formidable combat power. Of course, Li Jiangwo is the exception. That old fellow is too upright. Aside from his vehicle, his personal combat strength is about the same as his subordinates at the captain level. According to existing intelligence, I can infer. Besides myself, The strongest combatants in the entire region should be Yixingzhou, followed by Zhang Dongji, and Zhou Hui, the leader of the Divine Wine Group. The talents of these people remain a mystery to this day. It seems I must upgrade Moonblood today to ensure everything goes without a hitch. Ji Zhang thought to himself. Chapter 90, Who Upgrade Pots, Laser Cannon and Anti-Aircraft Cannon. He immediately contacted Gu Qingyu to discuss the forging. The other party was clearly also in urgent need of gold coin income, so she readily agreed. However, this matter was, after all, confidential. Ji Zhang did not want to expose his Tier 3 vehicle just yet and attract the attention of external forces. So, he decided against going to Twilight Canyon and arranged to meet in the Starry Forest instead. It just so happened that Ji Zhang also planned to explore the Great Forest today. He set his route and engaged the autopilot. The massive armored vehicle started up, and with a low roar, it began to move forward. With a brief moment of leisure, Ji Zhang took out the parchment from the armrest box and began to look through it again. Cursed Parchment Unique Item Evaluation. Legend has it that this parchment contains clues to the treasure of the Earth God. Because it has been buried in the Corpse King's tomb for many years, it is covered by a cursed mist, making it impossible to see the information on it. Remember, do not let anyone know that you possess it. This scroll is covered by a cursed mist and cannot be viewed for the time being. It requires the use of Corpse King blood to break the curse. Corpse King blood. Ji Zhang rubbed his chin, his deep pupils fixed on the mist on the parchment. If this ancestral blood Corpse King can really drop this material, then the value of this parchment will be truly immeasurable. A king-level monster. Having never truly fought one, Ji Zhang did not know just how strong this final boss of the first round really was. But since it can drop top-tier rewards like the Purple Radiance treasure chest, the strength of that Corpse King must be terrifying beyond imagination. Good thing I have plenty of trump cards. A secret treasure level Ring of Kings. A rare level Cicada Wing treasure armor. Plus 192 points of constitution, 3 combat talents, and a Tier 3 ultimate vehicle. If I'm lucky enough today, I might even get a secret treasure level growth weapon. That would be the real trump card. It's a pity that Thunder Spirit stones are too scarce and too expensive. It's hard to achieve an upgrade before the corpse tide. Otherwise, I could add another trump card. Ji Zhang let out a breath. He rose from the driver's seat and followed the stairs up to the 3rd floor deck. Afterward, he took out the Gatling heavy machine gun he had just bought. He applied infinite durability, infinite ammo, and super barrel cooling to it. Immediately following that, he installed the Gatling gun onto a base at the rear of the vehicle. A notification sound rang in his mind. Detected that the machine gun possesses 3 essential modification devices for defensive turrets: infinite ammo, infinite durability, and super barrel cooling. Do you wish to bind the targeting radar to the machine gun base? Ji Zhang immediately chose to confirm. As a white light emerged from the machine gun base, the Gatling gun instantly merged with the entire base. He checked the information for the machine gun turret, in addition to close-in defense cannon and flamethrower turret. 2 new upgrade paths had been added. Upgrade path: Anti-Aircraft Cannon. Upgrades the heavy machine gun into an anti-aircraft gun, utilizing dual-barrel 127mm fragmentation shells with a firing rate of 35 rounds per minute. It can intercept aerial targets and can also be leveled to attack ground targets. After upgrading, this turret can only follow the anti-aircraft upgrade path. Upgrade requires 1,500 gold coins, 1,000 parts, 50 alloy. Upgrade path: Laser Cannon. Upgrades the heavy machine gun into a high-energy laser cannon, capable of firing charged beams. The charging time for one regular beam is 8 seconds, and the super beam takes 1 hour to charge. After upgrading, this turret can only follow the high-energy equipment upgrade path. Requires power generation equipment to be level 4 or higher. Upgrade requires 3,000 gold coins, 2,000 parts, 200 alloy, 1 laser core. TSK. Ji Zhang looked at the descriptions, his mouth watering with envy. Too fierce, but at a glance, it was clear he couldn't afford the upgrade. His primary goal for today was still to upgrade to the flamethrower turret. Flamethrower turret upgrade requires 350 gold coins, 100 parts, 50 heavy oil, 50 fuel. He currently had 35 units of heavy oil and plenty of parts on hand. If he filled in the other materials, he should be able to get it for around 1,000 gold coins. I still need to earn money faster. Jizang felt that sense of powerlessness that comes with being short on money again. Yesterday, he was a big spender. And now in the blink of an eye, he's a pauper again. It's a difficult situation. The gold coins he had on hand right now weren't even enough to pay for Sister Gu's labor fees. Not long after, Jizang arrived at the Starry Forest. Now that his vehicle level was up, he didn't need to be overly cautious and avoid everything when he encountered those special terrains. He just plowed right through them. Along the way, he discovered 2 wooden treasure chests and 1 black iron treasure chest, all of which yielded gold coins and resources. He also killed quite a few ordinary monsters and elite monsters along the way. By the end of the trip, he had brought in over 100 gold coins. After waiting at the agreed-upon location for over 10 minutes, Gu Qingyu arrived. She was driving her executive sedan, but as soon as she saw the base vehicle from a distance, she immediately made a U-turn to flee, frantically sending messages to Jizang. Gu Qingyu, little G, don't come. There's a powerhouse camping out here. Our meeting has been exposed. Jizang, come back. The powerhouse you're talking about is me. Gu Qingyu. 1 minute later, Gu Qingyu's executive sedan slowly pulled up beside the base vehicle. It looked like a full-grown lion standing next to its month-old cub. This is your vehicle. Here, Tier 3. Gu Qingyu stared at the behemoth before her, completely stunned. Keep it a secret. Sister Gu. Jizang winked at her. Oh, secret. I won't tell a soul. Only then did Gu Qingyu snap out of her daze, saying with a hint of chagrin, but this is just too incredible. Tier 3, extreme load vehicle, in the entire region. This was likely the only one, right? While Gu Qingyu was still reeling, Jizang had already taken out all the forging materials from his inventory. For super-grade monster materials and 60 elite-grade monster materials, he piled them into a small heap on the ground. So many. Gu Qingyu was completely dumbfounded. It took her at least 10 minutes to forge a piece of equipment once. Wouldn't she have to work until dark to finish over 60 of these? And that was not even counting the for super-grade forging materials. Jizang smiled apologetically. I'm sorry to trouble you, Sister Gu, but don't worry. Your payment will be well worth it. With that, he drew the moon's blood from his waist, sheath and all, and handed it to Gu Qingyu. All right, I'll try my best, but I really can't guarantee I'll be finished before dark. Gu Qingyu gave a wry smile. She had originally thought this was just a small favor she could easily help with, not realizing it was such a massive undertaking. It's fine, Sister Gu, just forge away. I'll come find you to pick it up when it gets dark. All right, then I'll find a safe spot around here and send you the address later. Growth-type weapons were bound to the individual, and only the blacksmith could retrieve them. Furthermore, during the forging process, the owner could check the blacksmith's progress and status at any time. So there was no need to worry about that, because time was relatively tight. The two parted ways right there. Afterward, Jizang drove the base vehicle, heading straight toward the Starry Forest. He had to trigger today's intel first. Chapter 91. You don't even have forging materials, and you call yourself a super-grade monster. On the vast grassland, scattered, towering ancient trees stood sparsely. Ever since the announcement was released earlier, the survivors living on the outskirts of the Great Forest had almost all driven away. Either they were venturing into the deep forest to hunt for treasure, or they were seeking to be annexed by major factions. No one dared to continue their simple gathering work in peace. This was for the best. He wouldn't have to worry about causing a commotion while driving. Jizang's base vehicle sped through the gaps between the giant trees. Not long after, a notification appeared in his mind. Ding! Forging successful. Blacksmith. Gu Qingyu material consumed. Mad Corpse fingernail. Moon's blood forging progress con 0.9%. Total progress 1. Jizang raised an eyebrow. Sister Gu is impressive. She truly lives up to her reputation as a blacksmith. Back when he used a disposable forging device, one Mad Corpse fingernail only added about 7%, which translated to 0.7% on the secret treasure grade progress bar. This was a full 20% more efficient than his own efforts. The forging speed wasn't slow either. he received a notification roughly every 10 minutes. It seemed the hope of reaching the secret treasure grade today was actually quite high. The base vehicle traveled deep into the outskirts of the forest. Before long, the road conditions became increasingly narrow, making it impossible for the base vehicle to pass through normally. Although he could force his way through, there was no need. Jizang parked the vehicle, changed into his tactical suit, and stepped out with only his desert eagle tucked into his waistband. Officially beginning today's exploration journey, he took a completely different route than the last time, and everything ahead was unknown. But compared to his previous caution, he was much bolder this time. In any case, with the cicada wing treasure armor's intangibility ability, combined with consumables like the energy replenishing fruit, he had no need to worry about stamina depletion. Efficiency first, swish, swish. After his physique skyrocketed, Jizang's mobility was far superior to what it had been before. His figure moved like an agile ape, leaping rapidly through the dense forest, reaching speeds of over 100 kilometers per hour at his peaked out throughout the entire journey. All the venomous insects and fierce beasts he encountered scattered in a panic, unable to avoid him fast enough. This was the instinctual fear beasts felt when facing a higher-tier creature. The roles of hunter and prey had been reversed, however. Jizang didn't let them off. He picked out a few plump, sturdy wild oxen and a giant forest sheep, slaughtering them in a few quick moves to skin them and harvest the meat. He obtained 152 units of wild ox meat and 77 units of forest sheep meat. The texture and energy content of these giant beasts were far superior to anything on Blue Star. If he had the conditions, skills, and time to cook, he could actually turn these ingredients into delicious meals. Of course, compared to the items in the delicacy food gift pack, they were still quite inferior. Jizang harvested this meat mainly to serve as rations for Danzai and Huahua. After dealing with the meat, Jizang continued deep into the outskirts. After entering more than 10 kilometers into the perimeter, he kept his eagle eye state active the entire time. His incredibly powerful vision scanned everything in the surrounding environment like a radar. Any place he explored would definitely not be missed. Over the next 2 hours, he successfully discovered 3 wooden treasure chests and 2 black iron treasure chests. In total, he opened a gold coins X31, dwarf rattan by 40, alloy X5, rifle X2, universal ammunition X2100, modification device, concussive armor piercing axe fine grade C rank talent fragment X6 B rank talent fragment by 1. Among these, the most noteworthy item was the Shockwave Armor Piercer modification device. Shockwave Armor Piercer Cold Weapon Evaluation can be used for the modification of all cold weapons. Upon use, it applies a shockwave reinforcement treatment to the blade of the cold weapon. When striking hard objects, the blade can instantly enter a high-frequency shock state, thereby enabling rapid armor penetration. Note: this device has extremely high requirements for the durability of the cold weapon. The production of this item seems to be very scarce. Jizang specifically searched the trading post. There were 7 or 8 listings for super sharpening, but there wasn't a single shockwave armor piercer to be found. He had originally thought about listing it for an exorbitant price of 1,000 gold coins to see if anyone would try to haggle. However, after much hesitation, he decided to keep it for his own moon's blood. This was, after all, the only device he had encountered so far that could increase armor-piercing capabilities. It would be a pity to just sell it off. After resting in place for a while, Jizang continued on his way. As he ventured deeper into the dense forest, the surroundings began to grow dangerous. Various terrifying elite monsters appeared frequently. However, these monsters no longer posed any obstacle to him. Even without using Moon's blood, he could kill them with a casual strike. After exploring like this until past 1:00 p.m. and opening to more wooden treasure chests, Jizang finally discovered something that made his eyes light up. Not far ahead, several lush fruit trees were growing, their fruits red, plump, and extremely tempting. Strange fruit. Grade: rare fruit evaluation. A rare fruit that grows on the outskirts of the starry forest. It has slight toxicity for those with a constitution below 30. Consuming it can increase constitution by 0.5 and spirit by 0. Strange fruit. It appeared again. Jizang made a rough estimate. Across the 3 trees, there had to be nearly 70 or 80 of them. The strange fruits wouldn't be easy to just pick for free, because sitting under the trees was a terrifying, massive figure. The monster stood 5 meters tall, with sharp, long ears and a nose to match. Its entire body was covered in robust muscles. Its gray skin was bulging with veins, and its fangs were bared in a menacing display. Sturdy troll level, super monster evolution. Trolls are one of the ancient races of the Starry Forest. They prefer to live alone and are inherently brutal, because they frequently consume strange fruits. Over the years, they grow into much more powerful sturdy trolls, possessing exceptionally fierce strength. Ji-Kang narrowed his eyes slightly. Although it was a super monster, its aura wasn't particularly strong, even weaker than the venomous goblin from before. It had likely just reached this level. At this moment, the sturdy troll didn't seem to have noticed the human spying on it from afar. It leaned against a tree trunk, reaching out from time to time to pluck a small fruit, tossing it into its foul-smelling maw before closing its eyes to chew. Damn it, you're actually eating them. Ji-Kang grew anxious and immediately pulled out his desert eagle, firing a few shots at it. The troll was instantly shocked and enraged. Turning to see the human on the tree branch in the distance, it roared and charged over. To avoid the battle damaging the fruit trees, Ji-Kang specifically waited for it to get closer before attacking. The massive aura within his body surged. In the palm of Ji-Kang's hand, a ball of thunder containing destructive power was rapidly gathering. Only when the thunder shifted from pale blue to a condensed deep blue did Ji-Kang thrust his palm forward. Boom. A mighty thunderous aura erupted instantly. A terrifying, thick arc of lightning struck directly onto the troll's head, instantly reducing it to charred ash. The troll hadn't even had time to react before it lost all consciousness and cognitive ability, its entire body suddenly stiffening. The headless corpse swayed for a moment before collapsing to the ground with a thud. Instant kill. This was the power of a fully charged thunder flash. A kill notification appeared before his eyes. Successfully killed a sturdy troll super monster. Gold coins count 50. It didn't even drop any forging materials. What a piece of trash, Ji-Kang spat, stepped over the troll's corpse, and walked toward the strange fruit trees. But just as he was about to harvest the fruits, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Chapter 92. Moon's Blood upgraded to Secret Treasure Grade. Super Corpse Tide Countdown. Today's intelligence triggered. Do you wish to receive it? Intelligence actually came. Ji-Kang hurriedly clicked to receive it. Today's intelligence. You have approached the depths of the Starry Forest. In the woodland about 3 kilometers directly in front of you, there is a giant lightning-struck tree. Whenever there is heavy rain, mysterious and massive energy constantly surges in the soil beneath the lightning-struck tree. A lightning-struck tree. Seeing the content of the intelligence, Ji-Kang felt an instant surge of energy. Could it be a Thunder Spirit Stone? Infinite curiosity welled up in his heart. In fact, through these days of exploration, Ji-Kang had discovered the key element of the daily intelligence talent. That is, as his strength increased, the value of the intelligence also rose. At the very beginning, black iron grade chests could trigger it, but now it was clearly becoming much higher. There was no time to lose. Ji-Kang quickly climbed the strange fruit trees in front of him and harvested all 82 fruits from the 3 trees. He took out a net bag, packed the fruits, and tied them to his shoulder before heading toward the location mentioned in the intelligence. 10+ minutes later, Ji-Kang traversed the dense jungle and arrived at the destination 3 kilometers away. Noticing the anomaly at a single glance, this was a somewhat barren patch of woodland. There were many lightning-struck trees in the vicinity, all turned to charcoal, and even the vegetation on the ground was a dull gray. It seemed that many forest fires had occurred here. The plants in the Starry Forest had incredibly strong vitality, often being towering ancient trees that had lived for thousands of years. For the trees here to be struck by lightning to this extent, it was indeed quite rare. A giant lightning-struck tree. Ji-Kang scanned the withered, gray forest with his eyes. Soon, he discovered an oversized lightning-struck tree that stood out from all the others. It was a massive stump, wide enough for over 100 people to join hands on it, with only 2 meters of the trunk remaining, all of which had been charred completely black. It was hard to imagine just how massive and lush this tree must have been before it was struck by lightning. Ji-Kang walked over slowly, carefully sensing everything around him. Sure enough, As he approached the lightning-struck tree, he clearly detected a faint magnetic field beneath his feet. This is it. Without a second thought, Jizang spent 50 gold coins to purchase a rare-grade shovel from the exchange. The excavation capability of a rare-grade shovel was incredibly powerful. With a single scoop, a square meter of the surrounding ground was pried up. As a large amount of soil and tree roots were lifted, a dazzling deep blue light suddenly appeared before his eyes. Holy crap! Jizang let out a sharp cry, his heart filled with an almost uncontrollable ecstasy. There, embedded around the underground roots, were thunder spirit stones, radiating a pure and alluring luster. Just this single scoop alone had unearthed dozens of them. I'm rich, dig. With an excited, savage grin on his face, Jizang swung the shovel and began digging furiously into the surrounding ground. One by one, as the roots were pulled and the slabs of earth were overturned, the thunder spirit stones jumped out from the ground, appearing fresh and vibrant before him. This digging session lasted for a full hour. Jizang worked like a madman, completely tearing apart the massive lightning-struck stump that would have taken 100 people to encircle, pulling the entire root system out from the depths of the earth. A large number of thunder spirit stones were scattered among the broken soil, almost blinding to the eye. But Jizang still had ideas. He went on to dismantle and dig up all the other smaller lightning-struck trees in the vicinity. Unfortunately, these smaller trees were disappointing. There were almost no thunder spirit stones beneath them, with only a sporadic one or two at most. Jizang made a simple deduction. It was likely that this giant tree was the first to be struck by lightning, conducting the thunder energy into the ground to form the thunder spirit stones. The giant tree had strong vitality and wasn't burned to ash by a single strike, but because of the appearance of the thunder spirit stones, a thunder energy magnetic field was formed, continuously attracting more lightning strikes until it was finally reduced to this small stump. Poor tree. Once I absorb all these thunder spirit stones, I suppose that counts as avenging you. Jizang put away his shovel and spent over half an hour rummaging through the broken tree fragments and soil, finally collecting all the thunder spirit stones and piling them into a small, dazzling mountain of stones on the ground. Whew! Jizang wiped the sweat from his brow, his face filled with the joy of a farmer during a bountiful harvest. There were at least 500 or 600 thunder spirit stones in the pile on the ground, at a conversion rate of 20 gold coins per stone. This haul alone was worth at least 10,000 gold coins. This is awesome. After catching his breath for a moment, Jizang checked the time. It was already past 3 in the afternoon. Zombie horde countdown 2 hours 18 minutes and 44 seconds. There were only 2 hours left until the first round of the decisive battle began. He had to get back quickly. He took out a new net bag, packed all the thunder spirit stones, and slung them over his shoulder along with the kiwi fruit. At the same time, he ate an energy replenishment fruit, instantly refilling his nearly exhausted stamina. Only then did he shoulder his heavy bags and begin to head back along the original path at top speed. On the way back, he conveniently listed some useless resources from his inventory on the exchange, selling them for several hundred gold coins to ensure he would have enough to pay Gu Qingyu later. While checking the back end, Jizang saw that Chen Xiaoyuan had sent him many messages. She said the harvest today was excellent and asked if he wanted to come over to trade. Jizang hesitated for a moment. Although they were both on the outskirts of the Great Forest, one was in the east and the other in the west, the distance between them was too vast. It would take him at least an hour to get there from his current location. And Gu Qingyu was still forging, so there really wasn't enough time. In the end, he could only choose to trade online. However, after initiating the trade, Jizang froze, because in Chen Xiaoyuan's trade window, there were not only dozens of tradable fruits and vegetables but also a massive sum of 1,000 gold coins attached. Jizang, what the hell is this gold coin amount? Chen Xiaoyuan, it's for you. You must be short on money right now. Jizang, no, where did you get so much money? Didn't I tell you to upgrade your vehicle? Did you not read the messages I sent you today at all? Chen Xiaoyuan, my vehicle is already fully upgraded, and today was a super big harvest. These tradable vegetables are selling like hotcakes. People from the Battlefield Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance are all looking for me to purchase them. I made a huge profit. Jizang, no, just how much did you earn? Chen Xiaoyuan want to know. For all in the future, I'll pay you a salary, and you can come be my bodyguard. Jizang, sure. Look at you, getting bold enough to talk back to your boss. Chen Xiaonuan. Just say whether you want it or not. This is $1,000 money. Clapping Jizang. In the end, Jizang silently clicked to accept the trade. As he received these relief funds, he could almost see her standing there with her hands on her hips, looking smug and laughing out loud. When he returned to the base vehicle, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Time was tight. Jizang threw the items into the back seat and immediately turned around to head out again. At this moment, the Moon's Blood had reached 90% completion in the forging process and would be ready soon. Moreover, there had been several great successes during the process. According to the messages Gu Qingyu sent, there should be about 1/5 of the materials left over this time. Half an hour later, Jizang finally arrived at Gu Qingyu's location, and she had just finished the final forging step. Ding! Forging successful. Blacksmith. Gu Qingyu materials consumed. King's Blood Pupil. Moon's Blood forging progress Kung 11%. Total progress 101. Forging advancement triggered. Rare tier secret treasure tier. It succeeded. Jizang felt a surge of wild joy in his heart. The King's Blood Pupil was truly powerful. It had managed to push through 11% in one go, finally completing it at the very last moment. Jizang drove the base vehicle near Gu Qingyu and jumped out. At this moment, Gu Qingyu was already exhausted, drenched in sweat, and leaning her large iron hammer against the ground, panting incessantly. In the massive forging furnace before her, a weapon radiating a brilliant glow was floating within the now extinguished hearth. Jizang's eyes lit up. Moon's Blood, Secret Treasure Tier, Chapter 93, Blood Spirit Awakening. The second exclusive skill, Too Fierce. Sister Gu, you're amazing. Jizang gave a thumbs up in praise. There are still about 10 elite monster materials left, and 1 super monster material. Gu Qingyu wiped the sweat from her brow, put away her large iron hammer, and smiled. Fortunately, it was finished before dark. Take a look. Jizang nodded and walked up to the forging furnace. At this moment, Moon's Blood was suspended in midair, surrounded by a brilliant radiance like a mysterious veil. Quietly waiting for its master to unseal it, Jizang reached out, gripped the scabbard, and lifted it from the furnace. The brilliant light on the blade shattered into light dust at that moment, like tiny sprites drifting in the air, gradually dimming and dissipating. Jizang examined the secret treasure tier divine weapon in his hand. His eyes filled with admiration. After the advancement, the total length of Moon's Blood had increased to 1. Even with the level 5 lightweight modification, its weight still reached over 100 jin. The gilded mysterious patterns on the scabbard possessed a marvelous, godlike texture that was truly astonishing. He gripped the hilt and slowly drew it. Beside him, Gu Qingyu also straightened up. Her eyes filled with a hint of nervousness as she watched the scene intently. Although she was a veteran blacksmith, this was her first time forging such a high-level weapon. It was definitely a significant milestone in her forging career. Now, watching this precious blade she had forged and advanced being unsheathed for the first time, she couldn't help but feel incredibly excited. Clang. Accompanied by the crisp, resonant chime of metal, the scabbard slowly slid away. The gradually revealed blade edge, as if awakening like a living creature, lit up with a faint, sharp red glow. That sharp red light, like a spirit snake, coiled and flowed over the blood-red blade patterns. As the blade was fully revealed, it continuously released an intense aura of weapon mastery that was impossible to ignore. At the moment the blade was completely unsheathed, Gu Qingyu felt the overwhelming, piercing intent rushing toward her, causing her to subconsciously take several steps back, her pupils trembling slightly. Zing! The long, vibrating hum of metal echoed gently in the surroundings, forming an invisible, cold, and murderous domain. Jizang looked at the red-patterned precious blade in his hand, his eyes reflecting the cold glint of the edge. Filled with excitement and fervor, a brand new panel of information appeared before his eyes. Moon's Blood Growth Weapon. Tier, Secret Treasure Tier. Durability, Infinity Modification Devices, Super Sharpening Level 2, Lightweight Level 5. Forging Progress, Exclusive Skill, Life Thirst Passive. Killing an enemy with this weapon has a 1% chance to gain 0.1 to 5 points of Constitution. Each hit on an enemy stacks 1% critical hit rate, which resets after a critical hit is triggered. Exclusive skill Blood Spirit Awakening. Upon activation, the blood spirit on the blade will instantly awaken, causing the wielder to enter the blood spirit state. Weapon attack range increases by 5 times, and speed increases by 10 times. The blood spirit state lasts for 30 seconds. During this duration, the second stage skill Moon Slash can be unlocked. Using Moon Slash will instantly end the blood spirit state. Reach legendary tier to unlock exclusive skill evaluation. A gift from the goddess of night. A divine weapon forged from extraterrestrial iron and moon bloodstone. It is powerful and astonishingly heavy. The dust that had settled on the blade has been completely wiped away. The blade of the red moon will recreate the great power of the night. Friendly reminder: the timing of using Moon Slash is crucial. Don't forget it. After carefully reading the newly appeared skill Blood Spirit Awakening, Jizang was shocked. Although he didn't know the power of the second stage skill Moon Slash, the description of the blood spirit state alone was already incredibly surprising. Within 30 seconds, the attack range and speed would increase significantly. If this were stacked with the ability of the Thunder Fire Robe, how terrifying would that speed be? It seems these 30 seconds tonight will be the most critical. Whether his constitution stats can truly take off in one go depends on this trip. Jizang sheathed the blade and looked at Gu Qingyu, smiling. Sister Gu, I've really troubled you this time. Thank you. Gu Qingyu hurriedly waved her hand, modestly saying, It's nothing. It's me who should thank you. It was my first time forging such a high-level growth weapon, and I've gained a lot of experience. Jizang didn't hesitate. He initiated a trade and transferred 800 gold coins to Gu Qingyu. They had forged about 50 times today, including 3 times that took half an hour each for super monster materials, totaling about 600 gold coins and labor fees. Jizang gave an extra 200 as a token of appreciation for her working overtime all day. After all, he would still need her help in the future, so he had to show this much sincerity. Gu Qingyu initially refused to accept it. She couldn't resist Jizang and had to accept the gold coins. Because time was tight, the two didn't exchange further pleasantries and parted ways. Gu Qingyu drove back to Twilight Canyon. Jizang also returned to the base vehicle, setting the autopilot route to the center of the plains and letting the base vehicle drive itself. Jizang began to organize the day's harvest. First were the 500 or so Thunder Spirit Stones, which he piled into a large cabinet in the storage area, leaving only a few dozen in the armrest box for easy access to absorb at any time. Given his current physical efficiency, he could absorb about 2-3 per hour, and over 500 would be enough to sustain his consumption for quite some time. However, for the Thunder phase to advance, it would still require a period of consolidation. Following that, Jizang dumped all 82 kiwi fruits onto the dining table. This was the main course for tonight. The side dishes were the fruits and vegetables from Chen Xiaonyuan, all of which were excellent items for enhancing physique and spirit. After preparing this dinner, which didn't look particularly appetizing but was definitely packed with potent energy, Jizang also arranged the meal for Danzai and Hua. This time, in addition to milk, fresh meat buns, and vegetables, he specifically added over 10 pounds of wild beef to their bowls. Upon seeing the meat, Danzai's eyes lit up instantly, and it immediately leaned in to start munching away. Its body length had now reached nearly a meter, and its gums had fully developed, although they were still a bit round and bald, making it difficult to bite through chunks of meat. It relied on a bite force as powerful as a hydraulic press to tear the meat apart with ease, eating with great gusto. Now that's more like a dragon. Jizang patted Danzai's head, very satisfied with its ferocious way of eating meat. Beside them, Hua was still in the milk-drinking stage. It stood with its 2 short legs on the rim of the bowl, lapping up the milk with the tip of its tongue, appearing much more refined than Danzai, who was thrashing its head about like a divine dragon. At this moment, the base vehicle had already driven out of the outskirts of the great forest. As dusk approached, everything in the surroundings was draped in the hazy glow of the setting sun. Jizang sat at the table, devouring his meal, his mouth covered in fruit juice. But to be honest, kiwi fruit, when eaten in such quantities, is truly unpleasant. Moreover, without any cooked meat dishes, eating a pile of fruits and vegetables was simply too bland and flavorless. Jizang found it hard to swallow halfway through. but for the sake of increasing his physique, he gritted his teeth and consumed every last bit of the fruits and vegetables on the table. Hiccuped out after finishing. Jizang sat on the sofa, resting with his slightly rounded belly, feeling his whole body warm and his mind clear. This dinner had increased his physique by 49.5, bringing his total value to 241. His spirit had increased by 8.2, reaching 28. A comprehensive surge, truly fierce. Jizang savored the changes in his body, feeling every cell in his being restless, yearning for a hearty, exhilarating battle that would make his blood boil completely. Chapter 94. The ultimate zombie horde arrives. The zombie king's blood grave appears. Jizang stood up and climbed the stairs to the roof of the base vehicle. The sunset had now completely dipped below the other side of the mountains. Darkness gradually engulfed the entire plain, and the countdown for the first round of the ultimate zombie horde had only a few minutes left. Jizang walked to the machine gun mount at the rear of the vehicle and used the remaining 900 plus gold coins he had on hand to purchase the missing upgrade materials from the exchange. Then, he clicked to upgrade the flamethrower turret. The next second, the entire machine gun mount began to rapidly grow and expand under the condensation of white light. How it's this big? Watching the outline of the white light expand rapidly, Jizang hurriedly stepped back a few paces to make room. Not long after, the white light successfully solidified, and as the fading glow dissipated, an incredibly astonishing base weapon was slowly revealed. It was a heavy-duty turret, -1 meters long and 3 meters wide. The entire turret was rectangular, covered in oil pipes and metal parts, resembling an oversized surveillance camera. The rotating base was similar to a close-in weapon system, also supporting 360-degree all-around strikes. Flamethrower turret level 3 type, defensive turret evaluation. Uses fuel and heavy oil as ammunition to spray a focused column of solidified napalm with a maximum range of 200 meters. The ultra-high temperature and adhesive burning properties can cause massive, continuous damage. Looking at the new information before him, Jizang was slightly excited and issued a voice command, "Attack!" The next moment, the entire flamethrower turret emitted a charging sound. All the oil pipes turned red instantly, and the spiral layers of the nozzle lit up. A dark red column of focused fire oil, like molten lava compressed into a streamlined flow, blasted out instantly. *PFFT. The fire oil column tore a red trajectory through the air, landing on the open ground 200 meters away, instantly erupting into a massive blaze. *Boom. Jizang was forced back several steps by the terrifying, scorching heat, and quickly terminated the turret's attack. But even so, the surrounding air was completely distorted by the high temperature, and the patch of grass in the distance had already turned into scorched earth. With raging flames continuing to burn, Jizang's heart trembled. Damn. This thing is definitely not for show. The power of this burning and explosion is likely far stronger than the close-in weapon system when it comes to actual lethality against living beings. It's worthy of being a turret worth over 2,000 gold coins. You get what you pay for. It seems there will be plenty to kill tonight. *Whoosh. As the base vehicle drove rapidly, the surrounding heat was quickly carried away, and a cool, fierce wind rushed toward him. Jizang's hair on his forehead and his clothes fluttered wildly in the gale. He turned around, looking at the dark, somber land ahead, his eyes gradually narrowing. Next, it was time for the main event, Zombie Horde Countdown 056. At the same time, all the major factions in the region had also fully entered the final stage of preparation. Top powerhouses like Yixingzhou, Zhaohui, and Zhangdongji were all in their respective territories, casting their gazes toward the plains, their eyes filled with fanatical fighting spirit. The target of these top powerhouses was none other than the final boss of the night. The first true, large-scale battle was about to arrive. This was the moment to truly witness strength and hidden trump cards. Tonight, among the tens of thousands of remaining survivors, only one final winner will emerge. A winner who takes all. Holy crap, I'm so nervous. It's almost here, damn it. Life and death are fated, and wealth is determined by the heavens. I'm going to slaughter my way through the zombie horde tonight. I'm going to make it into the top 100, get the golden chest, enter the super main city. Charge, 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 charge. You guys go ahead and charge if you dare. I'm going to hide in the back. Tonight is going to be absolutely terrifying. It's a good thing we have you brave souls. I feel relieved knowing you're at the front. What are you afraid of? The experts from all the major factions are out on the front lines tonight. Everyone is worried there won't be enough bosses to go around. The first tier reward is a purple Radiance treasure chest. It's here. It's here. The last 10 seconds. Zombie horde countdown. 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 The moment the countdown hit 0, all tens of thousands of survivors in the entire region held their breath. The whole world seemed to fall silent at this very moment. Then, a cold, mechanical voice rang out, "Survivors, welcome to the Carnival of Slaughter Night." The next moment, the earth began to rumble and tremble. In the very center of the plains, where no one was watching, the ground suddenly cracked open. Rumble, accompanied by violent tremors. Large swathes of soil and rock layers were pushed aside. Ghastly blood, like water from a spring, gushed out from the fissures in the earth, staining everything around it a glaring, blood red. The earth seemed to have grown a massive blood cocoon, or rather, it was a blood-colored burial mound so vast it was hard to imagine. Poof! The tomb breathed, expanding and contracting, and large amounts of thick, bloody fluid sprayed out from the gaps in the soil and rock slabs, turning into a rain of blood falling from the sky. It was as if a horn had been blown. At this moment, massive amounts of blood mist also began to spread rapidly from every corner of the plains. In just a few seconds, the entire land was dyed a deep crimson by the swirling mist. Oh, roar. The ghastly roars of the zombies merged into a continuous sound, echoing incessantly within the surging blood mist. The dense, overlapping roars converged to form an unprecedented sense of immense pressure, rolling in from all directions as if to drag the entire world into hell. It started. What the hell is this terrifying commotion? Every survivor, including those from the major factions, felt their Adam's apples bob involuntarily after seeing and hearing roars of such magnitude. Large numbers of figures within the blood mist appeared in everyone's field of vision. They were zombies, running frantically across the land. From the initial small groups, they rapidly converged into a horde, and finally formed a sea of corpses, layer upon layer, surging forward like ocean waves. Before seeing this scene, no one could have imagined that the number of zombies could be so vast that they would surge across the land like waves. Roar, awoo, roar. Such a terrifying and shocking scene made people's bodies tremble almost uncontrollably. The survivors on the front lines were pale, their pupils shaking violently. Their earlier ambition and high spirits had long since vanished, replaced by cold sweat covering their bodies. It's here. Why are there so many? Retreat. Retreat quickly. Don't crowd. There's a pile up in the back. Step on the gas. They're coming. They're here. Rumble. The wave of zombies quickly engulfed the frontline defenses of the major factions. The movement of slaughter for tonight had officially begun. As for the human side, after days of growth, they had already accumulated significant strength. Open fire. Under the command of the top experts, the major factions and tens of thousands of survivors launched an all-out assault with their strongest firepower. Massive amounts of firepower, like a meteor shower crossing the night sky, swept madly toward the sea of corpses, and at this moment, the lone steel beast on the plains was also besieged by a massive horde of zombies. Countless hideous and terrifying figures let out ghastly hisses, swarming the base vehicle like an anthill. At a speed visible to the naked eye, they piled up layer by layer, looking as if they were about to completely cover the entire vehicle. G-King turned and walked down from the roof of the vehicle, sealing the hatch before being submerged by the zombie horde. Fire the cannons. He issued the command. Chapter 95, Danzai's First Dragon Roar, a Great Slaughter. At this moment, the base vehicle was blocked solid by the surging zombie horde. Powered by the engine's immense force, the 8 massive tires acted like a crazed meat grinder, turning flesh and blood into a flying mess with every rotation. After crushing a large number of corpses beneath the wheels, the base vehicle's chassis suspension suddenly lifted, and the entire body smashed through the zombie blockade, charging forward recklessly. The 2 vehicle-mounted weapons on the roof also began to charge and preheat rapidly. The close-in weapon system opened fire first. Bang 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 bang. The rotary barrels instantly spat out flames over a meter long. With over 200 large-caliber rounds per second, They acted like the scythe of the Grim Reaper. Every time they swept across an area, large swathes of zombies were blasted into shattered chunks of meat. A few seconds later, the flamethrower turret also finished charging. The fuel line turned completely crimson, and the spiral of the nozzle steamed with lava-like heat. PFFT. A dark red pillar of focused fire erupted. In an instant, terrifying heat descended. The kill range of the flamethrower turret was massive. The oil stream, compressed into a straight line, produced a splash effect wherever it struck, causing terrifying explosions and fires across the ground within a 50-meter radius. Flames and black smoke surged into the sky. Those ordinary zombies, caught in this level of explosive burning, could barely last half a second before being reduced directly to charred remains. Furthermore, after incinerating the zombies in the immediate area, the fuel oil clinging to the ground persisted. Any zombies that entered the area afterward would have their feet rapidly melted away by the high temperature, their bodies suffering continuous burn damage. A massive stream of kill notifications refreshed frantically before GK's eyes. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1, points Kung 0.1, total points. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1, points Kung 0.1, total points. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1, points Kung 0.1, total points, 130.6. Less than a minute into the battle, the two base-mounted weapons had already wiped out over 1,000 zombies. Despite it being a terrifying, mountain-toppling, sea-crashing horde of corpses, at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a mowing game for the base vehicle, unilaterally and crazily harvesting gold coins and points. It was a pity that each zombie only provided 0.1 points. It was pitifully low. Relying solely on these ordinary zombies to reach the highest tier of the Purple Glory treasure chest would require killing at least 10 million of them. It was simply absurd. If one had the time to do that, the gold coins would have already piled up to 1 million. Why would one still crave a Purple Glory treasure chest? Viewed in this light, the only true solution to obtaining high-tier rewards was to kill bosses. GK looked through the vehicle window at the dense, vast horde of corpses outside. His eyes narrowed slightly as he entered his eagle-eye state. There isn't even a single large monster. It seems this first wave of the corpse tide is just an appetizer. GK muttered to himself. But that was fine. He would enjoy the slaughter first. He set a forward path for the base vehicle, then took Moonblood and went to the back row, opening the vehicle door. Whoosh! The moment the door opened, the roar of the massive, overwhelming corpse horde transformed into a tsunami-like wave of sound, instantly flooding into the vehicle, making one feel as if they were standing in hell. And the scene before him was no different from hell itself. The dense, packed horde of corpses churned and writhed within the blood-colored mist, the stench of blood and decay rising into the air. The instant the door opened, countless rotting hands grabbed the edge of the floor below, as zombie after zombie stepped on the bodies of their companions, roaring as they tried to climb inside. This horrifying sight scared Manhwa, who was still in its infancy, into hiding under the table, shivering. However, Dan's eye displayed a state completely different from before. Its 4 dragon claws were firmly planted on the ground, and the scales on its body were slightly flared. Its eyes, filled with hostility, stared fixedly at the corpse tied outside, a low, rumbling growl echoing in its chest. Seeing Dan's eye in this state, GK raised an eyebrow slightly. He stepped back with interest, clearing a space for Dan's eye. With the attack power of these ordinary zombies, they couldn't hurt Dan's eye. A pure-blooded true dragon, it was better to test its current combat strength. Sure enough, the moment a dozen zombies climbed onto the floor, Dan's eye seemed to activate the combat instincts within its bloodline and let out an angry dragon roar. Roar! The dragon roar was not loud, but it carried an extreme penetrating power bolstered by its bloodline, instantly transforming into ripples of sound that swept outward. Boom! A dozen zombies were directly blasted apart, their flesh and bones separated, turning into a large mass of gore as they were sent flying backward. Damn, that's impressive. The power of this dragon roar left GK pleasantly surprised. To reach this level after only 2 days of growth, it was truly worthy of being an ancient pure-blooded species. Seeing Dan's eye take out a dozen zombies in one move, Manhwa wasn't as scared anymore. It stood up, mimicking its brother, and let out a few meows, sounding fierce in a cute, babyish way. "All right, you just stay inside and behave." Ji-King smiled and patted Danzai on the head. The situation tonight was special, and he didn't intend to let Danzai join the battle, lest he lose track of it later. "Close the door." Ji-King issued the command. Hum. The motor quickly drove the door shut. Before the hatch sealed, Ji-King's figure flashed, leaping out into the vast sea of corpses below. At the moment before landing, Ji-King's gaze sharpened, and he drew his blade. Boom! The massive blade aura from the edge of moon blood erupted instantly. The zombies within a radius of several meters below were directly slashed into fragments, their remains blasted outward, clearing a vacuum zone. Ji-King landed steadily, his eyes narrowed. The red light of Moonblood's edge shimmered like a swimming dragon. Swish! Ji-King instantly flashed outward, transforming into a streak of shadow as he pierced through the front. Having advanced to the secret treasure level, Moonblood could release a 1-meter-long extension of blade ore with every strike. Although the power was not as strong as the blade itself, it was enough to instantly shatter the bodies of ordinary zombies. Ji-King continued his wild slaughter, the kill notifications before his eyes refreshing rapidly. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0. 1 points Kung 0.1. Total points 235.9. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0. 1 points Kung 0.1. Total points 640.1. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0. 1 points Kung 0.1. Total points 1181.5. Added to the continuous fire from the base vehicle on the other side. In less than half an hour since the start, Ji-King had already harvested over 10,000 zombies. Now that the base vehicle had moved away, the density of the surrounding zombies had reached its peak. Spread out on the ground, they were piled as high as a single-story building. Ji-King's mouth curled upward slightly. He leaped up from the ground, took a noise emitter from his inventory, and fired a shot toward the distance. The noise grenade traced a parabolic arc and landed deep within the corpse horde. The next moment, a piercing, shrill screech instantly drowned out the roars of the sea of corpses, spreading rapidly through the air. At the location of the noise grenade, a breathtaking, world-defying spectacle began to unfold. The vast, ocean-like horde of corpses swarmed frantically, trampling over the bodies of their own kind to climb upward, forming layer upon layer of a towering peak. By the time the effect of the noise grenade ended, that spot had transformed into a massive mountain of flesh over 500 meters high. Good heavens! My hands are going to go numb from all this killing. Ji-Zhang swallowed hard, as if he were looking at a mountain of gold. Chapter 96. A massive fortune of 8,000 gold coins secured, upgrading the secondary vehicle. Rumble. As the noise subsided, the twisted mountain of corpses began to slowly collapse. Come on then. The corners of Ji-Zhang's mouth curled up into a smile filled with battle intent. At this moment, his body had finished charging the Thunder Fire robe. His eyes lit up with thunderous flames, and the tattered Thunder Light robe billowed out from his shoulders and back. He bent his waist and legs slightly, gripping the moon's blood tightly in his hand. The next moment, Ji-Zhang's figure transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning. Countless thick arcs of electricity surged from his body, stretching and tearing like giant serpents, instantly piercing through the entire mountain of corpses. Boom! The mountain of corpses exploded, and a massive amount of zombie limbs flew in every direction. Boom, boom, boom! Ji-Zhang unleashed his full firepower. The violent, destructive thunder ravaged the earth, launching a one-sided, frenzied slaughter at maximum intensity. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1. Points Kung 0. 1. Total points 3,312.9. Successfully triggered the Moon's Blood Kill passive. Gained Physique Kung 2. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1. Points Kung 0.1. Total points 4,113.6. Successfully killed a zombie. Gold coins Kung 0.1. Points Kung 0.1. Total points 6,121.5. Successfully triggered the Moon's Blood Kill passive. Gained Physique Kung 1. A massive stream of kill notifications refreshed before his eyes, moving so fast they became a blur. By the time the Thunder Fire robe completely burned out, Ji Zhang and his base vehicle combined had slaughtered over 80,000 ordinary zombies. Points: 8,000 Kong, gold coin earnings, 8,000 Kong, among them. Moon's Blood had claimed over 6,000 kills, triggering the passive 73 times and increasing his physique by nearly 200 points. This brief battle had nearly doubled his physique. Under the massive surge in strength, the muscles all over Ji Zhang's body were trembling slightly. His blood vessels were engorged, his veins were bulging, and his skin was burning hot and flushed all signs of an imbalance between his body and his power. Ooh. Ji Zhang took several deep breaths on the spot before he finally stabilized from this state of physical overload. Damn, I killed too fiercely. My body really couldn't handle it in such a short time. But he couldn't blame himself for being greedy. A massive zombie tide like this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If he didn't kill as much as he could, he would surely regret it later. At this point, the area around him had been turned into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, creating a massive vacuum zone. With only a few scattered zombies wandering in the distance, Ji Zhang planned to return to the base vehicle to rest for a moment. However, just as he reached the return point set for the base vehicle, Ji Zhang noticed that the movements of the surrounding zombies had suddenly become sluggish. This sluggishness was like a plague, spreading rapidly through the vast horde. Within seconds, all the zombies stood frozen in place, as if they had been struck by a binding spell. The next second, the bodies of all the zombies across the entire plain began to slowly dissolve, turning into thick, viscous blood that gradually sank into the ground. Such a grotesque scene made Ji Zhang's pupils shrink slightly. All the roaring had vanished. The entire noisy world seemed to have been muted, falling into an eerie silence. A few seconds later, all the zombies had completely dissolved into blood and vanished entirely. What was going on? Confused, Ji Zhang opened the chat channel. At this moment, after more than an hour of the zombie tide's rampage, only about 40 survivors remained in the entire 7,991 district. Faced with the sudden change, everyone was in a state of shock and bewilderment. What the hell? Why are the zombies gone? I survived. Ha, damn it. I didn't get enough kills. I only killed 70 or 80 zombies. Not even enough for the lowest tier of 10 points. What kind of loser can't even get 10 points? My vehicle has already killed hundreds. Damn it. I wanted to push for the second tier. Why are they gone? It was terrifying tonight. There are only 40,000 people left. Did a major faction's defense line get breached? Can anyone tell me what happened? It's about the same for everyone. With a zombie tide of this scale tonight, basically no major faction could hold them off. It's normal for defense lines to be breached. Fortunately, they were just ordinary zombies, low attack power and fragile, so we just had to endure it. I heard the Shanghai Alliance took the biggest hit tonight. The bodies outside the Twilight Canyon were piled up like mountains, but their firepower was strong enough that they held on. So, we just have to wait until after 12 o'clock now, right? Why do I feel like something is strange? Where is the Zombie King? Could it have been killed by some expert? How is that possible? That thing is at least a super boss. How could there be no movement at all? I haven't seen anyone mention killing the Zombie King. If the Zombie King wasn't killed, then how do you explain the zombie tide disappearing? The entire chat channel was filled with heated discussion. Ji Zhang scrolled through a few times, found no useful information, and closed it directly. It was still early. The Zombie King hadn't appeared, and no minor bosses had shown up either. This zombie tide was likely just the first wave. The real trouble was definitely still to come. Soon, the base vehicle returned. Ji Zhang opened the door and climbed in. He tossed the moon blood aside, opened the refrigerator, took out a few iced drinks, and gulped them down. The icy liquid slid down his throat, finally quenching some of the internal heat he had been feeling. However, he didn't stay idle. Now that he had a massive fortune of over 80 gold coins on hand, he planned to upgrade his vehicle. Unfortunately, arming the vehicle required the prerequisites of infinite ammo and infinite durability. Neither of these modification devices was currently available on the exchange, so he had to put that plan on hold for now. Let's upgrade the secondary vehicle first for fun. Ji Zhang turned his gaze toward the interior. Full vehicle interior level to upgrade path. Level 3 interior unlocks the new component's secondary vehicle, unlocks the new component's sentry robot. Soundproofing and thermal insulation functions are further improved. Total vehicle length kung 1 meter, height kung 0.4 meters, width kung 0.6 meters. Upgrade requires gold coins x300, parts x300, leather x300, level to chip x1, super wood by 5. He replenished the materials on the exchange. Ji-Zhang clicked to upgrade. The next moment, the entire interior of the RV suddenly glowed with a burst of white light. The vehicle body slowly grew and expanded, and all the interior furniture underwent subtle changes. The white light dissipated completely. Everything before his eyes was brand new. Full vehicle interior upgrade complete. Successfully unlocked new upgradable part, sentry robot. Successfully unlocked new upgradable secondary vehicle, mechanical wolf. Successfully unlocked new upgradable secondary vehicle, small armed helicopter. Successfully unlocked new upgradable secondary vehicle, motorcycle. Warm reminder, all secondary vehicles, combat units, and sentry units possess strength that synchronizes with the main vehicle. For example, upgrading the outer armor will increase the armor strength of all secondary units. A new piece of information floated before his eyes, making Ji-Zhang feel a sudden itch of excitement. It's here. And looking at the reminder at the end, these things actually upgraded in sync with the main vehicle. The cost effectiveness was just too high. Ji-Zhang walked toward the back row to inspect, feeling a hint of excitement. After this upgrade, the interior of the vehicle had undergone significant changes. First, the materials for the floors, wall coatings, and so on had become more high-end, and their durability had also increased. At the same time, the interior had become more intelligent. Whether it was the climate control system, lighting system, or bathroom facilities, they were all embedded with low-level AI, capable of automatically adjusting to daily life without even needing voice control. Of course, these were just minor perks. The main event was the secondary units. Ji-Zhang walked to the rear storage area. From here to the ceiling above was the location for the retractable secondary vehicle bay, which was now unlocked and could be controlled at any time. As he arrived, several pieces of information regarding upgrades appeared before his eyes. Chapter 97, decided, it's you. Mechanical wolf, sentry robot type, defense unit evaluation. One of the high-end intelligent robots. Uses a super energy stone as its core and electrical energy as its drive. It can perform 24-hour sentry duties, as well as daily chores and gathering activities. The sentry robot is a very powerful combat platform that can be equipped with various special firearms, including but not limited to anti-materiel weapons, heavy weapons, individual electromagnetic guns, high-frequency vibration blades, neural interference ray guns, micro-fusion-powered weapons. Upgrade requires gold coins x5,500, parts x1,000, steel plates x3,000, alloy x50, level 3 chip x1, rare grade motor x1, super energy stone by 1. Upon seeing the first entry, Ji-Zhang couldn't help but widen his eyes. Damn, it's truly powerful. But it's also truly expensive. 5,500 gold coins, plus the parts, steel plates, and alloy, already exceeded 7,000 gold coins. The level 3 chip and the rare grade motor cost even more than 1,000 gold coins. And that super energy stone at the end, there wasn't any on the exchange. And he had no idea how much it would cost. Can't afford it. Can't afford it. Ji-Zhang immediately ruled it out and looked at the second one. Small armed helicopter. Type, secondary vehicle evaluation, small vehicle mounted armed helicopter. Maximum cruising speed 350 km per hour. Maximum service ceiling 10,000 meters. The interior can seat 8 people. And it is not limited to residents. The armed helicopter comes with a turret base that can be upgraded to a gunpowder-fired defensive turret. The required materials and turret strength are the same as the main vehicle. The armed helicopter possesses target-seeking radar, automatic cruising, and automatic attack capabilities. It can carry 8 air-to-ground missiles simultaneously and can execute various complex missions. Upgrade requires gold coins x3,000, parts x3,000, steel plates x1000. This is really nice. Ji-Zhang stroked his chin, unable to help but click his tongue in admiration. The base vehicle already had 3 turret bases, upgrading the helicopter would add another one, and an aerial one at that. Moreover, all its functions were maxed out, greatly increasing the combat and reconnaissance radius centered around the vehicle. As expected of a Tier 3 extreme-grade vehicle's secondary unit, any one of them pulled out could easily crush someone else's main vehicle. It was just a pity, like the Sentry robot. This helicopter required auxiliary configurations like turrets and missiles to exert its maximum effectiveness, which he couldn't satisfy for the time being. He would wait until the mid to late stages of Tier 3. Jizang continued to look down. Equipped with a high-power hybrid electric engine, maximum cruising speed 280 km per hour. The front of the motorcycle features a giant alloy triangular cone, which can cause massive damage to enemies during high-speed collisions and can also be used to break through various obstacles. The body can be equipped with various directional light weapons. The chassis and tires are synchronized with the main vehicle. It is a ground exploration vehicle with very comprehensive functions. Upgrade requirements: gold coins by 2,500, parts x 1,000, steel sheets x 3,000, alloy by 20. Not bad at all. Although the motorcycle might seem a bit mediocre in terms of category compared to the others, the detailed description is actually quite impressive. This could definitely serve as a current backup option. Jizang looked at the final upgradable item, Mechanical Wolf Type, Secondary Vehicle Evaluation. A combat-oriented bionic beast powered by electricity. It can execute various complex combat and transport missions. Its maximum running speed is 260 km per hour, and its maximum jump height is 50 meters. The Mechanical Wolf utilizes a neural link piloting mode, allowing for seamless human-machine integration. Consequently, it possesses extremely powerful mobility and a high operational ceiling, making it highly practical for exploring various complex terrains. The Mechanical Wolf is equipped with alloy fangs and alloy claws. After the main vehicle's turret is upgraded to a laser cannon, the Mechanical Wolf will be equipped with a light breath cannon in its mouth, capable of firing high-energy destructive light waves. Upgrade requirements: gold coins by 2,500, parts x to 500, steel sheets x 1,000, alloy x 50, level 3 chip x1, rare grade motor x1. Seeing the specific description of the Mechanical Wolf, Jizang's eyes lit up instantly. This is the one. This thing is absolutely an artifact for exploring mountain forests. Among the 3 types of secondary vehicles, the motorcycle is better suited for flat land. The helicopter is only for aerial exploration, but only the Mechanical Wolf is capable of all-terrain traversal. Plus, it uses a neural link, which is no different from piloting a mecha himself. I'm going with this. Jizang immediately opened the trading post and purchased all the required materials in one go. The alloy cost over 1,000 gold coins. The level 3 chip and the rare grade motor cost another 1,000 plus. And the remaining parts and steel sheets added up to a few thousand more. The total cost came to just over 8,000 gold coins. It wiped out all the gains from this wave. Jizang clicked upgrade. The next moment, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared in the open space ahead. A massive, agile, 4-legged beast figure began to take shape within the light. Soon, as the white light slowly faded, a highly textured metallic luster began to emerge. It was a large Mechanical Wolf over 3 meters in length. Its all-metal outer armor plates were thick, rounded, and full of tension. A faint electric glow flowed through its joints. Its fur alloy claws and the alloy fangs in its mouth were sharp and menacing, and even its long tail was tipped with a sharp blade. The 2 eyeballs in the wolf's head were equipped with infrared detectors, while the ears were fitted with laser radar, exuding the cold, lethal aura of cybernetic machinery. Holy crap! It looks this cool. Jizang's eyes were burning with excitement. Although it was called a Mechanical Wolf, it was larger than a horse, and its overall appearance was filled with a sense of oppression and extreme aggression. He climbed directly onto its back. As soon as he sat on the wolf's back, a message appeared before Jizang's eyes. Do you wish to establish a neural link with the Mechanical Wolf? After pressing confirm, Jizang felt a jolt, as if his brain had been electrocuted, and his whole body shivered. Following that, he felt a strange sensation. It was as if he had merged into one with the Mechanical Wolf beneath him. This feeling seemed innate. It wasn't unfamiliar or awkward, and there was no discomfort at all. He tried to command it to move forward. The joints of the mechanical wolf immediately emitted the sound of electric motors driving, and it began to move, clack, clack. The mechanical wolf took a few steps forward. Its movements agile and stable. This is so fun, quite interesting. A hint of excitement appeared on Jizang's face. He opened the hatch above the secondary vehicle bay. Then, the mechanical wolf lowered its body and leaped forward with a sudden burst of power. Whoosh! Jizang, piloting the mechanical wolf, jumped directly from the bay into the air over 10 meters high, landing steadily on the scarred, desolate plains outside. After landing, the mechanical wolf immediately stretched out its forelimbs and began to sprint across the land. From an initial speed of 100 kilometers per hour, it continuously accelerated to over 250 kilometers per hour. The smoke and the smell of blood from ahead rushed toward him. Jizang leaned low over the wolf's back, his clothes and hair dancing wildly in the wind, and a bold, triumphant smile appeared on his lips. The wolf-like form was perfect, and the speed and tension were pushed to the limit. Bang! The mechanical wolf suddenly leaped, crossing through the blood-colored mist into midair. The leaping figure and the silhouette on its back cast a dark outline under the moonlight. Chapter 98. The Blood Feast returns, a terrifying super monster. Clack! The mechanical wolf landed heavily, its powerful alloy claws digging for deep pits directly into the ground. Jizang's eyes were wild with fervor, still wanting more. That was so damn satisfying. This was 100 times better than speeding in a sports car. And this was far from its limit. The secondary vehicle would also strengthen as the main vehicle improved, so it would definitely be even more ferocious later on. Jizang was planning to take another couple of laps to satisfy his craving. However, the blood mister on him suddenly began to thicken. This anomaly caused his eyes to narrow slightly. Is the second wave coming? Sure enough. Low growls and a series of terrifying figures began to emerge from the blood mist in the distance. This time, the number of those figures wasn't particularly dense, but they were filled with a terrifying sense of oppression. Hiss! A sharp, piercing hiss rang out. A thin, hideous figure attacked Jizang from behind at an incredible speed, a mad corpse. Jizang immediately entered eagle-eye mode, and the movement trajectory and state details of the mad corpse were completely captured by him. Compared to the previous mad corpses, this one's eyes were even more scarlet, turning into two eerie, roving red lights in the night. Have both its speed and strength increased? Jizang thought to himself, slowly turning his gaze toward the other terrifying figures surging around him. It seems these elite monsters in the second wave are all enhanced versions. Hiss! The twisted figure of the frenzied corpse rapidly approached Jizang's back, leaping forward to strike. The distance closed in an instant. Seeing the sharp claws about to touch the human spine *shing, the mechanical wolf's bladed tail flicked lightly. The frenzied corpse's entire body was instantly sliced in half at the waist by the sharp hollow blade, and pus and blood splattered across the ground. It was still writhing on the ground, but the mechanical wolf had already raised its massive paw and, like crushing a watermelon, stomped the frenzied corpse's head into a pulp with a pop. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10, total points 8,421.3. Seeing the kill notification, Jizang was somewhat surprised. Not bad. It actually gave 10 points, equivalent to killing 100 ordinary zombies. It seems that kill points, and like gold coins, increase in tiers. Roar! Hiss! At this moment, a large number of elite monsters began to roam within the blood mist. And besides frenzied corpses, lava zombies, and corrupted zombies, a new variety had appeared. Winged corpse level, elite monster description. A special variant among zombies. Because of the deformed wings growing on its back, it possesses the ability to fly and can easily soar over human defensive lines. The winged corpse has an extremely fast flight speed. Its wings are equipped with bone blades, and its physical strength is exceptionally high. It can cause massive damage to vehicles and armor. Once discovered on the battlefield, it must be prioritized and focused down, otherwise, it will bring about a terrible disaster. Land, air, explosive, and toxic gas, a full star lineup, it seems. Jizang raised an eyebrow. It looks like everyone is going to have a rough night. He opened the chat channel. The channel was already in complete chaos, filled with the cries of survivors everywhere. What the fuck? God damn it. So many elite monsters. Who the hell told me it was over? I sold all my bullets. It's over. The number of elite monsters this time is several times higher than the 6th night. And their strength is even more terrifying. Holy crap. Everyone kill them. One is worth 10 points. Is that for real? 10 points. I was too loud just now. Bring on more. I can handle it. Now there's hope for the 2nd tier rewards. Forget about the rewards. Just try to stay alive first. They're coming. Damn, there are flying ones too. They've already broken through the defensive line. Oh my god, oh my god. A super monster. A super monster has appeared. A boss has appeared at Chenyu Lake. The appearance of the super monster plunged everyone into panic. Soon, a survivor from the Battlefield Alliance posted the intelligence on the super monster to the public channel, triggering a wave of horror. Jizang immediately clicked to view it. Sarcomer Walker level, super monster description. A creature among zombies that can be described as a city wall. They possess a massive body tens of meters tall, covered in deformed sarcomas. The fat in their bellies is several meters thick, allowing them to absorb a large amount of bullet damage. Even rocket launchers find it difficult to cause them significant harm. Once a sarcomer walker pushes to the defensive line, the sarcomas on its skin will release large amounts of highly acidic solution, which even metal armor cannot withstand. Just as Jizang finished reading the monster details, new information refreshed on the public channel. What the hell is this thing? Bullets can't even touch it. A super monster has appeared in the Starry Forest too. And there are 2 of them. Twilight Canyon has 1 too. Damn. Everyone be careful. They're coming. Jizang closed the chat channel. At this moment, a large number of elite monsters were already swarming toward him, numbering in the hundreds. He slowly exhaled. Above his head, a shimmering giant web of lightning slowly unfurled, enveloping the surrounding 100-meter radius. Lightning curtain, boom! The entire lightning web struck down with a roar. Violent, destructive energy exploded into countless dancing arcs of electricity. The hundreds of elite monsters within the range were instantly blasted into smoking charcoal. A flood of kill notifications popped up. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 8,431.3. Successfully killed a lava zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 8,551.3. Successfully killed a corrupted zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 8,891.3. Successfully killed a frenzied corpse elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2. Frenzied corpse claw Kung 1 points Kung 10. Total points 9,521.3. After delivering this strike, Jizang did not linger. He steered the mechanical wolf, turned around, and charged back toward the direction of the base vehicle. Along the way, countless elite monsters continued to swarm in. The mechanical wolf also displayed unparalleled combat strength. A single swipe of its paw could shatter an elite monster, while its teeth and tail blade were equally lethal. A graze meant injury. I hit meant death. Jizang, holding the moon's blood, slashed and killed with agility from atop the wolf's back. Before long, the man and the wolf returned to the vicinity of the base vehicle. At this moment, the base vehicle was already under siege by a large number of elite monsters, with hundreds of hideous figures frantically attacking the outer armor. And fortunately, with the strength of the elite monsters, they couldn't even scratch the outer armor of the Tier 3 vehicle, at most creating a few sparks. The mechanical wolf jumped directly onto the vehicle's cargo bay, and the lift descended. Back inside the vehicle, Jizang immediately activated the autopilot and automatic defense systems. The 2 vehicle turrets opened fire immediately, frantically harvesting gold coins and points. The super monsters are out. So where is the zombie king? Jizang's expression was slightly solemn as he kept a close eye on the chat channel. At this moment, with the fierce onslaught of a massive number of elite and super monsters, the number of survivors in the region was dropping at an alarming rate. Almost all the major factions were suffering from unprecedented impact, and cries of despair could be heard everywhere. Jizang kept his eyes glued to the public chat screen, observing the information scrolling by like snowflakes as he gathered intelligence. The base vehicle continued to drive forward aimlessly. The two vehicle-mounted turrets continued to harvest enemies outside. In just over 10 minutes, they had already claimed over 600 elite monsters, pushing the total points to over 10,000 and reaching the 4th tier of rewards. By now, the tremendous noise generated by the two turrets finally attracted a big one. Ji-Kang looked up. Ahead, a fierce and massive figure gradually emerged from the blood-red mist. Chapter 99. Killing the Butcher. Obtained small boss treasure chest. It was a giant zombie over 10 meters tall, possessing a silhouette of robust muscles layered with a thick coating of fat. Its skin was rough and black in a classic fat-trapped muscle physique. It wore a blood-stained iron helmet, revealing only a gruesome set of teeth without lips. In its left hand, it held a rusted iron hook, and in its right, a massive meat cleaver. Roar! The giant shadow let out a roar filled with raw power and charged madly toward the base vehicle. Ji-Kang sat in the driver's seat, smoking a cigarette while squinting at the creature. A line of information appeared. Butcher level, Super Monster Evolution. The Butcher is an extremely cruel and ferocious existence among zombies. It loves to eat living creatures, and almost no complete corpse is left in its wake. Its skin is as thick as armor, and the weapon in its hand can easily tear through steel. Once it begins its charge, even bullets and artillery fire find it difficult to stop its advance. Thump, thump, thump. The Butcher's footsteps shook the ground, its massive body, several stories high, bearing down like a moving mountain of flesh. The close-in defense turret swiveled, aimed at the Butcher, and opened fire frantically. Bang, 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 bang. A rain of scorching 20mm bullets poured out, slamming into the Butcher's body, instantly piercing its skin and leaving it shredded, with blood and gore flying everywhere. Roar! But the Butcher's speed was not affected in the slightest. It continued to push through the intense firepower, performing a heavy leap that covered over 100 meters in a single bound, crashing directly onto the top of the base vehicle. Boom! The entire base vehicle sank instantly, its tires buried into the ground. Ji-Kang felt the driver's cab jolt as if hit by an earthquake, and the durability dropped by 1% immediately. That tough. Ji-Kang was slightly surprised. This Butcher felt just as strong as the Goblin King, and it was leagues ahead of the muscular troll he had encountered during the day. It seemed that tonight, not only were the elite monsters buffed, but the strength of the super monsters had also been maxed out. Roar! The Butcher raised its giant cleaver and hacked fiercely at the close-in defense turret. Clang! A massive spray of sparks flew. Fortunately, the turret had already been integrated with the outer armor, otherwise, that strike could have easily turned it into scrap metal. Bang, 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 bang. The close-in defense turret fired continuously into the Butcher's stomach. With over 200 rounds of 20mm bullets per second, it kept tearing through its belly, spraying blood and shredded flesh everywhere, creating a literal rain of blood in the surroundings. Meanwhile, the flamethrower turret at the rear of the vehicle also shifted its target from the surrounding elite monsters to the Butcher on the roof. Whoosh! A pillar of scorching liquid fire shot out, spraying directly onto the Butcher's back and exploding into a patch of searing molten oil. Roar! The Butcher, which had been able to withstand the close-in defense turret, couldn't handle this. It rolled off the roof of the vehicle as if its defense had been broken, its roar now laced with pain. A terrifying field of high temperature enveloped everything nearby. The flamethrower turret continued to spray, painting the massive figure struggling on the ground in a thick, intense red. The skin and flesh all over its body began to melt and slough off like mud, and even the iron helmet on its head began to gradually liquefy. Under the state of high temperature burning, the power of the close-in defense turret effectively doubled, where it could previously only penetrate a few dozen centimeters of flesh. It now tore through twice as deep, frantically pulverizing the Butcher's body. Roar! 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 The Butcher was completely driven into a frenzy. It struggled to stand, attacking the base vehicle with its iron hook and cleaver, but its lethality grew weaker and weaker. In less than 10 seconds, its entire skeletal frame was exposed, and half of its skull had been dissolved. Finally, targeted by the close-in defense turret, its entire head was blasted into flying debris, and the body fell completely silent. The great battle thus came to an end. Successfully killed the Butcher super monster. Gold coins Kung 50. Killing Iron Hook Kung 1. Points Kung 5000. Total points 23,814. A super monster is only worth 5,000 points. Looking at it this way, it really seems that only one person in a large region can obtain the 5th tier reward. Jikang pondered to himself. Just then, a notification sound suddenly rang in his mind. Congratulations! You have successfully killed a small boss during this wave of zombies. Reward. Small boss treasure chest X1, a reward dropped. Jikang's eyes lit up instantly. He set the vehicle to automatic driving, then walked to the open space in the back and took out the small boss treasure chest from his inventory. It was a heavy, pitch-black chest covered in intricate metallic patterns, exuding a mysterious and dark aura. Let's get something good. Jikang rubbed his hands together and opened the chest, clang, accompanied by the sound of metal opening. Several flashes of light jumped out. Obtained all-grade random weapon gift box by 1. Obtained all-grade random material gift box by 1. Obtained all-grade random item gift box by 1 any grade random. Jizang was instantly overjoyed. Doesn't this mean it's possible to pull out the highest tier items? This mini boss treasure chest is awesome. He hurriedly took out the 3 gift boxes and opened the materials gift box first. Click! The light within the gift box shifted rapidly: purple, red, blue, orange, gold, white, cyan, black. Gray colors flashed by one after another, making Jizang's eyes grow brighter and brighter. A few seconds later, the color settled on cyan. 3 types of materials emerged from the light. Obtained alloy by 20, diamond by 5. Shining gold X1 not bad, not bad. There's no need to mention the alloy, at a unique price of 30 gold coins. That's 600 right there. The unique price for diamond is around 80, and shining gold is around 240. These are all currently very scarce material resources, with a total value exceeding 1,000 gold coins. Jizang then opened the prop gift box. This time, the color was black. Obtained drill rare grade X1 damn trash. Jizang opened the trading house to check the price. It was only 68 gold coins each. He decided to just list it for sale and be done with it. Afterward, Jizang took a deep breath and looked at the main event. The weapon gift box. Heaven bless me. Let there be mountains of gold and silver. After muttering a few prayers for wealth, Jizang opened the weapon gift box. 7 colored lights swirled rapidly. Finally, it settled on gray. Obtained iron sword X1 screw your mother. Jizang tossed this piece of trash, worth 0.3 gold coins, straight out the window. Out of sight and out of mind. At this moment, the base vehicle was still moving. After a long period of culling enemies, the 2 base turrets would occasionally overheat, forcing them to cease fire midway to cool down, and the efficiency of culling enemies began to drop slightly. Jizang had no choice but to go out himself, driving the mechanical wolf, splitting up from the base vehicle to begin searching for traces of super monsters. Chapter 100, Crisis at Twilight Canyon. The skeletal corpse general appears. This battle was unprecedentedly tragic. All the small groups that hadn't merged with major factions, with the exception of the powerful Shenfeng group, were almost completely wiped out within half an hour of the battle starting. Among the 3 major factions, the Ghost Dragon Society managed to barely hold off the offensive by utilizing terrain advantages and a large reserve of weapons and ammunition. The Battlefield Alliance, as the top faction with the largest number of people and the greatest strength, had the most stable situation, even showing signs of being able to counterattack. Only the Shanghai Alliance in Twilight Canyon faced the most severe situation. Their defensive line had been breached 3 times, and all personnel were continuously retreating into the canyon. Yet they still couldn't withstand the monster's frantic assault. Forced into a corner, Li Jianguo had no choice but to urgently request reinforcements from Jizang and the Shenfeng group. Fast, first echelon, provide cover. Everyone else, retreat immediately. The butcher is about to break through. Rocket launcher squad, get ready. Once the Sarcomer Walker advances into the 500-meter zone, focus fire immediately. You must not let it break through the 4th wall. Snipers and anti-air teams, focus your energy on the winged corpses in the sky. At the very front of the line, a heavy dual cannon tank was continuously shelling the terrifying figures ahead. Inside the canyon, flames soared into the sky. The roars of monsters, the sounds of explosions, gunfire, and the screams of the crowd converged into a terrifying war symphony. In this battle, the Shanghai Alliance had already brought out all its strength. Yet, it was still difficult to reverse the downward trend of the entire battle. "Commander, the first butcher has completely broken through into the wall. What do we do, Commander? We can't hold on much longer. The winged corpses have fully breached the defense." In the tank vehicle's frequency, a large number of reports rang out continuously, conveying the urgency of the battle situation. Li Jianwo's face was as cold as water. A resident next to him was extremely nervous. "Commander, what are you going to?" Li Jianwo opened the hatch and jumped directly out of the heavy tank, with a flash of light on his body. He had already changed into various pieces of equipment. He spoke into his headset, "All squad leaders, let your deputies take over the vehicles. Now, follow me out to fight." As soon as these words were spoken, there was an uproar across the entire line. A tragic atmosphere instantly permeated everyone's hearts. Entering the phase of hand-to-hand combat was the most risky and also the final tactic. "Commander, do we have no reinforcements?" a deputy commander asked with a hoarse voice. This question echoed in everyone's ears, and everyone was desperate to hear a definitive answer. At present, the Shanghai Alliance needed to deal with 3 super monster bosses and thousands of elite monsters simultaneously. For the Shanghai Alliance, whose average strength was weak, this was a terrifying battle they had never encountered before. They had held on until now, and they were already reaching their limit. Once the zombies fully broke through the defenses, it would be a true bloodbath and a fight to the death. At this moment, everyone needed hope, even if it was a slim one. Li Jianwo also felt as if a giant rock were pressing on his heart, and he said slowly, "I must regretfully tell everyone that the Shenfeng group cannot come. They are still at Chenyu Lake, also caught in a fierce battle, and cannot pull themselves away in the short term." Hearing this, a gloom fell over everyone's hearts. Could it be that they could only pin their hopes on these monsters suddenly dissolving and disappearing like the sea of corpses earlier? But what if that didn't happen? However, these 2 words that followed from Li Jianwo suddenly gave everyone a shot of adrenaline. Just a moment ago, Ji Zhang agreed to come and provide reinforcements. He is only a little over 100 kilometers away from Twilight Canyon and can arrive within an hour at the earliest. Everyone, hold on. As soon as this was said, the camp instantly erupted. "Holy crap, Master G. Master G is coming. That's great. Master G has close-in weapon systems. He can definitely kill the bosses. Everyone, hold on." Nowadays, Ji Zhang's reputation within the entire Shanghai Alliance could be described as thunderous. Everyone knew that he had participated in a dungeon with the commander and had achieved an extremely terrifying combat record. More importantly, there is his vehicle, equipped with an infinite firepower close-in weapon system. He once single-handedly wiped out over 100 vehicles belonging to the Ghost Dragon Society. This is an absolutely top-tier player. With him here, the defensive pressure will surely be greatly reduced. There might actually be hope of holding out through tonight. Destroy these damn zombies. The morale of the Shanghai Alliance soared as they used all their strength to block the incoming horde. Li Jianwo also led a group of captain-level powerhouses to charge at the butcher that had already broken through the defensive line. But just then, a strange tremor suddenly traveled through the ground. Thump! That was a footstep. Immediately following it came a second, then a third footstep. The gravel and stones on the ground jumped restlessly in rhythm with the footsteps. The sound, like a beating war drum. The survivors on the front line looked with shock toward a massive black shadow appearing at the edge of their vision. It was a giant figure, 60 meters tall, like a building dozens of stories high. The giant shadow had no fur, not even flesh and blood. There was only tattered armor and white bones visible all over its body. It held a massive blade made of bone. A ball of ghostly blue flame burned within its chest cavity, and it took heavy, measured steps toward the canyon. Because the target was so enormous, even from a great distance, a monster information panel appeared before everyone's eyes. Skeletal Corpse General Level, Super Monster Evolution. The Skeletal Corpse General is the most powerful vanguard commander under the ancestral Blood Corpse King, ranking among the top-tier combat forces of super monsters. It is said that it was once a descendant of the giant race, but after being polluted by a mysterious substance, it fell into darkness. eventually losing its divinity and will, leaving only the instincts of its body. Because it has existed for too long, its flesh and blood have completely weathered away, leaving only a skeleton, which was later infected by the blood of the ancestral Blood Corpse King and turned into a puppet of the throne. But even as a hollow shell driven by manipulation, the skeletal corpse general still possesses terrifying strength that makes one shudder. Upon seeing this information, everyone couldn't help but feel their legs go weak. All the elite monsters and super monsters tonight were enhanced versions, let alone a top-tier super monster like this. With even this kind of monster here, how could Twilight Canyon possibly be defended? And the situation didn't end there. On the left and right sides of the skeletal corpse general, another butcher and a sarcomer walker appeared. Adding them up, there were a total of 6 super monsters. This apocalyptic scene made everyone's throats bob as their faces turned pale. It's over. Li Jianguo took a deep breath, suppressing the instinctive fear in his heart, and roared in a low voice, "Second echelon, third echelon, deal with the butcher. All captains, follow me, charge out, and engage them head-on." It was no longer a question of whether the defensive line would collapse. Once that skeletal corpse general entered the canyon, everyone would die. The only hope now was to go out and engage the skeleton, using every possible method to stall for time while waiting for Jikang to arrive. Perhaps there might still be a glimmer of survival. Kill. Li Jianguo led over a dozen captain-level powerhouses, using their brave physical combat prowess to charge into the terrifying battlefield ahead. At this moment, on the other side, Jikang was also rapidly heading toward Twilight Canyon. After receiving the latest information from Li Jianguo, he was absolutely pumped. 6 super monsters, this is going to be a massive payday. Holy, you guys must hold on. Once I arrive, I'll give you a 20% discount on this job. Jikang replied with extreme excitement. Chapter 101. Only by taking down the Corpse King can one become the sole ruler of the entire region. About to feast. Jikang's eyes shimmered with excitement. Besides, he had just looked at the information panel for the skeletal corpse general. This thing was definitely not ordinary. Currently, the super monsters in other areas of the plains were all just butchers and sarcomer walkers. This skeletal corpse general was one of a kind. Who knows what unique items it might drop? Li Jianguo replied in a panic amidst the chaos. My dear Ji, forget about the 20% discount. If you can just come, I'll give you everything I own, even if it means stripping myself bare. Li Jianguo had now pinned all his hopes on Jikang. He no longer dared to dream of turning the tide of the battle. He only hoped that once Jikang arrived, he could use that baiting tool gun to lure the monsters away, and then everyone could escape together. Although Jikang was strong, he had used his full strength and all his trump cards when he fought the Goblin King one-on-one yesterday. Now, Twilight Canyon was surrounded by 6 super monsters, 5 of which were roughly at the strength of the Goblin King, plus an even more terrifying existence. Who could fight that? Hum. The base vehicle sped across the plains. The 2 turrets fired continuously, sweeping away the incoming elite monster zombies. Jikang sat on the sofa in the living area, sipping red wine while monitoring the situation on all fronts. Aside from the Shanghai Alliance, the other 2 major factions had basically stabilized their situations. The Battlefield Alliance went without saying. They had tens of thousands of members, the highest number of experts, and the strongest resource foundation. It was actually quite surprising to Jikang that those bastards from the Ghost Dragon Society had managed to withstand the pressure. Moreover, they had the least amount of intelligence leaking out. It was unclear if they had truly held their ground or were just keeping their losses secret. Ever since he wiped out their 7-man squad last night, Jikang hadn't had the chance to go to the Black Mountain mine to settle the score. But he wasn't in a rush. He would go deal with those guys after tonight's battle. The most important thing now was to kill more super monsters. As the distance to Twilight Canyon grew shorter, the number of elite monsters in the surrounding area decreased significantly. It seemed most of them had been drawn over there. Jikang turned off the automatic fire in advance, letting the 2 turrets, which were already glowing red-hot, cool down. Without the sound of gunfire, fewer monsters charged at the base vehicle, and the surroundings suddenly became much quieter. It was already past 9:00 p.m. After these 2 major battles, his total points had risen to over 30. 0, and he had harvested over 4.0 gold coins, a truly bountiful haul. However, for a Tier 3 vehicle, this was merely a drop in the bucket. Upgrading a single component now easily costs several thousand, or even tens of thousands, of gold coins. It really wasn't something one could afford to play around with casually. No wonder a Tier 3 vehicle only required level 70 to unlock its advancement. The consumption for these extra 20 levels could likely match the total cost of countless maxed out Tier 2 vehicles. After I finish off a wave at Twilight Canyon later, it should be enough to upgrade the vehicle's weapons once. Ji-Kang mused to himself. The power of the close-in weapon system and the flamethrower turret could currently only handle super-grade monsters. They were definitely not strong enough to face the king-level bosses that would appear later. He needed at least one more upgrade. Time slipped away slowly amidst the tension and urgency. Kenyu Lake. Nearly 5,000 fully armed vehicles and over 10,000 survivors were distributed across various defensive lines. A terrifying web of firepower, woven from various firearms, artillery shells, rockets, and elemental talents, completely suppressed the massive horde of invading zombies. The last Sarcomer walker on the field had been battered into a state of ruin. Its body tattered, with only a final, flickering breath remaining. BOM. A heavy explosive shell descended from the sky, slamming into the Sarcomer walker's head and finishing it off for good. A wave of enthusiastic cheers erupted across the field. Atop a massive heavy-armored vehicle, Yi Xingzhou stood with his arms crossed, watching the smoke and fire of battle in the distance, as well as the kill notifications appearing before him. A slight arc curled at the corners of his lips. Bossy, all the super-grade monsters have been eliminated. There are only about 1,000 elite monsters left. We should be able to wipe them out soon. Are you planning to take action outside? The voice of Zhao Hui, leader of the Shenfeng group, came through the headset. Yi Xingzhou. No, we will remain stationary for now. Zhao Hui Bossy. We have some ties with the Shanghai Alliance, and they are in big trouble over there. We were wondering if we should head to Twilight Canyon. What is your opinion? Yi Xingzhou merely chuckled. Leader Zhao, please do as you wish. I can send a combat squad to escort you. Yi Xingzhou left the second half of his thought and said, the Shanghai Alliance might no longer exist. The siege of 6 super-grade monsters would put even the Battlefield Alliance under immense pressure, let alone the Shanghai Alliance. There might be some meddling from the Ghost Dragon Society involved, but Yi Xingzhou had no intention of intervening. The rewards for this zombie tide were simply too staggering. He had to preserve all his strength for the final ancestral blood zombie king. He was determined to secure this final boss. Once he seized the final reward, the balance of power between the various factions would no longer matter. He, Yi Xingzhou, would be the only king in this region, and no one would be able to defy his will. Leader Zhao, seeing the silence on the other end of the conversation, Yi Xingzhou added with interest. At this moment, on the front lines, the men of the Shenfeng group were gathered here. Leader Zhao Hai's expression was hesitant, and finally, he spoke in a somewhat unnatural voice. Bossy, we just received a report that the Shanghai Alliance might not be able to hold on much longer. If we go now, I fear it will be in vain. So Hidi, standing nearby, spoke up urgently. Upon hearing this, leader Zhao Hu turned back and glared at Hidi. Shut up, Yi Xingzhou. Hey, I understand. Let's leave it at that then. With that, the call ended. Hidi was fuming with frustration. Leader, didn't we agree to go? I already sent a reply to the Shanghai Alliance. Zhao Hu responded with a cold gaze. If Yi Xingzhou doesn't move, we don't move. We will continue to stand with the Battlefield Alliance. Tell Li Jianguo to let them figure it out themselves. After saying this, Zhao Hu ignored the infuriated Hidi and the other confused teammates, and climbed into his own vehicle. Once inside, Zhao Hai's expression darkened. With the Shenfeng group's current strength, go into Twilight Canyon to kill super-grade monsters was indeed the safest path. Whether it was the 4th-tier rewards or the qualifications to enter the super major city, they could easily secure them. Reinforcing Li Jianguo would not only earn a massive favor in terms of social standing, but could also yield significant benefits in reality. But no matter how many super-grade monsters one killed, there was a limit to the gains. Only the final big boss was the existence that truly decided everything. Currently, in the entire region, The one most likely to take the crown was Yixingzhou, but what if he used the momentum of the Battlefield Alliance to snatch the prize from the tiger's mouth? Deep in Zhao Hai's eyes, a trace of ambition could no longer be hidden. It was already the 7th day. Who didn't have a few powerful trump cards up their sleeve? Why couldn't he compete for it? Once he took down the ancestral blood zombie king, Yixingzhou would be nothing, and the Battlefield Alliance would be nothing. By then, everyone would have to listen to him. While undercurrents surged on all sides and everyone harbored their own secret agendas, Ji Kang's base vehicle had already reached the outskirts of Twilight Canyon at a top speed of nearly 200 kilometers per hour. Ahead, the firelight illuminated half the sky. It was clear just how far the battle had progressed. Chapter 102, Terrifying Concentrated Fire. The destructive power of the flamethrower turret. Watch out and dodge. Guqingyu. Keep the speed buff on everyone. It absolutely cannot drop. Li Jiangwo roared, struggling to dodge the slash of a giant blade. Rumble. The massive bone blade fell. The earth shook violently, and a deep trench was carved directly into the ground. More than a dozen top-tier experts, including Li Jiangwo, could only act like rats scurrying everywhere, constantly dodging attacks under the terrifying onslaught of a large number of elite monsters and 3 super-grade monsters. The situation inside the canyon was not optimistic either. The 4th wall had been completely breached, leaving only the last, purely symbolic sandbag defense line. If it weren't for Li Jiangwo and his group still maneuvering outside, the entire canyon would likely have fallen into a full-scale bloodbath by now. The situation was going from bad to worse out almost every 10 minutes. Over 100 vehicles on the Shanghai Alliance side were being destroyed. Hold them back, quickly, hold them back, we're out of rockets. Everyone in the guard force with melee talents, abandon your vehicles, join the fight, now. The defensive line has been completely breached. These beasts have all gotten inside, save me. Inside the canyon, the scene was one of chaotic and tragic slaughter. Bad news reached Li Jianwo's headset from time to time, leaving him burning with anxiety. The Twilight Canyon base was the lifeblood of everyone in the entire Shanghai Alliance. Watching it fall into a sea of flames, watching living lives being snuffed out one by one, Li Jianwo felt as if his heart were bleeding. Twilight Canyon's current plight was inseparable from the sabotage of those bastards from the Ghost Dragon Society. Ever since receiving the intelligence from Ji Zhang yesterday, he had known this brutal battle was coming, but the base could not be relocated. So he had done everything in his power to prepare defensive measures, even intercepting and killing over a dozen Ghost Dragon Society death squads lurking in the shadows. He just hadn't expected that tonight they still wouldn't be able to withstand the immense pressure brought by the super monsters, leading to a total collapse. Trapped within the retreating defensive lines, the other captains and all the combat personnel had fallen into utter despair. The gap in strength was too great. At this rate, in just 1 hour, everyone would be swallowed by the zombie horde. On the distant horizon, a massive black shadow suddenly appeared, charging toward the canyon at an incredible speed. At first, everyone thought it was a newly emerged super monster, and their hearts sank even further into hopelessness until Guqingyu exclaimed, "That's Ji Zhang's vehicle." The moment they heard the name Ji Zhang, a surge of bittersweet emotion and gratitude welled up in everyone's hearts. Reinforcements had arrived. Although it was only one person, the feeling was like being stuck in a sinking quagmire, about to be completely submerged, when suddenly someone pulled you up, allowing you to see a glimmer of hope. Li Jiangwo, a grown man, felt hot tears rolling in his eyes, and he strained to keep himself from sobbing aloud. "My grandfather, you finally came." Vroom. The base vehicle's engine roared, cutting through the night like a steel behemoth. On top of the vehicle, Ji Zhang wore a tactical suit, holding a noise emitter. He stood steadily in place, bracing himself against the strong winds atop the roof. He shielded his ear from the wind and pressed his headset. "Oldly, ceasefire now. We'll concentrate our fire together in a few minutes." After saying this, Ji Zhang fired the noise grenade directly into the sky. Bang! A dull, crisp sound erupted from the muzzle, and the noise grenade traced an arc as it flew high into the air. Then, the grenade detonated mid-air, emitting an incredibly sharp, piercing sonic shriek. The highly penetrative sound waves rippled outward instantly. The ear-piercing screech was like a sharp blade, drilling fiercely into the brains of every zombie, causing them to instantly become pained and enraged. Oh woo woo woo. The zombies let out furious roars. At that moment, they all stopped their attacks and turned to charge out of the canyon. Even the super monsters like the Bone Corpse General turned around, rushing toward the location of the noise grenade. Whoosh, whoosh. The terrifying figures retreated like a receding tide. Such an eerie and miraculous scene left everyone stunned. Everyone had heard rumors before that Master G possessed such an artifact-level item, but they hadn't expected the effect to be this powerful. With just one shot, he had instantly relieved the siege on the entire Twilight Canyon. We survived. We survived. The surviving survivors, released from the terrifying life and death struggle, were almost collapsing to the ground. But now was not the time to rest. The danger was far from over. Commander, should we take this opportunity to charge out? The deputy commander asked nervously. Wait a moment. Let me ask Ji Zhang. Li Jiangwo said hurriedly. He immediately led the other captain-level powerhouses back to the vehicles inside the canyon while contacting Ji Zhang. Ji Zhang, what do you plan to do next? We will cooperate with you fully. Just concentrate your fire with me in a moment. However, those low-level vehicles shouldn't come, lest you be unable to escape later. Ji Zhang looked at the large number of figures beginning to form a zombie ball not far away and spoke into the headset. Understood. Li Jianwo's expression was extremely solemn as he immediately gave the order. Everyone, prepare in place. Logistics team, set up defenses here. Medical team, hurry and treat the wounded. From the 1st Battalion to the 12th Battalion, all vehicles that are Tier 2 or higher and equipped with vehicle-mounted weapons. Follow me into battle. Move, yes, rumble. Although the Shanghai Alliance's overall strength was relatively weak, their military discipline was definitely not lacking. Under Li Jianwo's command and coordination, the combat battalions quickly prepared and set off. Thousands of vehicles rolled majestically out of the canyon. When they saw the scene ahead, everyone's hearts were shaken. They saw that the thousands of elite monsters that had been besieging the canyon, along with the 5 surviving super monsters, had all gathered in an extremely small area. They were colliding, tangling, and frantically searching for the source of the sound. The 5 super monsters were even more crazed, smashing the ground in anger. Many elite zombie monsters were caught in the crossfire and smashed directly into pulp. Although they hadn't managed to pile up into a zombie mountain like the ordinary zombies, this density was definitely enough for a satisfying slaughter. Everyone, wait for my signal. A calm and steady voice rang out over the public channel, causing everyone's blood to surge with excitement. That was Master G's voice. Many emotional people even burst into tears. In such a desperate moment, having a truly top-tier expert here to carry everyone felt absolutely incredible. 10 seconds to prepare. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes slightly, watching the cluster of monsters not far away that was growing ever denser. It was about to reach maximum density. Open fire. Ji Zhang gave the order. The sound of the noise ball ended at that exact moment. The entire world suddenly fell silent. The next instant, an unprecedented, super-powered volley erupted with a roar. Bang 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 bang. Boom boom. In front of the massive array of vehicles, the instantaneous burst of gunfire and explosions almost illuminated the entire landscape. This was a volley of maximum efficiency and maximum power, all concentrated on a tiny area, nearly tearing the entire zone into fragments. But the most terrifying of all was the flamethrower turret mounted on the base vehicle. After a brief charge, the flamethrower turret unleashed a scorching pillar of liquid fire, like a thick ray of magma, slamming directly into the midst of the zombie horde. The resulting explosion of flaming, molten oil sprayed onto every zombie figure in the vicinity, dealing a massive amount of damage. The close-in weapon system SUS was no less impressive. Its 20mm rounds, firing at over 200 shots per second, transformed into a stream of meteoric light, frantically shredding the masses of zombies. In terms of firepower intensity, it completely crushed the entire Shanghai Alliance. Chapter 103, Three-Front War. One man equals an entire army. Rumble. The surging firepower frantically pulverized the bodies of the zombies. Firearms, grenades, artillery shells, liquid fire, combined with various long-range elemental talent attacks, instantly turned the entire monster gathering point into a terrifying sea of fire. A massive mushroom cloud rose and billowed upward before Jizang's eyes. A flood of kill notifications refreshed instantly. Successfully killed a corrupted zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2. Points Kung 10. Total points 39,421. Successfully killed a winged zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2. Bone wingtip Kung 1. Points Kung 10. Total points 41,291. Successfully killed a furnace zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2. Points Kung 10. Total points 45,239. In just a few seconds, the explosive splash of the liquid fire pillar had already wiped out nearly 1,000 elite monsters. Coupled with the continuous follow-up fire from the CIWS, Jizang, relying solely on his own strength, achieved an output comparable to the entire Shanghai Alliance combined. It wasn't that Jizang was cheating. In a situation where such a high-density zombie horde was gathered, the power of the flamethrower turret was simply too overpowered. The roaring flames, the splashing molten oil, and the continuous burning, no matter which aspect, it dealt devastating, dimension-crushing damage to the elite monsters. This was something that no amount of bullets from standard firearms could ever hope to match. The members of the Shanghai Alliance were also fired up, pouring out ammunition as if it were worthless. They had never fought in such a large-scale monster-gathering scenario before, and the feeling of one-sided slaughter from start to finish was incredibly exhilarating. However, the thrill only lasted for a few seconds. Under the violent explosions and impact, the entire monster group was blown apart. The remaining 2,000+ elite zombies, along with 5 injured super monsters, pushed through the sky, filling bullets and flames, charging heroically toward the human line once more. Jizang's base vehicle had dealt the heaviest damage and was the closest, naturally becoming the target for the vast majority of the monsters. The skeleton zombie general and the other super monsters all charged toward Jizang, with only one tumor walker rushing toward the Shanghai Alliance. The chilling shrieks washed over them like a tsunami, making one's scalp tingle uncontrollably. Master G, retreat quickly, Master G. They're charging at you. Seeing the base vehicle remain unmoved, the captain-level powerhouses on the front lines shouted nervously into their communicators. You lot deal with that tumor walker. Just fight while retreating. Leave these super monsters to me, Jizang said over the public channel. Upon hearing this, everyone's first reaction was that this man had gone insane. This was open ground without any defensive terrain. How could a single vehicle possibly handle multiple top-tier super monsters and a massive sea of elite monsters simultaneously? But Li Jiangwo was the first to react, immediately issuing the order, everyone, retreat, Commander. We have to stay and support him. The other captains were anxious. Retreating directly in such an emergency was no different from selling Jizang out. Listen to Jizang, retreat. Li Jiangwo was incredibly decisive. After the battle at the Goblin Nest, he had absolute trust in Jizang's strength. If he said he could do it, then he certainly could. Rumble. Under Li Jiangwo's command, the army of vehicles began to retreat while firing, but the captains were still burning with anxiety, constantly trying to persuade Li Jiangwo to go out and support Jizang. Even if they couldn't do much, they could at least provide support so that their external reinforcement wouldn't have to fight alone. Li Jiangwo only gave a bitter smile. Do you believe me? If we stay, we'll only hold Jizang back. What? The captains were all stunned. They were the top combatants of the Shanghai Alliance. No less capable than Li Jiangwo himself, they had even worked together to kill that invading butcher just moments ago. How could the words hold back apply to them? You'll see in a moment. For now, focus your energy on those elite monsters and the tumor walker. Li Jiangwo's heavy dual cannon tank fired continuously at the tumor walker, slowing its advance and covering the main force's retreat. Meanwhile, the main force of the zombies was also frantically swarming toward the base vehicle. Bang 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 bang, PFFT. The two turrets fired wildly, scoring a direct hit on a butcher. The butcher was instantly knocked head over heels, crashing to the ground, struggling incessantly under the bombardment of liquid fire in the CIWS. The rest of the horde reached the base vehicle at this moment. Thump thump. The skeletal corpse general took heavy, thudding steps, appearing like a moving mountain that blotted out a large portion of the sky. It raised its massive bone blade high and slammed it down toward the base vehicle. Asterisk. Seeing that a direct hit was imminent, the base vehicle immediately shifted into reverse, the entire chassis rapidly retreating. Boom. The massive bone blade landed exactly where the base vehicle had been, kicking up a wave of dirt and dust. Inside the base vehicle, Jizang had already set the auto drive and auto attack functions. He then walked directly to the secondary vehicle bay, mounted the back of the mechanical wolf, and linked his neural connection with the ***. The mechanical wolf leaped out from the secondary bay, its agile metallic form springing directly into the outside world, which was thick with the scent of blood and slaughter. **Clack. The mechanical wolf landed steadily. The next second, the mechanical wolf erupted with unparalleled speed, performing several rapid dashes to put distance between itself and the base vehicle before launching into another jump, soaring into midair. ***. In the palm of Jizang's hand, a terrifying mass of thunder had already condensed. The deep blue energy was almost tangible, shining like a star in the night sky. Then he struck. A dense arc of lightning, carrying an aura of destruction, instantly tore a blinding streak through the air, slamming into the head of the butcher that had fallen in the distance. **Boom. The steel helmet on the butcher's head had already been melted, taking the full force of the lightning strike head-on. Its entire massive skull was blasted to pieces. Successfully killed a butcher super monster. Gold coins come 500. System points come 5,000. Total points :5358 for . Congratulations. You have successfully killed a mini-boss during this wave of corpses. Reward. Mini-boss treasure chest X1. The second super monster. Jizang's eyes burned with intensity. After landing, he immediately jumped off, separating from the mechanical wolf. They each dodged to the left and right, once again evading the skeletal corpse general's giant blade attack. At the same time, the base vehicle began focusing its fire on the other Sarcomer walker. Compared to the thick-skinned and sturdy butcher, the Sarcomer walker, while larger in size, was somewhat more fragile. Two turrets aimed at the Sarcomer walker's head and fired frantically, turning it into shreds in no time. But to everyone's surprise, even after losing its head, the Sarcomer walker did not die. Its massive body continued to move on instinct. The dense clusters of sarcomas on its body began to release highly toxic solution frantically. A thick, steaming vapor rose up, and fortunately, its toxic vapor was still far inferior to the napalm of the flamethrower turrets. The two turrets continued to focus fire on its torso, quickly causing it to lose balance and crash to the ground. A dense rain of bullets and columns of napalm poured onto the Sarcomer walker, disaboweling it and melting its flesh. It's certainly 10KY. At this moment, Jizang had entered the eagle eye state, and every detail of the entire battlefield was captured within his field of vision. He remotely controlled the mechanical wolf to tangle with the other butcher. As for himself, he held the moon's blood, attracting the skeletal corpse general's attention while frantically harvesting the large number of elite monsters nearby. Fighting on three fronts simultaneously, his coordination was almost flawless. And all of this had happened in less than a few minutes since the battle began. Such an absurd scene left the members of the Shanghai Alliance in the distance completely stunned. Chapter 104. Is he really a survivor from the same batch as everyone else? What the hell kind of operation is this? What the heck is that moving mechanical beast? And that butcher was taken out in less than a minute after the battle started. At this moment, the captains of the Shanghai Alliance, along with the thousands of troops retreating behind them, looked at the absurd scene in the distance and began to doubt reality. Is Jizang really a survivor from the same batch as everyone else? Are we sure he isn't some veteran player who has already lived through many rounds? Only now did everyone fully understand why the leader trusted Jizang so firmly, without the slightest worry that the other party was overestimating his own abilities. If one hadn't seen this level of strength, which was so absurd it exceeded all standards with their own eyes, who would believe it? Don't get distracted. The Sarcomer zombie has started spraying poison, Li Jiangmo shouted. Thousands of armed vehicles retreated rapidly, avoiding the toxic vapor, with the defensive pressure greatly reduced. The elite troops of the Shanghai Alliance also displayed their true strength, completely blocking the surging tide of elite monsters. They even managed to cripple the legs of the Sarcomer walker. and it was estimated that they would be able to finish it off in a little while. On the other side of the battlefield, things had also quickly entered a white-hot stage. Jizang's figure moved like a ghost, drifting through the terrifying horde of corpses. The strengthened elite monsters were as fragile as paper before him, wherever the blade of Moon's blood passed. It left behind a large pile of corpses. At this moment, the base vehicle had successfully finished off the Sarcomer Walker. Not far away, the mechanical wolf, after repeated biting and clawing, quickly flipped the butcher over, and in coordination with a fully charged lightning strike from Jizang, completed another harvest. 2 more super monsters dead. Now, only the last skeletal corpse general remained. Jizang maneuvered the mechanical wolf to his side and jumped onto it. The mechanical wolf opened its stride, running rapidly along the perimeter, attracting a large number of monsters and gathering them into a trailing wave. At the same time, Jizang began to regulate his breathing and focus his mind. Terrifying thunder energy continued to accumulate within his body. The base vehicle on the other side adopted the same tactic, fighting while moving, continuously kiting the skeletal corpse general. Although it was also a super monster, the hardness of the skeletal corpse general's frame was absurdly strong. The bullets from the close-in defense guns hit it, but could only chip off some fragments, unable to cause effective, substantial damage. Even the flamethrower turrets were ineffective. The napalm could cause massive damage to the skin and flesh of biological entities, but against bones harder than steel. Its power was very limited. The thick napalm painted the skeletal corpse general entirely red, yet it failed to hinder its forward momentum. At this moment, under the continuous monster luring strategy of the mechanical wolves, the entire battlefield had been thoroughly segmented, becoming clearly divided. And Jizang's charging had also been completed, lightning and fire flickering in his eyes. The next moment, above the sky, a massive and terrifying web of lightning formed at an incredible speed. Arcs of electricity intertwined and coiled like restless thunder dragons, releasing an intense sense of oppression that illuminated more than half the sky. Rumble. The low, dense sound of thunder shook everyone to their core. On the side of the Shanghai Alliance, they had also finished their joint effort to kill the Tumor Walker. As everyone was busy sniping the remaining elite monsters, they all looked up toward the distant battlefield upon hearing the thunder, their expressions instantly freezing. Their pupils trembled slightly. Is this for real? Is this a lightning-type talent? Before they could steady themselves, the lightning web in the sky descended. Boom! The earth shook violently. The mighty thunder exploded directly, enveloping a large area of elite zombie monsters below within its destructive power. Their flesh was torn apart by the electricity, leaving only pale bones, which were then burned into charcoal in the very next second. Rumble. The thunderous sound rolled and spread outward. Nearly 1,000 elite zombie monsters were all instantly killed in this thunderstorm. The field fell into a brief silence for a second or two, followed by an immediate eruption of enthusiastic cheers. Holy crap! Holy crap! Master G is awesome! Everyone couldn't help but shout in excitement, their entire bodies trembling with thrill. This is what you call an elemental talent. Compared to a thunderstorm of this magnitude, what were fireballs or water bullet impacts? How were they any different from children's playthings? Successfully killed a corrupted zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 78,791. Successfully killed a winged zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 81,991. Successfully killed a frenzied zombie elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2 points Kung 10. Total points 87,421. After completing this area of effect kill, Jizang looked at the flood of kill notifications appearing before his eyes, the corners of his mouth curling up slightly. His deep gaze turned toward the massive figure not far away. Now, only this big guy remained. Jizang didn't dawdle. He gathered a bolt of lightning in his hand and blasted it directly at the skeleton corpse general. Boom! A thick bolt of lightning flashed out, precisely striking the skeleton corpse general's head, causing it to instantly lose its balance and crash to the ground. Jizang jumped off the back of the mechanical wolf, controlled it to return to the base vehicle cabin, and stood alone on the spot. For the upcoming battle, neither the base vehicle nor the mechanical wolves would be of much use. He had to handle this himself. Soon, the mechanical wolf successfully returned to the cabin, and the base vehicle continued to move away from the battlefield along the predetermined route, on the scorched earth. Only two figures remained, one large and one small. The battle had entered its final stage. The skeleton corpse general's massive body slowly crawled back up from the ground. Its skull already bore a huge crack from the lightning strike. This caused the skeleton corpse general to enter a hostile state. In its hollow, bony eye sockets, two clusters of crimson fire burned fiercely, its gaze shifting from the departing base vehicle to the tiny human figure in the distance. No roar, no frenzy, it simply began to march mechanically, carrying earth-shattering momentum as it charged toward the human. Jizang took an energy fruit from his inventory and consumed it in a few bites, instantly restoring his nearly depleted stamina. He gripped the moon's blood, bent his legs into a stance, narrowed his eyes, and activated Eagle Eye. Jizang did not intend to use the Ring of Kingship or the Blood Spirit State. These trump cards had to be saved for the Corpse King later. Fighting this thing didn't warrant using his full strength. His physical strength alone was enough, with over 400 points in Constitution. Did they think he was playing around? Jizang exhaled slowly. The lightning energy within his body accumulated rapidly. Zzzt. Restless arcs of lightning leaped and danced around his body, emitting a sizzling sound. At this moment, the Shanghai Alliance had finally finished mopping up all the elite monsters, achieving a total victory. The sounds of slaughter and gunfire faded, and the battlefield suddenly became much quieter. The only sound left on the field was the earth-shaking thud of the skeleton corpse general's footsteps. Everyone turned their eyes toward the distance, unable to help but hold their breath. This was the final showdown. Everyone had personally experienced the terrifying defense and lethality of the skeleton corpse general, and they felt a deep fear of this giant. But now that Jizang had moved the base vehicle and the mechanical beasts away from the battlefield, was he planning to duel the skeleton corpse general all by himself? As this thought crossed their minds, it felt absurd. But the next second, their expressions froze in place. Chapter 105. Instant kill of the skeleton corpse general. The final battle with the Corpse King is about to begin. Thud thud. The heavy footsteps drew closer, and the skeleton corpse general's mountain-like figure, carrying terrifying momentum, bore down upon the tiny human on the ground like an overwhelming tide. Facing this immense pressure, Jizang remained completely motionless, maintaining his blade-wielding stance. Zzzt. More and more lightning arcs appeared and leaped on his body, even overflowing to connect with the ground, carving out scorched black marks. And on the edge of the moon's blood, a massive amount of lightning energy gathered, turning the originally black-red blade into a gleaming, translucent blue-silver. When the distance between the two was less than 100 meters, the momentum had been fully gathered. Jizang charged up and leaped, his figure streaking toward the sky like a bolt of lightning. At the same time, two lightning flashes erupted beneath his feet, detonating a massive shockwave of thunderous light in midair. The terrifying kinetic energy released in that instant pushed Jizang's flight speed to its absolute limit. Boom! A thunderous roar exploded. His entire figure transformed into a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky, piercing straight toward the cervical spine of the skeletal corpse general. He swung the moon's blood in his hand, the secret treasure-grade divine weapon, bolstered by over 400 points of constitution and the infusion of lightning energy, transformed into an ultimate blade capable of severing the very air. With an incredibly forceful posture, it slashed into the sturdiest cervical vertebrae of the skeletal corpse general. It continued to carve through with unstoppable momentum, cutting through the entire spinal column from top to bottom. Swish! The edge of the blade and the blinding lightning light carved a brilliant crescent across the skeletal corpse general's neck. The massive skull was instantly severed from its torso, and under the impact of the blade's kinetic energy, it was sent flying high into the air. The skeletal corpse general's enormous skull traced a parabolic arc in midair, crashing onto the ground like a falling meteorite with a loud thud, rolling a long distance away. The two ghost fires that had previously occupied its eye sockets gradually flickered out. Only its massive torso remained, frozen in place. Jizang's figure landed not far behind the skeletal corpse general at that moment, his feet plowing to long skid marks into the ground before he finally came to a stop. The members of the Shanghai Alliance, who had witnessed this scene with their own eyes, looked as if their eyes were about to pop out of their sockets. It took a full few seconds before a burst of intense cheering erupted. Holy shit! Holy shit! Badass! Countless people jumped out of their vehicles, shouting and hollering with the excitement of monkeys. Even Li Jiangwo was deeply shocked. In just a single day, Ji Zhang's strength had undergone such a massive improvement. It was as if he were on the path to becoming a god. And that divine weapon in his hand, earlier that day, Gu Qingyu had been specially invited to help him forge it. But since it was someone else's trump card, and secret, Li Jiangwo didn't dare to pry too much. But one thing was certain. That growth-type weapon had definitely reached a terrifying level. Li Jiangwo now had a theory. Ji Zhang's current individual strength might very well be the pinnacle of the entire region. He was even stronger than that vampire Zhang Dongji, the self-proclaimed god of war Zhao Huid, and Yi Xingzhou, who was considered the most powerful man in the entire region. It was highly likely that Ji Zhang would take the top spot tonight. Watching the young figure on the distant earth, Li Jianwo felt a surge of infinite emotion and passion in his heart. How fortunate the Shanghai Alliance was to be able to call a person of this caliber a friend. Wait, look, everyone! Just as everyone was celebrating, someone suddenly exclaimed, "That skeletal corpse general doesn't seem to be dead yet." Everyone followed his gaze, and their hearts were filled with horror. They saw the body of the skeletal corpse general slowly beginning to move. Having lost its head, it hadn't died. Instead, its movements remained completely unhindered. It turned its torso back toward Ji Zhang and began to stride forward. Thump! The raging blue ghost fire within its ribcage had now turned into an even more eerie, bright red. Under this change in state, its speed became even faster. Thump, 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 thump. The massive body began to run. As if an earthquake were occurring, the entire earth trembled, cracking with numerous fissures. It raised its bone blade high toward the figure on the ground, and then slashed down crazily. Ji Zhang narrowed his eyes. With a tap of his toes, his body transformed into a swift shadow, dodging to the side. Boom! The bone blade struck the ground, kicking up a massive wave of dirt and shockwaves. Having entered its second phase, the skeletal corpse general was no longer moving as sluggishly as before. After the strike landed, it immediately launched the pursuit. Ji Zhang's figure darted back and forth across the ground, evading the opponent's attacks. In his eagle-eye vision, the cluster of crimson ghost fire within the opponent's ribcage was highly conspicuous. That was its true core. But that ghost fire was too large, and Ji Zhang didn't want to charge directly into it with his physical body. Although he now possessed over 400 points of constitution and could withstand close-range artillery fire without issue, that ghost fire was an unknown entity. Who knew if it was scorching hot or if it held other dangers? Ji Zhang had originally intended to use the lightning fire robe, but he decided against it. The consumption of one lightning fire robe was roughly equivalent to 30 lightning flashes or 5 lightning curtains. The cost was simply too high. He still needed to save his strength for the corpse king. After all, energy-replenishing fruits didn't just grow on trees. They were the most important strategic resource currently available. So, he had to save them whenever possible. It seemed he would have to rely on ranged attacks. Having settled on this idea, Ji Zhang quickly widened the distance between himself and the skeletal corpse general while beginning to accumulate power within his body. The blade of the moon's blood was rapidly coated in blue-silver lightning, the glow even more intense than before, layer upon layer. It shone as if he were holding a blinding, high-wattage lead tube. After stacking the energy of 5 lightning flashes onto the blade, Ji Zhang finally stopped. He took a deep breath. Every muscle in his body was mobilized, and the powerful physical strength forged by over 400 points of constitution began to rapidly brew. The next moment, he held his breath, gripping the hilt tightly. He pulled his arm back, spun his entire body in place, and then violently hurled the long blade at the charging skeletal corpse general. The moment the blade was thrown, the terrifying kinetic energy exploded. The entire sword transformed into a dazzling bolt of lightning, piercing through the distance of several hundred meters. Boom! The sound of thunder and a sonic boom rang out simultaneously. The moon's blood reached the chest of the skeletal corpse general in an instant, piercing through the entire crimson fireball with overwhelming energy and exiting out the back. Along the entire path of penetration, Ripples of air laden with lightning arcs bloomed in the sky like a magnetic coil, forming a destructive staircase. The entire crimson fireball in the chest of the skeletal corpse general was completely shattered at this moment, exploding with a thunderous roar. With the destruction of its core, its body lost all energy support. The entire skeleton collapsed simultaneously, crumbling into dust and flying ash. Whoosh. A strong wind blew, and the battlefield, once littered with debris, returned to silence. Only the crowd remained, their gazes dazed, the echoes of thunder still ringing in their ears. And in the very next second, a notification sound rang out in the minds of everyone across the entire region. Congratulations to all survivors in Region 7882. The preliminary mini-boss Skeletal Corpse General has been slain. All elite monsters and super monsters are beginning to be recalled. The final boss, Ancestral Blood Corpse King, will appear in the central area of the plains. Survivors with the strength to do so may head there to challenge it. Compete for the first round of Ultimate Rewards, Chapter 106. Opening for boss chests in a row. Give me the loot. At this moment, survivors in areas other than Twilight Canyon, watching the figures of the elite monsters rapidly dissolving into bloody sludge, could not help but feel their hearts tremble. The Skeletal Corpse General had been killed. The Corpse King was about to appear. The chat channel quickly erupted into a frenzy of discussion. What's going on? Wasn't the Skeletal Corpse General in Twilight Canyon? Damn, is the Shanghai Alliance really that strong? They were besieged by so many super monsters and still managed to behead the Corpse General. Could they have had strong reinforcements? Did the Shenfeng group go over there? No, the Shenfeng group is still here with our Battlefield Alliance. Why aren't the brothers from the Shanghai Alliance saying anything? Weren't you all begging for reinforcements just a moment ago? How they killed it doesn't matter anymore. They were just super monsters. The real main event starts now. No more chatting, brothers. Our Battlefield Alliance is about to mobilize the entire army. Charge, charge, charge. Holy crap. I'm so excited. What are you all getting so excited about? The boss is definitely going to be bossies. The boss said that rewards are calculated based on contribution. The more effort you put in, the more gold coin rewards you get. But everyone must follow orders. Anyone who has wild ideas about trying to steal the kill will be shot on the spot. Wait, how are you so sure the boss belongs to Yixingzhou? There's still that old schemer, the Ghost Dragon Society, in the West. And the Shenfeng Group and Shanghai Alliance might want to fight for it too. I can only say you don't understand the strength of the Battlefield Alliance and Boss Yi. After tonight, our Region 7882 will have a new king ascending the throne. By then, everyone who isn't a member of the Battlefield Alliance will be a second-class citizen. Don't stir up trouble. The guy above, Bossy, never said that. If you keep smearing our reputation, I'll report you to the discipline team and have you kicked out. While the outside world was in a state of fanatical discussion, Ji Zhang, standing alone in the center of the battlefield, slowly exhaled as he looked at the kill information appearing before him. Successfully killed one Skeletal Corpse General Super Monster. Gold coins Kung 50. System points Kung 5000. Total points. You have successfully killed a mini-boss during this wave of corpses. Reward, mini-boss chest X1. Including the other for super monsters. He now had 4 more mini-boss chests in his possession. He was going to have a blast opening these, however. He needed to retrieve his blade immediately. He didn't even know where it had flown off to. Ji Zhang looked up in the direction where Moonblood had flown, his gaze narrowing. He immediately released an invisible thunder magnetic field around his body. The magnetic field expanded, quickly capturing the scent of thunder energy along the flight trajectory. It extended outward, and in no time, it connected with Moonblood, which had already flown to a great height in the distance. Zzzt. The magnetic field intensified, and a dense field of lightning flickered in and out of existence. A few seconds later, a brilliant bolt of lightning flew down from the sky. It was Moonblood returning along its original path. Snap! Ji Zhang raised his hand and steadily caught the hilt of Moonblood. All the lightning shattered, turning into specks of glowing dust. He sheathed Moonblood and returned to his base vehicle, driving it to the entrance of the canyon. As soon as he stepped out of the vehicle, a large crowd surrounded him. They erupted into enthusiastic cheers, celebrating the great victory of this life and death battle. Inside the canyon, many defenders, as well as the elderly, women, and children, had also come out. They wiped away tears and waved at him, their gratitude evident in every expression. Li Jianwo walked up to Jizang and shook his hand with both of his own, his eyes filled with a complex mix of emotions. Everything was understood without words. Li Jianwo said solemnly, "Thank you." Jizang joked casually, "Don't be so polite. I'm going to charge you for this." Ha 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 ha. A wave of warm laughter broke out around them. Li Jianwo also smiled. "It's already prepared, 8,500 gold coins. I'll transfer them to you now." Jizang had only meant to make a joke to liven up the atmosphere, but upon hearing the amount, he couldn't help but be stunned. That much. He looked back at the surroundings, at the smiling faces, old and young. Although they all looked quite disheveled, their eyes were incredibly sincere. Some people were still carrying the most basic cold weapons like iron swords and bows, and many elderly men and women were holding tools like shovels and hammers. He feared that these 8,500 gold coins were scraped together, penny by penny, from the very fingers of these bottom-tier survivors. Li Jianwo had already initiated the trade. Jizang waved his hand. "No, no, no. I'll take 500 gold coins just to acknowledge the gesture. You guys keep the rest for yourselves." For him, these 0+ gold coins were just enough to upgrade one piece of equipment. But for these ordinary survivors, this money could save many lives. He didn't consider himself a saint who saved the world, but he wasn't a refined egoist who only cared about profit either. He had already earned a lot on this trip. If he took this hard-earned money from the common people, he would feel uneasy. A plump Andy laughed and said, "Master Ji, please just accept it. This is our defense fund." The leader and the captains contributed the most. "That's right, Master Ji. If you hadn't come, we wouldn't even know if we'd be alive to stand here and talk. There are so many of us. This little bit of money is nothing, Master Ji. Please just take it." A chorus of persuasion rose from those around them, after a brief back-and-forth. With neither side willing to budge, Jizang had no choice but to accept 3,000 gold coins, effectively cutting the price in half. The matter was now settled. With less than an hour remaining until the appearance of the Corpse King, it was time for him to head over. As for the Shanghai Alliance, they had no intention of participating in this final showdown. Given their strength, going would only mean serving as cannon fodder. It was better to stay behind, repair the base, and prepare for the future. After bidding farewell to Li Jianwo and the others, Jizang boarded his base vehicle. Upon reaching the front cabin, he saw a prompt indicating the location and a massive red dot on the center console's map screen. Below the red dot, a countdown of 55 to 68 was displayed, along with a real-time distance of 165 kilometers. That was the location where the Corpse King was about to emerge. Jizang set the automatic navigation route, and the engine let out a low roar as the vehicle began to accelerate toward the target at maximum speed. He then returned to the rest area to begin tallying his loot, first with the 4 small boss treasure chests. Since time was tight, Jizang didn't dawdle. He opened them all at once, obtaining 12 random boxes. Following the previous order, he started with the materials. Flashes of light flickered one after another. Of the 4 material boxes, 3 yielded common colors and 1 yielded gold, resulting in a total haul of yellow X85, heavy X80, leather X300, components X2100, steel sheets X10,000, level 3 chip X1, level 4 chip X1. Holy crap! It hit the jackpot. Jizang felt a surge of excitement. When converted, the total value of these materials exceeded 10,000. A single level 4 chip alone was worth more than all the other materials combined. Although there was no stock on the exchange right now, based on the price tiers, that item was worth at least 6 or 7,000 gold coins. Next up are the items. Jizang rubbed his hands together and clicked to open them, again doing a 4 in a row. Give me something good. Chapter 107. An epic item appears, the big loot. 4 dazzling rays of light began to flicker before him. Jizang simply closed his eyes, not even bothering to check their colors. Soon, all the light stabilized and gradually faded away. Only then did he open his eyes and look at the first item on the left. Claymore Mine X15. Claymore Min rating, made from 0. 68 kilograms of C4 plastic explosive and 700 steel balls. Once triggered, it disperses in a 60-degree wide-angle fan shape, causing massive damage to infantry enemies. 15 claymore mines, not bad, I suppose. These things go for 30 gold coins each on the exchange, so they could fetch for our 500 gold coins. Jizang took a deep breath, like someone revealing a hand of cards. He deliberately blocked his own view, slowly peeking toward the side. The second item appeared before his eyes. It was a small, spherical device floating in midair, composed of countless tiny modules. A deep blue energy wave flowed through the gaps between the modules, exuding a sci-fi aesthetic, and surrounding the device was a brilliant, radiant golden light. It was the kind of ultimate, prestigious effect that made one's heart race just by looking at it. He'd hit the big time. Jizang held his breath in excitement. A block of information appeared before his eyes. Portable wormhole beacon level, apocrating. A trans-dimensional device powered by spacetime stones, equipped with 8 beacons. After placing a wormhole beacon at a location, the holder can use the device to teleport one way to the beacon location from anywhere. The wormhole beacon exists in a high-dimensional state. It is invisible and indestructible to everyone except the holder. Teleportation includes the holder's physical body, equipped gear and inventory, and any living beings in physical contact. Each teleportation consumes spacetime stone by one friendly reminder. Leaving multiple beacons allows for travel between multiple locations, each costing spacetime stone by one. If a beacon is placed but not used for teleportation, it can be retrieved remotely at any time. Jizang carefully read through the item details, finally fixing his gaze on the 2 large characters, epic level. His heart was already overflowing with excitement. Epic level, his first epic level item, a spacetime teleportation tool. Holy hell! Jizang punched the air in triumph. This thing was too powerful, and it had very few restrictions. There was no detailed description of a duration for the beacons, which meant the beacons had no time limit. If he had a large supply of spacetime stones, wouldn't he be able to achieve infinite teleportation between 8 locations? Damn, this would be invincible for making deliveries. After staying excited for a good while, Jizang finally calmed down. He looked at the third item. It was a fine-grade iron pickaxe. Trash? He skipped it immediately. Jizang turned his gaze to the final item, and his eyes lit up once again. It was another good one. Phantom Beast Trench Coat Oval, rare artifact rating. A trench coat made from the hide of the Phantom Beast clan. Once infused with mental energy, the entire coat will completely assimilate with the surrounding environment, entering a state of perfect camouflage, eliminating all visual and auditory presence, and evading enemy visual detection. While in the camouflage state, a large amount of mental energy is consumed. It is not recommended for those with a mental stat below 30, as it may easily lead to mental exhaustion and cause permanent brain damage. Friendly reminder: if the enemy's mental power is too strong, the camouflage state is easily seen through. Not bad. Another good item comparable to the cicada wing treasure armor. Jizang's eyes burned with intensity. This haul was truly bountiful. It was just a pity that both items had their own limitations. The wormhole beacon required spacetime stones, and the Phantom Beast trench coat required strong mental power, neither of which he possessed at the moment. Mental power was manageable, but he had no clue about the spacetime stones. They were likely late-game items. Jizang took all these items out, listing the Claymore Mine and Iron Pickaxe directly on the market for sale. The portable wormhole beacon and Phantom Beast windbreaker would just take up space in his inventory. So, he simply placed them in the vehicle's storage area, planning to take them out for use later when conditions allowed. Afterward, Jizang turned his attention to the final weapon box. He took a deep breath, then thrust his hands out like phantoms. Snap, 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 4 in a row. Give me something explosive, Jizang shouted. This time, he chose not to close his eyes, watching as the 4 clusters of light shifted before him. Soon, the light settled to gray, 1 cyan, and 1 orange. The gray ones were a bow and arrow and an M249 light machine gun. The cyan one was an individual electromagnetic rifle. The final orange one was the Flame Prison Heavenly Spear. Jizang bypassed the first 2 pieces of useless junk and looked at the third weapon. Individual electromagnetic rifle special firearm magazine. 5/5 electromagnetic charge Kung superalloy projectiles durability evaluation. Uses a multi-stage electromagnetic coil for acceleration, capable of firing 20mm caliber superalloy projectiles. The muzzle velocity reaches 4,000 meters per second. Paired with a laser targeting system, it can inflict precise, massive damage on anything within the line of sight. 0.20mm caliber. 4,000 meters per second muzzle velocity. This thing is way more ferocious than a Barrett, whose flesh and blood could withstand a superalloy projectile at that speed. And if he remembered correctly, this could be mounted onto the Sentry robot. Nice, very nice. Ji Zhang nodded in satisfaction. Only then did he look at the final main event. It was a miniature long spear floating within the orange light. The shaft was covered in intricate, fire-red patterns, and the spearhead was diamond-shaped, its edges gleaming and emitting a sharp, murderous aura. Flame Prison Heavenly Spear Grade, Legendary. Durability, Exclusive Skill. Lee Fire Vitality passive while holding the Flame Prison Heavenly Spear. The physical body will resonate with the spear, entering a flame affinity state, granting immunity to the vast majority of fire-based damage threats. Exclusive Skill. Flame Prison active upon activation. The spear releases a powerful domain of fire, causing devastating damage to the surroundings. After each use, it requires flame tempering to recharge. The intensity of the fire used for tempering is directly proportional to the power of the flame prison. Evaluation. This is a divine weapon forged in an extreme volcanic inferno. It is 3.2 meters long and weighs 500 caddies. Its lethality is extremely fierce. It is difficult for anyone without a powerful physical body to wield. Friendly reminder: equipment of legendary grade or higher cannot be modified. Ji Zhang studied the weapon information with a serious gaze, his heart trembling. He had missed out on the dragon-slaying sword last time, but now he had finally seen a second legendary grade weapon, and it was Fire Elemental. With both passive and active skills, it looked incredibly badass. Ji Zhang took it out of the box, and the entire spear instantly expanded, transforming into a fire-red long spear over 3 meters long in his hands. The sudden appearance of its massive weight caused his palm to sink heavily. This feel, it's really something. Ji Zhang clicked his tongue in admiration. With his current constitution of over 400 points, wielding this weapon felt similar to an ordinary person swinging a weapon weighing a dozen caddies. It wasn't too strenuous, but it was definitely not light. Chapter 108. Upgrading Land Shield 3000 Kungthorn Armor. Unfortunately, this thing was a bit long and couldn't be fully utilized inside the vehicle cabin. With a thought, he stored it in his inventory, planning to take it out and test it once he was finished with his current tasks. The 2 pieces of junk weapons were listed on the exchange, and the individual electromagnetic rifle was placed in the storage area, reserved for the Sentry robot. With that, all the boxes had been opened. Ji Zhang took the opportunity to clean up his inventory, listing all the items he didn't currently need. Only then did he look at the inventory panel. Gold coins, 16,241. Weapons for armor. Pistol by 2. Universal ammo X1000. Cicada wing treasure armor rare X1. Ring of kingship secret treasure by 1. Flame prison heavenly spear legendary tools. Iron pickaxe fine X1. Iron shovel rare X1. Grappling hook X1 materials parts extra 100, steel plates X1232, leather X1211, alloy X105, Havula X80, mithril X11, diamond by 5, shining gold X1, super timber X2, modification device. Percussive armor piercing X1, level 3 chip X1, level 4 chip X1 forging materials. Mad corpse fingernails X125, flame hearts X89, corrosive black bones X45, bone wingtips by 31, king's blood pupil rare X1, killing iron hook rare X1 food, premium food gift pack by 99, high-end bread by 15, high-end instant food X20, functional drinks X20. Energy bars X30 talent fragments, C-grade fragment X1, B-grade fragment X1, A-grade fragment X1 Psi. I am truly filthy rich. Ji Zhang couldn't help but exclaim. But it wasn't over yet. He withdrew all 6,270 gold coins accumulated in the Goblin Slayer title. The total amount directly piled up to over 22. Holding such a massive fortune for the first time, he wasn't quite sure how to spend it. Ji Zhang rubbed his chin and began to think. He wouldn't consider secondary vehicles for now. Their strength scaled with the main vehicle. Having one mechanical wolf was enough for the moment, and he would leave the rest for the late stages of Tier 3. The primary upgrade target had to be the outer armor. Although it was now a Tier 3 vehicle, the outer armor still inherited the Tier 3 strength from the second tier. It was enough to handle super monsters, but against king-level monsters, it really wouldn't hold up. He estimated that a single hit would likely drain a huge chunk of its durability. He cast his gaze toward the outer armor section. Outer armor Tier 3 can be upgraded to Thorn armor tier for evaluation. After upgrading, all outer armor modules are replaced with super alloy thorn modules. These can deploy thorn spikes at any time, dealing powerful recoil damage to any enemy attempting an attack. Furthermore, the alloy surface is embedded with wave-absorbing materials, which can significantly cushion various explosive impacts. Compared to the level 3 outer armor, the Thorn armor's defensive strength is increased by 1,300%, toughness by 300%, and the durability limit per section by 1,000%. Upgrade requirements: 6,500 gold coins, 2,500 parts, 10,000 steel sheets, 300 alloy-friendly reminder. After upgrading, this component reaches its limit. You must advance to a Tier 4 vehicle to continue unlocking the level cap. Ji Zhang nodded incessantly. That is damn expensive. Not to mention the gold coins and materials required beforehand. The final 300 units of alloy alone cost over 9,000 gold coins. Fortunately, he still had a little over 100 in his inventory, which lightened the burden somewhat. It was worth the high price. Just looking at these attributes made one's heart race. Both the defensive strength and the durability limit were boosted by more than 10 times. Do it. Ji Zhang spent over 6,000 gold coins to buy 200 units of alloy on the exchange, filled in the missing hundreds of parts, and clicked upgrade directly. The next moment, the base vehicle's outer armor erupted with a dazzling light. All the armor modules began to squirm and grow rapidly. Ji Zhang specifically opened the side door to observe the state of the outer armor. Soon, the light dissipated completely, and a dark bronze metallic luster gradually revealed itself. The upgraded Thorn armor had a more prominent overall volume. Resembling densely packed metal bricks, it looked thick and hard, the kind that wouldn't break no matter how much it was hit. Ji Zhang gave the order to deploy. The next moment, the outer shells of all the Thorn armor modules moved and deployed, extending hundreds of telescopic metal thorns, each up to 1 meter long. **. The sudden release of a large number of spikes cut through the air with a sharp whizzing sound, making it feel as if one's face had been fiercely grazed. Watching this scene, Ji Zhang's pupils shrank violently. He had originally thought these thorns were just a bonus from the upgrade and didn't have much practical use. But now it seemed he had been completely shallow. This thing was definitely not for show. The tip of every spike possessed a sharpness comparable to a needle point. It felt like if one pressed a hand against it lightly, a bloody hole would appear instantly. Not to mention the base vehicle at high speed, or the physical attacks of enemies. This thing was made of super alloy. The hardness was already there, coupled with this sharpness and the addition of speed. It was estimated that even a tank or armored vehicle could be turned into a hedgehog in an instant. Moreover, if released suddenly while in a concealed state, the explosive kinetic energy could also cause massive damage. Truly badass. Ji Zhang snapped his fingers, and all the thorns retracted immediately, turning back into the original armor modules. The shortcoming in defense had been patched. Next, it was time for offense. Ji Zhang couldn't be bothered to take the stairs. He jumped up, grabbed the edge of an alloy module, pulled hard, and swung himself onto the roof of the vehicle with ease. His burning gaze was cast toward the close-in weapon system. Close-in weapon system level 3 can be upgraded to Land Shield 3000 Close-in Defense System Level 4. Land Shield 3000 Close-in Defense System Level 4 Type, Defensive Turret Evaluation. A pinnacle land-based close-in defense system, utilizing an 11-barrel 35mm tungsten alloy armor-piercing round, triple belt feeding, with a firing rate of 18,000 rounds per minute. Equipped with an active electronically scanned AESA radar and a high-speed motor rotor. It has a detection range of 15 kilometers and a maximum effective range of 2,500 meters. capable of engaging over 60 land and air targets simultaneously. The Killyu 3000 inches upgraded version, a tank can opener, a flesh and blood ascension machine, upgrade requirements. 4,500 gold coins, 3,000 parts, 8,000 steel sheets, 100 alloy friendly reminder after upgrading. This component reaches its limit. You must advance to a tier 4 vehicle to continue unlocking the level cap. Looking at the exaggerated data on the information panel, Jizang stroked his chin and nodded continuously. The overall cost of upgrading the close-in weapon system was quite a bit cheaper than the outer armor, but it still required over 10,000 gold coins. He only had 9,000 left on hand. After thinking for a moment, he decided to list one level 3 chip and 80 units of heavy oil for sale, exchanging them for over 3,000 gold coins. After gathering all the materials, he decisively clicked Upgrade. Chapter 109, Winds and Clouds Gather. The strongest lone wolf of District 7882 appears. The close-in weapon system was shrouded in white light, rapidly growing and expanding. A few seconds later, a piece of killing equipment with an extremely exaggerated design appeared before Jizang in a brand new posture. The volume of the entire close-in weapon system had nearly doubled. The camouflage-coated rotor base was as angular as a tank bunker, and on the phased array radar panel rotating continuously at the rear, thousands of detection units were arranged like the compound eyes of a dragonfly. The 11-barrel 35mm rotary cannon muzzle extended long from the base, like a sword drawn by the Grim Reaper, exuding a daunting aura of slaughter. Looking at this god of death before him, Jizang was extremely satisfied. This time it wasn't just a simple increase in power, but a comprehensive upgrade. The included phased array radar alone could exert a tremendous effect in detection and prevention. However, it still relied on the 1,000-meter range of the target-seeking radar, which was the only shortcoming for now and would have to wait for subsequent upgrades. Jizang aimed at a large leopard lurking in the bushes 1 kilometer ahead and ordered it to fire directly. The Land Shield 3000 close-in defense system quickly spun its rotors to warm up. Following that, the muzzle erupted with a massive flame 3 meters long, *rat tat tat tat. The 35mm tungsten armor-piercing shells, firing at a rate of over 300 rounds per second, were like a volley from 300 Barrett rifles with doubled calibers. They transformed into fiery meteors in the night sky, slamming into the shrubbery. Boom, boom, boom. The shrubbery erupted with waves of soil 7 or 8 meters high, and the entire surrounding earth trembled violently. A simple burst of fire concluded. The once dense thicket had been reduced to a crater 10 meters in diameter. As for that ferocious leopard brother, not even a scrap of bone could be found. Not bad. The firepower has increased several times over. Jizang felt a surge of emotion. If he had possessed this gadget earlier, he wouldn't have had to struggle so hard against the super monsters. He could have easily gunned one down without any effort. After finishing the upgrade, Jizang stood on the roof of his base vehicle, his gaze scanning the undulating terrain in the distance. He was less than 100 kilometers away from the birthplace of the Corpse King. He opened the public chat channel. As the countdown drew closer, the intensity of the discussions on the screen grew increasingly fervent. Almost all the survivors were in a state of unprecedented excitement. Less than half an hour left. I've arrived at the location. Holy crap! What a massive blood cocoon. It's pulsing just like a heart. Are you tired of living? Getting that close? That's a king-level monster. The vanguard of the Battlefield Alliance is almost here. Everyone get out of the way. Haha! The people from the Ghost Dragon Society are arriving soon too. They've sent their entire force as well. We're in for a real show tonight. Are only 2 of the 3 major factions coming? Yeah, what about the Mountain Sea Alliance? Didn't they just kill the Skeleton Corps General? Are they really going to give up on this boss fight? Ever since they killed the Skeleton Corps General, no one from the Mountain Sea Alliance has posted on the public channel. I wonder if something happened over there. Can any brothers shed some light on this latest news? The Mountain Sea Alliance suffered heavy losses tonight. They probably won't be coming. As soon as this news broke, the public channel erupted in an uproar. Does that mean only the Battlefield Alliance and the Ghost Dragon Society will be vying for it tonight? At this moment, as the main forces of the Battlefield Alliance and the Ghost Dragon Society gradually arrived at the center of the plains, The two sides formed a subtle, standoff-like confrontation. Boom, boom, boom. The Ghost Dragon Society's massive force of over 2,000 vehicles came to a halt 2 kilometers away from the blood cocoon. Inside the lead giant armored vehicle, Zhang Dongji looked at the mountain-sized blood cocoon ahead with a gloomy expression. He picked up the microphone and said in a low voice, "Everyone stand by. Once the Corpse King appears, we will immediately retreat and let the Battlefield Alliance draw the fire first. We'll take the opportunity to flank them and catch the Battlefield Alliance in a pincer attack." After speaking, Zhang Dongji looked at Li Yao in the passenger seat and ordered, "Li Yao, you'll pilot the Warthog attack aircraft later. Don't strike until the final moment. Once Yi Xingzhou dares to step out of his cabin, take him out for me immediately." The Warthog attack aircraft was a Tier 3 secondary vehicle Zhang Dongji had just acquired today. It was his strongest trump card. This card was urgently reserved for the Corpse King. The 7-man elite squad of the Hunter Group was supposed to be the ones prepared for Yi Xingzhou, but ever since he sent them to snipe Ji Zhang, the entire team had gone missing. Whether they had defected or been killed in retaliation, it had dealt a heavy blow to Zhang Dongji's vitality. Every time he thought about it, he would fly into a rage, smashing several tables before he felt any relief. "President, Ji Zhang is still alive. He will definitely participate in this battle tonight," Li Yao reminded him from the side. Zhang Dongji sneered. "He's just a lone wolf. If he dares to show his face in a group battle like this, with Yi Xingzhou's methods, he's not worth worrying about. And those idiots from the Xinfeng group, huddling with the Battlefield Alliance, are just lambs in a tiger's mouth. They can't stir up any trouble. Tonight, we only need to take care of Yi Xingzhou." After finishing, intense killing intent surfaced in Zhang Dongji's sinister eyes. Tonight was the battle for regional supremacy, and the situation would inevitably change in the blink of an eye. He had to devote all his energy to dealing with it. To that end, he was even prepared to sacrifice the entire Ghost Dragon Society. Even Li Yao, his most trusted confidant, was a target that could be discarded if necessary. All of this was for the boss's ultimate reward. Meanwhile, on the Battlefield Alliance's front line, a super heavy Tier 3 armored infantry fighting vehicle slowly arrived at the front. In the rear, the entire main force of the Battlefield Alliance, over 3,000 vehicles and a total of 10,000 survivors, had arrived in full. "Boss, the 10 decoy flares are ready," the woman beside him said respectfully. Yi Xingzhou was expressionless. "Good. Once the Corpse King appears, fire one at the Ghost Dragon Society's line every minute." The woman nodded. Double quotes understood. Time slowly ticked away in the anxious wait. Everyone's eyes were nervously fixed on the bright red numbers on their status panels. Countdown. 5:22 at this moment. Besides the 2 major factions, many elite small groups and super strong lone wolves who had successfully survived the 7-day corpse tide by hiding in special terrain were also gradually appearing on the horizon. They just didn't dare to get too close to the 2 major factions, all hoping to rely on special firearms or talents to try and steal the final kill. This mentality was also extremely common among the members of the 2 major factions. Everyone had their own hidden agenda. After all, even lottery tickets have winners. There were only 20,000 people here in total. If they happened to be the ones to snag it, why would they still need to take orders from Zhang Dongji or Yi Xingzhou? They could live like kings. Just as the entire field fell into a deathly silence, a vehicle of immense size sped toward them from the horizon. The sudden appearance of the giant base vehicle caused the expressions of all the factions to change instantly. A Tier 3 vehicle. And it clearly wasn't just a ghost vehicle or a combat vehicle. It was the most dominant type of ultimate grade vehicle. Another top-tier player had appeared. Although it was the first time they had seen an ultimate grade vehicle in this form, everyone's guess regarding the identity of its owner was unanimous. Ji Zhang, the strongest lone wolf of District 7882, has finally appeared. Chapter 110. Explosive slaughter of the Ghost Dragon Society. The carnival begins. He's here. Damn, another big shot. Even Ji Zhang is here. It looks like there's going to be a massive free-for-all later. Brothers, let's just hide if we can. Bullets and shells don't have eyes. And your life is your own. If we hunker down now, we can still get the rewards. I heard Ji Zhang has a blood feud with the Ghost Dragon Society. He dares to come under these circumstances. Isn't he afraid of being liquidated? Holy crap! Holy crap! Jizang is still driving. He's already approaching the center point. Damn! He's crossed the line. A wave of exclamations erupted on the public channel. Jizang's base vehicle, having bypassed the scattered groups of survivors on the outermost perimeter, showed no intention of stopping. It continued to push forward at a terrifying speed of over 100 kilometers per hour. With 3 minutes left on the countdown, the base vehicle had already crossed the safety line everyone had tacitly agreed upon and was driving toward the other side of the blood cocoon. At this moment, a drone was circling in the sky, its high-definition camera locked onto the base vehicle, transmitting the captured footage in real time to Yixingzhou's vehicle. Yixingzhou tapped his fingers on the console. What is he trying to do? On the other side, the Ghost Dragon Society, seeing the base vehicle drawing closer and closer, immediately entered a state of maximum alert, with all weapons and equipment primed and ready. President, he's coming over, President. Cries of alarm echoed through the channel. Zhang Dongji watched the silhouette of the base vehicle becoming clearer in the distance. The veins on his neck bulged, and his face twisted into a ferocious expression. What is he trying to do? Zhang Dongji's teeth were practically grinding to the point of bleeding. There were only 2 minutes left until the Corpse King appeared for Jizang to charge, and at this moment was he trying to exhaust himself in a bloody battle against them before the boss even spawned. The Ghost Dragon Society had assembled such a massive army of vehicles. Even if Jizang had a Tier 3 high-end vehicle, they had a 100% chance of winning. What benefit could he possibly gain from doing this? President, he's getting closer. Should we open fire? Anxious reports came from the front line. Jizang's terrifying combat record had long since spread across the plains. Now that it was their turn to face his close-in weapon system, no one could help but feel their scalp tingle. Wait for now. Zhang Dongji stopped everyone, picked up the microphone, remotely connected to Jizang's base vehicle, and roared in a deep voice, "Stop the vehicle immediately. I told you to stop the vehicle right now. If you don't stop, I'll order them to open fire. You'll be sent to the afterlife in a heartbeat. You damn bastard, stop. Do you want Yixingzhou to reap the benefits? Do you really have to force me to kill you right now?" Zhang Dongji bellowed repeatedly. However, the base vehicle showed no signs of slowing down, charging toward the Ghost Dragon Society's line at top speed. The oppressive presence of the massive base vehicle was simply too overwhelming. Even without firing a shot, it was enough to make every member of the Ghost Dragon Society feel their scalp go numb and break out in a cold sweat. And after Zhang Dongji's frantic verbal outburst, that calm and mocking voice finally sounded over the vehicle's public channel. "Listen here, grandson. I was too busy the last couple of days to collect my debts from you. So you actually started taking yourself seriously, reaping the benefits. Let me be clear. Trash like you aren't even qualified to sit at the table. Listen well. I'm here to kill you, not to negotiate." Inside the driver's seat of the base vehicle, Jizang was smoking calmly, a smile playing on his lips. It's a good thing the Corpse King is here, otherwise it wouldn't be easy to gather all these animals in one place. It's the perfect time to settle old and new scores together. Consider it a pre-battle warm-up. As for wasting ammunition, does ammo even cost money? Get ready, the party is starting. Jizang finished his last sentence, turned his head to look at the sea of red dots on the center console display, and clicked to activate automatic fire. On top of the base vehicle, the Land Shield 3000 close-in weapon system instantly locked onto dozens of the nearest vehicles, and an 11-barreled 35mm rotary cannons began to warm up. At the same time, the flamethrower turret at the rear of the vehicle swiveled around, aiming into the air, its cold coals rapidly turning red. Zhang Dongji slammed his steering wheel. If he started a war with Jizang now, consuming a massive amount of ammunition and trump cards, what capital would he have left to compete with the Battlefield Alliance for the boss later? But things had reached this point. There was no turning back. Fire! Zhang Dongji screamed at the top of his lungs. A terrifying battle was on the verge of breaking out. All the vehicles and combat personnel on the Ghost Dragon Society's line instantly unleashed their most powerful firepower in a siege against the base vehicle. A massive amount of bullets, rockets, and shells were poured out crazily as if they were free. At the same time, The base vehicle's close-in weapon system began its terrifying, extreme barrage, *******. The 11 barrels erupted with scorching, massive tongues of fire. Countless tungsten armor-piercing rounds transformed into a dense curtain of fire, instantly slamming into the combat vehicles on the front line. Boom, 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 boom. Wherever the 35mm barrage passed, not a single vehicle could hold up for even half a second before being torn to shreds and exploding into fireballs. Under the dual lock-on of the phased radar and the target acquisition radar, the super rotary motors started at full speed, responding rapidly to over 8 targets per second. The 11 barrels were like the scythe of the Grim Reaper descending, crazily cleansing the battlefield. At the same time, the flamethrower turret finished its warm-up. A condensed pillar of fire oil was compressed into a straight line and erupted forth. Whoosh. The magma-like fire oil cut through the night, landing directly in the most densely packed area of the Ghost Dragon Society's line. With a loud boom, a massive amount of fire oil ignited, and every vehicle within the splash range was engulfed in flames. The extreme heat dyed everything in the vicinity red. Even the Level 2 exterior armor could not withstand the temperature and began to melt rapidly. The survivors inside were turned into human torches, letting out agonizing screams. In contrast, the base vehicle withstood the massive barrage of firepower from the very first moment. Its exterior armor modules showed no signs of stress. Not even a single scratch was visible. Even explosions from rocket launchers and artillery shells only caused the vehicle to tilt slightly, failing to cause any substantial damage at all. The only weak point was the tires. Under the fierce, concentrated fire, the 16 large tires were quickly shredded and rendered useless. A few that rolled over landmines pre-planted by the Ghost Dragon Society were blown away entirely, leaving only bare wheel hubs. Ji-Kang didn't care in the slightest. He bought 10 sets of tires in one go. He would just replace them if they broke. And his travel speed remained completely unaffected. Under the destructive assault of the 2 super turrets, the entire Ghost Dragon Society formation fell into chaos. The tactics they had originally formulated were completely useless. Instead, driven by fear, a large number of vehicles scrambled and collided with one another, turning into a tangled mess of a traffic jam. Now, no one could run away, and at this moment, Ji-Kang's base vehicle crashed directly into the front lines of the Ghost Dragon Society. The Thorn armor deployed in its entirety. ****. The razor-sharp super alloy spikes turned the base vehicle into a massive armored hedgehog, easily tearing through all the blocked vehicles on it and crushing forward like a bulldozer. He's coming over here. Drive. For F***'s sake, drive. I can't move. It's blocked in front. Shandongji. I'll F***ck your mother. The scene descended into the most terrifying chaos. It wasn't just the Land Shield 3000 and the flamethrower turrets destroying everything. There were also a large number of Ghost Dragon Society friendly forces firing wildly in all directions. Everyone had gone mad, firing indiscriminately at friend and foe alike, just wanting to escape this horrific hell. Brothers, sorry for being a bit late these past 2 days. Tomorrow night at 12:00 a.m., I will release 3 chapters in a row, and from then on, updates will be fixed at 12:00 a.m., starting tomorrow. Old Y will strive to update 3 chapters with over 6,000 words every day. Please give this kid a 5-star review. The second volume, the Super Main City arc, is about to begin, and it will be even more exciting. Chapter 111, The Great Defection. The base vehicle ruling the battlefield. Retreat. You mother *****, retreat. What the *****? Who is firing at me? Are you crazy? We're friendly forces. Friendly your mothers be. Get the hell out of the way. I'll kill anyone who blocks my path. He's here. Ji-Kang is here. Grumble. Gunfire, explosions, and screams spread through the lines like a plague. The members of the Ghost Dragon Society, who had been so arrogant and ambitious just moments ago, were now completely consumed by fear and chaos. They never imagined that before the Corpse King even appeared, their side would suffer such a terrifying, destructive blow. And all of this was caused by the intrusion of just one enemy. The Ghost Dragon Society was originally a bandit force gathered through the exploitation and oppression of others, coupled with the extreme, iron-fisted rule of high-ranking members like Zhang Dongji. They had barely managed to stabilize into a twisted gang. A force like theirs could only win when they were bullying others in a one-sided slaughter. When they encountered a top-tier player like Ji Kang, who didn't play by the rules and charged straight in, their forces collapsed like a mountain. Unite to resist an external enemy. What a joke. When there was money to loot, everyone shared the spoils. That was sharing blessings. As for sharing hardships, whoever the hell wants to do that can go ahead. But I'm not doing it. Everyone knew clearly that they only had one life. Were they really going to be cannon fodder for Zhang Dongji? The one with the grudge against Ji Kang was Zhang Dongji. There were supervision squads, and deserters were afraid of being held accountable later, so they obediently followed orders. But now, forget about the supervision squads. Even the high-ranking leaders were running for their lives. When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. Trash. You're all a bunch of trash. The scene before him made Zhang Dongji, the leader, almost burst with rage. He slammed his steering wheel in extreme fury, then decisively shifted into reverse and slammed on the gas. The 4 exhaust pipes of his giant armored vehicle spewed thick black smoke, driving the massive body of the vehicle into a rapid retreat. The large number of vehicles blocking the rear were forcibly pushed aside. At the same time, Zhang Dongji pressed 2 buttons on his steering wheel. The mechanical plates on the roof of the armored vehicle split open, revealing a 32-tube missile array. Asterisk whoosh, 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 whoosh. Missile after missile flew from the array, trailing fire and white smoke as they tore through the air, locking directly onto the base vehicle that had fully penetrated their heartland. 32 missiles. This was Zhang Dongji's strategic reserve, worth over 8,000 gold coins. And one of his trump cards. In this single wave, he used up half of them. Moreover, among the 16 missiles launched to carry cluster bomb warheads, a terrifying existence that could be called the Reaper of the battlefield. Seeing Zhang Dongji's missiles rise into the sky, what everyone felt was not surprise, but unprecedented terror. Cluster bombs are coming. FCK. Zhang Dongji, you won't die a good death. I must have been blind to follow a beast like you. The radio channel was filled with curses and shouting. At this moment, the base vehicle was rampaging through the Ghost Dragon Society's position. The 2 super turrets were in a state of absolute suppression, crazily destroying everything in their path. After the missiles took flight, the radar system of the close-in weapon system Zeus quickly detected the incoming targets. It immediately elevated its barrels, firing a dense barrage of bullets to intercept them in the air. Asterisk boom boom, boom, boom. Missile after missile with terrifying explosive power turned into fireballs in the sky, only to cluster bombs failed to be intercepted. The main warheads completed their ejection at high altitude, and the hundreds of anti-armor submunitions they carried rained down like a storm of needles, densely bombarding the area within 300 meters of the base vehicle. Boom. Beyond the base vehicle, hundreds of Ghost Dragon Society vehicles in the vicinity were instantly shredded by the anti-armor submunitions. What was most despairing was not Zhang Dongji's ruthlessness. It was that under such a terrifying impact, the outer armor of Ji Kang's base vehicle remained completely unscathed. This was clearly level for outer armor. Everyone who witnessed this scene felt a chill run down their spines. One had to know that back when they were upgrading to a Tier 3 ultimate vehicle, Zhang Dongji had spent an unknown amount of resources and materials just on the armor core component, requiring over a dozen mechanics to work together to craft it. Yet, not only had Ji Kang completed his upgrade alone, but he had also added level 4 outer armor on top of that, along with 2 infinite ammo turrets of unknown grade. Damn it. And you're telling me this guy is a lone wolf? By this moment, no one had any heart left to resist. They had all ceased fire, not wanting to waste any ammunition just to tickle someone's level 4 outer armor. They only wanted to flee the scene immediately. Zhang Dongji roared furiously over the channel, "Transfer money to me, quickly. Transfer all your gold coins to me, otherwise, everyone is going to die here." The only response he received was a chorus of vicious curses. Words that everyone usually dared not say were now being spewed out, fueled by fear and anger. "Screw your mother. I'm your father. Why would I transfer money to you, Zhang? You piece of trash. Go die in a ditch. You suck the blood of your brothers every single day. And in the end, you're just a pure failure who can't even penetrate a lone wolf's defense. Stay here and wait for death yourself, you dog." You even kill your own subordinates. Let's see who supports you now, damn it. I'm going to hide far away and just watch Jikang kill you. Just watch. Zhang Dongji, who usually stood high and mighty like an emperor, listened to these soul-piercing words that struck straight at his heart. His face turned the color of pig liver, and he bellowed, "I'll kill you all." In a fit of extreme rage, Zhang Dongji, having nearly lost his sanity, pressed the missile launch button. This time, he wasn't aiming at Jikang, but at the Ghost Dragon Society members fleeing on the periphery. These missiles couldn't hurt the base vehicle, but for the other vehicles, whether they were Tier 2 or Tier 3 ghost vehicles or combat vehicles, it was an unavoidable catastrophe. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The remaining 16 missiles launched into the sky, locking onto every vehicle in the vicinity indiscriminately. They descended with a terrifying sonic boom, exploding into a sea of destructive fire. The battlefield was a scene of ruin and wreckage, filled with cries of despair. In a very short span of time, a grand drama of military collapse, desertion, and internal sanction played out in its rawest form. The dramatic shifts throughout the entire event were simply breathtaking. At this moment, the surviving peripheral vehicles were already scattering like a broken anthill, fleeing frantically in all directions. Jikang sat in his base vehicle, watching this rabble scatter like birds and beasts, finding it rather amusing. However, since there were still quite a few of them left, he didn't intend to chase them down one by one. The priority now was to take out the ringleader, Zhang Dongji. The base vehicle turned, heading straight for Zhang Dongji's massive armored vehicle, which was retreating wildly. Two turrets locked onto the target and opened fire. Rumble. 35mm shells and pillars of liquid fire transformed into two dazzling torrents, slamming into the giant armored vehicle. Chapter 112. A battle to become legend. The Ghost Dragon Society is completely erased. Launch the attack aircraft. Zhang Dongji shouted with a ferocious expression. Things had reached this point. There was no room left to hold back any trump cards. It was kill or be killed. Li Ya had already been standing by in the secondary vehicle bay. Upon receiving the order, he pressed the launch button. The massive hatch at the rear of the secondary vehicle bay swung open like a trunk. A scaled-down version of a Warthog attack aircraft was ejected directly along an electromagnetic rail, flying out into the open. This Warthog attack aircraft was equipped with two 6-barreled 20mm infinite ammo machine cannons. The total value of these two cannons alone reached tens of thousands of gold coins. Beyond that, the belly bomb bay was equipped with 50 decoy flares and 4 laser-guided R2 ground missiles. This was Zhang Dongji's final trump card. The very second the Warthog attack aircraft took to the sky, the torrent of fire from the base vehicle tore through all the vehicles blocking its path and struck the giant armored vehicle directly. Boom! In an instant, Zhang Dongji felt a terrifying impact like never before, and the entire Tier 3 ultimate vehicle shuddered violently. The 35mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds were tearing through his outer armor at a rate of over 300 rounds per second. The trailing pillars of liquid fire poured over the vehicle body, making the entire machine feel as if it had fallen into a molten purgatory. Suffering under the horrific, scorching heat, Zhang Dongji screamed in agony. Fortunately, with his 50-point constitution, he wouldn't be roasted alive just yet, but the pet sitting in the back row of vicious, massive dogs several meters long did not have it so easy. Under the scorching heat, the dog's fur caught fire instantly, turning it into a howling, flaming monster that scrambled wildly inside the vehicle. Finally, it rushed to the front of the driver's seat, only to have its head smashed in by a furious punch from Zhang Dongji. As the base vehicle continued its frantic concentrated fire, the giant armored vehicle's level 3 outer armor could not withstand the destructive assault of the Land Shield 3000 Kung and the flamethrower turret. The vehicle's durability began to plummet at a rate visible to the naked eye. Zhang Dongji was biting his teeth so hard they were about to bleed. Under immense pressure, he floored the accelerator, fleeing wildly across the terrain and constantly searching for cover. But the base vehicle's attacks were like maggots on rotting bone, completely locked onto the giant vehicle. Coupled with the overwhelming speed advantage, there was no possibility of escape for the latter. Fortunately, at this moment, Li Ya was already piloting the Warthog attack aircraft, launching a frantic retaliatory strike against Jikang. The two 20mm machine cannons roared, tearing through the sky. and struck the base vehicle, sending showers of sparks flying at the same time. A large number of decoy flares and to-air-to-ground missiles detached from the bomb bay and shot toward the base vehicle. What kind of ancient, decrepit junk are you dragging out to show off? Jikang spat out the words. The Land Shield 3000's turret swiveled, its phaser radar instantly locking onto the target and calculating its flight path. The 11-barrel Gatling cannon, possessing firepower that utterly crushed the Warthog attack aircraft, spewed a frantic barrage of bullets, engaging in a direct, head-on duel. Bang, 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 bang. To-air-to ground missiles were intercepted first, exploding into massive plumes of fire. Following this, the Land Shield 3000 began to rapidly lock onto and pursue the Warthog attack aircraft. Leah's piloting skills were truly astonishing, and combined with the attack aircraft's extreme speed and maneuverability, he managed to narrowly dodge the first wave of the bullet storm. However, because of this, the attack aircraft worth tens of thousands of gold coins lost its offensive capability, reduced to a giant bird that could only scurry away in a panic. Jikang sneered, reaching into his storage area to pull out the handheld electromagnetic rifle. He then opened the firing port and entered Eagle Eye mode, aiming the muzzle of the electromagnetic rifle at the Warthog's windshield. He pulled the trigger. The multi-pole coils inside the barrel lit up layer by layer, propelling the 20mm super alloy projectile, firing it in an instant. The projectile, traveling at a terminal velocity of 4,000 meters per second, tore through the sky in a blink and struck the aircraft's front windshield with pinpoint accuracy. The terrifying magnetic power instantly shattered the entire windshield into a spiderweb of fine cracks. The secondary vehicle's defensive capabilities inherited those of the main vehicle. The Level 3 outer armor was not something a single electromagnetic shock could penetrate, but the cracks in the front windshield caused Leah to instantly lose his vision and sense of direction. Panic set in, and the entire aircraft began to wobble. Less than a second later, he was successfully captured by the Land Shield 3000's firenet. Guildmaster Leo let out one final scream before his death. Boom! Tungsten core armor-piercing rounds frantically pulverized the fuselage, turning the Warthog attack aircraft into a blooming firework. Leah Zhang Dongji watched the fire in the sky and screamed in agony. His hair and clothes had already been scorched away by the high heat. With a face full of blood and tears, he slammed his foot on the accelerator, charging directly toward Jikang's base vehicle. Every word, filled with extreme murderous intent, was spat out through gritted teeth. I want you to die. Seriously. Why are you yelling so loudly? Is he your wife or something? Jikang picked up the microphone and said mockingly, your wife was still calling your name right before he was turned into mincemeat. Zhang Dongji drove like a madman, flooring the accelerator. The next moment, countless 35mm tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, like the blinding high beams of oncoming traffic, shone through the windshield, illuminating Zhang Dongji's final, crazed expression. Bang, 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 bang. The giant armored vehicle's outer plating was completely torn apart. The vehicle's durability dropped below 50%, and then, in a very short time, it plummeted to zero. Rumble, rumble. Zhang Dongji, in the driver's seat, was completely pulverized into a mist of blood amidst his frantic roars. The entire Tier 3 high-end vehicle was also blasted into a lump of constantly collapsing scrap metal, before exploding with a boom into a massive mushroom cloud. Whoosh! The shockwave from the explosion stripped away a layer of the surrounding ground. Even Jikang's base vehicle shook violently. Damn! Jikang raised an eyebrow. The explosive power of this Tier 3 high-end vehicle was much stronger than a missile. He guessed the opponent had intended to go out in a mutual destruction. What a pity! They didn't even manage to touch a single hair on him. The entire chaotic battlefield finally fell completely silent at this moment. Jikang immediately swapped in a set of new tires and checked the vehicle panel. After this massive battle, only 3% of his durability had been chipped away. Not bad. Not too much of a loss. He looked around. The hundreds of vehicles from the Ghost Dragon Guild that had defected were already fleeing in different directions toward the far distance, almost disappearing into the horizon. His private messages were flooded with a pile of notifications, all from the defecting Ghost Dragon Guild members begging for mercy. They claimed they had only joined the pirate ship under the coercion of people like Zhang Dongji, and that they were now deeply repentant, willing to offer everything just to beg Master Ji to spare their lives. Ji King certainly wouldn't believe the lies of these rats, but he didn't have the time to wipe them out one by one. From this moment on, the massive malignant tumor that was the Ghost Dragon Guild had been officially removed from District 7882. These fugitives carried the brand of the Ghost Dragon Guild. From here on out, they would be like rats crossing the street, unable to take a single step without trouble. He didn't even need to take action. The Shanghai Alliance, which had been oppressed by them for so long, would surely hunt them down one by one. Chapter 113. Ji Kang's reputation tops the district. The Corpse King's giant shadow appears. I got too carried away with the fighting and almost forgot about the Corpse King. Ji King snapped back to reality and hurriedly looked at the countdown. The countdown had long since frozen at 00. He looked back. That blood cocoon, which resembled a small hill, was still pulsing with a certain rhythm, like the heart of the earth. Only, compared to a moment ago, the thick blood vessels on the surface of the cocoon were emitting an eerie red glow, as if they were held at some kind of critical threshold. Ji Kang narrowed his eyes slightly. So this first round final boss was actually a trigger-based encounter. However, it was quite surprising that the people from the Battlefield Alliance hadn't made a move yet. At this moment, every survivor on the Battlefield Alliance's defensive line had been left completely stunned by the spectacle. Since a moment ago, the entire public chat screen had been flooded with information, like falling snowflakes. At first, everyone was still shocked by Ji Kang's reckless and insane behavior. It wasn't until the base vehicle displayed its terrifying combat power later on that everyone present felt their scalps tingle. This man was just too damn terrifying. He had single-handedly taken on the Ghost Dragon Guild's thousands of vehicles, crushing them throughout the entire engagement. And he was the one doing the chasing. As one of the top 2 military forces in the entire district, the Ghost Dragon Guild couldn't even hold out for a few minutes before breaking into a full-scale rout. Who the hell would believe this if it were told to them? Among everyone present, Yi Xingzhou, as the leader of the Battlefield Alliance, should have been the one most delighted by this turn of events. As the strongest lone wolf, Ji Zhang was locked in a bloody battle with one of the top 2 major factions in the sector. No matter the outcome, he would be the one to profit the most. But as he watched, Yi Xingzhou found he couldn't laugh at all. By the end, when Zhang Dongji's Tier 3 elite grade vehicle and his Warthog attack aircraft equipped with infinite ammo autocannons were easily crushed and slaughtered by the base vehicle, Yi Xingzhou's entire face turned a leaden, ashen color. Even when the countdown hit 0, the commanders below requested instructions on whether to act several times, only to be rejected by Yi Xingzhou each time. His only response every time was 3 words: wait a little longer. And now, the battle had finally subsided. The wait was over. The news that the Ghost Dragon Society had been completely wiped out spread rapidly to every corner of the Plains region, triggering an unprecedented shock among all the survivors. The Twilight Canyon, in particular, was practically boiling over. Everyone was chanting Ji Zhang's name, excited beyond measure. As for the smaller groups and lone wolves who hadn't joined any major factions, they were so stunned by this earth-shattering achievement that their scalps were tingling. At this moment, in the hearts of all survivors in Sector 7882, Ji Zhang's reputation had soared in a straight line, reaching its peak. Even the predictions for who would take the top spot tonight began to waver. There had been no suspense. It was Yi Xingzhou. But now, there was genuine suspense. Holy shit, Brother Ji is a beast. On the front lines of the Battlefield Alliance, within the ranks of the Divine Wine Group, Hidi could not contain his emotions. He slammed his steering wheel, shouting excitedly without pause, "Hidi, what the hell are you yelling for? Don't you know whose side you're on?" The group leader, Zhao Hui, couldn't help but reprimand him. But Hidi remained unfazed, retorting excitedly, "That's my big brother, shut up." Although Zhao Hui's tone was stern, his voice trembled slightly. Dealing with Yi Xingzhou alone was already like snatching food from the jaws of a tiger. Now that a terrifying opponent like Ji Zhang had appeared, was it really possible for him to secure the final kill? If he failed to secure it, he would have made a dangerous enemy. Thinking of Zhang Dongji's miserable end, fear began to take root in Zhao Hui's heart. and his palms were unknowingly drenched in sweat. Jizang is moving. Just then, the scout responsible for observing the battlefield issued a warning to the entire group. In an instant, everyone present tensed up. They saw that in the distance, the base vehicle began to turn around, and the two super turrets on its roof slowly adjusted their muzzles. As the muzzles were about to aim at the Battlefield Alliance's front line, every survivor on the field felt as if a blood-soaked demon were staring directly at them. In an instant, the hair on their bodies stood on end. The weapons in their hands and the armaments on their vehicles were aimed at Jizang's direction almost subconsciously, just as they were on the verge of an accidental discharge. Yi Xingzhou shouted over the public radio channel, "Jizang, don't be impulsive. We have no malicious intent." This sentence stopped not only Jizang but also the soldiers of the entire group. In such an extremely tense situation, if an accidental shot were fired and caused a misunderstanding, there would be no room left for negotiation. Seeing the base vehicle's muzzles move past the Battlefield Alliance's line, Yi Xingzhou finally let out a sigh of relief. Damn it. Cold sweat had broken out all over his face. "Don't be nervous. I'm just turning around." Jizang's voice also rang out over the frequency. "Rest assured, I can compete with you fairly, but bossy, it's best to put away those little schemes of yours. Trying to backstab me won't do you any good." Having his previous thoughts called out, Yi Xingzhou's expression stiffened slightly. He laughed unnaturally. "Is Murdachi overthinking things? Do you really think I need to use such low-handed tactics?" Jizang sneered. "I saw the decoy flares on your vehicle. Who are you trying to fool?" Yi Xingzhou's eyebrow twitched slightly. "Those were prepared for the Ghost Dragon Society." Yi Xingzhou switched frequencies and ordered his subordinates to hide the decoy flares. It was damn embarrassing. "Everyone, take your positions. Prepare for battle," Yi Xingzhou commanded in a deep voice. Every member of the group immediately entered combat mode, and all their weapons and equipment were aimed at the massive blood cocoon ahead. "Fire!" He gave the order. The next second, all combat personnel on the front line held their breath and opened fire violently at the blood cocoon. Bang, 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 bang. The dense sound of gunfire and explosions erupted like popping beans, and the firelight illuminated the entire land. On the other side, the base vehicle remained stationary, not firing. Jizang had changed into a tactical suit, with the moon's blood strapped to his waist. He climbed to the top of the base vehicle and, from a distance of over 1,000 meters, stared at the blood cocoon ahead. After the Battlefield Alliance opened fire, the entire blood cocoon suddenly began to churn like boiling water. Restless aura instantly permeated the entire battlefield, instinctively causing a sense of fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The agitation of the blood cocoon grew more intense, and then, with a loud asterisk boom asterisk, it instantly exploded into a sky-filling rain of splashing flesh and blood. This scene caused everyone's pupils to shrink violently. At the same time, the mighty aura of a king-level creature descended upon the entire battlefield in an instant. It was a sense of oppression that made it almost impossible to breathe, coming from all directions, crushing everyone's hearts and souls. Gurgle. Rip. From the shattered blood cocoon, an incredibly massive, twisted figure slowly crawled out. The flesh and blood clinging to the giant shadow were gradually torn away, and blood flowed like a spring, gushing out of the giant cocoon. The blinding scarlet infected the earth, spreading in all directions. "I received so many gifts and treats from everyone today. I'm so happy. I treated myself to a triple-topping pork trotter rice for a late-night snack, and I'm stuffed. Omega, also. Reporting to all you handsome folks. The update time will remain at 9:00 a.m., as it's less likely to get stuck in review." Chapter 114. Ancestral Blood Corpse King, the Ancient Fallen One. It was a massive figure, standing over 100 meters tall, rising slowly from the ground like a building dozens of stories high. It possessed a torso similar to a human's, yet its entire body was devoid of skin, revealing only bloody muscle fibers and protruding, ghastly white bones on its enormous head. The facial features were also stripped of skin, and teeth the size of door panels were densely packed together, with thick blood constantly oozing from between the gaps, making it look like a ferocious demon that had crawled out of hell. Gurgle, gurgle. Within its chest cavity and ribs, a mass of deep red tumor-like flesh pulsed, bubbling sounds as if it were some kind of parasite. The mere sight of this scene was enough to cause extreme physical discomfort. At the same time, a red highlighted information prompt appeared before everyone's eyes. Ancestral Blood Corpse King Cocoon Level King Tier Monster Evolution. Before it completely fell into darkness, it was once a great lord of the human race. However, during that ancient divine war, it was seduced by darkness and traded its own soul in exchange for the divine gift of immortality. This so-called divine gift granted it eternal life, but it also reduced it to a corpse that was neither human nor ghost. It feeds on flesh and drinks blood, its body rots and uses pus, and its humanity has gradually been lost. In the later stages of the divine war, the darkness drove it to steal the divine treasure of the Earth God clan. To retaliate against the darkness, it hid the divine treasure in an unknown location, while it fled to the Shiyu Plains, relying on the last shred of its human consciousness to seal itself within a tomb, forming a blood cocoon. As the long ages passed, the blood seeping from the tomb transformed into one terrifying plague after another, sweeping through all the human villages on the plains and infecting the people into horrific monsters. Now, the Corpse King is about to break out of its cocoon and be reborn. Although the power granted to it by the darkness has been worn away over the ages, it has finally succeeded in reclaiming a sliver of its humanity. Powerful survivors face this fallen one from the ancient era with courage. Looking at the information that appeared before them, everyone couldn't help but be stunned. The last two sentences, in particular, were chilling. If its power has been worn away to almost nothing and it is still classified as a king-tier monster, heaven knows how terrifying this thing must have been in its prime. But among everyone present, only Ji Kang extracted the most information from these monster details. So that's how it is. Ji Kang narrowed his eyes. Everything was connected now. The cursed parchment in his possession definitely originated from this Corpse King. It was the one who hid the divine treasure of the Earth God and used its own blood as a seal, making it impossible for anyone to locate the treasure. To erase the mist on the treasure map, one must obtain its blood, which means one must awaken it. The fact that the opponent spent endless ages reclaiming a sliver of humanity is likely due to its obsession with the treasure. However, Ji Kang still had one confusion. That was the word cocoon after the opponent's name, and the phrase about to break out of its cocoon that followed. Could it be that this is not the Corpse King's true form? While Ji Kang was still deep in thought, the Battlefield Alliance had already begun to react. Form up, open fire, Yixingzhou, at the very front, shouted loudly. The next moment, the 10,000-man line that the Battlefield Alliance had deployed across the land immediately launched the most violent offensive against the Corpse King. Bang, 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 boom, rumble. The scene of 10,000 people firing simultaneously was like a magnificent fireworks display, illuminating the earth under the night sky in a fiery red dot. From this, one could see that the overall strength of the Battlefield Alliance was a notch above the Ghost Dragon Society. Whether it was the quality of the combat personnel or the various equipment and firepower, they demonstrated the powerful foundation of a top-tier force in the region. Ji Kang took one look and spotted no fewer than 10 Tier 3 vehicles in the front row. And Yixingzhou's Tier 3 elite infantry fighting vehicle even had 3 heavy machine guns with infinite ammunition rising from its roof. The terrifying web of fire woven by the rotating barrels became the most eye-catching presence on the entire front line. Under the eagle eye state, Ji Kang carefully observed Yixingzhou's vehicle. 3 Level 2 turrets. Level 4 outer armor. Ji Kang raised an eyebrow. He remembered that when he arrived just now, Yixingzhou still had level 3 outer armor. Now it had been upgraded directly to level 4. That old fox is really afraid of death. He probably only had enough resources on hand to upgrade one thing to level 4, intending to wait until he reached the front line to decide on the upgrade direction. But after seeing the level for defensive power of his own base vehicle, he changed his mind. However, Ji Kang was also curious that the other party could resist not upgrading to level 3 or 4 turrets and was still using those ancient heavy machine guns. This grandson definitely still has an ace up his sleeve. I have to be on guard. Ji Kang was certain in his heart. He turned his gaze back to the Corpse King. At this moment, under the fierce barrage of fire, the Corpse King had been forced back several steps, its flesh and blood torn open, splashing large amounts of bloody foam. Its body was too large, and almost all the bullets and artillery fire hit their mark. Even the body of a king-tier monster found it difficult to withstand such an onslaught for a time. This scene made everyone in the Battlefield Alliance extremely excited. It's broken through its defense. Ha 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 ha, kill, kill, kill. What kind of bullshit, Corpse King? I'm going to finish you off. A fanatical look appeared on everyone's face. Judging by the opponent's state, it probably wouldn't last more than a few minutes before kicking the bucket. They really had a chance to snatch the final kill. At this moment, everyone was clutching their trump cards tightly, preparing to use them to vie for the ultimate grand prize once the opponent reached the execution threshold. G-King shook his head. What were these people thinking? Even those slightly stronger super monsters had a second phase. Would this king-level boss with such a high-profile background and or not have one? It was likely that the creature hadn't even broken out of its cocoon yet. However, G-King did not just watch from the sidelines, he also ordered his forces to open fire. The next moment, the Land Shield 3000 and the flamethrower turrets on top of the base vehicle erupted in unison. A surging, terrifying barrage of firepower slammed into the Corpse King's back, frantically tearing through its flesh. Rumble. The entire battlefield was filled with the deafening roar of gunfire and artillery. Compared to the Battlefield Alliance's wide-range, shallow-depth attacks, the base vehicle's firepower could not compare in scale, but its lethality completely blew the opposition away. The 35mm tungsten armor-piercing rounds, firing at 300 rounds per second, acted like a drill, fiercely boring and digging into the Corpse King's back. Combined with the flaming oil from the flamethrower turrets, the armor-piercing efficiency was even higher. In no time, a massive, bloody crater had been drilled into the Corpse King's back, nearly exposing its spine. Roar! A low, rumbling growl sounded, like muffled thunder. The Corpse King's body seemed to have no sense of pain at all. It quickly adapted to this concentrated barrage and successfully stood its ground. Thud! It took a step forward, and the earth trembled. Everyone's heart skipped a beat along with it. Chapter 115, Chaotic Battlefield. The Corpse King's true form descends, its pace quickened, each step sounding like a war drum as it began to close in on the Battlefield Alliance's front line. A thick, foul stench of blood billowed outward. It's coming, damn it! Retreat, retreat quickly. The oppressive force of a king-level monster felt almost tangible, washing over them like a mountain-toppling tsunami, instantly igniting the fear in everyone's hearts. Do not panic, Yi Xingzhou shouted, immediately beginning to shift tactics. Spread out in a fan shape and retreat in an orderly fashion. Combat squads. Attack its knees. Interference squads. Apply debuffs to it. Orders were issued one after another, and the team members began to respond rapidly amidst the tension. At this moment, there wasn't a single piece of intact flesh left on the Corpse King's body, but the more damaged it appeared, the more terrifying it felt, because it wasn't affected by any of its injuries at all and continued to advance relentlessly. In just a few seconds, its mountain-like, massive body had reached the Battlefield Alliance's front line. Following that, its chest suddenly bulged, like a balloon being blown up. Defense squads, deploy energy shields, Yi Xingzhou shouted urgently. Dozens of figures on the front line responded immediately. They were all powerhouses with energy-based talents, and at this moment, they all released the energy within their bodies, connecting and merging them together to form a pale blue protective shield. The next second, the Corpse King opened its abyss-like maw, and the large bulge in its chest was instantly released through its giant mouth. It was a dense, shell-like rain of blood. PFFT. All the blood rain shot toward the Battlefield Alliance's front line. Large cracks and blood stains instantly appeared on the energy shield. The remaining blood rain that wasn't intercepted struck the rear lines, instantly piercing through a large number of vehicles. The vehicles that were hit were almost reduced to scrap metal, and the people inside were blasted into pulp, losing even their human shape. A retreat. The destruction of over 100 vehicles and the loss of hundreds of lives plunged the Battlefield Alliance into unprecedented panic, and their firepower immediately weakened significantly. By now, the Corpse King's massive figure had reached the front of the line. It swung its giant fist, slamming it violently into the energy shield. The heavy, powerful blow shattered the shield instantly. The Battlefield Alliance's lines fell into chaos, identical to the scene where Ji Kang had invaded the Ghost Dragon Society earlier. Large groups of vehicles scattered in terror like an ant colony. Fortunately, the various captains and squad leaders exerted strong control, barely managing to stabilize the situation. Yi Xingzhou's near-roaring voice echoed over the radio channel. "Do not panic. The Provost team is recording everyone's battle merits. The harder you fight, the higher your merits. Anyone who dares to desert during the chaos will be dealt with by military law. Now, focus fire on its left knee." Rumble. The Corpse King's figure began to rampage wildly through the lines. A single swipe of its hand was enough to flip a large number of vehicles just from the shockwave. Vehicles crushed by its feet, even armored cars, had no chance of survival, instantly becoming flat and iron pancakes. At this moment, while everyone was embroiled in the chaotic battle, Ji Kang had already entered his ethereal state. He bypassed the sky-filling gunfire and artillery, flew to the side of the Corpse King, and observed every detail on its body using his eagle-eye state. The most noteworthy feature was the pulsating blood tumor on its chest. Under heavy concentrated fire, all other flesh and tissue on the Corpse King had been nearly shredded. Yet this blood tumor remained completely intact. Ji Kang's eyes narrowed slightly. He had 2 seconds left in his ethereal state. He specifically waited for the duration to end and the skill to refresh before flying inside. For an action like passing through a solid body, one had to be precise with the timing. Otherwise, if he were to exit the ethereal state exactly while overlapping with the opponent's flesh, the molecular structures would overlap and compress, leading to an exclusion reaction. Ji Kang had previously tested this with a weapon. The exclusion reaction had instantly shattered the invading part of the weapon into dust, while the stone he had tested it on remained perfectly fine. Upon entering the blood tumor, Ji Kang felt his vision instantly turn red. It was countless streams of blood flowing at high speed, and in the center of the blood, there was a figure curled into a ball. That was a person. In truth, it didn't look much like a human, for the flesh on its body had long since rotted away. The muscles atrophied, resembling blackened, age-cured meat. Its facial features were deeply sunken, and gray teeth were bared within a lipless mouth. On its wrinkled scalp, black hair grew as dry and coarse as weeds. Just as Ji Kang was observing it, the creature suddenly opened its eyes. They were a pair of eyes filled with blood vessels. The iris is a deep, scarlet red. Combined with its appearance, it was as if a demon from hell had opened its eyes to stare directly at him. Ji Kang's heart jolted. He hadn't expected that even in his ethereal state, he would still be discovered by the creature. However, upon reflection, it made sense. No matter how impressive the cicada wing treasure armor was, it was, at the end of the day, merely a treasure-grade defensive item. And this fellow before him was a monster that had survived from the ancient era to the present day. Ji Kang could now clearly sense the terrifying energy within the creature's body. This condensed power was vastly different from its outer shell, the giant Corpse King outside. This inconspicuous, mummified thing was the true body of the ancestral blood Corpse King. No wonder it's an active trigger boss. If this were set up so that you had to defeat it to clear the level, I wonder how many regions would have been wiped out. Ji Kang clicked his tongue in secret. Having clarified this point, he quickly retreated from the blood tumor and flew toward his base vehicle. However, before leaving, he specifically glanced back at Yi Xingzhou's vehicle not far away. At this moment, Yi Xingzhou's armored infantry fighting vehicle was already rapidly retreating, putting distance between itself and the Corpse King. And on the roof of the fighting vehicle, a 4th turret was slowly rising. It was actually a small electromagnetic tower. Yo, a level for turret. The old fox was indeed holding back. Ji Kang smirked, but he didn't pay it much mind. Unless it was a top-tier level for turret like a laser cannon. Other ordinary level for turrets would have limited lethality against a king-level monster like the Corpse King's true form. He no longer intended to let his base vehicle join the fray. If it took too much durability damage later, it would be a huge loss. Returning to the base vehicle, Ji Kang immediately set it to autopilot, then quickly walked to the secondary vehicle bay and mounted the back of his mechanical wolf. Whoosh! The agile metallic figure leaped out from the bay door, landing steadily on the earth. A flash of white light streaked before his eyes. The legendary grade weapon, Flame Prison Heavenly Spear, covered in fiery red patterns, appeared out of thin air. Ji Kang reached out to catch it, feeling its heavy weight. He spun the spear in a majestic flourish before resting it across his back. His entire being radiated an aura of solemn, murderous intent. Chapter 116. Buddy, I'm right here. Didn't you think to ask before taking things? Meanwhile, under the fierce onslaught of the sky-filling firepower, the Corpse King's left knee was completely shattered. Its massive body crashed down onto one knee, visibly having lost its ability to move. It's finished. Quick, focus fire. All the members of the Battlefield Alliance seemed to see the dawn of victory. Every vehicle rushed forward, crazily bombarding the Corpse King. Some aimed for its head, others for the blood tumor on its chest. At this moment, everyone brought out their trump cards, all competing to be the final straw that broke the camel's back. The opportunity to rise to the top was right before their eyes. Whoosh! From within the front lines, a figure dashed out. It was none other than Zhao Hui, the leader of the Shen Feng group. Zhao Hui, have you lost your mind, bossy? Someone is trying to steal the kill. Exclamations erupted across the field. Zhao Hui's movements were so sudden that almost no one could have predicted he would charge at the Corpse King with his bare body, and with such terrifying firepower raining down. Wasn't he just courting death? At this moment, a savage grin had already spread across Zhao Hui's face. Possessing a constitution stat of nearly 40 points, his running speed was several times that of an ordinary person, and he quickly charged into the web of fire. Stress armor, he roared. And the treasure-grade armor he wore immediately released a golden protective shield. Countless bullets and artillery shells slammed into him, all of them absorbed by the shield. He charged directly in front of the blood tumor and violently drew the long sword at his waist. The water elemental energy within his body erupted, fully imbuing the treasure-grade weapon and transforming it into a blue water blade of extreme sharpness. He raised it high, but that wasn't enough. C-grade over-limit talent fatal strike. Activate. The Corpse King is mine. Zhao Hui's eyes reflected a sea of bright red. His expression twisted in a state of extreme madness, as if he could already see his glorious future at the summit. The likes of Ji Kang and Yi Xingzhou would all have to kneel at his feet. Swish! Zhao Hui swung the several-meter-long water blade, tearing through the air as he slashed fiercely at the blood tumor. Time seemed to slow down in that instant. Fool! Ji Kang, atop his mechanical wolf, shook his head. On the other side, Yi Xingzhou also released the attack button for his electromagnetic tower. The next second, the situation shifted. PFFT. The blood tumor suddenly burst. But it wasn't slashed open, it was pierced from within. Piercing through the skin of the blood tumor was a thin, long arm, as withered as a corpse's. The moment the arm appeared, it moved with unstoppable force, flicking away the long sword in Zhao Hui's hand, tearing through his armor, and impaling his chest. The gray-black palm and fingertips grew out from Zhao Hui's back. This sight caused the pupils of everyone on the field to shrink violently. Zhao Hui remained frozen in place, letting blood gush from the large hole in his chest, his eyes instantly shifting from fanaticism to a vacant stare. What just happened? He stared blankly at the gray-black arm that had pierced through his chest. Driven by a final, desperate instinct for survival, he pulled another rare-grade broadsword from his inventory. Like a marionette on strings, he raised the weapon and swung it down with the last of his strength. Clang! The broadsword struck the arm of the true Zombie King, sending a shower of sparks flying, not a single scratch. As the arm merely swept to the side, Zhao Hui's body was instantly torn in two, tossed onto the ground like a discarded rag doll. The renowned leader of the Shen Feng group had fallen on the front lines just like a dead dog, his death utterly meaningless. His wide-eyed gaze was still filled with the bewilderment he felt in his final moments. This scene caused the throats of everyone present to tighten, their Adam's apples bobbing in unison. That blood-stained arm gripped the skin of the blood tumor, slowly tearing it open. A massive amount of blood and pus poured out from within. A withered, skeletal corpse crawled out from the mass of flesh and tissue. It looked no different from an ordinary zombie, the only distinction being its eyes. Hidden within them was a trace of human-like contemplation, an overwhelming killing intent, and an absolute coldness that could crush a person's will with a mere glance. What kind of monster is that? This is the true Zombie King. Across the entire defensive line, everyone began to tremble uncontrollably. They were filled with profound regret, wondering why they had come to participate in a battle of this caliber. and why they had to face such a thing. This was not something humans could defeat. Captain, stay. Everyone else, retreat if you can. Yi Xingzhou's voice was hoarse. What Zhao Hu had just used were rare-grade weapons and armor. Although both were considered low quality within their tier, they were still rare-grade. And yet, they were destroyed in an instant. What followed would be a peak-level confrontation in the truest sense. Even he would have to give 100%, utilizing every hidden card and ounce of strength he possessed, combined with the full assistance of the other captains, just to have a chance at rivaling the opponent. As for the others, they were nothing more than cannon fodder. Staying behind served no purpose other than to die. And Ji Kang. Yi Xingzhou looked toward the majestic figure riding on the back of a wolf in the distance. He had indeed upgraded to a secondary vehicle, but how did he dare to step out of his base vehicle? At this moment, as Yi Xingzhou's voice faded, the scene descended into a chaotic, noisy mess. No one continued to fire. Those brothers who had fantasized about landing the final blow were now running faster than anyone else, nearly flooring the gas pedals through the floorboards. Steal the kill, steal my foot. Even Zhao Hu of the Shenfeng group had been killed in a single strike. Did they really think they could finish off the Zombie King with ordinary bullets? They'd be lucky if their bullets could even rub the dead skin off the Zombie King. Click, clack. The Zombie King moved slowly. Its body had been stiff for too long, and every subtle movement produced crisp, popping sounds. Its neck turned, and its gaze shifted. It was not looking at the vast array of fleeing vehicles from the Battlefield Alliance, nor was it looking at Yi Xingzhou and the various captain-level survivors closest to it. And it certainly wasn't looking at Ji Kang in the distance. It was looking at the base vehicle. Damn it, that dog has a sharp nose. Ji Kang spat out in annoyance. There was only one reason the opponent had locked its gaze onto the base vehicle immediately. The scroll of the cursed parchment was inside the base vehicle. He hadn't expected that this unique item he'd managed to scavenge would now become such a hot potato. Whoosh! The Zombie King's body moved. Its speed was so fast it blurred into an afterimage, sprinting across the ground toward the base vehicle. Zzz, boom! A brilliant bolt of lightning pierced the night sky, instantly striking the Zombie King and blasting it into the air. I'm right here, buddy. Don't you want to ask before trying to take something? Ji Kang held the flame prison heavenly spear, a cold smile hanging on his lips. Chapter 117, Yi Xingzhou. Am I the small fry? Whoosh! The Zombie King's body spun in midair before rolling onto the ground. It climbed up stiffly, wisps of charred smoke rising from its body where tiny arcs of electricity still lingered. Those scarlet, indifferent eyes slowly turned toward the figure not far away. A flash of terrifying, extreme ferocity flickered within them. At this moment, the Battlefield Alliance's defensive line had completely dispersed, and the land was filled with vehicles fleeing in every direction. In the entire inner circle, only Ji Kang, Yi Xingzhou, and a dozen other top-tier powerhouses remained. Everyone stared intently at the patch of ground where the Zombie King had been blasted away. It had turned into a charred crater nearly 10 meters in diameter, a testament to the terrifying power of that lightning strike. Lightning-type talent. The intelligence was correct. Ji Kang's physical combat prowess had already reached a super elite level. The pressure on Yi Xingzhou's heart surged. In truth, it wasn't just the overwhelming strength Ji Kang had displayed. The Zombie King's current state was what alarmed him even more. Not a single scratch. Under these circumstances, trying to target a small, physically superior entity like the Zombie King using only vehicle-mounted turrets was clearly futile and carried the risk of being destroyed. Close-quarters combat was the only hope for victory. No wonder Ji Kang had moved his vehicle away from the core battlefield. It seemed he had already realized this. Bai Yu, you take the wheel. Provide support with the electromagnetic tower when necessary, Yi Xingzhou said, rising decisively from the driver's seat. Boss. The woman beside him looked on with concern. Don't worry. Yi Xingzhou's expression was grave and composed. A flash of white light enveloped him, and he swapped into his heavy combat gear. He wore a three-piece set of rare-grade super alloy armor. In his left hand, he held a secret treasure-grade Black Flood Dragon battle axe that glowed with a dark luster. In his right hand was a rare-grade growth weapon, the Blazing Hand Cannon. When Yi Xingzhou's figure appeared on the roof of his vehicle, the dozen captain-level powerhouses nearby, as well as the members of the Battlefield Alliance who had stopped not far away, were all struck with astonishment. Holy, is the boss planning to engage in close-quarters combat? Every single person present, upon seeing the armor on Yishingjo, felt their eyes light up, the fear in their hearts even being diluted significantly. It was the first time they had seen Boss Yi so fully armed. Those were all legendary top-tier pieces of equipment. The big moment is coming. For others, no need to run. The boss is getting serious. Is that Black X the legendary secret treasure-grade weapon? Are none of you paying attention to Master G? That bionic beast is just too damn cool. And that bolt of lightning from just now. The members of the Battlefield Alliance scattered across the battlefield grew excited. Information in the entire chat channel flew by like snowflakes, incredibly heated. Boss Yi joined by Master G, the two most elite powerhouses in the entire region, were both preparing to engage in physical combat. This was absolutely a rare, peak-level battle to behold. Many survivors who had already fled to the safe zone no longer planned to run. They prepared to witness this historic battle with their own eyes. Jizang, how about we join forces? Yishingzhou's figure leaped down from his vehicle as he spoke into his headset. His voice, transmitted through the radio frequency, reached Jizang's robotic wolf. Jizang glanced in Yishingzhou's direction to join forces. I advise you to hurry back to your vehicle. Don't end up dead with a snap in a moment. Jizang, don't be too arrogant. Your strike just now couldn't even hurt it. This Corpse King is not something you or I can defeat alone. Only by joining forces do we have a chance. Yishingzhou tried his best to project his sincerity for an alliance. We can make a pact. Regardless of who lands the final blow and takes the ultimate reward. We will share a portion of the spoils with each other. And we will never engage in any subsequent suppression or settling of scores. Survival is not a zero-sum game. Mutual attrition will only harm both of our interests. I hope you can understand this point. I am saying this in the public channel right now, with the survivors of the entire region as witnesses. I, Yishingzhou, mean what I say. I stake my reputation on it. How about it? Jizang spoke indifferently. Yishingzhou, can you stop gilding your own lily? It was my item to begin with. You want to share it with me with just a few words. Where do you get the nerve? Yishingzhou had originally worn a look of kingly composure and confidence. After all, given his status and position, treating a lone wolf like Jizang with such an attitude could be considered condescendingly gracious. But upon hearing the response, Yishingzhou almost choked on his breath, his face turning beet red. What the hell did you say? Jizang hoisted the flame prison heavenly spear onto his shoulder, while his other hand fished a cigarette out of his pocket and placed it in his mouth. He brought his fingertip to the tip of the cigarette, and fine, dense lightning ignited the tobacco. He took a deep drag before speaking slowly. Do you know why that guy didn't kill me after taking a hit from me? What do you mean? Yishingzhou's face darkened as he looked toward the Corpse King. At this moment, the Corpse King had remained silent for some time. It stood calmly in place, but those scarlet pupils had already moved past Jizang and were scanning the surroundings. When Yishingzhou looked at it, their gazes met. 1 second, 2 seconds. The atmosphere around them seemed to change suddenly at this moment. Boom! The Corpse King's figure erupted without warning, transforming into a black streak as it charged directly toward Yishingzhou. What the hell is going on? In an instant, the hair on Yishingzhou's body stood on end. Jizang, what did you mean by your words just now? Yishingzhou asked urgently, unable to fathom the situation. It was clearly Jizang who hit it. So why did it come straight for me? Did it mistake me for someone else? Damn it! Jizang smoked calmly. Can't you tell what I meant? This guy has high combat intelligence. It knows it can't take me down, so it wants to deal with the small fry around it first. Small fry? Me? Yishingzhou's eyebrow twitched uncontrollably. Jizang, if not you, then who? But you're actually not bad. Those captains under you don't even count as small fry in its eyes. As soon as these two sentences were uttered, the entire public channel exploded, especially the captains under Yishingzhou, each of them nearly fuming with rage. Boss Yi is small fry, and they don't even count as small fry. Damn it. Is this how you humiliate people? Stop spouting nonsense. Wei. You guys keep an eye on Jizang. Don't let this bastard steal the kill. Yishingzhou roared in anger, his full aura erupting as he charged directly toward the incoming Corpse King. Ji Zhang's mocking voice rang out again at this moment. Go ahead. If you're about to die later, you can ask me for help. It's not shameful. If the price is right, I'll consider saving you. Go to hell. Yi Xingzhou roared furiously. By you, launch the electromagnetic attack. Jindian Chao, Huan Wei. You guys use long-range control on the Corpse King. I'll be the one to slay it. Whoosh! Yi Xingzhou's constitution of nearly 100 points erupted to its limit at this moment. The distance between the two sides closed rapidly. The captain-level figures on the field also utilized their long-range methods at this time. Special firearms capable of shooting energy-binding wires. Combat talents that could roar out intense sound waves. And the water-type talent water prison released from a distance. Various methods were all applied to the Corpse King at this moment. If it were a super monster, it would be completely unable to move right now. But the Corpse King's figure broke through layers of obstacles. Its speed not slowing down in the slightest. Finally, it was the vehicle's level for turret, the small electromagnetic tower, that released a powerful electric current, continuously shocking the Corpse King. Only then was its body instantly paralyzed, and its speed significantly reduced. HHH. Yi Xingzhou let out a roar, leaping into midair, his figure descending like a cannonball. The secret treasure-grade giant axe in his hand swung down fiercely toward the Corpse King's head. Boom! The heavy, powerful strike instantly shattered the surrounding ground, kicking up massive waves of dirt and dust. It worked. This scene filled everyone in the Battlefield Alliance with immense joy. I have a bit of a fever today and my head is spinning. I've been deleting and rewriting what I've written, but I'm still not satisfied. I'll have to make up the 2 chapters I owe this afternoon. Sorry, everyone. Chapter 118. The ultimate oppression from an ancient throne. The billowing dust dispersed. After that violent, earth-shaking impact, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone's gaze was fixed intently on the cloud of dust at the center of the battlefield. Is the Corpse King dead? Definitely. Who could withstand a full-force heavy strike from Bossy? That's a secret treasure-grade weapon. It would cut a Corpse King in half. Plus, there's the electromagnetic tower level for turret, the ultimate defense-shredding artifact. Although they said this, it was more like they were trying to bolster their own courage, because there was no kill notification, accompanied by a gust of wind. The dust cloud gradually dissipated, revealing 2 silhouettes. Yi Xingzhou's giant axe had indeed struck the Corpse King's skull, but it had only just struck. The blade had broken the skin and embedded itself shallowly into the bone, unable to penetrate any further. The handle of the axe was already being gripped by one of the Corpse King's hands. At this moment, the Corpse King was forced down onto one knee, its head bowed, yet its entire body showed no signs of tension or struggle. On the contrary, Yi Xingzhou, the attacker, was gritting his teeth, his muscles bulging with veins as he continued to exert his limit of strength. The Corpse King exerted force with its palm, slowly pushing the giant axe upward. In an instant, Yi Xingzhou felt an irresistible, terrifying force travel through his palms, causing his arms to tremble violently. Yi Xingzhou let out a deep roar, doing his utmost to resist that force. Bang! The axe blade broke free from the Corpse King's scalp, fraying some bone fragments. The Corpse King's entire body gradually stood up. What? This scene was completely beyond everyone's expectations. A full-force strike from a secret treasure-grade weapon was neutralized just like that. The battle situation changed in the blink of an eye, as the Corpse King lifted the giant axe. Its other hand struck out like lightning, aiming straight for Yi Xingzhou's heart. Swoosh! The arm turned into a black afterimage, its speed and power too fast for anyone to react. Yi Xingzhou's expression changed instantly, and he decisively chose to abandon his weapon. S-rank talent limitless speed, activate. Whoosh! Yi Xingzhou's figure became a blur, vanishing from his spot in an instant and dodging the fatal blow. Before the Corpse King could react, Yi Xingzhou had already appeared behind it. The rare grade growth weapon in his hand, the blazing hand cannon, had finished charging. The oval-shaped muzzle emitted a concentrated red light, aimed at the back of the Corpse King's head. The next second, the high-energy flames released by the hand cannon transformed into a massive wave of destruction, directly engulfing the Corpse King's entire body. Boom! The earth shook violently. In the fan-shaped area blasted by the wave of destruction, even the ground was stripped away by several meters. The Corpse King's figure was instantly blown away, landing over 100 meters away. Wisps of white smoke drifted from the muzzle of the hand cannon. This was the power of a growth weapon, in a sense. The combat power level of a growth weapon was more than one level higher than ordinary weapons of the same grade. This blazing hand cannon was his true trump card. Looking over, the Corpse King that had been blown away was lying motionless on the ground in the distance. From the back of its head to its back, a large area of charred wounds had appeared, the skin almost completely destroyed, with wisps of white smoke rising from it. Holy crap, boss is mighty. This shocking scene drew a chorus of exclamations from the watching members of the Battlefield Alliance. HMPH, nothing special. Yi Xingzhou let out a cold snort. It seemed the opponent only had relatively high strength. Its speed and defense were not worth mentioning. He walked over, picked up the Black Flood Dragon battle axe from the ground, and glanced intentionally or unintentionally in the direction of Ji Zhang. His eyes filled with a trace of disdain. Since you didn't seize the opportunity when I gave it to you, I'll just have to enjoy the spoils alone. Yi Xingzhou's finger hooked the trigger, and the hand cannon began to charge again. But at this moment, the Corpse King slowly crawled up from the ground. As it stood up, its limbs twisted in a bizarre fashion, its joints popping incessantly. Click, 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 click. Accompanied by the final crisp pop of its spine, the eerie twisting stopped. Like an old man nearing the end of his life who had finally cleared out blood vessels and meridians that had been blocked for years. The posture of the Corpse King's entire body underwent a subtle transformation, becoming more fluid and coordinated. The burn scars on its back also fully recovered within a few seconds, leaving not a single trace behind. Its mouth opened mechanically, and a mouthful of turbid black corpse ore was slowly exhaled from its throat. At the same time, a pressure that could be described as vast and mighty spread invisibly from within its body, rapidly filling the entire battlefield and seeping violently into every corner. At this moment, everyone couldn't help but instinctively shiver, truly feeling what it meant to be under extreme oppression. Its body was clearly so thin and small, and it was clearly so far away, yet its presence appeared so forcefully in everyone's sensory perception, as if the opponent only needed to reach out to directly crush their throats. Yi Xingzhou, who was at the heart of the battlefield, had still been wearing a look of arrogance. But after witnessing this scene with his own eyes, his expression froze completely. The corners of his mouth twitched slightly. You've got to be kidding, right? The Corpse King slowly turned its head, its scarlet pupils staring coldly at the humans in the distance. The next second, boom! A wave of earth exploded beneath the Zombie King's feet as its entire body transformed into a streak of black light, with speed and momentum far surpassing what it had shown moments ago. It charged directly toward the humans in the distance. A terrifying pressure swept over them like a violent gale and a massive tidal wave. Only one thought remained in Yi Xingzhou's mind. He couldn't win, he absolutely could not win. Run. Yi Xingzhou immediately activated his limitless speed talent, darting away toward the side while simultaneously aiming his hand cannon at the Zombie King and unleashing a blast of fire. The Zombie King's blurred figure was engulfed by the fierce flames, only to crash right through them an instant later. Yi Xingzhou's talent was a burst-type ability. Under its extreme speed, he could indeed outpace the Zombie King. However, he could only maintain it for about 1 second before it entered a 5-second cooldown. The two parties chased each other across the land, and before long, Yi Xingzhou was caught. Whoosh! A strike came crashing down. Yi Xingzhou couldn't dodge in time and took the blow squarely in the chest. This single strike instantly shattered the 3-piece set of super alloy armor covering his entire body. Ugh! Yi Xingzhou spat out a mouthful of blood, his body flying backward like a broken ragdoll before rolling dozens of meters along the ground. Before he could even catch his breath, the Zombie King's figure appeared before him once again. Yi Xingzhou's face turned pale as he frantically swung his Black Flood Dragon battle axe. Clang. With a loud sound, the battle axe was swatted away by the Zombie King, and his hand was crushed into a comminuted fracture along with it. Yi Xingzhou let out a terrified scream. Fortunately, the electromagnetic towers and the team captains had reacted in time, bombarding the Zombie King with various methods and buying a few precious seconds. Yi Xingzhou seized this critical moment of respite and immediately activated his second limitless speed. His figure turned into a long rainbow as he bolted straight toward his armored infantry vehicle. "Open the door, quickly," Yi Xingzhou roared. "Biu," in the driver's seat. Hurriedly opened the hatch. Yi Xingzhou flew inside like a cannonball, hitting the interior with an thud that made him see stars. The hatch sealed successfully just 1 second before the Zombie King arrived. Chapter 119. One Master G, save me. And 10,000 gold coins are mine. Boom. The Zombie King slammed violently into the vehicle's hull. The massive kinetic energy pushed the 100-ton heavy armored infantry vehicle several meters sideways. It was fortunate that the vehicle's chassis was of a high grade, allowing it to successfully dissipate the energy. Otherwise, that single blow would have flipped the vehicle over. Drive away. Yi Xingzhou hissed through the excruciating pain. Boss. Biu trembled all over, pointing at the horrifying figure visible through the windshield. The Zombie King had somehow already climbed onto the hood of the vehicle, its cold pupils fixed on the humans inside with a hint of curiosity. Then, it punched down. Boom. The entire vehicle shook violently. The durability of the outer armor dropped by 2% instantly. Yi Xingzhou felt completely numb. This was level 4 outer armor. He couldn't care about anything else and immediately activated all of the vehicle's defensive armaments. At the same time, he triggered the electromagnetic tower's supercharged attack, which could only be used once every 3 days. The ultra-high voltage electric arc released by the electromagnetic tower's coils instantly blasted the Zombie King off the hood. Afterward, Yi Xingzhou scrambled to the passenger seat, urged Biu to drive faster, and grabbed the microphone to roar over the public channel. "Everyone, retreat." In truth, he didn't even need to shout. The moment the Zombie King released its true aura, all the other members had already floored their gas pedals to run for their lives. Even the various elite small groups and lone wolves who had been lurking in the distance, hoping to snatch the final blow, as well as the remnants of the Godwine group who had lost their leader, all retreated and fled. If a powerhouse of Yi Xingzhou's caliber was being beaten to a pulp and fleeing in a panic, who would still dare to dream of stealing the kill? Are you kidding? With a monster like this, they probably couldn't even kill it if it just lay on the ground and let them hit it. This boss fight had been declared a complete failure. However, while others had the chance to escape, Yi Xingzhou wouldn't have it so easy. Thud. They hadn't even traveled a few hundred meters when the entire giant infantry vehicle suddenly sank downward with a heavy jolt. The Zombie King was back. Looking at the horrifying figure appearing on the vehicle's 360-degree panoramic display, Yi Xingzhou felt like his mind was about to explode. The heavy machine guns with infinite ammo were hitting the Zombie King like they were merely tickling it. Only the level 4 electromagnetic tower could provide continuous control and damage, but its effect was extremely limited. The Zombie King stood firm against the electromagnetic tower's attacks, its chest suddenly swelling up. After a brief charge, it opened its mouth wide and spat out a beam of crimson bloodlight, which slammed into the roof of the vehicle. Boom. The entire vehicle shook violently. The bloodlight energy spewing from the Zombie King's mouth acted like a welding torch, frantically destroying the outer armor. The vehicle's durability began to plummet at a rate of 3% per second. "It's over." Yi Xingzhou's face turned white with fear. He no longer possessed any of the poise or demeanor of a leader. Only at this moment did he fully understand what Ji Kang had said earlier. Ji Kang was right. He was nothing but small fry. With trembling hands, he picked up the microphone and uttered the words that brought him immense shame. "Ji Kang, help me out." "Ji Kang, what?" "Didn't hear you clearly." "I'll give you one more chance. Yi Xingzhou, brother Ji. I beg you, save me." "Ji Kang, name your price." "Yi Xingzhou, 8,000. "Ji Kang, then go ahead and wait for death." Yi Xingzhou was on the verge of tears. 11,000 gold coins. "That's all I have left, brother Ji, Master Ji. My outer armor is about to break." Boom. A fierce bolt of lightning streaked across a distance of nearly 2,000 meters. It struck the Zombie King, who was still welding with pinpoint accuracy, instantly blasting it away. The whole world went silent. "Transaction." 2 words came through the microphone. The vehicle's durability stabilized at 61% and finally stopped dropping. Yi Xingzhou truly did not dare to put on any more airs. He honestly initiated a trade with Ji Kang. Trembling, He transferred the remaining 10,000 plus gold coins he had on him. His entire body went limp, and he was almost drenched in cold sweat. Yixingzhou urged Baiyu, with Jikang providing cover. They had a high probability of escaping with their lives. This time, it could be said that he had lost his wife and broken his army. He hadn't gained a single benefit. And instead, he had suffered a bloody loss of both his reputation and his gold coins. From now on, whatever damn boss it was, whoever wanted to fight it could go ahead. Was this even something a human could defeat? The engine roared, and the giant infantry fighting vehicle began to flee frantically. Yixingzhou also checked on Jikang's situation through the battlefield footage transmitted by the drone in the sky. He had originally thought that Jikang would retreat while providing cover, but to his surprise, after receiving the money, Jikang had no intention of returning to the base vehicle at all. Instead, he steered the bionic beast beneath him and charged directly toward the Corpse King. Yixingzhou's eyes widen in shock. Is he crazy? He dares to charge in under these circumstances. It wasn't just Yixingzhou. The members of the Battlefield Alliance and the various heroes who had fled to the distance were all stunned. No way. This guy is just too damn ruthless. He is truly worthy of being the one who could slaughter the Ghost Dragon Society single-handedly. Even Boss Yi had been beaten into such a pathetic, scurrying dog. Yet he actually dared to go up and challenge the ancestral Blood Corpse King one-on-one. However, everyone else didn't dare to stop their flight. A battle of this level required immense courage even just to watch. One careless move, and they would be caught in the crossfire. It was better to get further away first. At this moment, the Corpse King had also risen from the ground and was once again charging toward Yixingzhou's giant infantry fighting vehicle at an extreme speed. However, the focus of its scarlet gaze had clearly shifted to Jikang. The Corpse King had already sensed that Jikang's actions were to cover Yixingzhou. Precisely because of this, it could not let him go. Allowing prey that had provoked it to escape was a disgrace to the throne. Both sides moved at high speed across the land, finally clashing head-on behind the infantry fighting vehicle. Jikang leaped from the back of the mechanical wolf, his pupils igniting with thunderous flames. On his shoulders and back, a brilliant, tattered robe of lightning unfurled and billowed. At the same time, 2 flashes of lightning exploded beneath his feet, and his speed instantly erupted to the limit. Swoosh. Jikang's figure transformed into a long rainbow of lightning, the flame prison heavenly spear in his hand carrying the momentum of wind and thunder as he slashed out horizontally. The 2 sides collided violently. Boom. The intensity of the impact caused the ground below to shatter instantly, sending layers of earth surging upward. From the very first clash, both sides entered into the most terrifying slaughter. One blue and one black figure collided rapidly, each retreating with the force of the recoil, only to collide once more. Boom. Boom. Arcs of lightning raged, and blood energy surged. The rhythm on the battlefield was almost too fast for the naked eye to follow. One could only feel the shockwaves spreading out, and the thunderous roars that made one's scalp tingle. Holy crap, the battle has started. Holy crap. It's coming toward us. Run. Messages on the public channel refreshed frantically. This final, earth-shattering battle stirred the nerves of everyone. What everyone found most absurd was that Jikang was actually using pure physical strength to withstand all of the Corpse King's offensives, and he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage at all. To what extent must his physique be strengthened? The others were watching the battle while running away, so they were at least not in immediate danger. Only Yixingzhou remained at the core of the battlefield. He was panicked to the extreme. He felt as if he were in the middle of an apocalypse, fleeing through a collapsing city, with the sounds of terrifying ground fissures and collisions everywhere around him. The intersection point of each clash was getting closer and closer to the infantry fighting vehicle. Yixingzhou was almost paralyzed with fear. Master Ji, lead it away. I beg you. Chapter 120 Peak Battle. Legendary Skill Flame Prison. As the core of the battlefield shifted rapidly, the terrifying scene of the battle spread further and further. The entire public channel was completely in an uproar. It was just too damn fierce. Holy crap. Can someone tell me what level Master G's strength has reached? It's too absurd. I'm using the vehicle's sky to watch, and the high-speed electronic camera can't keep up with the rhythm at all. It's all after images. Why is Boss Yi running so slowly? Has he still not escaped the core battle zone? Is this slow? The speed is almost hitting 180. It's the Corpse King that keeps chasing Boss Yi's vehicle. It's thanks to Master G fighting it the whole time, otherwise it would have been wrecked in the next second. Damn, why is Boss Yi coming toward me? Run, you damn car, it's coming over. And just as the entire battlefield was in chaos, the Corpse King suddenly opened up some distance from Ji Kang, its entire chest swelling high. In the next second, it spat out a beam of blood-red energy several times more intense than before, like a heavy energy cannon, and slammed it violently into the side of the giant infantry fighting vehicle. Boom. The terrifying kinetic energy actually flipped the giant infantry fighting vehicle over, causing the vehicle body to skid sideways across the ground, carving out deep furrows before coming to a halt. Inside the cabin, Yi Xingzhou and Bai Yu were thrown into a dizzying mess by the massive inertia. The two of them were about to go insane. A vehicle rollover during an escape was a major accident, with a fatality rate of over 95%. If it were an ordinary vehicle, they might find a way to push it back up. But this was a Tier 3 high-end vehicle, a steel behemoth weighing over 100 tons. Ordinary lifting equipment was useless. It was completely over. Yi Xingzhou looked at the external battle situation captured by the drone's lens, his heart filled with nothing but frantic prayers. The only hope now was for Ji Kang to lead the opponent away quickly. Stop fighting here, damn it. He was terrified. Boom. After the Corpse King unleashed that sneak attack of blood-red energy, the two sides collided once again. The fierce, gale-like wind acted as sharp blades, tearing deep furrows into the ground. Whoosh. Utilizing the massive force of the recoil, both figures retreated, pulling back over 100 meters and falling into a brief standoff. Ji Zhang was drenched in sweat, his eyes flashing with an excited light. The web of his hand, gripping the flame prison heavenly spear, felt slightly numb. The strength of this Corpse King was truly maxed out. Ji Zhang roughly estimated that the opponent's physique had reached at least 800 points, and it possessed both superhuman regenerative abilities and various blood-based attack techniques. He had only managed to fight to a draw in such high-intensity close-quarters combat by relying on the dual-speed bonuses of his basic movement technique and Thunderfire robe, combined with the overwhelming lethality of his legendary grade Flame Prison Heavenly Spear. This was the most exhilarating battle Ji Zhang had ever fought in his life. But after this retreat, Ji Zhang felt the blood in his entire body begin to boil. A wildly arrogant smile curled at the corners of his mouth, and a fire of extreme battle intent gathered crazily in his eyes. The warm-up was over. Next, it was time for his turn. Ji Zhang's heart pumped faster, the power within his body surging rapidly, quickly breaking through a critical threshold. It reached an unprecedented level of intensity. Their pressure on the battlefield seemed to drop at this very moment, and the Corpse King, standing 100 meters away from Ji Zhang, felt this change. And for the first time, an emotion appeared in its pupils that had never been seen before. It was a gaze filled with killing intent, yet incredibly grave. Just looking at the spirit in those eyes, it was no different from a human. Hiss, hiss. The spear blade wounds covering the Corpse King's body began to emit wisps of white smoke, healing rapidly as if they had never existed. It slowly lowered its body. On its grayish-black skin, the clearer muscle contours and veins bulging like venomous snakes were brewing an extreme sense of danger. And at the same time, the growth of power within Ji Zhang's body had also reached a new peak. Arcs of lightning crackled and flashed across his body. And amidst the leaping electric light, wisps of restless, blood-red energy began to drift around him. This was the passive state of the Goblin Slayer title, Blood Rage. In extreme physical combat, once fully entered into a battle state, all attributes are doubled. He slowly tightened his grip on the long spear, pressed his other hand to his headset, and spoke on the public channel. Anyone who can hear me, pay attention. Keep clear of the 9 o'clock direction from Yi Xingzhou's vehicle. It's best if no one is there. Don't blame me if you die later. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked, especially those daring brothers who were still hiding in the distance to watch the show. They all began to nervously identify the direction Ji Zhang mentioned and hurriedly drove away to hide. Holy crap! Run! What does Brother Ji mean by this? Is he going to forcibly drag the Corpse King to change the battlefield? Boss Yi has crashed. He definitely has to move the battlefield. Any brave soul want to go with me to rescue Boss Yi? I'm going. Interjection. No real intention of going. I'm 2 kilometers away. I should be fine, right? You guys are still watching. Brother G has already spoken. Why aren't you running yet? You won't even know how you died later. There was a heated discussion on the public channel, but in reality, the more this happened, the more vehicles remained lingering around the battlefield. Just like many people are naturally fond of watching fires, typhoons, and tornadoes from up close, the more dangerous, the more exciting. Moreover, quite a few people had developed the idea of risking their lives to rescue Yixingzhou. It wasn't that the members of the Battlefield Alliance were particularly loyal. It was that if they managed to save him, they could immediately become the loyal subjects saving the monarch. A surefire way to gain merit for supporting the new ruler, after tonight. The no. One of the entire 7,882 district would definitely be Brother G. But Boss Yi was still a big shot in the top 3. If they could latch onto this they would be on the fast track to success in the future. At this moment, the battlefield fell into a brief silence. Everyone held their breath, not daring to blink, staring fixedly at the 2 figures in the center of the battlefield. Ji Zhang gripped his long spear and suddenly pulled his arm back. This was the stance for a power charge throw. An incomparably terrifying aura rose crazily from the spear, reaching its peak in an instant. The next second, Ji Zhang's full power erupted, and he hurled the entire fiery red spear directly out. Boom! A fiery red streak of light pierced the sky at extreme speed, reaching the Corpse King's face in an instant. The Corpse King reacted immediately, but it didn't dodge. The human's weapon had delivered itself to its doorstep. There was no reason to avoid it. Before the spear could pierce its chest, the Corpse King extended its hands with lightning speed and clamped down hard on the shaft. It was at the very moment its hands touched the spear that it realized something, and a look of shock and anger flashed in its eyes. But it was too late. Legendary grade weapon active skill Flame Prison triggered instantly. Chapter 121. The mighty power of Flame Prison. The fire dragon ravaging the earth. The next second, an incomparably vast domain of flames erupted from the spear without warning. The dazzling deep red firelight immediately engulfed the Corpse King's entire body, transforming it into a massive lotus of fire blooming on the twilight earth. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if struck by a giant hammer. The extreme kinetic energy carried by the spear did not stop at this moment. Instead, it carried the surging aura of flames, piercing fiercely into the Corpse King's chest, wedging itself against its eternal, indestructible spine, and blasting it away. Rumble! The entire flame domain transformed into a giant fire dragon ravaging the earth, carrying the Corpse King at its forefront as it continued to push forward. The terrifying high temperature twisted the surrounding space, illuminating the 4 directions as if it were broad daylight. The entire fire dragon tore through the ground for a full 1,000 meters before finally coming to a halt. The blazing flames subsequently turned into black smoke and embers. And upon the earth, a horrifying charred trench had appeared. At the very end of the trench, that withered figure had been reduced to a dilapidated, broken husk. Its skin and flesh had been almost entirely scorched into charcoal. The ribs in its chest were completely shattered. Its spine had been pierced through, and the tip of the long spear protruded from its back. The features on its head had also been thoroughly burned away, leaving only hollow eye sockets and charred teeth. It lay on the ground, allowing the long spear in its chest to hoist it up like a tall banner. The world seemed to have pressed the pause button at this moment. Those who witnessed this scene with their own eyes had their mouths slightly agape, their eyes staring blankly. Several full seconds passed, and they were unable to utter a single word. And the one who felt the impact of this earth-shattering strike most deeply was Yixingzhou, who was at the heart of the battlefield. He and Baiyu were pressed against the windshield, one above the other, peering through the glass at the scene outside, his parched and cracked lips trembling slightly. How is this even possible? Yixingzhou's brain had almost ceased to function. Witnessing Ji Zhang unleash an attack of this caliber was simply too great a shock for him. He clearly had a higher starting point and possessed the strongest team in the entire region. Why was the gap between him and Ji Zhang so vast? Boss, there's no kill notification. Could it be delayed? Baiyu trembled slightly. He spoke the terrifying truth that made one feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. There was no kill notification. This meant that the Corpse King was still alive. Yi Xingzhou's Adam's apple bobbed slowly. He immediately operated the drone, using the 100x super telephoto lens to zoom in on the view. On the screen, that broken figure appeared. However, that brokenness was being rapidly repaired by a terrifying life force. This was a miracle, almost akin to bringing the dead back to life and regrowing flesh and bone. A massive amount of black blood oozing from its bones began to nourish its limbs and skeleton, repairing all the injuries on its body and causing flesh to grow back rapidly. Internal organs, muscles, and even the eyes within the sockets were slowly regenerating. Gurgle, gurgle, accompanied by the horrifying sound of boiling flesh. The Corpse King's entire remains began to twist and tremble in a grotesque manner. How can this be? Yi Xingzhou's heart was filled with desperate fear. He could not imagine what kind of immense power it would take to defeat this ancient throne of the Corpse Clan. This was only the first round, to put it bluntly. This thing was a damn novice boss. A damn novice boss with this level of difficulty. As those survivors with long-range vision capabilities posted the reality of the scene to the public chat, it completely ignited the fear in everyone's hearts. No way. You've got to be kidding me, right? What the hell? I'm shaking all over right now. It took a direct hit from Master Ji's earth-shattering strike. And you're telling me it's still alive, and it can actually regenerate its physical body. If we don't defeat the Corpse King tonight, what will happen? Will it just disappear on its own? No one dared to continue that line of thought. If Master Ji were to lose this battle, and this king-level boss did not disappear after the first round ended, then everyone might as well stop playing. How was this any different from throwing a lion into a rabbit hutch? Gurgle, gurgle. The Corpse King's flesh was growing back even faster. Large amounts of gray ash flaked off its body, revealing fresh red flesh. And in some places, skin had even begun to grow back, while its limbs twisted frantically, emitting clicking sounds. It reached out its hands and grabbed the infernal heaven spear in front of it. Screech! The spear shaft ground against its bones, producing a harsh, grating sound as it was slowly pulled from its body. And on the other side, that human figure still stood quietly in place. Ji Zhang was leisurely eating an energy-replenishing fruit. After a night of intense fighting, his stamina, which had been nearly depleted, was rapidly replenished as the cool fruit juice flowed down his throat. Ew! He exhaled softly, arcs of lightning dancing across his body. The thunderfire robe, which had previously faded into embers, ignited once more, slowly cascading down from his shoulders and back as if made of liquid lightning and glowing plasma. Within his eyes, ghostly blue flames ignited, trailing toward the corners of his eyes. Damn you. You're quite hard to kill, aren't you? After Ji Zhang finished this sentence in a cold, chilling tone, his body transformed into a streak of lightning, flashing directly into the high sky. Like a meteor flying in reverse from the ground, he carved a dazzling line across the gloomy night sky. Everyone looked up at this moment. They watched helplessly as that brilliant, flowing figure flew hundreds of meters into the air. Then, over a dozen lightning flashes stacked in succession, the dazzling thunder light flared, illuminating even the clouds. Before the sound of the rolling thunder could reach the ground, that shining figure had already descended in an instant, like a bolt of heavenly lightning striking the earth. And his landing point was exactly where the Corpse King's body lay. Or rather, it was right on the end of the handle of the infernal heaven spear in front of it. The entire scene seemed to turn into slow motion at this moment. Amidst the lightning that pierced the earth, the tip of Ji Zhang's boot appeared, stepping onto the end of the upright spear handle. The long spear, which had been on the verge of being pulled out, instantly sank downward, piercing back into the Corpse King's body and pinning it deeply into the earth once more. Boom! The terrifying potential energy of the thunder, centered on the long spear, transformed into a surging ripple of lightning arcs that spread across the ground. Under the sweep of the lightning arcs, the soil on the surface cracked in concentric circles. It erupted in tandem with the thunder that struck the ground, kicking up a tsunami of mud that spanned 100 meters in diameter. The Corpse King's newly regenerated flesh was nearly shattered by this single blow. It opened its maw to spew out pus and blood, its two newly sprouted eyeballs bulging and bursting. All of its skin was torn open, and from the gaps between its muscles and bones Countless sprays of black blood erupted. It was not dead yet, but it had already realized that it had to flee. The Corpse King let out the first hoarse, withered roar since its emergence, and a terrifying dark energy instantly exploded from its entire body. This dark energy originated from those ancient beings who stood in the highest heavens, and it was also the thing it hated most. But at this moment, it had no choice but to borrow this power once again to escape. However, just as the Corpse King was frantically releasing its dark energy, the human figure standing at the end of the spear handle had already drawn the blood-patterned long blade from his waist. The blade's edge was as bright as the moon. A flash of light slid from the hilt all the way to the tip of the blade. The sharpness of the blade and the cold, downcast eyes of Ji Zhang beneath the moonlight intertwined, radiating a killing intent that pierced the soul. Chapter 122, Slaying the Corpse King. The entire region in an uproar. New title, Dark Fallen One. Ji Zhang stood horizontally with his blade, his eyes lowered in indifference. Moon's blood active skill, Blood Spirit Awakening, activated. The next moment, a mysterious red mark appeared between his brows. With that mark as the core, black-red patterns, like ink-washed dragons and snakes, rapidly meandered and crawled across his body, covering him almost instantly. Even his deep pupils transformed into the jewel red of a blood moon. It added a touch of eerie, supernatural color to his cold and murderous temperament. There was no overwhelming aura, nor was there any surging, overflowing energy. There was only a kind of extreme, tranquil killing intent. At this moment, the Corpse King felt the terror of death descending upon it. Roar! It let out a heaven-shaking roar, and a massive amount of dark energy erupted from its bones. It actually tore its own spine apart and ripped through its own flesh. Breaking free from the confinement of the flame prison heaven spear, supported by the dark energy, the Corpse King's mangled body turned into a blurred shadow and began to flee frantically. At the same time, the flesh on its back released a multitude of black-blooded spikes, shooting toward the figure behind it like a rainstorm. But these actions were ultimately in vain. Ji Zhang's figure had appeared directly in front of it. At some unknown point in time, the Corpse King's pupils shrank to PINP or ICKS. It wanted to break, but it was already too late. Ji Zhang flashed over, his entire movement almost completely silent. The mark between his brows and the blood-red patterns all over his body faded away without warning. Meanwhile, the moon's blood in his hand was covered in a layer of black-red light. The finishing skill of the blood spirit state, Moon Slash, was activated. The distance between them closed to a few meters. Ji Zhang performed only the simplest of slashes. The tip of the blade sliced through the air, cutting through the Corpse King's body as if there were no resistance, severing it in two. The next second, a sheet of black-red light completely engulfed the Corpse King. Amidst the brilliant energy, only a blurred, distorted outline of the Corpse King's body remained, being torn into black shadow lines by the erupting energy. The shadow lines stretched and faded continuously. After a brief second, they were completely worn away. The black-red light resembled a dim blood moon appearing on the earth. The blinding light vanished in an instant. Boom! Accompanied by a short, cracking sound. The earth ahead was split open, revealing a chasm nearly bottomless, tens of meters long and 3 meters wide. The powerful pressure of the king-level monster that had previously shrouded the area also vanished without a trace at this moment. The Corpse King's indestructible skeleton, along with its flesh and core, had all been annihilated into dust within the black moonlight. Ji Zhang deactivated all his physical states and slowly exhaled. A light breeze ruffled the hair on his forehead, revealing a look of slight fatigue. But his eyes were bright and clear. This was because a cascade of information had already appeared before his eyes. Successfully kill the progenitor blood Corpse King level monster. Gold coins come to 1,000. Corpse King blood unique special item come 1. System points come 1 million. Total system points 1.09 million. Congratulations on completing the king level monster regional first kill. Extra reward, gold coins come 20. A smile curled at the corners of Ji Zhang's mouth, his heart feeling satisfied. But what surprised him even more was yet to come. Ding! Congratulations on obtaining the new title Dark Fallen One. Dark Fallen One secret treasure level title attributes. Physique come 150. Spirit come 30. Special attribute Dark Energy. A power of authority from the ancient times. A terrifying curse parasitic to the soul. As long as you accept it, you will possess near-infinite lifespan and flesh regeneration capabilities. Fragile human, embrace eternal life. Extra gold coin bonus from killing enemies, Kung 50% accumulated. 0 can be withdrawn at any time evaluation. When the evil hidden within the long passage of time is removed, the will of life will eventually see the light again. Obtained by defeating the progenitor Blood Corpse King. 150 points of physique, 30 points of spirit, and a 50% bonus on kills. A secret treasure level new title, secured. Aside from the special attribute, this title was far stronger than Goblin Slayer. It was just a pity that the special attribute Dark Energy was almost a negative buff. If one were to use it, they would end up just like the Corpse King, likely turning into a walking corpse in the end. The higher one climbs in this world, the more dangerous it becomes. Jizang couldn't help but sigh silently, but fortunately, titles could be switched at will. He would use Dark Fallen One when farming monsters, and switch to Goblin Slayer when encountering strong enemies. The best of both worlds. Jizang sheathed Moon's blood, and a wave of mental exhaustion washed over his body and mind. I'm exhausted. He sat directly on the ground, using his neural link to control the mechanical wolf as it sprinted toward him. The battlefield was deathly silent, save for the rhythmic clatter of mechanical limbs running across the terrain. At that very moment, a cold, mechanical voice echoed in the minds of every survivor in District 788. District-wide notification. The first round's final boss, Ancestral Blood Corpse King, has been successfully slain. Slayer, Jizang. Congratulations to all survivors in District 7882. You have completed the first 7-day novice trial. You have officially embarked on your journey of survival. At 12 o'clock midnight tonight, the ranking for this round's points will be finalized. At 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, the Super Main City will open. At 8 o'clock a.m. tomorrow, World Channel, Cross-District Trading, and Cross-District Circulation will be enabled. The second round of survival, Absol Invasion, will officially commence in 3 days. All survivors are advised to make the best use of all resources and time to prepare for even more terrifying challenges. As the cold, mechanical voice reverberated in their minds, everyone still felt as if this were all a dream. Yi Xingzhou's disheveled figure crawled out of his vehicle. He had a crumpled cigarette dangling from his mouth, but his lighter failed to ignite several times because his hands were still shaking uncontrollably. In the end, Baiyu took the lighter from him and lit it for him. Yi Xingzhou took a deep drag, tilted his head back, and exhaled the smoke into the now tranquil night sky. Then, he let out a self-deprecating laugh. More and more people around the battlefield began to climb out of their vehicles. Everyone looked toward the center of the battlefield in unison. Even the chat channel, which had been scrolling incessantly just moments ago, experienced a rare few seconds of silence. A powerful surge of emotion brewed in everyone's hearts, only to be instantly ignited by someone who started shouting first. It was as if a bomb had been detonated. Waves of hysterical cheers spread rapidly, eventually merging into a torrential flood of celebration. Wow, we won! Master Ji is a legend, Jizang. You are my god for 8 lifetimes. Ha 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 ha. I cleared the stage. I'm live streaming my tier to reward unboxing tonight. Chapter 123. The first round points ranking announced. Explosive results. The revelry and joy spread to every corner of the plains. In these short 7 days, the original population of 100,000 had dwindled to just over 20,000. Every survivor had been struggling through oppression, striving to evolve amidst the hardship. Now, hearing the bell of their first victory toll, everyone was moved to the point of tears, regardless of the terrifying predicaments that might lie ahead. Being granted a 3-day respite in this grueling survival game was enough to satisfy everyone. Moreover, in addition to the total reward settlement in a few hours, various new features would be unlocked tomorrow morning for the average survivor. The most anticipated features were cross-district circulation and cross-district trading. Cross-district circulation meant that people might be able to migrate and seek out safer, more livable homes. And cross-district trading signaled potential fluctuations in market prices. The various specialty products of the Shuyu Plains would likely see a massive surge in value, which might just be the key to everyone becoming wealthy. As for the top-tier survivors, they were most concerned about tonight's rankings. Only the top 100 would be able to enter the known and mysterious super main city. For a moment, everyone's hearts were filled with anticipation for the future. At this moment, the mechanical wolf arrived at Jizang's side. Jizang leaped up, mounted it, and returned to his base vehicle. As soon as he got on board, the two little ones jumped into his arms, chirping and squeaking incessantly. They had been clinging to the glass watching the battle the whole time. Terrified for him. "All right, I'm fine." Jizang patted Danzai and Huahua, set them down, and prepared a large bowl of delicious food. Only then did the two little ones settle down and start eating. Whew! Jizang lay back on the sofa, feeling much more relaxed. It seemed that one shouldn't consume too many energy replenishment fruits in a short period. He felt as though his body was struggling to handle it. It had nothing to do with his physique or spirit. It was a fatigue that stemmed from his very soul. He really needed a good rest. Jizang switched his title to Dark Fallen One. The 150-point boost to his physique caused his physical attributes to rise significantly once more. The 30-point boost to his spirit was even more pronounced. He felt his 5 senses sharpen to fold in an instant, and his energy was greatly restored. His mind was clear, his heart was calm, and his thoughts were active. He felt much better. Titles were cheat attributes, not direct physical changes. It was like putting on a coat when one felt cold. However, with the 30-point spirit buff, he could now use the Phantom Beast trench coat, which allowed for ecological camouflage. Tsk. He had gained yet another trick up his sleeve. There were still 2 hours left until 12. Taking advantage of this free time, Jizang opened the chat interface. The private messages in his inbox were overwhelming. Almost all of them filled with congratulations and sycophantic praise from various survivors. Jizang only replied to a few people, such as Chen Xiaoyuan, Li Jiangwo, and Gu Qingyu. However, the person who surprised him the most was Yixingzhou. That old fox had already flipped his vehicle back over, and a large group of his Battlefield Alliance members had gathered around, already setting up camp for the night. It was just that Yixingzhou didn't dare to come over and disturb Jizang directly, so he only sent a private message. His tone filled with extreme humility. He claimed he wanted to pay a visit, but in reality, he was just looking to pledge his loyalty. He wanted to acknowledge a boss and cling to a powerful figure. The change in his form of address was particularly obvious from Jizang at the beginning, to Brother G, and now to Master G. His sycophancy was growing more blatant by the minute. He was truly well versed in the ways of a courtier. However, Jizang had no time to deal with him right now. He gave a perfunctory reply and closed the private message. He sat down at the dining table. Jizang opened 3 premium food gift packs in one go. They contained a top-tier sashimi platter, 3 jin of A5 Wagyu beef prepared in 3 different ways, state banquet-level signature dishes. The table was filled to the brim. Jizang's stomach had long been growling with hunger, and he was drooling just looking at it. He took the unfinished red wine from the refrigerator, turned on the television, and put on a variety show to watch while he ate. Only then did he begin to feast comfortably. By the time he finished this sumptuous meal, the time had finally reached the highly anticipated 12 o'clock. At this moment, the entire chat channel was already incredibly heated. The results are coming out. The results are coming out. Damn, I'm nervous as hell. I have 530 points. Will I make it into the top 100? Hard to say. The Battlefield Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance combined have dozens of captain-level players, plus the leaders of the Shenfeng group and those other small factions. They've basically all exceeded 1-0 points. Top 100. I have to get in, please. First place is Master G. Second place is me. Third place has nothing to do with me, just a joke. No disrespect intended toward Boss Yi or Commander Lee. It's 12 o'clock. It's starting. Here it comes. Here it comes. Just as the clock ticked past 12, that familiar mechanical voice rang out in everyone's minds once again. Congratulations to everyone for successfully surviving the first round of the survival cycle. The point settlement ranking for this round of the zombie horde is now being announced. District 7,880 to leaderboard first place. Jizang total points, 1.09 million. Common monster kills, 89,113. Elite monster kills, super monster kills, final boss kills, Successfully obtained the 5th tier settlement reward. Purple Glory Treasure Chest X1 Kun Large Boss Treasure Chest by 1. Successfully obtained qualification to enter the super main city. When Jizang's explosive data was announced, the entire district instantly erupted. Holy crap, Master G is invincible. 90,000 common zombies. Over 6,000 elite zombies. Wow, I knew it would be exaggerated, but I didn't expect it to be this exaggerated. Can Master G alone be considered equal to an entire army? I can tell you guys didn't watch the final battle up close. I can only say that the strength Master G possesses now is something you can't even imagine. This person is truly the real god of our district 7882. The first god in the village. If there's a district merger in the future, just relying on Master G's GDP alone will probably raise our district by several levels. Everyone will be able to stand a little taller when we go out, haha. It's here. Second place is out, as expected. It's bossy. The discussions on the public screen remained heated. No one was surprised that Jizang took first place. The real suspense was what came after. Everyone stared nervously as the rankings appeared one by one. Second place, Yixingzhou. Total points, 15,122. Common monster kills, elite monster kills, super monster kills. Successfully obtained the 4th tier settlement reward, Golden Treasure Chest X1. Successfully obtained qualification to enter the super main city, 3rd place, Fu Wei 4th place. Long Yuqing 5th place, Li Jian Guofter Yixingzhou. Every name that appeared sparked a wave of heated discussion on the public screen. Finally, after more than 10 minutes, the top 100 list was completely announced. Chapter 124. Opening the large boss treasure chest, Iron Man mode activated. The names listed above represented the true peak combat power of the entire war zone. Those fortunate enough to make the list shouted in wild excitement. Those powerhouses who expected to squeeze into the top 100 but ended up failing were pounding their chests and stomping their feet in anger, breaking down in tears. But overall, this leaderboard did not exceed everyone's expectations too much. Within the top 100, the Battlefield Alliance occupied 45 seats, while the Shanghai Alliance held 18. The remaining spots were taken by incredibly lucky lone wolves and the leaders of other small and large groups, all of whom were well-known figures. This round of settlement is complete. Based on the overall strength and combat rating of District 7882, the district sequence has been upgraded, District 7880 to District 5631. Now beginning to distribute the settlement rewards for this round. As soon as this line of information appeared, everyone was stunned. How? The district changed. Damn, I thought the district numbers were random. But it turns out they are ranked according to comprehensive strength. How many districts are being ranked here? It must be 10. 0. The last announcement said the super main city is for the top 100 of the 10. 0 districts. This district sequence must also be calculated based on this range. If that's the case, doesn't that mean our district is only at a mid-tier level? Damn, I'm a bit unconvinced. We have someone of Master G's level. So how are we only ranked 5,000th? There is only one Master G. But there are tens of thousands of us losers. It's already not bad. We were ranked over 7,000 when the server opened. The public screen was filled with constant discussion, but immediately, everyone's attention shifted entirely to their own inventories. Because the settlement treasure chests for this round of the zombie horde had all been distributed, the moment of truth had arrived. Inside the base vehicle, Jizang looked with burning eyes at the 2 treasure chests that had appeared in his inventory. The first was a black treasure chest wreathed in red purgatory flames, the large boss treasure chest. The first one was the purple glory treasure chest, radiating a purple gold light and inlaid with countless brilliant gemstones, looking extremely noble. Tonight is going to be a jackpot. Jizang was incredibly excited and took out both treasure chests. The first one to be opened was the large boss treasure chest. When he had just killed the Corpse King, Jizang thought there wouldn't be a boss treasure chest, but he hadn't expected it to be hidden in the final points tally. It could be considered a pleasant surprise. He rubbed his hands together and opened the chest directly. Clang! A fiery red light rose from the chest's majestic black patterns, and several flashes of light emerged from within. Obtained all grade random equipment gift box high tier by 1. Obtained all grade random material gift box high tier by 1. Obtained all grade random item gift box high tier X1 as expected. Just like the small boss treasure chest, it followed the all grade random mode. However, this time it had the label high tier, so it seemed he wouldn't be getting any trash. Moreover, last time it was a weapon gift box, but this time it had become an equipment gift box, greatly increasing the range of possible items. Jizang opened the material gift box first. Inside the box, various colors shifted rapidly. This time, the black, gray, and cyan colors did not appear. It was indeed a high-tier box. Soon, the light settled on gold. Obtained alloy by 300, adamantite x20, mithril by 30, shining gold x5. Upon seeing these materials and their quantities, Jizang couldn't help but shout, "Nice, so satisfying." The alloy alone was worth 9,000 gold coins. The adamantite, mithril, and shining gold combined were worth several thousand more. A total gain of over 10,000. Not bad, not bad. Jizang licked his lips and opened the equipment gift box on the side. The colors shifted rapidly and settled on white. Obtained full coverage smart armor rare tier X1 full coverage smart armor level. Rare tier special electric energy. Fuel, 100% evaluation. A smart outer armor made of super alloy, equipped with multifunctional combat components, capable of executing complex tasks such as combat, flight, diving, and deep space operations. Internally equipped with a super compressed oxygen tank. It can provide 12 hours of consumption in an oxygen-free space. Particle jet devices are mounted on the palms and soles, and the back has 8 micro-missile slots, which can also be equipped with decoy flares or small probes. Friendly reminder 1. This armor is a special piece of equipment and can be upgraded to secret treasure tier under the modification of a high tier mechanic. Friendly reminder 2. Except for set items, armor of the same level cannot be worn stacked. After seeing the white light, Jizang initially had no expectations for this reward, but after reading the description, his eyes couldn't help but light up. He took out the full coverage smart armor. It was a square metal module similar to a backpack, and its appearance was full of sci-fi aesthetics. Jizang put the cicada wing treasure armor he was wearing back into his inventory, reached out his palm, and placed it on top of the metal module. The next moment, the module lit up, and countless parts rapidly extended along his arms, quickly covering his entire body. Damn, this is literally Iron Man. Jizang looked at the holographic information screen in front of him and felt the marvelous sensation inside the armor. He was instantly delighted. Although rare tier armor didn't have much practical use for him in combat anymore, it was still very cool for diving or flying, and it could even be upgraded later. It was just a pity that this wasn't growth type equipment. It could only be improved by 1 level through modification at most, but that was already quite impressive. Jizang opened the secondary vehicle hatch and leaped with both legs. His whole body instantly jumped dozens of meters into the air, and the micro-engines on his hands and feet immediately erupted with high-speed particle streams, propelling him upward into the sky. The speed actually reached an astonishing 300 kilometers per hour, already surpassing the base vehicle. Woohoo! Jizang shouted happily. The feeling of becoming a human-shaped armor was simply too satisfying. He flew back and forth in the sky several times before reluctantly returning to the base vehicle. He unequipped the smart armor. Jizang looked at the final item gift box, the last one. He took a deep breath and reached out to open it. The light flowed rapidly and once again settled on gold. Obtained Tier 3 Vehicle Part Universal Upgrade Voucher X1. Tier 3 Vehicle Part Universal Upgrade Voucher Evaluation. After use, it can increase the level of any part of a Tier 3 vehicle by 1 level, not exceeding the upper limit of a Tier 3 vehicle. An upgrade voucher. Jizang immediately raised an eyebrow. For an ordinary survivor, this voucher might not be particularly useful, but he had an ultimate vehicle. Every vehicle part cost thousands or tens of thousands to upgrade, and the upper limits of some parts were terrifying. Jizang couldn't help but get excited. The first thought that popped into his mind was the top tier, most expensive vehicle armament, the level for laser cannon. Chapter 125, Upgrading the Prism Tower. The pinnacle of destructive power. Action speaks louder than words. Everyone was opening treasure chests right now. which was when products were most abundant and prices were at their lowest. Ji Zhang immediately searched for firearm modification devices. There were actually 8 infinite durability items listed, with an average price of around 800 gold coins. Infinite ammo was even more exaggerated. There were over 60 of them, and the price had been pushed down to 340 gold coins. Ji Zhang instantly snapped up 3 infinite durability and 3 infinite ammo items, preparing to keep the remaining 2 pairs as backups. He also bought 1 super gun barrel cooler and a Gatling heavy machine gun. Then, he went straight to the roof of the base vehicle. I applied the 3 modification devices to the Gatling gun, installed it in the final turret slot, and completed the binding upgrade path. Laser Cannon Level 3 upgrades the heavy machine gun into a high-energy laser cannon capable of firing charged beams. Each standard beam requires 8 seconds of charging time, while the super beam requires 1 hour. After upgrading, this turret can only follow high-energy equipment upgrade paths. Requires a power generation device of level 4 or higher. Upgrade requirements: 3,000 gold coins, 2,000 parts, 200 alloys, 1 laser core. Still missing a level 4 power generation device and a laser core. Ji Kang opened the trading post and checked the price of a laser core. 500 gold coins each, not expensive at all. Bought it instantly. To be honest, he was usually accustomed to haggling with others, but given his current reputation, he figured that as soon as he opened his mouth, people would likely just give it to him for free. He would end up owing a favor, which wasn't ideal. After purchasing the laser core, Ji Kang spent several thousand gold coins and materials to upgrade his power generation device to level 4. The level 4 power generation device had now fully integrated with the entire vehicle module. Whether day or night, it could generate electricity with ultra-high efficiency. Its power storage capacity had also been greatly enhanced. Electrical energy was now the most important foundational resource for the base vehicle, far surpassing fuel. Various in-vehicle devices, the laser cannon, the robotic wolves, and even the full-body smart armor and electromagnetic guns all required electrical charging. Even if it weren't a prerequisite for the laser cannon, Ji Kang would have had to upgrade it first regardless. After getting all of that sorted out, Ji Kang finally clicked upgrade, accompanied by a flash of white light. The entire basic machine gun turret was upgraded into a white turret with a highly sci-fi aesthetic. The entire turret resembled an oversized astronomical telescope, flanked by 2 camouflage pattern square boxes. Those were the energy storage units. The rotating base below was about the same size as the flamethrower turret, but the most exaggerated feature was the front lens, which reached 1.5 meters in diameter and glowed with a deep, airy green hue. Ji Kang immediately issued an attack command. The next second, the laser cannon emitted the sound of charging electricity. A dazzling green beam shot out from the lens without any warning. Pew! The laser instantly struck a large rock over 1,000 meters away. The terrifying high energy immediately vaporized the rock, leaving behind a massive crater. The edges of the hole were rimmed with scorching red molten lava, which was dripping down drop by drop, as expected of a level 3 turret worth over 10,000 gold coins. It's truly fierce. Ji Kang observed the impact site on the distant rock using his eagle eye state, and able to help but click his tongue in wonder. The closed defense guns and the flamethrower turret were purely about destruction, but the laser cannon was about total annihilation. Although it took 8 seconds to charge a single shot and the attack range wasn't large, it wouldn't be pleasant for anyone on the receiving end. Ji Kang looked at the upgrade requirements for the level 4 laser cannon. Just one glance, and he couldn't help but let out a curse. Upgrade requirements: 12,000 gold coins, 5,000 parts, 400 alloys, 2 laser cores, 1 superconducting core. Good grief. This is way too expensive. Not to mention the superconducting core at the end. The items listed before it alone had a total value exceeding 25,000 gold coins. That's exactly what you want it being expensive. The only fear is that it isn't expensive enough. Ji Kang revealed a sinister grin and used the Tier 3 vehicle part universal upgrade voucher on the laser cannon, clicking to confirm the upgrade. The next second, the entire laser cannon was enveloped in white light, rapidly growing and expanding. And this time, it wasn't just a simple upgrade in size. The entire form of the turret underwent a massive transformation. Ji Kang stepped back several paces to make room for the turret's upgrade. He watched as it grew larger and taller. Finally, the white light settled. Amidst the dissipating light dust, an extremely extravagant-looking turret gradually emerged. Ji Kang was completely stunned. It was a tower-shaped turret standing 5 meters tall, with a white gold coating throughout. Below was a heavy base, supported by 5 energy conduits. At the very top were 8 crystal-clear prisms, slowly hovering and rotating. A brand new set of information appeared before Ji Kang's eyes. Light Prism Tower level for type, High Energy Turret mode, Automatic Single Shot Attack. Continuous Attack, Supercharged Attack. Current power allows for one-shot evaluation. The Light Prism Tower uses electrical energy as its foundation, utilizing superconducting and light prism technology to generate a destructive energy laser. It is the pinnacle of conventional turrets. The Light Prism Tower possesses 3 attack modes: Single Shot Attack. Charging time 15 seconds. Continuous Attack with continuous power supply. It can perform infinite attacks. Damage per second is 1/10 of a single shot attack. Supercharged Attack. Continuous charging for 2 hours to fill the entire energy storage device, allowing for the most powerful destructive attack. Friendly reminder: high energy equipment is not compatible with the infinite ammo device. Please do not activate the Light Prism Tower when power is insufficient, as it may easily cause all vehicle devices to shut down. Ji Kang carefully read through the details, his eyes nearly popping out of his head. Holy crap! A Light Prism Tower. But this thing is actually this extreme. The base vehicle's current total power reserve is only enough for one single shot attack. No wonder the level 3 laser cannon required a level 4 power generation device as a prerequisite. Otherwise, upgrading to level 4 now would have blown the power meter to pieces with a single shot. Ji Kang had originally wanted to fire a shot to test its power, but he decided against it for now. Better to wait until the level 4 power generation device has accumulated enough electricity. This upgrade voucher was truly worth it. Ji Kang looked up at the cool, sci-fi looking turret, feeling immensely satisfied. The boss loot chest had been dealt with. Now, it was time for the main event of the night. Ji Kang climbed down from the roof of the vehicle and returned to the living quarters, looking at the noble treasure chest in front of him, which was emitting a brilliant purple light. Ji Zhang took several deep breaths to steady his state of mind before slowly reaching out to lift the lid. Dazzling light surged continuously from the gap created by the opening lid. It illuminated Ji Zhang's expectant face, making it look incredibly bright. A massive pile of gold coins, resources, and items jumped into his eyes like joyful elves, clattering as they appeared. Chapter 126. A massive reward of over 100,000 gold coins, synthesizing in a great talent. Obtained gold coins x 31,000, parts x 30,000, alloy x 800, heavy oil x 1, 500, vibranium x 1, level 5 chip by 1. Obtained disposable forging device x 100. Obtained labor robot by 5. Obtained B-grade talent over limit gem by 1. Obtained deep sea treasure armor legendary set by 1. Obtained a grade talent fragment by 14. Obtained S-grade talent fragment x3 holy. Ji Zhang looked at the dazzling array of materials, resources, items, equipment, and fragments. His eyes went somewhat blank. This was simply too exaggerated. The value of the gold coins and materials in the first line alone must have exceeded 100. 0 gold coins, right? The purple radiant treasure chest was truly terrifying. Ji Zhang suppressed his excitement and immediately began to inspect the large pile of new items below. Labor Robot Category, Collection Unit Evaluation. The Labor Robot is an entry-level intelligent robot powered by electricity. It can perform various resource collection tasks within a 2.0 meter radius of the vehicle and within resource fiefs. The collection robot has no combat components, but it possesses 24 all-weather working capabilities that are several times more efficient than manual labor. It can achieve even higher efficiency after being equipped with high-level tools. Friendly reminder: after upgrading the relevant parts of the main vehicle, the intelligence, defensive armor, and mobility of the collection robots will also increase accordingly. That's really nice. Ji Zhang stroked his chin and nodded repeatedly. This thing looked very practical. And to think it gave him 5 of them all at once. Ji Zhang took out all 5 robots and placed them on the ground. The robots were only about a meter tall, with 2 wheels for their lower bodies and long, Narrow mechanical arms featuring multiple flexible joints. The 5 little robots lined up neatly. The screens on their heads lit up with 2 light spots, blinking as if they were winking. "You little rascals, you're actually quite cute." Jizang tried saying, "Report your numbers." The little robots responded immediately, using emotionless, distorted mechanical cartoon voices. "Robot number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, number 5. Please issue your instructions, master." Jizang's eyebrows shot up. He had assumed they were low-level artificial idiots, but he hadn't expected them to actually understand his commands. He said directly, "You 2, clean the room. You 3, take the water hose and wash the exterior of the vehicle." "Yes, master." After responding, the 5 little robots immediately began to divide the work and take action. The 2 wheels on their lower bodies looked simple, but they were independent structures and very flexible. Whether climbing stairs or crossing obstacles, they were quite capable, and executing tasks was a breeze for them. Soon, they were carrying water hoses, buckets, mops, and rags, and began to work diligently. Watching the 5 busy little figures, Jizang suddenly felt what it was like to be an emperor. "This is great. I'll have a good life from now on." He sighed with emotion. He continued to look at the B-grade talent over-limit gem below. The description was basically the same as the C-grade over-limit gem from before. It was also a very scarce endgame item. It was a pity that his only B-grade talent, Dormant Thunder Formless, was a growth-type special talent and couldn't use the over-limit gem. He would just have to wait until he unlocked other talents later. The next item, the Deep Sea Treasure Armor, was the highlight of this haul. Legendary Grade Set Armor. Deep Sea Treasure Armor Set 1 3rd Grade, Legendary Durability, Evaluation. A mysterious treasure brought back from the depths of the Sea of Chaos by a powerful treasure hunter. It is said to be closely related to the Sea King race and possesses unparalleled defensive power. Once all 3 pieces are collected, a mysterious effect will be triggered. Exclusive skill, Deep Sea Water Breath after activation. A domain of water breath condenses air on the body, which can absorb a large amount of damage and convert it into energy for the user. Lasting for 10 seconds. Skill cooldown, 3 minute exclusive skill. Wrath of the Sea God set trigger after activation. It can unleash a Sea God Tide, causing devastating damage to enemies within a massive range. Skill cooldown, 7 days, currently unavailable. TSK. Jizang couldn't help but click his tongue. These 2 skills looked incredibly powerful, especially the first one, with a cooldown of only 3 minutes. Absorbing damage and feeding it back to himself. This could provide a huge advantage in battle. Although this Deep Sea Treasure Armor was a set piece, in terms of individual strength, it was certainly inferior to individual pieces of the same grade. But the advantage was that its potential ceiling was higher. Moreover, this type of equipment could be traded offline. The World Channel was about to open, so the difficulty of collecting the set shouldn't be as high as he imagined. Jizang took out all the materials, items, and equipment and put them into his inventory. He looked at the inventory panel. Gold coins, 50,231. Weapons and armor. Cicada Wing Treasure Armor Rare. Ring of Kingship Secret Treasure. Flame Prison Heavenly Spear Legendary. Deep Sea Demon Armor Legendary Tools. Iron Pickaxe Fine X1. Iron Shovel Rare X1. Grappling Hook X1 Materials Items. Parts X3012. Steel Plates X832. Leather X1211. Alloy X900. Heavy Oil X1500. Mithril X41. Diamond by 25. Shining Gold X6. Vibranium X1. Superwood by 2. Modification Device. Armor Piercing Detonation X1. Level for Chip X1. Level 5 Chip X1. B-Grade Talent Over Limit Gem. Disposable Forger X100 Forging Materials. Mad Corpse Fingernails X125. Flame Hearts X89. Corroded Black Bones X45. Bone Wingtips by 31. King's Blood Pupil Rare X1. Killing Iron Hook Rare X1. Corpse King Blood Special X1 Food. Premium Food Gift Pack by 96. High-End Bread by 15. High-End Instant Food X20. Functional Drinks X20. Energy Bars X30. Energy Replenishing Fruit X7. Talent Fragments. C-Grade Fragment X1. B-Grade Fragment X1. A Grade Fragment X1. 5S Grade Fragment X3 that feels good. Looking at his fully packed inventory, Jizang felt incredibly satisfied. Next, he would synthesize his talent first. He looked at the 15A grade talent fragments in his inventory. He took a deep breath, clicked to synthesize. Detected that you are one of the top 5 survivors in this region to fuse and a grade talent. Obtain buff effect. Great success probability increased by 500%. Come on. Let's have another great success. Jizang's eyes flickered. A brilliant light gradually condensed and bloomed before his eyes. And fortunately, he wasn't as lucky this time. He failed to trigger a great success critical hit. Ding! A grade talent synthesis complete. Congratulations on obtaining the talent Spirit God upgrade. Chapter 127, Massive Vehicle Upgrade. Intelligent Combat Training Room. The Spirit God is born with extreme sensitivity to energy, capable of discerning an enemy's physical strength, capturing energy molecules in the air, and making more precise combat judgments. Skill: Spirit Speech active after activation. You enter the Spirit Speech state, allowing for barrier-free communication with all non-human races. This process will continuously consume a large amount of mental power. It is not recommended for use if your mental stat is below 50 points. Evaluation: Spirit God is a soul-type enhancement talent. It can play a significant auxiliary role in tracking, stealth, escaping, and cross-species communication. The moment he obtained the talent, Jizang felt as if his soul had been cleansed from head to toe by some kind of energy, leaving him feeling instantly clear-headed. This was a very strange new state. It was as if he had awakened a brand new sense. Upon careful introspection, he could clearly feel the energy fluctuations in his surroundings. Moreover, it didn't cause his brain to feel overwhelmed by the influx of information. Just like the coexistence of sight and smell, he now possessed a brand new spirit sense without the slightest feeling of incongruity. It's actually this amazing. Jizang's eyes shone brightly as he curiously experienced this new change. This is great, and a great auxiliary talent. His current offensive means were already numerous and powerful enough. What he lacked was exactly this kind of highly functional auxiliary talent, especially the active skill Spirit Speech, which was absolutely a conceptual level ability. There were many biological races in this world, and in the future, he would inevitably have to deal with those indigenous factions. Having this ability could solve major troubles. Jizang played with the capabilities of his new talent for a while before refocusing. Next, it was time to fully upgrade his vehicle. Jizang opened the vehicle panel. Heavy-duty base vehicle Tier 3 speed limit, 180 km, header ability, remaining fuel. 17.1 units can travel 1370 km. Upgraded components, shooting chamber, wheel of fate. Mechanical wolf cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, bed, sofa, headlights replaceable. Engine level 5. Wheel hub level 5, chassis level 5, air conditioning level 5, refrigerator level 5, power generator level 4, central console level 3, full interior level 3. Targeting radar level 3, armor turrets, thorn armor level 4, land shield 3000 level 4, photon tower level 4, flamethrower turret level 3. Total level. Vehicle advancement requires gold coins x 20,000, parts x 8,000, steel plates x 50,000, alloy x 400, heavy oil x 1,000, armor core x 2. War Fortress Machine Soul x1 advancement unlocks when upgraded components reach level 70 or above. Evaluation: a top-tier war monster with maxed out combat power, mobility, defense, and living comfort. Among Tier 3 vehicles, there's nothing more impressive than this. Looking at the various modifiable parts, Jizang began to think carefully. Although he now held over 50 gold coins and a large amount of materials, it was impossible to rush to a Tier 4 vehicle in one go. I should prioritize upgrading the flamethrower turret and important functional configurations first, Jizang pondered. He first upgraded the level for targeting radar, consumed gold coins x 5,500, parts x 700, level 3 chip x1, click to upgrade. The range of the level for targeting radar expanded to 2.5 kilometers, more than doubling. It now perfectly matched the maximum effective range of the land shield 3000. Not to mention the photon tower, it could strike as far as the radar could detect. Next was the central console. Consumed gold coins by 7,000, parts X400, mithril by 20. Level 3 chip X1, level for chip X1. Soon, the upgrade was complete. This was a massive leap. The original level 3 central console only featured automatic driving. Now that it was upgraded to level 4, it had directly integrated an intermediate AI and connected to a neural link. From now on, Jizang only needed a single thought to control every facility inside the vehicle. Moreover, the vehicle and its secondary units now possessed an AI combat mode. Even if he were to leave the vehicle, the base car, the mechanical wolves, and other secondary units could conduct intelligent driving and combat on their own. This was a whole level stronger than the original automatic attack function. This was just too damn practical. Jizang felt a surge of excitement. Money was certainly not spent in vain. Next, it was time for the interior of the entire vehicle. Jizang cast his gaze toward the interior, and a piece of information immediately appeared. Full vehicle interior level 3 upgrade path. Level for interior after upgrading. The furniture and decor of the entire vehicle will be refreshed and upgraded. Additionally, a training room built from super energy absorbing materials will be added. The vehicle's length will increase by 2 meters. Height by 0.8 meters, and width by 1.2 meters. Upgrade requirements. Gold coins by 7,500, parts X 5,000, leather X 3,000, level 3 chip X1, super timber by 20. Decor upgrade. Addition of a training room, and an increase in the vehicle's overall dimensions. These were all very practical configurations, however. Compared to the previous two components, the full vehicle interior was the most expensive, with a total value of over 10,000 gold coins. Upgrade. The sooner it's upgraded, the sooner it can be enjoyed. Jizang replenished the missing materials from the exchange and decisively clicked upgrade. After a burst of dazzling white light, the entire interior of the base car was instantly refreshed. The living room in the living area had grown significantly larger. All the furniture and appliances had been rearranged, looking as if they had been placed by a top-tier designer. It looked very harmonious and stylish, and everything was made of top-tier, luxurious materials. It was just pure opulence. But the most important thing was the training room. Jizang immediately ran to the rear area and, sure enough, saw a newly appeared, fully enclosed room under the stairs. He pushed the door open and entered. The room was not large, only about 8 square meters. A large expanse of dark, translucent energy-absorbing material covered all the walls of the room, and there was a 17-inch screen on the floor. What is this? Jizang went over to check the screen and discovered that he could set training modes. There were 3 modes available: reaction, endurance, and meditation. He could also set the environment. Jizang casually set it to a rainforest environment. The next moment, the surrounding walls, floor, and ceiling instantly transformed into a scene from a tropical rainforest. He could even feel the humid air hitting his face and hear the clear chirping of insects and birds in the forest. It was incredibly lifelike. As for the visuals, they went without saying. With hundreds of millions of pixels, it was almost indistinguishable from reality. Holy crap! Jizang was a bit stunned. The level of realism in this training room was simply beyond his imagination. If he used this to watch holographic movies, he couldn't even imagine how awesome it would be. He set the mode to reaction come beginner. The screen immediately displayed the attack frequency, 10 times per second. The next moment, Jizang felt a fierce killing intent piercing directly toward the center of his forehead. It was actually a glowing bouncy ball. Asterisk swish. He hurriedly dodged to the side. But the very next instant, another new bouncy ball shot toward him. These bouncy balls were not physical entities, but they had a very realistic attack state. It was as if you would truly be hit if you didn't dodge. Damn, this is good. Jizang became somewhat excited. He dodged continuously for over a minute before turning it off, feeling a bit unsatisfied as he stepped out of the training room. Now that he still had over 20,000 gold coins on hand, it was time to upgrade the big guns. He went directly to the roof of the car and cast his gaze toward the fierce-looking flamethrower turret. Chapter 128. Upgrading to Purgatory Fire Pump. Unlocking the Corpse King's treasure map. A line of upgrade information appeared. Heavy Fuel X500, Fuel X500, Oil Pump Core X1. Jizang checked the exchange prices for these materials one by one. The unit price for parts was 0.8 gold coins. Heavy oil was 21 gold coins. Fuel was 8 gold coins. And the oil pump core was 400 gold coins. Although material prices had dropped across the board. When all of this was calculated, the cost for a level 4 flamethrower turret would still reach over 20,000 gold coins. Fortunately, he had plenty of materials now. After supplementing the 500 units of fuel and 1 oil pump core, he clicked upgrade directly. A burst of concentrated white light quickly covered the entire turret, causing it to grow and expand continuously. Soon, the upgrade finally concluded. A massive, extremely domineering cannon began to slowly reveal itself from within the white light. This was a huge pedestal turret covered in matte black paint. The base alone occupied an area of over 15 square meters. The barrel was 7 meters long, lined with a large number of raised metal components, emitting a sharp, fierce aura. Thick oil pipes, like coiled blood vessels, were embedded across the heavy, iron pillar-like cannon body. This gave the entire turret a sense of rugged wasteland technology and fierce, militant tension. Purgatory fire pump level for type, defensive turret evaluation. The Purgatory fire pump uses a mixture of fuel and heavy oil as fuel, capable of spraying a super fire oil column with a maximum range of 800 meters. The fire oil column utilizes oil pump pressurization technology, with more incendiary agents added. Upon hitting an object, the splashing process triggers highly efficient instantaneous combustion, causing a violent explosion and dealing massive damage to enemies within the area. Jizang glanced at the new information and raised an eyebrow. Purgatory fire pump, the name alone sounded badass. He used his thoughts to control the turret, aiming it at a patch of open ground in the distance, and then fired a short burst. The oil pump pressurized layer by layer, and the oil pipes above delivered a short segment of deep red fire oil, which was quickly transported into the cannon body. The steel threads at the muzzle lit up. PFFT, deep red napalm sprayed out instantly, like a glowing glob of spit, flying rapidly toward the distance. Soon, the fireball landed precisely in that area. The moment it hit the ground, the burning oil splattered everywhere. Dazzling burst of fire exploded across the open ground. The terrifying, high-temperature molten oil turned the earth into a scorching hellscape of fire, burning continuously. Jizang watched the fire in the distance, feeling quite amazed. As expected of a level 4 turret, this power is truly no joke. Compared to this Purgatory fire pump, the Land Shield 3000 only has the advantages of high strike precision and long range. The lethality is simply not on the same level. Phew, finally done. Jizang slowly exhaled, looking at the 3 level 4 turrets on the roof of his vehicle, feeling immensely satisfied. It was already past 1 in the morning. The great battle had come to an end, and it was time to get some good rest. Jizang returned to the vehicle and took a thorough shower, washing away the stench of blood from his body. Only then did he change into a comfortable pair of pajamas and return to the living area. Right, I almost forgot about the sheepskin scroll. Just as he was about to go to sleep, Jizang suddenly remembered this matter and immediately went to the front armrest box to take out the scroll. The ancient, heavy sheepskin scroll slowly unfurled in his hands, covered in a cursed mist that made it impossible to see its true appearance. With a thought, Jizang took the Corpse King blood out of his inventory. It was a drop of black blood wrapped in mysterious energy, exuding a dark and evil aura. It looked like an eyeball from hell. One extra glance would be enough to be deeply bewitched and eventually sink into it. Jizang placed the black blood directly onto the sheepskin scroll. The next moment, the black blood made a sizzling sound. Reacting violently with the cursed mist above it, the blood rapidly evaporated and shrank, while the thick mist quickly faded. A few seconds later, both disappeared completely. An ancient map of the land was fully revealed before Jizang's eyes. Map of the Earth God's Treasure Unique Item Evaluation. This ancient sheepskin scroll contains clues to the treasure of the Earth God. Powerful survivor, embark on the adventure to find the ancient relics. But remember, never let anyone know you possess it. Note, this item cannot be stored in the inventory and is a level 3 restricted trade item. So this is the map of the continent. Jizang stared at this vast map, his eyes narrowing slightly. The amount of information was overwhelming. The Moonwater Plain where he was currently located was only the size of a fingernail on this map. Even major regions like the Starry Great Forest, the Black Mountain mineral veins, and the moon-sinking lake only appeared as tiny specks. This was not a world map. Because the closer one looked to the edges of the map, the rougher the terrain became, until it was completely blurred. Regions he had seen while fighting monsters, such as the Forest of Myths or the Rift World, were not included at all. It seems this thing really did come from the Corpse King. That bastard's drawing skills are subpar. So, where is the clue? Ji Zhang squinted, examining it carefully. There were many unknown runes on the map, which likely symbolized certain things or tribes that he could not yet understand. After observing it carefully for over 10 minutes, Ji Zhang finally discovered a mysterious rune mark, different from the others, in a large area of unknown terrain toward the upper part of the map. It seems this is it. Ji Zhang rubbed his chin. With this major task successfully completed, a weight was finally lifted off his heart. Although with his current strength, he didn't seem capable of crossing such a vast area to obtain the ancient god's treasure yet. But having a direction was a good thing. Take it slow, no need to rush. He put the sheepskin scroll back into the armrest box. Ji Zhang yawned, sleepiness washing over him. He returned to the master bedroom on the second floor, set an alarm for 7:30 the next morning, and fell asleep the moment his head hit the pillow. He slept like the dead. When the next day's morning sun spilled into the room from the window and the alarm clock rang with a jingle, Ji Zhang finally woke up leisurely from his bed. He stretched, his body popping and cracking as all his joints loosened up. He felt incredibly refreshing. Ji Zhang did a kip up from the bed and walked to the bathroom to wash up. By now, the entire chat channel was already buzzing. Last night was too intense. Many people were too excited to sleep, all fantasizing about the series of new sections about to open and how to spend the upcoming 3-day window period. Chapter 129, Super Main City opened. World channel in an uproar. Cross-regional circulation is opening. Any brothers want to go out and explore together? Just rest honestly for a few days. Do you think you're Master G? I wonder what the situation is like for the first round in other regions. Will there be any where the entire army was wiped out? Definitely. The first round was already this intense. I don't even dare to imagine how difficult the second round will be. Sigh, just take it one day at a time. I really envy those top-tier powerhouses. They can go to the super main city today. Do you think the super main city will just be a huge fortress where those top powerhouses can go into garrison, while trash like us can only wander outside? If that's the case, we might as well not live and just commit suicide. Inside the base vehicle, Ji Zhang went downstairs, took 2 large pieces of wild beef from the refrigerator, and made a hearty breakfast for Wahua and Danzai. The 2 little ones had woken up early. Wahua was curled up on the sofa licking its fur. Seeing Ji Zhang come out, it trotted over on its furry little legs, even taking a tumble onto its bottom as it hopped off the sofa. It didn't care, though. It scrambled up and ran huffing and puffing to Ji Zhang's feet, rolling over to show its belly and start acting spoiled. Ji Zhang scratched its soft belly and stuffed 2 fire spirit stones into its paws for it to play with. Hua had grown a size larger, but it was still a cub full of babyish charm, showing absolutely no signs of combat prowess. Danzai's growth rate, however, was quite ferocious. Before going to sleep last night, its body length had already reached over a meter. Its sleek dragon scales looked imposing, and its dragon horns had grown out a bit as well. Where did that guy run off to? Ji Zhang set aside his work and searched the vehicle, finally finding it in the storage area at the very back. 5 small labor robots were standing in a row, charging, and Danzai was standing right next to the first robot. As soon as the first robot plugged itself into charge, Danzai would bite the plug and pull it out. The first robot would then pick up the plug and insert it again, only for Danzai to bite it and pull it out once more. Tireless and endlessly happy, plug it in, pull it out. It had already done this countless times. Ji Zhang's face turned green as he watched from behind, and he gave Danzai's head a sharp smack. Are your hands itching for a beating? After being scolded, Danzai finally tucked its head in and behaved, following Ji Zhang to eat breakfast. At the dining table, Ji Zhang checked his private messages while eating breakfast. Yi Xingzhou had actually sent him another message. He said that he had arranged for his men to clear the battlefield last night and had organized all the useful items remaining in the Ghost Dragon Society's destroyed vehicles, inviting Master Ji over to take inventory. Ji Zhang raised an eyebrow. This old fellow was certainly sensible. He handled social nuances quite well. Now, it would be rude for him not to meet him after finishing breakfast. Ji Zhang drove the base vehicle and turned toward the temporary camp of the Battlefield Alliance. As soon as the base vehicle appeared, all the survivors in the camp became incredibly excited. They dropped their bowls and chopsticks, gathered around, and looked with reverence at the figure stepping out of the vehicle door. Master Ji! Master Ji! A wave of enthusiastic greetings erupted at the scene. However, everyone stood honestly in their places. Only Yi Xingzhou and the high-ranking members were qualified to step forward to receive him. Master Ji, I hope you slept well last night. I've had your items organized. Please, this way, this way. Yi Xingzhou was wrapped in quite a few bandages, looking every bit the wounded man, but his demeanor and etiquette remained undiminished. Beside him, Bai Yu was very tactful, coming over to offer Ji Zhang Yi Chengqiangji a cigarette, holding a lighter in one hand and shielding the flame with the other. The team leaders followed on both sides, standing straight and tall with reverent gazes. It was as if they were welcoming a crime boss out of prison. Ji Zhang felt a bit helpless, to be honest. He really didn't want to take on underlings. Taking on underlings meant being responsible for them, which was truly too much trouble. It was better to be like Li Jianguo. The relationship had boundaries and a sense of proportion, making it effortless to get along. He patted Yi Xingzhou on the shoulder. Hold Yi. There's no need for all this. I'm not such a petty person. What happened last night is in the past. We can be friends from now on. Good, good, good. That's wonderful. Hearing these words, Yi Xingzhou let out a heavy sigh of relief. What he feared most was that this master would dwell on the unpleasant details of last night and use them to keep him in check. If that happened, he would truly have no good days ahead. However, he didn't dare take Ji Zhang's word friend literally. The two of them weren't on the same level, and they had no history together. So how could he possibly claim friendship? If he truly treated the other party as a buddy or a peer, it would be a clear overstep. One wrong word could easily touch a taboo. It was safer for him to just be an obedient underling. Come, come please. This way. Yi Xingzhou led Ji Zhang to the center of the camp and pointed to a large pile of resources and miscellaneous items, explaining, these are the remnants of the Ghost Dragon Society, and fortunately, most were destroyed. But we've picked out everything useful. Please, take a look. Ji Zhang entered his eagle eye state and scanned the pile. Most of the items were resources that couldn't be stored in the inventory, such as mist mushrooms, rocket shells, and elemental spirit stones. The items were numerous and messy. If it were before, they might have been somewhat useful, but given his current strength, these were relatively outdated things. Keeping them would just take up warehouse space, and selling them for gold coins wouldn't be worth much. Plus, it would be a waste of time. Ji Zhang couldn't be bothered to take them all, so he only picked out the elemental spirit stones. As for the rest of the miscellaneous items, he let Yi Xingzhou distribute them to his men, which immediately sparked a wave of cheers. At this point, there were only a few minutes left until 8:00 clock. Ji Zhang didn't return, choosing instead to sit in the Battlefield Alliance camp and wait. Finally, the hour hand ticked past 8 o'clock sharp. Several notification sounds rang out in everyone's minds. Ding! World channel has been opened. Cross-region trading has been opened. Cross-region circulation has been opened. Everyone felt both nervous and excited, immediately opening the newly appeared panel options in their minds. Ji Zhang was no exception. As soon as he opened the world channel, a massive flood of messages began to drift by like raindrops. The speed was so fast it was a blur, like tiny subtitles flying across the screen at high velocity, making one's eyes dizzy. First message, it's open, Fu Lake, brothers. Which region are you all from? Report in, region 6900, 8244, 8521 reporting in. I'm 1122. Why are your rankings so far behind? This must be a world channel merged from 10,000 large regions, right? It seems like I don't see any region numbers with more than 5 digits. Holy crap, look at the exchange. There's so much stuff. Quick, grab the deals. Parts are so cheap. Only 1 gold coin each. Damn it. What? Wasn't it 0.8 just a moment ago? Quick, grab them. Damn it. They were only 2 gold coins each in our district. So many materials have skyrocketed in price. Where? Fuel and chips have completely tanked here. I don't know which district has such high production. Damn it. I even hoarded a bunch. Forget about those pennies. Hurry up and report your district numbers. Let's tally up what the highest district number is. The highest district number seen so far is 8,768. Right. Is there anything higher? There shouldn't be. I'm from 8,768. And there are only a few dozen people left in our district. Holy crap. Does that mean over 1,000 districts have been wiped out? You've got to be kidding. We still have over 60,000 survivors in our district. Awesome. As expected of the big shots from the first 2,000 districts. By the way, what about the super main city? Why is there no movement? Yeah, what's going on? Just as everyone shifted their attention to the super main city, another notification rang out in the minds of all survivors. Super main city has been activated. Chapter 130. The crazy mechanics of the super main city. 10,000 districts clash. As soon as this voice sounded, everyone's heart skipped a beat. The main event had arrived. Super main city mechanic introduction. 1. The super main city is a public area where 10,000 districts are merged. Only the top 100 survivors from the first round of rankings can enter. Other survivors can obtain entry permissions after surviving until the second round. 2. The super main city is located in the very center of the 10,000 districts. Survivors with permission can enter through their district's portal except on the day of the boss round. 3. The super main city possesses a large number of undeveloped resource fiefs. Wild resource fiefs are guarded by terrifying monsters. Eliminating them completes the conquest, turning the resource fief into personal territory for development. 4. Resource fiefs are divided into 8 levels from E to SSS, and can produce various resources such as gold coins, mineral veins, and materials. 5. Once a resource fief is conquered, you must not only defend against monster invasions but also prevent other survivors from attacking and occupying it. Once all defenses in the territory are destroyed, you will lose all resource fiefs. 6. Resource fiefs of the same level can be combined in a 3-to-1 ratio. For example, D equals C, C CB. 7. Starting from the second round of survival, the original night attacks by monsters in your district will change to once every 3 days. After 10 such cycles, the boss round will descend. If a survivor is in the super main city on the night of a monster attack, the monsters will respawn around your territory with doubled intensity. Therefore, whenever a monster attack occurs, remember to exit the super main city in time. 8. In addition to resource fiefs, the super main city also features gameplay such as commissions, city defense, and black market auctions, which survivors can explore on their own. 9. The resources produced by the super main city are extremely important for the second round and subsequent survival. Furthermore, all existing resources, monsters, and killings are real. Please keep this in mind. Survivors. 10 bold red highlighted prompts appeared in everyone's mind, just as they had when they first arrived in the survival game. Those who saw it were left stunned. The amount of information was overwhelming, especially the 4 large characters, resource fiefs, which were firmly etched into the eyes of every survivor. This was the core mechanic of the super main city. Seize fiefs, extract resources. And not only would monsters attack the fiefs, but survivors could also plunder each other. The strong would become stronger, and the weak would only be at the mercy of others. The cruelest law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, had finally arrived. After clearly understanding all the rules and settings, the entire world channel exploded. Holy crap, the big one is here. Damn, this is the rhythm of a war of the gods. 10,000 districts entering. How much killing is this going to lead to? Mutual plundering should be a mid to late game thing. The early stage will mainly be about developing resource fiefs. Hiss. If you conquer a bunch of resource fiefs early on, wouldn't you be treated as a fat sheep? That's too scary. If you have that many fiefs, why fear being robbed? The massive amount of resources is enough for you to develop rapidly. Looking at it this way, the first 3 days are truly the golden time to race for speed and development. That's right. According to these settings, if you fall behind at the start, you might really be doomed forever. And everyone will definitely start as a group based on their original districts. Once your resources and strength fall behind, there's no guarantee that the 100 top experts of your entire district won't be wiped out. This is the real survival game. Now even the strongest in the district have to be on edge. There is always a mountain beyond a mountain, and a person beyond a person. You might be in the top 100 in your original district, but you might turn into small fry out there. Wait a minute. What about us ordinary survivors who aren't in the top 100? We have to wait until next month to enter. Wouldn't our progress be left behind for 8 lifetimes? Yeah, and damn it. Might as well just give up on living if you're an ordinary person. Come on, buddy. Ordinary survivors want to play in the peak tournament. Just honestly find a mine to dig in your original district. Maybe while you're digging, you'll dig up a purple tier treasure chest and take off. Who says you can't keep up with the progress? Needless to say, it will definitely be a situation of warlords carving up the land in the future. Major factions will constantly reshuffle, and ordinary people will only be able to survive by attaching themselves to major powers. Forget about ordinary people. I advise you small fries ranked in the top 100 of districts above 1000. You'd better not come in. Otherwise you'll just be cannon fodder and get killed. Haha. The messages on the world channel flew by like dense raindrops. Some fell into fear, while others were filled with excitement and fighting spirit. Feelings of agitation, tension, and anxiety spread to everyone's heart. The appearance of the super main city meant that a magnificent new chapter, filled with countless opportunities and dangers, had officially begun. This is an era of 100 boats racing across the current, an era where the stars shine bright. Jizang narrowed his eyes, a subtle arc forming at the corners of his lips. His eyes were like the stars, and his heart held vast ambitions. Things were about to get truly interesting. It was a pity that the information obtained so far was not yet comprehensive. No one knew exactly what a resource territory was, how to mine it, or how to defend it. All of this would only be revealed after entering the main city. The super main city portal has been opened. All survivors who have obtained entry authorization can see the coordinates via their vehicle maps and navigate toward them. Following the final sound, everything settled into place. Jizang immediately stood up and returned to his base vehicle, arriving at the driver's seat to open the map on the central console. On the main map, a gate-shaped coordinate had appeared. It was 272 kilometers away. The location was tilted more toward the starry sky Great Forest. Jizang decisively drove toward it. At the same time, the top 100 powerhouses of District 5631 also began to converge on the location of the portal from different directions. More than an hour later, Jizang arrived at his destination. Ahead, a massive portal thousands of meters high stood like in a bright mirror, spanning the space between heaven and earth. Rather than a portal, it was more like an oval-shaped expanse of light. Brilliant radiance surged within like ocean waves, with 7 colored luster flowing and intertwining, revealing a sense of mystery and grandeur. When Jizang and the powerhouses of the Battlefield Alliance arrived at the edge of the portal, quite a few vehicles and figures had already gathered. These were the other top-ranked powerhouses in the district, including Li Jianwo, Ku Qingyu, and others. Though there were also many unfamiliar faces, they had not entered the portal directly but chose to gather here, naturally waiting for Jizang's arrival. As soon as Jizang stepped out of his vehicle, the crowd flocked toward him. Master Ji, Master Ji. Many of these people were seeing Jizang for the first time, but long before the zombie tide, this man had already made a name for himself, with a reputation that preceded him. When everyone saw him, there was no fear of an authoritative superior, only heartfelt respect. He had single-handedly wiped out the cancerous tumor that was the Ghost Dragon Society and had killed a king-level boss like the Zombie King all by himself. With such glorious achievements laid out, even the most arrogant people had to be convinced. Calling him master was no loss of face. Chapter 131, Jiajishuang goes missing. Entering the territory, discovering a gold mine. Jizang looked around at the crowd. Why are you all waiting here? Li Jianwo laughed. You are the top chair of our district. If you haven't spoken, who would dare to enter without permission? Ji Zhang waved his hand dismissively. Let's just get on with it. After exchanging a few pleasantries with Li Jiangwo, some of the key figures nearby stepped forward one by one to introduce themselves. The one who stood out most to Ji Zhang was Long Yucheng, who had ranked 4th this time. Long Yucheng had originally been the leader of a small group and only began to shine from the 5th day onward. His performance during the zombie tide had been very impressive, making him the most valuable rising star in District 5631. It was just that he was still a bit reserved and not quite at ease when speaking with Ji Zhang. Besides him, there was Li Wei, ranked 3rd, Wang Ji, ranked 6th, Chen Han, ranked 7th, and further down, Zhou Tiansheng and Gu Qingyu. Most of them were familiar faces from the Battlefield Alliance and the Shanghai Alliance. Additionally, there were members of the Divine Wine Group, with half of their members present, including Hidi. It was at this moment that Gu Qingyu pulled Ji Zhang aside. Ji Zhang, have you had any news about little Jia these past 2 days? I can't reach her. Ji Zhang was stunned as Jia Jushuang. Gu Qingyu looked very worried. Yes, since yesterday. She hasn't replied to any of the messages I sent her. Ji Zhang then realized that he hadn't heard any news about Jia Jushuang for the past 2 days either. And Ji Zhang scanned his surroundings, his brows slightly furrowed. The prominent figures of District 5631 were basically all here. With Jia Jushuang's strength, she should have definitely been able to secure a spot in the top 100. Gu Qingyu shook her head silently. I just asked everyone, and no one has heard from her lately. Don't worry, Sister Gu. She's so strong. She'll be fine. Ji Zhang patted Gu Qingyu's shoulder to comfort her, although he didn't want to think about the worst-case scenario. The plains were treacherous and filled with hidden dangers. Jia Jushuang had likely already met with misfortune. After all, they were friends who had fought side by side, and Ji Zhang couldn't help but sigh at the impermanence of life. He sent a private message to Jia Jushuang, telling her to reply as soon as she received it. Afterward, he sent a message to Chen Xiaoyuan, saying he would be away for a few days and telling her not to run around, and to message him if she ran into trouble. It was the reassuring instant reply, though the tone was a bit sharp. Chen Xiaoyuan, I won't. You take forever to reply. By the time you see it, I'll have already been eaten by a monster, and you wouldn't be able to make it back anyway. Pout Ji Zhang. I set a special notification. Also, is that any way to talk to your brother? I'm the one covering District 5631 now. Do you really think I need to come back in person to solve your troubles? Chen Xiaoyuan bleh. Ji Zhang couldn't be bothered to deal with this energetic person and closed the chat window. At this time, Li Jiangwo and Hidi also walked over. Still thinking about little Jia? Yeah, I hope she's safe and sound. Gu Qingyu managed to squeeze out a smile. 10 minutes later, everyone was geared up and ready to go. Looking at the curtain of light ahead that seemed to cut off the world, everyone was tense, feeling both nervous and excited. Ji Zhang's base vehicle took the lead, guiding the hundreds of vehicles behind it as they slowly drove into the portal. Rumble. The torrent of steel gradually disappeared into that brilliant radiance. The light inside the portal was intense, making it impossible for people to keep their eyes open. After driving for a full minute, the blinding light suddenly vanished. The view before them suddenly opened up. Ji Zhang's pupils constricted slightly. This is the super main city. Before him lay a massive, incomparably vast city-state, resting upon the earth and stretching all the way to the horizon. Those colossal city walls and structures were intertwined with mountains, lakes, streams, and forests, exuding a sense of ancient, majestic, and desolate time. Rather than a city, it felt more like a kingdom, or perhaps a lost kingdom of humanity. There was not a shred of vitality, only the mottled decay and silence worn down by the passage of time. As Ji Zhang gazed at this city-state, four bold red characters appeared before his eyes. District 6 Main City. Before he could steady his nerves, a mechanical prompt echoed in his mind. Welcome to the District 6 Main City. This main city is composed of personnel from sequences 5016,000. Based on the number of points from the first round, each person is allocated an initial territory of a corresponding level, and each territory contains an initial resource fief. Friendly tip. Please purchase labor robots at the Territory Monument as soon as possible to begin mining operations on your initial resource fief. Friendly tip. Relatively basic resource fiefs will randomly respawn near everyone's territory. Conquer them to incorporate them into your own territory. The territory expands according to the level of the resource fief. Friendly tip. Each person can conquer a maximum of 3 resource fiefs per day. Please choose according to your own needs and strength. There is no limit to plundering others. District 6. Does that mean the entire super main city is divided into 10 districts? Jizang's gaze narrowed slightly. Furthermore, after this prompt appeared, he clearly felt a mysterious aura in a certain direction guiding him. That was his territory. I heard the entry prompt, me too, good heavens. This is only District 6. Aside from the wiped out District 10, there are 9 other main cities as big as this one. The crowd exclaimed in shock. Although there were many magnificent and breathtaking sights on the plains, seeing these ancient ruins of a human kingdom with their own eyes still sent a surge of excitement through everyone. The convoy drove toward the main city. Along the way, Jizang saw many convoys like theirs, all converging toward the city gates. At the very front, 2 groups had already come into conflict. Whether it was a verbal dispute or some other grievance, they had actually started a vehicle battle in broad daylight, firing at each other with wild intensity. And above each of their heads, a string of numbers was floating. One side was District 5881. The other was District 5322. He hadn't expected that inside the super main city, everyone's sequence district number could not be hidden. This was quite dangerous. Weaker districts would easily be targeted. However, Jizang had no time to watch the show. He led the people of District 5631 and drove into the District 6 main city. The territories allocated to the people of District 5631 were basically in the same vicinity. They were located next to a massive lake. Once they arrived here, the group scattered. All the territories were separate, each a certain distance from the others. Over an hour later, Jizang arrived at an open space on the grassy shore of the lake. It was the energy radiating from this very clearing that had guided his arrival. With a heart full of excitement, Jizang slowly drove into the territory. The moment he entered, he was left slightly dumbfounded, because in the middle of the territory, there sat a patch of golden, shimmering light. Gold mine grade mining slots. Output per slot: 300 gold coins. H base efficiency. Total output: 0 gold coins. Evaluation: a precious resource vein that can produce gold coins. Hurry up and get your little miners busy. Friendly tip. Each territory can hold a maximum of 15 resource fiefs of the same type. You can merge resource fiefs of the same level to save space and increase efficiency. Chapter 132. Gigi's Mining Group. Activate. This is a resource fief. Jizang's eyes brightened slightly. Each slot could produce 300 gold coins per hour. 5 slots meant 500 gold coins. In 24 hours a day, 36,000 gold coins. Holy crap! After a simple calculation, Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. A single resource fief was this terrifying. And this thing was showing base efficiency, which meant the production capacity could be increased further. However, it was unlikely that all resource fiefs were this exaggerated. According to the earlier mechanism prompt, everyone's initial resource fief was calculated based on their point ranking. He had only managed to get a grade A gold mine with his 1 million plus points. Others should be quite far behind. Jizang asked in the district chat. The others also successively posted the information about their initial resource fiefs. As expected, only a few people like Yixingzhou, whose points reached over 10,000, had obtained grade C fiefs. Most others were grade D or grade E. Zhang said, "Everyone, study this carefully. If you discover any new intelligence, share it in the district chat." Understood? Yes, sir. Everyone was full of passion as they got to work, all feeling the freshness of pioneering a new dungeon. Jizang also began to observe the gold mine before him. The area of the gold mine was not large, only about 100 square meters, equivalent to the size of a 3-bedroom apartment. Countless brilliant gold ores were densely embedded in the rock layer, forming a slightly raised hillock, with a floating orange label above it. Grade A. Jizang walked over, wanting to try and pry a gold nugget off with his hand to see if he could pick it out. But as soon as he touched it, He felt an absolute solidity, and his heart skipped a beat in surprise. He had already equipped the Dark Fallen 1 title, and his physique stat was approaching 600 points. Yet he couldn't shake this small piece of gold or even in the slightest. No tools equipped. Unable to enter the workstation to mine, please equip Iron Pickaxe. A line of information appeared. So, tools were indeed required. Jizang took a fine-grade iron pickaxe from his inventory and clicked Confirm to enter workstation. The gold mine status window changed immediately. Gold mine grade of mining workstations. Output per workstation. 300 gold coins H base efficiency. Workstation 1 Jizang human physique efficiency Kung 597%. Tool efficiency Kung 10% average workstation output. 1970 gold coins. Total output 1970 gold coins H. Jizang raised an eyebrow. Physique efficiency Kung 597%. It seems this is calculated based on the average 10 points of physique for a normal adult, stacking upwards from there. With his 597 physique, it added 597% efficiency directly. However, the tool efficiency was a bit lackluster. The fine grade only added 10%. Jizang tried striking the gold mine with the iron pickaxe. Clang! Sparks and gold dust flew everywhere. A line of information popped up before his eyes. Gold coins come 1 point to mining profit. Direct rewards. Jizang's eyes lit up, and he immediately began swinging the pickaxe continuously. Clang, clang, clang. Gold coins Kung 0. 9 mining profit. Gold coins Kung 0.8 mining profit. Gold coins Kung 0.8 mining profit. As his swinging speed increased, the gold coin profit from each strike decreased significantly compared to before. This time, he deliberately slowed down for 2 seconds before swinging with force again. Gold coins Kung 1. 6 mining profit. Sure enough, the mining profit fluctuated with the force of each strike. With his current physique and tools, if he mined at a normal working pace, the hourly profit would be very close to the 1,821 per hours marked above. Everything was calculated. Damn it. These evil capitalists have turned me into an assembly line worker. Jizang decisively put down the iron pickaxe and ordered the 5 labor robots in the base vehicle to disembark and come over. The 5 labor robots quickly arrived in front of Jizang, lining up in a neat row. Jizang bought 5 rare-grade iron pickaxes from the exchange in one go. Rare-grade iron pickaxes had already risen in price across the board, soaring from 30 gold coins each to 55 gold coins each, and it was estimated that they would continue to skyrocket. But it wasn't a big problem. This small amount of money would be earned back from the gold mine in no time. Efficiency first. Jizang took out the 5 iron pickaxes, distributed them to the 5 labor robots, and then helped them click Confirm to enter workstation. The next moment, the labor robots immediately began to get busy. As if it were innate, they moved directly to the side of the gold mine, raised the iron pickaxes in their hands, and began mining with a rhythmic clang, clang, clang. Moreover, they were very rhythmic, precisely hitting 1 strike every 3 seconds. Gold coins Kung 0.81 mining profit. Gold coins Kung 0.81 mining profit. Gold coins Kung 0.81 mining profit. Watching the gold coins increase every 3 seconds, Jizang felt incredibly satisfied. Ji's mining group, initiate. He checked the robot's panels, which displayed the power consumption rate and the estimated remaining working duration. At full charge, the labor robots could work continuously for about 36 hours. Jizang nodded with satisfaction and checked the gold mine information again. It already showed specific changes. Gold mine grade of mining workstations. Output per workstation. 300 gold coins H base efficiency. Workstation 1 normal labor robot machine efficiency minus 50%. Tool efficiency Kung 30%. Workstation 2 normal labor robot machine efficiency minus 50%. Tool efficiency Kung 30%. Workstation 5 normal labor robot machine efficiency minus 50%. Tool efficiency Kung 30%. Current total hourly output 975 gold coins. 975 gold coins per hour. That's over 20. 0 gold coins in a full 24-hour day. Awesome. One must know that this stuff was basically free, requiring no cost at all. Labor robots were truly born for mining. I didn't expect that the product from yesterday's purple tier treasure chest would give me such a huge surprise now. Jizang patted the robots on the shoulders, telling them to keep up the good work. He then posted this information in the 5631 regional channel. Others were also sharing various pieces of information. Complete concept of resource fiefs. As it stands, the types of resources in a fief are divided into several categories: minerals, gold coins, materials, and natural resources. Each type has different mining difficulties and efficiencies, but generally speaking, the higher the grade, the higher the mining efficiency. For example, the trasiest grade gold mine only has a pathetic base output of 10 gold coins. Working your blood out for an hour just to get that little bit of change is really not as good as going back to the original area to mine yourself. But the benefit of a resource fief is that you can buy robots to do the work for you, which is essentially getting it for free. Moreover, access fiefs can be synthesized and upgraded, ensuring positive growth. And all these operations rely on the most important core of the territory stele. Jizang looked to the side and soon saw that pitch black, ancient-looking stele standing quietly on the grass. Chapter 133, Building the Territory. Earthwall Kung Arrow Tower. The stone stele stood 2 meters tall, covered in glowing golden patterns that looked quite extraordinary. Jizang walked up to the stele. A piece of information immediately appeared. 1 square kilometer current resource fief, gold mine grade, a defense construction shop teleport. 1 square kilometer. Jizang rubbed his chin and tried to click on total territory area with his mind. The next moment, a pale green indicator circle appeared, marking the 1 square kilometer area surrounding the stele as the core. This was his territory. As he clicked, a small note also appeared above. The range of the territory is determined by the highest grade resource fief, e.g. Grade A is 1 square kilometer, Grade S is 10 square kilometers, and so on. So that's how it is. Jizang rubbed his chin again and clicked on the defense construction option at the bottom. 3 upgrade options immediately appeared. City Wall Defense Tower Guardian Spirit locked. The third one could not be opened for the time being. However, the City Wall and Defense Tower were quite interesting. He glanced at the City Wall option. City Wall Non-Level 0 Defense Evaluation. You currently have no city wall. Monsters can easily invade your territory. Construction of Earth Wall requires 1,000 gold coins. Friendly reminder: after constructing a level 1 city wall, it will stack 10% of the main vehicle's outer armor defense. Following this logic, a level 10 city wall will stack 100% of the main vehicle's defense. Having a 10% bonus from the main vehicle, the cost effectiveness was high. The cost for level 1 wasn't much, so Jizang clicked to upgrade it immediately. The next moment, a circle of 3-meter high earth walls grew around the edge of the entire territory, completely enclosing it, leaving only a large wooden gate in the middle. It had to be said, once this thing appeared, the territory finally felt like it truly belonged to him. Otherwise, it had always felt like a wasteland in the wild. He checked the information. Earthwall Level 1 Defense. 3,510% bonus from level for Thorn Armor Evaluation. A fragile mud wall, difficult to withstand the continuous attacks of low-level monsters. Upgrade to Brick Wall requires 3,000 gold coins. Seeing the defense value of the Earth Wall, Jizang almost wanted to laugh. Damn it, with only 3 points of defense, could this even stop a stray dog? Fortunately, the Thorn Armor was powerful enough. Even with just a 10% bonus, it provided 500 points. That was over 1,000 times the defense of the Earth Wall. With this, it was certainly enough to defend against the first few waves of monsters, and survivors in other areas probably wouldn't come to plunder his resource fief so quickly. He then looked at the defense tower. 0 maximum quantity evaluation. Quickly build defense towers so you can leave your territory without any worries. Construction of Arrow Tower requires 1,000 gold coins. Construction of turret requires 1,000 gold coins. More types of defense towers and an increased quantity limit will be unlocked after the highest resource fief in the territory reaches Grade S. Friendly reminder: after upgrading to a level 1 defense tower, it will stack 10% of the average attack power of all armaments on the main vehicle. Following this logic, a level 10 defense tower will stack 100% of the main vehicle's attack power. Zhang raised an eyebrow slightly. As expected, the defense towers were also linked to the strength of the main vehicle. 4 defense towers would perfectly cover the 4 directions, and there were 2 upgrade paths. He clicked to upgrade 1 arrow tower. The next moment, a pillar embedded in the earth wall appeared on the left side of the gate, with a small automatic arrow tower on top. Arrow tower level 1 attack power. 3 Kung 8710% bonus from main vehicle attack. The most basic defense tower. Under continuous attack, it can barely repel 1 or several low-level monsters. Upgrade to level 2 arrow tower requires 3,000 gold coins. Looking at the Kung 8700 behind the 3 points of attack power, Zhang felt completely at ease. The base vehicle's 3 level 4 armament turrets were certainly not for show. However, he didn't have many gold coins left on hand. Zhang didn't plan to continue upgrading the city wall or defense tower. Making money with money was the priority. Zhang closed the defense tower panel and clicked on shop. Suddenly, a wide array of dazzling goods appeared before his eyes. Among them, labor robot was at the top, with a total of 5 types. Small labor robot. Machine efficiency minus 200%, purchase requires 300 gold coins. Labor robot. Machine efficiency minus 50%, purchase requires 5,000 gold coins. Enhanced labor robot. Machine efficiency Kung 100%, purchase requires 20,000 gold coins. Super labor robot. Machine efficiency Kung 300%, purchase requires 50,000 gold coins. Nuclear powered labor robot. Machine efficiency Kung 500%, purchase requires 200,000 gold coins. These 5 robot levels left Zhang stunned. Especially the last nuclear-powered one, which cost 200 gold coins for just one. Damn it. I might as well do it myself. He could understand it, because resource thieves were synthesized to become higher grade. Similar to raising poisonous insects in a jar. Since the work slots in high-grade resource thieves were limited, work efficiency had to be the top priority. He couldn't just let a bunch of small labor robots mine an SSS grade gold mine. That would be a massive waste. However, this puts one's financial management skills to the test. Because if you want to maximize your returns, every gold coin you mine in the early stages must be reinvested to snowball your growth. Only then can you gradually improve your efficiency. Therefore, it is either a choice between enjoying short-term gains by spending the gold coins elsewhere, or tightening your belt, enduring for a period, and then unleashing a massive wave of explosive gold production. But how to proceed depends on the specific situation. I won't consider that for now. Zhang skipped over the row of labor robots and looked at the other items in the shop. The top right corner displayed level 1 shop, and many of the product icons below were dimmed. They would only be viewable and purchasable after upgrading to level 2 shop. There were only a few things available for purchase right now. Resource Territory Expansion Voucher 1 Use Description. After use, you can gain 1 additional expansion limit for your resource territory per day. Purchase cost 1,000 gold coins. This item is limited to 3 purchases per day, with the cost doubling each time. This was easy to understand. According to the mechanics of the super main city, each person can conquer a maximum of 3 resource territories per day. If you want more, you have to buy vouchers or plunder them from others. Everything really does cost money. Zhang's gaze shifted to other items. Besides the expansion voucher, there were also items like Sentry Eye, Offline Trading Voucher, Random Tool Gift Pack, Territory Relocation Talisman, and Return to City Scroll. It was a pity that the level 1 shop had so few items. Upgrading to a level 2 shop cost 50,000 gold coins. Presumably, the good stuff was further down the line. Zhang scanned these items one by one before closing the shop panel. Next was the final option, Teleport. Spending 10 gold coins allows you and your vehicle to be instantly teleported back to the original area outside the super main city. This was the ultimate trump card for survival and escape within the super main city. Similarly, the price doubles every time you use teleport, stacking without limit. Unless it is a life or death situation, it is best not to touch this option. Having finished reading the contents on the territory stele, Zhang had gained a deep understanding of how the entire resource territory system worked. Now, let's go conquer a few new resource territories to play around with. Zhang thought to himself. He left his base vehicle in the territory and set it to sentry mode. With the base vehicle there, The security of the territory was guaranteed to the maximum extent. Before leaving, Ji-Kang opened the world channel, entered Eagle Eye State, and quickly gathered the massive amount of information scrolling by. Reached the territory. C rank all field. Why am I U rank? Does this thing depend on points? Duh, otherwise would they just give you an SSS rank for free? Are there any big shots with a rank or higher? Post the mineral attributes for us to see. Keep dreaming. Rankers are the absolute top tier big shots. You have to kill a regional boss to get one. There's at most one per region. And many regions don't even have one. Who would be bored enough to post it for you to see? Wait, you guys have already reached your territories. Why haven't we arrived yet? We've driven for hundreds of kilometers. I haven't arrived either. This is too far. Just reaching the territory safely is good enough, damn it. We got into a fight with a team from another region on the road just because our boss whistled at a chick on their side. As a result, they just attacked us directly. Half of our 100 people were wiped out. The boss died over there, damn it. The rest of us barely escaped with our lives. Oh, which region is that? Why are they fighting so ruthlessly? I don't dare say. I can only say they are ranked quite high. But I really didn't expect the top one on the other side to be so strong. Damn, I'm still shaking. Don't talk nonsense outside. Everyone who can come to the super main city is the strongest among the strong. No one is going to tolerate anyone else. And the region number doesn't necessarily represent strength. If you don't know your place, you might just get crushed. Holy crap. Is it the one led by a heavy-duty truck? The one with an armed fence built on the roof? How did you know? Did you run into them too? Damn, that's them. We met them near the city wall just now. Those people are really like bandits. We were in the middle of conquering a B-rank resource territory on the road, and they just came up and snatched it. We lost over a dozen vehicles before we managed to escape. They're from region 5003. Shh, brother. Do you have a death wish? How dare you expose their region number? I'm exposing these animals. Everyone remember. These people are public enemies, a cancer. If everyone wants peace, we must work together to root out this cancer. Support, face reality. The super main city is a place where the strong prey on the weak. With resource territories, there will never be peace. Only being strong yourself is the hard truth. Big fish eat little fish. If you don't want to be annexed, you either need the strength to defend, or you have to take the initiative to attack. I actually think the big shots from region 5003 are doing the right thing. The weak deserve to be eliminated. Calling them big shots now. PFFT. You're all birds of a feather. Stop arguing. Stop arguing. If you have the energy for that, you'd be better off building your territory and going out to hunt. Ji-Kang looked at the chat messages, his eyes narrowing slightly. He scrolled back through a large amount of the feed and observed carefully for a while. He discovered that the one mentioned most frequently by other survivors was this region 5003. Only then came region 5001, which was nominally the highest. It seems the strength of this 503 is leading by a wide margin. And their style of conduct is also very arrogant. They will likely start frantically plundering the surrounding territories soon. Running into them is only a matter of time. I must pay close attention to them. Meanwhile, within the territory cluster of region 5003, a heavy armored truck was parked there. And on top of the armed fence on the roof, a rugged man with a big beard stood at the very front, holding a bottle of whiskey in one hand and a hot, curvaceous beauty tucked under each arm. He was busy lecturing his underlings below. Brothers, tell me, what do you do when you're short on money? Below, from hundreds of vehicles, a chorus of excited voices roared in unison. Rob, what do you do when you're short on women? Rob, what do you do when you want to become stronger? Rob. The bearded man stepped onto the railing, smashed the whiskey bottle in his hand onto the ground, and wore a ferocious expression. That's right. In the super main city, the weak are nothing but fish on the chopping block. Only the strong can be the wolves. Starting today, we don't need to capture resource territories anymore. Whoever has them, we'll just take them from whoever has them, until the entire main city know. Do you have the guts? All his subordinates roared again. We do. Ha ha ha, good. The bearded man's eyes gleamed with an excited, murderous light. He was confident in his strength, believing it to be unrivaled throughout main city. No. After the brutal slaughter carried out by his group, fewer than 200 survivors remained in the entire district. With the combined strength of less than 200 people, they had ranked in the 5,003rd sequence out of 10,000 major districts. Their true strength was absolutely enough to rank them within the top tier of Main City No. Putting them into Main City No. 6 was no different from throwing a wolf into a sheepfold. How could they not feast until their mouths were dripping with grease? The 5th squad stays behind to guard the territory. All other squads, follow me and slaughter our way out. Let's eat all those little lambs. Everyone, as if injected with adrenaline, raised their weapons high, their shouts shaking the heavens. Yes, at this moment, G-King also closed the chat channel, put on his gear, and stepped out of the territory gate alone. Chapter 134. The beginning of great chaos, a tense situation. A cool breeze blew against his face. The air carried a slightly damp, fragrant scent. He had been in such a rush earlier that he hadn't had the chance to properly observe this main city. No. Looking out, the architectural complex of the main city in the distance stood like a mountain range between heaven and earth, majestic and vast. He was currently in what appeared to be the outer suburbs, apart from the towering city walls on the outermost perimeter. One could rarely see any buildings. Whatever remained were just broken walls and ruins. G-King walked up to a piece of a ruined wall and drew the moon's blood from his waist, slashing out with a single strike. Bang! A crisp, resonant sound rang out, and sparks flew. G-King felt the web between his thumb and forefinger go slightly numb, while that ruined wall had only developed a shallow, thin knife mark. What on earth was this made of? How could it be this hard? G-King was shocked. Moon's blood could even sever superalloys. Yet it couldn't even damage a piece of a ruined building. Just how exaggerated was the human civilization that had originally built this main city? G-King continued to explore the area around his territory. This place was adjacent to a lake, with lush flowers and grass. And the terrain was very flat and wide, a quiet place suitable for recuperation. After walking less than 100 meters, G-King saw a wild boar sleeping on the ground in the weeds not far away. Beside it lay a pitch-black metal vein, several square meters in size, emitting an alluring luster. Iron mine gradient claimed mining slots, output per slot, 10 units base efficiency evaluation. The most basic iron mine. The produced iron ore can be sold directly to the mall at 70% of its value, or transported outside to be sold. The lowest grade iron mine, it was useless. However, this was his first time encountering a resource territory, so he still had to try going through the capture process. G-King walked directly toward the iron mine. Sure enough, as soon as he entered within 10 meters of the mine, the wild boar suddenly woke up. The creature instantly bared its sharp tusks and charged at G-King at high speed. Snort! This guardian wild boar was only a little over a meter tall. Out on the plains, it would be nothing more than a large beast worth 0.5 gold coins. But in the super main city, this thing had actually turned into an elite monster. And it was not a weak one among elite monsters either. Different environments breed different kinds of boars, indeed. G-King drew the moon's blood from his waist and swung it in a single slash. Swish! Without the blade even needing to make contact, the overflowing blade ore alone sliced the wild boar in two. Successfully killed an iron-tusked wild boar elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2, iron tusk Kung 1. G-King walked over to the wild boar, skillfully skinned it, and took the meat, placing 50 units of wild boar meat into his inventory to save as rations for Danzai and Huahua. Afterward, he arrived in front of the resource territory, and a line of information appeared. Guardian monster cleared. Do you wish to annex iron mine Grady into your territory? Today's capture attempts. G-King directly chose no. He wasn't going to let such trash take up space. He was just going through the motions. Over the next half hour, G-King swept through the area within 2 kilometers of his territory. He discovered a total of 4 resource territories. 3 grade E and 1 grade D. He chose not to annex any of them. By now, almost everyone had figured out the mechanics of the territory and were starting to prepare to explore outward. G-King opened the world chat channel. The information inside was significantly less than it had been when they were outside. This mechanism was actually quite good. Within the super main city area, one could not see information from the outside world, and those outside could not see information from the super main city area. The two regions were completely isolated, with only private messages between friends being able to connect them. At this moment, the atmosphere on the World Channel was beginning to turn somewhat subtle and tense. When there were no monster invasions, humans were each other's greatest threat. Jizang observed the situation. Several groups of powerhouses in different areas were already locked in fierce conflicts, sparking a terrifying, chaotic melee. This war of plunder and defense meant the losers lost everything, while the winners took all. If one fought ruthlessly enough, there was indeed a chance to rapidly become a dominant tycoon in a very short period. However, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. You might send troops to occupy someone else's territory, but others could just as easily ambush you from behind. Once a territory is lost, there is no chance to start over. You would lose everything in the super main city instantly. It was precisely because of this concern that Jizang kept his strongest base vehicle stationed within his territory. But he did not intend to make a move so quickly. On one hand, keeping a low profile would effectively reduce the covetous eyes of others. On the other hand, one must always let the sheep fatten up before slaughtering them. Even if one plundered a large number of resource fiefs on the first day, the gains would be limited. Instead, the heavy investment in labor robots, tools, and territorial defense would slow down the economy in the short term. Added to that was the risk of gaining a notorious reputation. In such a situation, even if you were a top powerhouse in the district, you would be targeted by countless eyes, becoming nothing more than a dish on someone else's plate. My neighbor hoards grain. I hoard guns. The neighbor is my granary. Jizang's lips curled upward. He was not in the slightest bit anxious. His task for the day was primarily to search for high-quality resource fiefs, developing steadily while keeping a low profile. However, the strategic patience of Yixingzhou, Li Jianwo, and the others was not as strong as Jizang's. They were incredibly nervous and kept asking Jizang for instructions on the next course of action. Upon learning that Jizang had already gone out to explore, they were all begging to know if they could follow. It was too dangerous outside now. Venturing out rashly could lead to a bloody battle with survivors from other areas at any moment. Yet, without exploring, there was no possibility of development. This dilemma had everyone anxious, and they kept petitioning Jizang, their leader. Jizang pondered for a while and finally decided to hold a meeting with everyone, establishing 3 guidelines for action. First, anyone wishing to go out and explore with him must leave their vehicles within the territory to ensure its safety. Second, all territories on the outermost perimeter of District 5631 must purchase sentry eyes to ensure that intelligence on enemy invasions can be obtained immediately. Third, there is no fair distribution system for operations. Resource fiefs discovered during collective actions will be obtained by the strongest conqueror. Whoever is strongest takes it. Only after a conqueror has secured 3 can it be someone else's turn. No one had any objections to these 3 guidelines. Allocating resources based on power levels was, after all, an ironclad rule on the plains. For those among them who were weaker, only by uniting around Jizang, their bellwether, could they guarantee their basic right to survive in such a perilous environment. Soon, the remaining 99 powerhouses of District 5631 gathered at Jizang's location. Following the plan, everyone's main vehicles had been set to sentry mode, turning them into the territory's most powerful turrets. Some came lightly equipped on foot, carrying only the essentials. Others wore exoskeletons, wielding dual heavy machine guns with infinite ammunition, transforming into mobile heavy weapons platforms. Still others drove secondary vehicles, armed to the teeth. Jizang himself summoned his mechanical wolf, bolted onto its back, and said, "I will now briefly organize the squads. Li Jianwo, first squad. You are responsible for leading the Brothers of the Shanghai Alliance, Yixingzhou. Second squad. You are in charge of the people from the Battlefield Alliance, Long Yuchang. Third squad. All the remaining brothers are under your command. All squads maintain a distance of 1 kilometer from each other and advance in parallel to search for resource fiefs with maximum efficiency. Once you discover a high-quality fief or encounter enemy activity, report the situation to me via radio immediately. At the same time, the 3 squads must regroup. Do not engage in conflict with the enemy alone under any circumstances. Do you all understand?" "Yes," the group shouted in unison. their eyes gleaming. Jizang waved his hand. Move out. Chapter 135. The History of the Middle-earth. The light breath cannon used for the first time. The mechanical wolf charged out first, galloping across the land. The three squads behind followed the predetermined routes, dispersing in three directions. Jizang led everyone away from the cluster of territories in District 5631, beginning a carpet-style search. This full-scale, perfectly coordinated search was highly efficient. In less than an hour, the team had discovered 18 E-grade, 7 D-grade, and 3 C-grade fiefs. However, Jizang did not want them. He told the squad leaders to conquer them on the spot and distribute them as they saw fit. The guardian monsters of the 3 C-grade fiefs were a bit tricky, and one of them actually possessed strength approaching that of a king-grade monster. Li Jianwo's squad couldn't defeat it for a while, so Jizang eventually stepped in to help resolve the trouble. Afterward, the team continued to explore forward. However, the scope of main city No. 6 was terrifyingly large. The team circled around as they advanced and only encountered survivors from other areas twice. Fortunately, both sides maintained distance and restraint, and no conflict broke out. At this moment, it was already noon. Everyone rested and ate on the spot, but they weren't entirely idle. They were scouring the world channel for useful information, which they integrated and reported to Jizang. Nearly 5 hours had passed since all survivors entered the super main city. The exploratory phase had ended, and groups from all areas began to enter the main storyline actions. The situation outside was becoming increasingly intense. Across the entire main city No. 6, among the 1,000 districts, nearly 50 had already seen all their survivors wiped out by hostile forces. This showed just how high the intensity of the competition had become. After a simple meal and rest, the group resumed their search without a moment's delay. The harvest in the afternoon was significant. In the first 2 hours, they discovered a total of 25 E-grade, 10 D-grade, and 5 C-grade fiefs. Moreover, there was a huge surprise coming from Long Yucheng's side. Boss G, I've found a massive haul. Long Yucheng, who had already activated his eagle eye state, kept his gaze locked on a deep, dense forest in the distance. His voice was so excited it cracked. 3 B rank, 11 C rank. As soon as these words were spoken, the entire radio channel exploded. Even Jizang widened his eyes. What? You didn't see that wrong, did you, Long Yucheng? I didn't see it wrong. That's a monster cave. It's full of gold mines inside. Holy crap. We hit the jackpot. Everyone was excited to the extreme. Soon, everyone gathered at Long Yucheng's location. Jizang sat on the back of his mechanical wolf, directly entering the eagle eye state, and looked in the direction Long Yucheng was pointing. It was a cave located 2 kilometers away. The cave entrance was nearly 20 meters high, and inside lay a glittering expanse of gold ore. However, in stark contrast to the gold covering the ground were the hulking monster figures fast asleep inside the cave, as well as the pale, withered bones and clumps of animal fur matted with dried blood piled up at the entrance. Jizang counted carefully, but he wasn't counting the number of monsters. He was counting the resource fiefs within the cave. Gold mine C-rank and claimed mining slots, output per slot. 50 gold coins base efficiency evaluation. A precious resource vein that can be mined for gold coins. Hurry up and get your little miners busy. Gold mine B rank and claim mining slots. Output per slot. 120 gold coins base efficiency evaluation. A precious resource vein that can be mined for gold coins. Hurry up and get your little miners busy. Gold mine B rank. Long Yucheng's intelligence was indeed correct. It was all gold mines, and all of high quality. This was truly going to be a massive harvest. After confirming the gold mines, Jizang finally turned his gaze toward the disgusting monsters nearby. Their entire bodies were covered in dark blue skin, their muscles were knotted, and various crude weapons stained with dried blood lay within arm's reach. The troll race. He was seeing old friends again. As Jizang focused his gaze on them, a piece of information appeared. Adult war troll level, super monster evolution. A member of the troll race that grows up in the Central Plains. They have long inhabited deep, dense forests. After the fall of Radiant City, the troll race followed the footsteps of the myriad races, migrating from the forest and brazenly entering this once sacred, inviolable human main city. becoming a gregarious species here. The human main city of the Central Plains, with its outstanding people and divine land, has nurtured their current super-strong physics. Rarely do enemies dare to take the initiative to launch an attack on their lair. Ji Zhang quickly read through it carefully and soon captured two important pieces of information. The Central Plains likely represented this central region where the super main city was located. As for Radiant City, that was clearly the name of this human super main city. Had the humans of this world already gone completely extinct? This question couldn't help but surface in Ji Zhang's mind. However, now was not the time to ponder this. He had to take them down first. Ji Zhang led the group and quickly advanced toward the cave, only stopping once they entered the danger zone within 500 meters. "Boss Ji, are we going to launch a frontal assault?" Yi Xingzhou asked from the side, looking somewhat nervous. A rough estimate suggested there were over 100 trolls in the cave. These were all super monsters. Before, having elite monsters bunched together was scary enough. Now, even super monsters were starting to bunch up. A super main city was certainly not something an ordinary person could play with. Ji Zhang didn't dawdle. His G mining industry had its eyes on the 3 highest B-rank gold mines inside. Ji Zhang stopped hesitating. He planned to use all 3 of his resource feed slots for today on these 3 B-rank gold mines. Originally, he had intended to see if he could snag in a rank, but it seemed the difficulty was still quite high. There were only a little over 3 hours left until dark. Riding a donkey to find a horse or picking up shells on the beach were not advisable strategies. If he discovered a rank mine later, he could just use a usage expansion voucher. "Listen to my command. Prepare for a direct assault." Ji Zhang issued the order. Hearing this, everyone immediately entered a state of combat readiness. Various weapons and talents began to brew. Dense killing intent rose like white smoke. The mechanical wolf beneath Ji Zhang also aimed directly at the cave entrance and opened its mouth. A brilliant blue and white light slowly condensed from the light teeth in its mouth, forming a terrifying energy ball. This was the new skill unlocked after upgrading the laser cannon. Light breath cannon. Ji Zhang raised his hand high, his gaze sharp. Fire! The next moment, countless attacks turned into a torrent of destruction, bombarding the troll cave with lightning speed. And the light breath cannon, which had been brewing for a long time in the mechanical wolf's mouth, erupted at this very moment. Chapter 136. Synthesizing the second rank gold mine, hourly revenue soars. The terrifying light breath cannon erupted instantly from the mechanical wolf's mouth. It was an energy beam with a red outer ring, while the intensely condensed white light in the center was filled with completely compressed destructive energy. Almost in an instant, the energy beam traversed the distance of several hundred meters, piercing through 4 or 5 sleeping war trolls before finally slamming into the cave wall. Boom! The cave wall shattered instantly, and the escaping destructive energy exploded completely within the cave. The attacks from the others were also submerged within it, leaving only dazzling white light and violent explosions. Successfully killed 1 more troll super monster. Gold coins Kung 50, Troll Tusk Kung 1. Successfully killed 1 more troll super monster. Gold coins Kung 50. Successfully killed a war troll super monster. A long list of kill notifications suddenly popped up. With just a single shot of the light breath cannon, over a dozen super monsters inside the cave were instantly annihilated, causing the entire cavern to nearly collapse. Holy Shastrasti! Everyone couldn't help but gasp, their eyes wide with shock. Not to mention Yi Xingzhou, Li Jiangwo, and the others. Even Ji Zhang himself was momentarily stunned. Good grief. It truly lived up to being a skill unlocked only after upgrading the laser cannon and prism tower. The power was definitely no joke. However, the power consumption was also quite intense. The mechanical wolf's battery level dropped instantly from 99% to 69%. At full charge, it could only fire 3 shots at most. Rumble. Under the concentrated fire of the group and the bombardment of the light breath cannon, the entire monster nest was reduced to ruins. The screams and roars of the war trolls rang out one after another. Although they were all at the super monster level, the strength of these war trolls varied. Under the destructive energy of the light breath cannon, several bloodied, ferocious figures still managed to charge out from the cave, rushing toward the humans with terrifying momentum. The hearts of the group tightened instantly. Ji Zhang immediately drew the moon's blood from his waist. activated the Thunder Fire robe, stayed in a split second, and flashed off the back of the wolf. Swoosh. With nearly 600 points in constitution, he transformed into a streak of lightning afterimage. Crashing into the group of monsters ahead, he began a crushing slaughter. Li Jiangwo and the others wanted to go up and help, but they stopped after taking only a few steps, consciously waiting on the sidelines. That was simply not a battlefield they could intervene in. Swish, 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 blade lights flashed, and thunder raged. In less than half a minute, the remaining dozen more trolls were all slain, leaving nothing but blood-stained limbs and severed arms scattered across the ground. The onlookers felt their scalps tingle throughout the entire process. This strength was simply too terrifying. Only the members of the Battlefield Alliance, like Yu Xingzhou, remained calm and composed, even feeling a sense of superiority in their hearts. These super monsters were nothing. You guys haven't even seen the truly insane scenes yet. Even when the king-level ancestral blood corpse king was that monstrously strong, Boss G still suppressed it whenever he wanted. Having taken down the troll nest, Ji Zhang directed everyone to start clearing out the collapsed cave, revealing a large area of glittering gold mines. The 3 B-grade gold mines, needless to say, were claimed entirely by Ji Zhang himself. Do you wish to incorporate the gold mine B-grade into your territory? Today's raid count. Incorporate. All 3 B-grade gold mines vanished from their original spots and were merged into Ji Zhang's territory. As for the remaining C-grade gold mines, they were distributed according to everyone's contributions. This was the benefit of having an absolute authority as a leader. There were basically no conflicts when it came to resource allocation. After handling the spoils of this trip, Ji Zhang had the others form a team to continue exploring. He himself returned to the territory first, intending to fill the vacant work slots of the new gold mines. Half an hour later, the mechanical wolf leaped over the earthen wall and landed steadily, looking at the few extra glittering gold mines in the open space. Ji Zhang felt a sense of satisfaction, and a great gold mine had a production capacity of 975 gold coins per hour. Nearly 5 hours had passed, resulting in a continuous output of about 5,000 gold coins, added to the 4,000 gold coins he already had. He now had nearly 10,000 in his possession. He glanced at the B-grade gold mines. Gold mine B-grade mining slots, output per slot, 120 gold coins. Base efficiency evaluation. A precious resource vein that can produce gold coins. Hurry up and get your little miners busy. The unit price for a B-grade gold mine slot was 120 gold coins, with 4 slots, and a grade gold mine was 300 gold coins, with 5 slots. Calculating it this way, synthesizing is actually quite cost-effective. At least it saves on robot investment. Discovering this, Ji Zhang's eyes lit up. He decisively chose the 3-in-1 synthesis. The next moment, the 3 B-grade gold mines disappeared in a flash of light, and another grade gold mine appeared in the open space. Following that, Ji Zhang immediately purchased 4 small labor robots and 1 ordinary labor robot, spending 200 gold coins. The work efficiency of a small labor robot was -200%. That meant the 300 gold coin base efficiency was multiplied by 0.54 times, based on a grade gold mine, excluding tools. Compared to the 150 gold coins per hour of an ordinary labor robot, the output of a small labor robot was a pathetic 75 gold coins per hour. And this was for a grade gold mine. If it were an E-grade, it would be like a mosquito's leg. Fortunately, his gold mine level was high, so they would pay for themselves in a day of work, and everything after that would be pure profit. Afterward, he opened the exchange. The price of rare grade iron pickaxes had risen by another 5 gold coins, reaching 60 gold coins each. But it had finally stabilized and stopped skyrocketing. Ji Zhang bought 40 of them as backups. Only then did he distribute the tools to the robots and let them enter the work slots. Gold mine a grade no. Mining slots. Output per slot per hour. 300 gold coins. Base efficiency. Slot 1 ordinary labor robot efficiency -50%. Tool efficiency 30%. Slot 2 small labor robot efficiency -200%. Tool efficiency 30%. Slot 5 small labor robot efficiency -200%. Tool efficiency 30%. Current total output per hour, 290.5 gold coins. Jizang checked the territory monument. The total resource output of the 2-grade gold mines per hour had now reached 267.5 gold coins. That was already quite impressive. It is a pity that the robots are the biggest bottleneck. If their level cannot be raised, production capacity will remain stuck. However, this is something that requires gradual accumulation and cannot be rushed. It is already past 4 in the afternoon, and it will likely be dark before long. Jizang does not intend to go out exploring again. He returns to his base vehicle, takes out a Thunder Spirit Stone to begin absorbing it, and simultaneously opens the World Chat channel to keep an eye on the situation outside. This is only the first day, yet the situation across the entire super main city has already begun to shift dramatically. The most important information comes from Main City No, as an entity that leads the rest by a significant margin in terms of comprehensive strength. Main City No. 1 has already seen several major battles today that affected the entire district. Those battles did not lead to the unification of Main City No. 1. Instead, they resulted in the formation of 3 major factions. Moreover, they have temporarily unified their front. Upon seeing this news, Jizang's scalp tingled slightly. The strongest individuals in Main City No. 1 forming a unified front is a very dangerous signal. It implies that a terrifying great purge and massive annexation, sweeping across the other main cities from No. 2 to No. 9, will likely unfold in a short period of time. Chapter 137, Comprehensive Combat Plan. Let Main City No. 6 breathe the goo. Although the world channel is currently flooded with many alarmist and groundless rumors, the overall trend has already been set. Main City No. 1 has completed its division of power and unified its front. This is an ironclad fact. In contrast, the other main cities are still busy fighting and exploring, remaining in a state of chaos, let alone being united and prepared to resist. I never expected the efficiency of those top-tier powerhouses to be so high. This has truly caught people off guard. Jizang frowned slightly. He himself could go out to plunder, seize territory, grab resources, and recruit a bunch of underlings to carry out a massive annexation right now. But doing so would not be very meaningful. On one hand, the development of resources requires a massive amount of investment and time before results can be seen. On the other hand, Main City No. 1 is a peak-tier competition zone filled with top-tier powerhouses. Compared to Main City No. 6, it is leagues ahead. The other side likely realized this, which is why they intend to strike while everyone else has yet to develop. By relying on their currently absolute, crushing hard power, they aim to completely block everyone else's path to development and plunder all the resources. I cannot sit here and wait for death. I must find a way to unify the front, and relying on Main City No. 6 alone is not enough. I must unite the people from the other main cities as well. Jizang rubs his chin, his gaze sharp. Beyond that, he must promote his vehicle to tier 4 as quickly as possible. Furthermore, Thunder Hidden Formless must also be upgraded to rank as soon as possible. One's own hard power is the most important foundation. At this moment, Yi Xingzhou and the others have also hurriedly returned from their exploration. The situation outside is simply too chaotic right now. Without the leadership of a supreme powerhouse like Jizang, they truly dare not run around. They were as cautious as mice while exploring, terrified of getting into trouble. Upon returning to the territory, the 3 team captains and several core executives, after dealing with their own resource fiefs, hurried to pay their respects to Jizang. Master Ji. At the entrance of the territory, everyone's faces reveal tension and anxiety. Since you're all here, let's hold a meeting. Jizang directly buys a large round table and chairs from the exchange and places them on the ground. Everyone takes their seats. It seems everyone has noticed the situation on the World Channel. Jizang says with a smile. Yi Xingzhou, filled with worry, speaks first. Master Ji, things are likely going to be troublesome. Ever since a moment ago, no further intelligence has come out of Main City No. 1. They have likely blocked the flow of information. I don't know what kind of situation we will face next. Jizang raises a hand to interrupt him. Everyone is aware of this situation. Let's first collect and summarize the situation in main cities No. 2 through No. Everyone nods. They immediately mobilize all their subordinates to begin gathering and inquiring about various pieces of information. 10 minutes later, they consolidate a specific report, but the result is very disappointing. That is, everyone is engaged in civil war and plunder. In fact, most regions have vaguely realized the danger, but no one is willing to stop at this time. Some are doing it to accumulate strength as quickly as possible, fantasizing that the impending disaster will not descend upon them so soon, and that they can snatch a wave of development time to make a comeback against the odds. Others fantasize that they can prove their value in a unified war through their own efforts and then defect to the major powers of main city. No. Others have become targets for hunting, drawn into passive defense with no time to attend to anything else. Master G, if this continues, I fear we will be swallowed up one by one. Long Yucheng says with concern. In the super main city, no one is safe except for the strongest. No. Even the strongest have the possibility of being attacked by a mob. The temptation of resources is simply too powerful. Who doesn't want to ascend to the heavens in a single step here? Let them fight for now. Once one monkey is bitten to death by a tiger, the other monkey troops will wake up, Ji Zhang says, tapping his knuckles on the table with a profound look in his eyes. Besides, a unified front is something that must be fought for. Otherwise, who would listen to anyone else based on words alone? Everyone glances at each other. Master G, do you mean that we just need to wait? Correct. Wait until main city. No. 6 has bred a Gu King, Ji Zhang says, the corners of his mouth curling up. We only need to take down the Gu King. Everyone's eyes light up instantly. Master G was indeed prepared to make a move. He intends to be the Oriole behind the Mantis, indeed. According to the mechanics of the super main city, even if one were to seize more resource fiefs now, one could not immediately run at full capacity through those resources alone. At best, it only means that you possess powerful strength after the first round, and others will have to weigh the consequences before moving against you. But in the short term, everyone's strength remains constant. Keep a low profile for now. Let the Gu King fatten up, and then slaughter it in one fell swoop. Doing this will not only make a massive amount of resources and territory easily accessible, but it will also serve to establish authority, intimidating every faction within the main city. The prerequisite is to remain low-key. One must absolutely avoid being targeted and forced into combat. This strategy of Boss G's is brilliant. Once they grasped this point, everyone's spirits lifted, and a great deal of pressure was instantly lifted from their shoulders. Oldly, organize everyone to help compile intelligence and report to me every hour. Ji Zhang instructed. Understood. Li Jiangwo nodded heavily. This meeting was brief but sharp and effective. Everyone quickly mobilized, becoming busily and nervously occupied. Ji Zhang also returned to the base vehicle and began to focus on absorbing the Thunder Spirit Stones. Under his manipulation, strands of pure thunder energy were drawn out from the Spirit Stones like silk from a cocoon, slowly seeping into his body. After his physique had skyrocketed, his efficiency in absorbing Thunder Spirit Stones had also greatly improved. With full concentration, he could basically absorb one every 2 minutes. Each one still provided the standard 0.5% progress. At this rate, it would only take a little over 6 hours for Thunderstalking Formless to upgrade to a rank. However, this process was also quite grueling. It was like working on an assembly line. One had to maintain mental focus every single moment and precisely control their aura, which was 10 times more exhausting than manual labor. Time passed minute by minute just like that. Soon, the sky began to darken. The indicator also ticked past 6:00 clock. Night had fallen, and it was the very first night in the super main city. Terrifying black shadows emerged from the wilderness, one after another, approaching the humans' territory. Ji Zhang even paused halfway through to jump onto the perimeter wall and observe the monsters. Whoosh. The arrow tower on the earthen wall was the first to attack, firing an extremely fast arrow that accurately struck a figure in the darkness. Successfully killed a Goblin Scout elite monster. Gold coins come to. Ji Zhang activated Eagle Eye to scan the area and discovered that they were basically all elite monsters and super monsters, and they were all from the Goblin tribe. Their numbers were not particularly high. After all that, it turned out to be just this green-skinned trash. Ji Zhang instantly lost interest. To deal with these pieces of waste, there was no need for the base vehicle to open fire. The arrow towers with their 10% combat power bonus were enough to handle them. He simply returned to the base vehicle, ate a simple, energy-rich dinner, and then continued absorbing the Thunder Spirit Stones. Chapter 138, Thunder Talent Upgrade. Heavenly Thunder Formless. Successfully killed a strong Goblin Elite monster. Gold coins Kung 2, gold coins Kung 1. 5 mining revenue. Successfully killed a venomous Goblin Super Monster. Gold coins Kung 50, gold coins Kung 1. 5 mining revenue. Over the next several hours, Jizang sat alone in the training room, with notifications drifting before his eyes from time to time, and the proficiency of Thunderstalking Formless began to grow at a speed visible to the naked eye. By the time it was past 12 o'clock at night, the monster offensive outside gradually ceased. The growth progress of Thunderstalking Formless had finally reached 98.3 more to go. Jizang's eyes were bloodshot. The long-term high-intensity mental focus made his eyes look as if he had pulled several all-nighters. And this was with the support of nearly 50 points of spirit. If he had only the base 10 points of spirit, he probably would have suffered mental exhaustion in less than an hour. In the final few minutes, Jizang endured the exhausted state of his mind and absorbed the Thunder Spirit Stones into his body. Ding! Thunderstalking Formless growth progress 100%. Growth talent upgrade achieved. Thunderstalking Formless B rank. Heavenly Thunder Formless A rank. The moment the talent was upgraded, 2 streaks of crimson white light shot out from Jizang's eyes, and a vast aura of thunder erupted from his body. Asterisk. The surrounding space condensed into a white thunder field, centering on his body, rapidly swirling and emitting a manic, low-frequency noise. It took a full 10 seconds or more for this restlessness to gradually subside. All the white thunder light retracted back into Jizang's body. Phew! Jizang slowly exhaled a breath, his eyes filled with shock. With a thought, a cluster of white thunder light condensed on his palm. Asterisk crackle, crackle, crackle. The leaping arcs of thunder were like mischievous sprites, wantonly connecting the floor and the walls. The mere stray arcs of thunder caused the entire training room to flash red with alarms, indicating energy overflow. This power was simply too strong. If someone with a weaker physique were here, they truly wouldn't be able to control this level of thunder. Jizang retracted the thunder in his hand back into his body and looked at the talent panel. Talent Heavenly Thunder Formless Special Rank. For rank growable skill. Thunder Affinity Passive possesses an affinity for all thunder elements, can draw down lightning from the sky as one's own energy reserve, and it is easier to sense resources related to thunder-type elements. Skill. Formless thunder converts and releases the thunder energy within the body, evolving into Heavenly Thunder Strike Strong Attack. Heavenly Thunder Body All Attribute Boost. 10,000 Thunder's Formless Attack in any Thunder Form. 3 skills. Growth progress. 0% can grow through resources like Thunder Spirit Stones. Evaluation. Thunder-type talent is the most mysterious and powerful existence among all elemental talents, and it is also one of the most terrifying destructive forces in the world. By mastering it, you are equivalent to mastering the Grim Reaper. Awesome. Jizang was overjoyed. First was Thunder Affinity. Although he hadn't had the chance to try drawing down lightning yet, after upgrading to a rank, he could already feel that the strength of this passive was a whole tier higher than before. Following that were 3 tier 2 skills. Heavenly Thunder Strike corresponds to the previous Thunder Flash. Heavenly Thunder Body corresponds to Thunder Fire Robe. The power of both has been elevated to a new level. The highlight is the final skill. 10,000 Thunder's Formless. The boost this provides to the talent form is simply immense. From now on, there is no need to stack Thunder Flash, nor is there a need to accumulate power in the sky to cover the area with a thunder curtain. As long as he has sufficient stamina, he can transform into any form of lightning attack. It's just plain powerful. Walking out of the training room, Jizang felt his legs a bit wobbly, and his entire spirit was in a state of extreme exhaustion. He went to the bathroom to take a long, hot shower, and only then did he open the back end to start processing the information from the entire night. After nightfall, the great battles in various regions had intensified even further. The first wave of monsters posed no real threat, so everyone faced very little defensive pressure. Those ambitious powerhouses took advantage of this opportunity to launch sneak attacks everywhere. plundering resources and territories on a massive scale. The entire World Channel was filled with an atmosphere of extreme tension and panic, unless it was a final broadcast before death. Very few people were sharing intelligence on the war. This made it significantly harder for everyone in District 5631 to gather information. Left with no choice, they could only deploy various reconnaissance robots and devices to continuously scout the outside world. The latter half of the night, in particular, required close monitoring. Ji Kang simply had Li Jianguo and the others arrange for dedicated personnel to work into shifts, providing 24-hour real-time surveillance. After finishing his shower, Ji Kang couldn't hold on any longer. He went to his bed and collapsed into sleep. He slept like the dead. When he woke up, it was already past 8:00 a.m. the next day. As soon as Ji Kang opened his eyes, several lines of never-before-seen prompts appeared before him. Daily intelligence retention, remaining attempts. Intelligence attempt pre-storage available. Active intelligence activation available. Friendly reminder: when the SSS level talent daily intelligence is not triggered on the current day, you may choose one of the following operations. 1. Intelligence attempt pre-storage will store the attempt for future use. 2. Active intelligence activation will consume the attempt to obtain random high-value intelligence within a 1,000-kilometer radius. Ji Kang was stunned. There was actually such a thing. His intelligence had always been triggered within the day previously, and he had assumed that the first day arriving at the super main city would result in a wasted opportunity. He hadn't expected that after the time passed, this function would actually trigger. Not bad. He wouldn't have to worry about wasting intelligence in the future. Ji Kang decisively chose attempt pre-storage. He would wait until he had accumulated more to try out that active intelligence activation. After washing up, Ji Kang had breakfast with the two little ones. At the same time, he opened his private messages in the back end to check the war reports from the outside. During the latter half of last night, the fighting outside was extremely fierce. Nearly 20% of the people had been wiped out on the spot. This casualty ratio was terrifying. What was surprising was that main city No. 1 had not yet taken any external action. They had been sitting back and watching other regions engage in internal attrition and slaughter. Seeing this, Ji Kang raised an eyebrow slightly. It seems main city No. 1 wants to solve everything once and for all. They want to fatten up the people in other main cities before killing them. As for main city No. 6, late last night, the two major factions, Top 1 and Top 2, had fully emerged. One side was stronger than the other, but neither was willing to compromise. It wasn't clear when the final battle might suddenly erupt. These two major forces had now annexed the vast majority of the territory in main city No. 6, and their entire sphere of influence had expanded to within just a few dozen kilometers of District 5631. If they had come just a little closer, Ji Kang would have had to get up and start killing last night. Tier for vehicle promotion. All conditions for level 70 met. Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianguo, and other high-level members had been incredibly nervous last night, constantly monitoring the movements outside and not daring to sleep at all. Fortunately, the fighting had finally stopped. Now, in the early morning, everyone had entered a tacit state of truce, brewing the next massive storm in silence. After a refreshing sleep, Ji Kang's stamina and energy had returned to their peak state. He walked out of the base vehicle and saw the two little miners from the great gold mine still working hard, which put him in a good mood. After nearly 15 hours of effort from the labor robots, they had produced a total of nearly 20,000 gold coins. Added to the monster-killing rewards from last night, the gold coins on hand had already reached over 25. However, he didn't intend to use this money to buy more labor robots to increase production. Instead, he was preparing to use it to promote his vehicle to Tier 4. Heavy-duty base vehicle Tier 3 speed limit, 180 kilometers, header ability, remaining fuel. 17.1 units can travel 1,370 kilometers upgraded components. Firing chamber wheel of fate mechanical wolf cannot be upgraded. Tires seats bed sofa headlights replaceable. Engine level 5 wheel hub level 5 chassis level 5 air conditioner level 5 refrigerator level 5 power generator level for center console level for interior trim. Level for targeting radar level 4. Thorn Armor level for Land Shield 3000 level for Prism Tower level for Purgatory Fire Pump level 4. Total level Vehicle Advancement Requirements Gold Coins by 20,000, Parts X 8,000, Steel Plates X 50,000, Alloy X 400, Havua X 1000, Armor Core by 2. War Fortress Machine Soul X1 Advancement unlocks when upgraded components reach level 70 or above. Evaluation: a top-tier war monster with maxed out combat power, mobility, defensive capabilities, and living comfort. Among Tier 3 vehicles, there's nothing more impressive than this. Now, only the final 5 levels remain for the total vehicle level. Resources were limited. He certainly couldn't afford to upgrade major components like the secondary vehicle modules. He would just go with whatever was cheapest. Jizang carefully reviewed the upgrade requirements for all available components. In the end, he selected 5 air conditioner, refrigerator, wheel hubs, chassis, and engine. First were the air conditioner and refrigerator, which cost a total of over 2,000 gold coins and materials to upgrade with ease. The air conditioner's temperature regulation capability was enhanced, and it now covered every room and area of the vehicle surprisingly. Even the bathroom and toilet were included. The refrigerator had transformed into a massive, multi-compartment freezer, 3 meters high, 4 meters long, and 2 meters wide, capable of storing a vast amount of food and supplies. However, these two were merely the cheapest comfort-oriented configurations, purely for leveling up. The wheel hubs were slightly more expensive, with a total upgrade value reaching 3,000 gold coins. All 16 wheel hubs on the vehicle were upgraded to a glittering gold material, capable of withstanding the trials of various extreme environments. Furthermore, if a tire were to be destroyed, the hub could extend a metal rim of the same material, allowing for continued, stable driving. Although it would sacrifice some speed, with this, he no longer had to worry about tire blowouts during high-intensity combat. Next was the chassis. It cost a total value of 6. He upgraded to an all-terrain intelligent super chassis, which could automatically identify all types of terrain and intelligently adjust the suspension modules. It could raise the suspension by a maximum height of 2 meters. It also came with 360 steering for all wheels. Jizang tried deploying the chassis suspension, and the 16 wheels immediately extended from every direction, with massive suspension struts lifting the vehicle body high into the air. It looked just like a damn millipede. Forget about climbing slopes, it probably wouldn't have much trouble climbing a tree, provided the trunk was wide enough. Of course, absurd. If I upgrade this one more time, is it going to stand up and run? Jizang couldn't help but laugh at the absurdity of it. Finally, there was the engine, costing a total value of 7,000 gold coins. There wasn't much to say about this. It was a pure performance boost. It went straight from a 5.0 T displacement to 10, a W20 engine. A truly terrifying existence. One had to realize that as the vehicle advanced each time, the engine scaled up proportionally. This displacement was on an entirely different level compared to the vehicles of his past life. After the upgrade, the vehicle's fuel efficiency was compressed to 35 kilometers per unit of fuel. The top speed also soared to 300 kilometers per. It was a pure, fuel-guzzling land behemoth. And with that, the total vehicle level finally reached an exhilarating level 70. Jizang felt a surge of excitement in his heart. He was about to witness another historic moment, but before that, he still had to gather all the necessary materials. After the previous rounds of upgrades, he still had 14,000 gold coins left, along with a considerable amount of various materials. He looked at the requirements for the upgrade. Gold coins by 20,000, parts X8, 0, steel sheets X 50,000, alloy by 400, Havua X 1000, armor core by 2. War Fortress Machine Soul X1. He didn't have enough gold coins, and he didn't have enough steel sheets. Additionally, he was missing 2 armor cores and 1 more Fortress Machine Soul. But that wasn't a big problem. Selling materials would do the trick. He currently had 900 units of alloy left. After setting aside the 400 needed, he listed the remaining 500 at the exchange's average price of 35 gold coins. Within minutes of being listed, the 500 units were snapped up instantly. 17,500 gold coins received. Following that, he took the 22 0 parts he had on hand, kept 8,000 for backup, and listed 14. 0 parts at an average price of 1.5 gold coins. Another 21. 0 gold coins received. Watching his gold coin count skyrocket, Jizang felt immensely satisfied. Merging districts really was the way to go. The market prices for materials were just so comfortable. However, he did have a slight regret. Yesterday, there were too many things going on and his thoughts were too scattered. He hadn't thought of this. If he had processed the materials earlier and upgraded the vehicle in advance, he might have had some spare money to buy labor robots and earn a few thousand more gold coins. But that was normal. The early stages of exploring a major dungeon were always like this. You were bound to miss something. Now, only those few materials remained. Jizang opened the exchange and searched for armor core 5,300 gold coins each. Not cheap, but not expensive either. After all, every survivor had been frantically opening treasure chests yesterday, so the production rate of these items was quite high. He bought 2 of them instantly. Then he searched for War Fortress Machine Soul. This item was a bit intimidating. There were only a mere 5 listed on the entire exchange. The highest one was priced at 79,999 gold coins. That was purely someone showing off. The next few were 39,999, 38,000, 29,999, and 29. The last 2 were clearly in a hurry to sell and were undercutting each other. That gave him some room to maneuver. Following his previous bargaining tactics, Jizang privately messaged both of them and engaged in a round of price comparison and aggressive haggling. It took him over 10 minutes. He managed to secure the cheapest War Fortress Machine Soul on the entire exchange for 26,999 gold coins. With that, all materials were ready. Ding! Advancement conditions met. Do you wish to proceed with vehicle advancement? Chapter 140, Mobile Doomsday Fortress. 3 robot-made butlers. Jizang took a deep breath, suppressed his excitement, and clicked Advance. The next moment, a large confirmation prompt appeared before his eyes. Advancement route. Mobile Doomsday Fortress Tier 4 evaluation. As a top-tier existence among vehicles, it possesses a level of combat intensity that is difficult for vehicles of the same class to match. Whether in terms of armament, defense, or logistics, it possesses powerful, dominant capabilities. New components will be acquired immediately upon advancement. 1. Crossbow of Judgment Fortress Heavy Weapon. Consumes 10 units of alloy per shot. 2. Majestic Force Field Device. The core of the Doomsday Fortress can generate a powerful force field, exerting influence on any vehicles, attacks, or living beings that approach the fortress. 3. Intelligent Butler. The Intelligent Butler is the vehicle's core AI, capable of assisting you in handling all matters within the vehicle and becoming your most loyal partner. New parts will be unlocked after advancement. 1. Defensive Turrets adds 3 defensive turrets and unlocks a brand new upgrade path. 2. Outer Armor unlocks the Steel Bastion upgrade path. 3. Warhive unlocks 1,000 combat swarm drones. 4. Fortress Warform module requires the base vehicle module deployment prerequisite. 5. Level caps for all components increased. It's here. Jizang held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the changes above. After the advancement, he gained 3 new modification parts immediately. There were several more new parts unlocked further down. It really is stronger than average. However, this thing would likely take up a lot of space. To avoid crowding the earthen walls of his territory, Jizang specifically drove the vehicle outside the territory before clicking to advance. The next moment, brilliant light enveloped everything in the surroundings. Jizang felt his entire body float up from the driver's seat, as if he were bathing in an ocean of light. Manhwa and Danzai, who were still chasing each other in the corridor, were also startled and began yelping, twisting around in midair. The entire advancement process this time took a full 10 minutes to conclude. The base vehicle continued to grow amidst the white light, finally settling into an extremely massive and exaggerated form. Flutter. The light dust shattered and dissipated, and a metallic luster, domineering to the extreme, revealed itself like a butterfly emerging from a cocoon. Vehicle advancement successful. Heavy-duty base vehicle Tier 3 Mobile Doomsday Fortress Tier 4. As a notification chime rang out, everything around him had completely transformed. Oh! Jizang looked at the scene before him. his eyes unable to hide their glow. His front cockpit had now completely turned into a command center. In front was a windshield measuring 15 square meters. It was almost like a panoramic floor-to-ceiling window, providing a 180 super-wide field of vision, complete with various heads-up displays. The driver's seat was equipped with 3 movable large screens, a luxurious, yacht-like wraparound sofa interior, and an additional R helmet. The sense of technology was simply maxed out. Ji Kang excitedly stepped out of the cockpit and headed toward the rear. After the upgrade, the interior space of the entire vehicle was ridiculously large. The living area's lounge alone was more than twice as big as before. Intelligent butler. Ji Kang tried calling out. The next moment, a phantom image composed of a holographic projection appeared before him. It was a round, robotic ball phantom with pixelated expressions made of blue squares, looking quite amusing. Master, I am here. I am your intelligent butler, QQ. A cute, mechanical female voice rang out. Ji Kang was quite intrigued. What exactly can you help me do? QQ responded. I can execute all of Master's commands, such as conducting attacks, defense, cleaning, cooking meals, feeding pets, cultivating plants, and even lulling you to sleep is possible. Master only needs to give an order once, and QQ will always remember it. QQ is a high-level intelligent robot. Hearing this explanation, Ji Kang's eyes were open wide. High-level intelligence is truly different. Although he had a neural connection with the vehicle before, every command still required his personal control and implementation. It wasn't like now, having a thoughtful butler to handle these things for him, and it could even help him with housework. Do you have a physical form? But it requires Master to upgrade. As she finished speaking, a piece of information appeared before Ji Kang's eyes. Intelligent butler physical form evaluation. A fully realistic physical robot with independent consciousness and secondary vehicle permissions, forever loyally executing every one of the Master's commands. Upgrade path, Gothic Lolita. A cold and beautiful young girl who likes to hug a teddy bear. Although she appears cold on the outside and speaks very little, deep down she harbors a fierce yet restrained love for her master. Upgrade requires 20,000 gold coins, 1x level 5 chip upgrade path, British-style beauty butler. A slender and moving beauty in a tailcoat, possessing 1 in a million looks and a perfect figure. She has amazing culinary skills, a stable and resilient personality, and is the Master's most solid backing. With her around, there is no need to worry about anything. Upgrade requires 30,000 gold coins. 1x level 5 chip upgrade path, beautiful maid sister. A sweet maid with a generous heart, possessing extreme gentleness and obedience. She can accommodate everything the Master desires, and her work ability is outstanding. She is very capable and is the Master's most intimate baby. Upgrade requires 40,000 gold coins, 1x level 5 chip. This, Ji Kang's eyes widened. Is this the proper butler I imagined? And also, why is this a choose one of 3? Isn't this intentionally making things difficult for me? Ji Kang looked serious. Can I have them all? QQ. Master needs to advance to a tier 5 vehicle to unlock the other 2 butlers simultaneously. For now, you can only choose one upgrade path. Fine then. Ji Kang sighed. However, he didn't have the money right now, so he would have to make the 3 butlers wait. Moreover, he learned from QQ that the previously mentioned abilities like cooking meals and feeding pets all required a physical butler to perform. The current QQ could only help him execute the vehicle's AA commands. Next, Ji Kang took QQ along to begin inspecting the interior of the mobile Doomsday fortress. First was the living area. The original living area consisted only of a living room, a kitchen dining area, and a bathroom. Now, these 3 old staples have undergone a comprehensive expansion. The layout of the living room is modeled entirely after a luxury villa, featuring 2 rows of large sofas paired with a luxurious and elegant coffee table, a carpet, and an entire wall dedicated to the television background. The ceiling of the living room is impressively high, reaching a staggering 5 meters. As sunlight streams in, the space becomes bright and airy, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. Chapter 141. Majesty Force Field Device Cum Crossbow of Judgment. At the rear is a retractable panoramic floor-to-ceiling door. Stepping out through this door leads to a 50 square meter prime viewing balcony. The key feature is that this balcony is retractable. Once the vehicle enters a state of war, the balcony will immediately retract to form an outer armor module. One enters the activity area. Ji Kang took a glance at the upgrade overview for the vehicle interior. It stated that after the upgrade, this area would be equipped with various high-intensity fitness equipment, a gaming console featuring an 8000 resolution screen, and an AR holographic gaming device. It contains over 100,000 types of games, ranging from those already on the market to those of the future. The entertainment value is maxed out. One could sit here and play for a year without doing anything else. It really makes one decadent. Ji Kang chuckled. But now was not the time for indulgence. Exiting the activity area, he arrived at the rear storage zone and the secondary vehicle bay. Both of these areas underwent regional expansion and significant functional upgrades. The storage area now features robotic arms capable of automatically sorting, organizing, and storing various items. The secondary vehicle bay is equipped with external charging devices, and both the interior and exterior of the vehicle have fully automatic charging ports, allowing for the simultaneous charging of 50 units. This is incredibly practical. It is not just for secondary vehicles. The charging issues for labor robots in the future can also be easily resolved by allowing the robots to charge while they work. One can achieve perpetual mining without the need for shift rotations. Then there are the minor details. For instance, the water reservoir capacity has been increased to 10 cubic meters, equipped with temperature control and automatic water purification. There is also a pet dining area, which borders the main dining area, featuring fully automatic water dispensers and temperature-controlled feeding troughs. After finishing the tour of the first floor, Ji Kang arrived at the staircase. In addition to the original stairs, it is now equipped with an ejection elevator. This ejection elevator can be used as a regular elevator. In wartime, it can also be used to eject people directly from the interior to quickly enter the outside world for combat or for emergency escape. In the future, there will be no need to exit through the secondary vehicle bay. The layout of the second floor is similar to before, still consisting of 2 super large bedrooms and a training room. The walk-in closets, bathrooms, and viewing balconies of the master and secondary bedrooms have all been expanded proportionally, and the ceiling height has also reached 5 meters. The highlight is the training room, which has seen a massive improvement in both area and material quality. There is no longer any need to worry about the intensity of training exceeding the load-bearing capacity of the room. Next, Ji Kang went to the 3rd floor. This is the war zone. It is also the core existence of the Tier 4 vehicle. It boasts a ceiling height of nearly 7 meters, surrounded by movable city wall modules, and the 3 newly unlocked turret positions are all located on this level. Unlike the 10 fixed bases on the roof previously, this level adopts a chain-style runner system, allowing the turret positions to be adjusted freely across a full 360-degree circle. Looking up, there is a mysterious device in the center of the ceiling that looks like a circular ceiling lamp. That is the Majesty Force Field Device. Majesty Force Field Device Evaluation. One of the powerful foundational devices of the mobile Doomsday Fortress. Once activated, it can release a Majesty Force Field with a radius of 1,000 meters. Within the Majesty Force Field, all vehicles, attacks, and living organisms marked as hostile will be affected by the field, suffering suppression and weakening. Activating the Majesty Force Field will consume fuel at a rate of 1 unit per second. Ji Kang nodded repeatedly. This thing looks quite impressive. It is equivalent to a domain for the vehicle. However, the consumption is also quite high, 1 unit of fuel per second. It will only achieve optimal efficiency if activated during a chaotic melee. Next, Ji Kang looked directly beneath the Majesty Force Field device at that massive, ferocious heavy weapon. It was a heavy crossbow mount composed of super alloy modules. The width of the crossbow bow alone reached a staggering 6 meters, and the arrows were 10 meters long, looking like a thick metal pillar fixed onto the mount. The entire crossbow was drawn to its absolute limit. The killing intent was fully unleashed, and a cold glint shimmered. Crossbow of Judgment Evaluation, Fortress Heavy Armament, possessing terrifying kinetic lethality. The initial velocity of the arrow reaches 2,000 meters per second, With a synthetic loading speed of once every 10 seconds and an effective lethal range of 10.0 meters, it can easily destroy enemy vehicles and flesh and blood bodies. Each synthesis of an arrow consumes 10 units of alloy. This is essentially a free turret provided with the tier for vehicle. Although he doesn't know how powerful it is, judging by this evaluation, it definitely won't be bad. To be able to propel such a heavy alloy arrow to an initial velocity of 2,000 meters per second, just thinking about it is terrifying. Awesome! Ji-Kang couldn't help but exclaim. Besides the turret, the war zone on the 3rd floor can also accommodate various combat units. In the future, once he has a combat robot troop, they can all be placed on this level to provide external fire support. Ji-Kang left the 3rd floor and went directly up to the 4th floor, the roof of the vehicle. The roof area is incredibly vast. It also adopts the chain-style base system, with the Land Shield 3000, Purgatory Fire Pump, and Light Prism Tower all standing there, exuding a murderous aura. Ji-Kang took a running start and jumped down from a height of several dozen meters. He then walked a distance away and looked up at the mobile Doomsday fortress before him. With its extremely exaggerated design, its exterior resembled a giant beast covered in a metallic sheen, silently crouching upon the earth. The sheer tension of its static form alone was enough to instill an incredibly intense sense of visual oppression. It reached a length of 60 meters, a width of 18 meters, and a height of 24 meters. The 32 sets of wheel hubs beneath it, each nearly 3 meters tall, exuded an overbearing aura. The combat zones above the 2nd level, along with the 3 massive turrets on the roof, projected a fierce deterrent to the outside world. A brand new status window floated before his eyes. Mobile Doomsday Fortress tier for speed limit, 180 km per hour, 10.0 T displacement durability, remaining fuel, 8 units range, 280 km upgraded components. Full module shooting bay, Wheel of Fate, Majestic Force Field Device, Crossbow of Judgment, Smart Butler, Robotic Wolf cannot be upgraded. Tires, seats, bed, sofa, headlights replaceable. Engine level 6, wheel hubs level 6, chassis level 6, air conditioning level 6, refrigerator level 6, power generator level for center console, level for full interior, level for targeting radar, level for armor turrets, thorn armor level for Land Shield 3000, level for prism tower, level for purgatory fire pump, level 4. Total level. Vehicle advancement requirements: gold coins x 1 million, parts x 500, 0, steel sheets x 2 million, alloy by 30, 0, heavy oil by 50, 0, shining gold x 3000, vibranium by 1, 0, super energy stones by 100. War Fortress Machine Soul x 3, heavy duty synthesis platform Machine Soul x 1. Advancement unlocks when components reach level 100. Kong evaluation: a powerful Doomsday Fortress capable of raising cities, covering sea, land, and air combat ecosystems, the king of heavy-duty mobile vehicles. Chapter 142. Follow Boss G. Eat 10 meals in 3 days. Damn, that's cool as hell. Ji-Zhang felt infinite emotion in his heart. A tier for ultimate vehicle, truly terrifying. With a thing like this, he felt incredibly secure. However, after the advancement, the quantity of resources and materials required for the next stage had skyrocketed. If he wanted to continue progressing rapidly, he would have to rely on the resource fiefs to exert their power. Ji-Zhang exhaled, slowly turned around, and looked toward the distant city-states and mountain peaks. The morning sun, full of vitality, bathed the earth, bringing a refreshing and vigorous feeling. The 2nd day since arriving at the super main city had officially begun. But today was destined to usher in a massive storm that would sweep through everyone. Meeting. Ji-Zhang posted these 2 words in the regional chat channel. He immediately received a response from Li Jianwo. Before long, everyone gathered at Ji-Zhang's territory. Even the brothers who had pulled all-nighters on watch came over with dark circles under their eyes, not daring to show any slack. When they arrived at the entrance of Ji-Zhang's territory, they looked up at the steel giant crouching on the earth, their expressions turning blank as if they were stunned. Is this Boss G's new vehicle? Even people like Yi Xingzhou and Li Jianwo, who were once leaders of large factions, couldn't help but stare blankly. This was just too damn exaggerated. A tier for ultimate vehicle. How many gold coins would it take to stack up a monster like this? Aside from Ji-Zhang, The only person present who owned a Tier 3 ultimate vehicle was Yishingzhou, but his vehicle level was only just over 50, and every level up was as difficult as ascending to heaven. He didn't even know how much further he had to go to reach Tier 4. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Boss G was already driving one. After being thoroughly shocked by the mobile Doomsday fortress, everyone finally took their seats. However, compared to the tension and urgency from before, everyone felt much more relaxed. With the protection of Boss G's Tier 4 ultimate vehicle, even if the situation became dire, it was hard to feel nervous now. With this steel monster parked here, who would dare to come and test it? Everyone, let's summarize the intelligence. We might start taking action today. Ji Zhang sat in the main seat, sipping his tea in a leisurely manner. The group nodded. Li Jiangwo took the lead in summarizing as usual. Early this morning, Main City No. 6 was completely divided into two major faction groups. District 5003, codenamed Big Beard. This group of 100 people has already lost more than half of its members, but those remaining are top-tier experts. It is currently known that they possess 7 Tier 3 ultimate vehicles. Besides that, hundreds of other powerhouses from other districts have joined their ranks, forming the most powerful faction in Main City No. Last night, they swept through more than a third of the other regional territories without stopping, launching aggressive raids with ruthless and merciless tactics. The number of resource fiefs they have on hand now is probably unimaginably high. Then there is the second-ranked District 5001, codenamed Mountain Crosser. Their leader's vehicle is an extremely rare armored train. The train can carry other vehicles, share vehicle defenses, and combine into a high-speed, super-armored train. District 5001 hasn't recruited others like District 5003. They have remained in a state of single district solo combat, but their coordination and looting efficiency are slightly better than Big Beard's. Under the sweep of these two major factions, only 1/3 of the scattered forces in Main City No. 6 remain safe and sound, according to our investigation. These people are already trying to negotiate with the two major factions. Either pay protection money or join one of them directly. Li Jiangwo laughed. I reckon we are the only exception in District 5631. We haven't had any conflicts with the two major factions, and we've maintained silence and kept a low profile. So no one has noticed us yet. Ji Kang nodded and asked, what about the other main cities? Li Jiangwo replied, there is very little information. Everyone has become clever now. People outside are either spreading smoke screens or remaining silent. It is very difficult to extract useful intelligence from the World Channel. But as it stands, Main City No. 1 shows no signs of taking action yet. Ji Kang's gaze deepened. After a moment of contemplation, he said, we will continue to keep a low profile today. Let's wait until the two major factions start fighting before we make a move. Understood. To avoid attracting the enemy's attention, everyone should act separately when going out to hunt today. If you encounter others, avoid confrontation and don't get into conflicts with anyone. If you can't run, call for help. Additionally, if you discover any high-level resource territories, notify me immediately. If I come across lower-level territories, I will clear them out and post the coordinates. Brothers nearby can just come over and pick up the loot. That's all. Meeting adjourned. Yes. The group responded with excitement. Following Boss Ju really paid off. Even the scraps that fell from his table were enough to keep them well fed. Hugging this thick thigh was truly worth it. Soon after, everyone dispersed and began preparing to get to work. Ji Kang also returned to the mobile Doomsday fortress. This time he didn't choose to pilot the mechanical wolf. Instead, he put on the full-body intelligent armor he had obtained from opening a treasure chest last time. Asterisk click, click, click. A series of mechanical gear meshing sounds rang out, and Ji Kang was instantly encased in the metal armor. A holographic screen appeared before his eyes. Asterisk whoosh. The spiral engines in his palms ejected to high-speed particle streams, lifting his body into the air. At this moment, Danzai and Huahu were still playing in the spacious home. Seeing Ji Kang take off in his armor, the two little ones ran over with curiosity, excitedly circling around him. How is it? Do I look cool? Ji Kang performed a bit of micro-maneuvering, spinning twice in the air before hovering steadily, laughing. Huahu didn't react much, But Danzai was incredibly excited, as if the memories in its bloodline had been awakened. After these days of growth, Danzai's body length had reached over 2 meters. Its dragon scales were like silver armor, its horns were imposing, and its teeth were sharp. And fortunately, despite its appearance beginning to reveal the dominance and divinity of an ancient race, it could only run and jump on the ground like a large lizard, which inevitably took away some of its majesty. Now, seeing Jikang take flight with the help of the armor, especially when the spiral engines in his palms emitted energy currents, it seemed to realize something. The scales on its body subconsciously opened and closed, making a strenuous attempt. But it was always missing that final push, which made Danzai spin around in anxiety, howling for help from its master. Jikang also noticed Danzai's predicament, and his expression immediately turned serious. He descended from midair and began trying to guide it. However, he wasn't a dragon himself, so how would he know how to teach a dragon to fly? He could only demonstrate the process of taking off repeatedly for Danzai. Come on, you can definitely do it, kid, fly. Fly just like this, you're a dragon. After all, Jikang acted like a coach, constantly cheering Danzai on. Chapter 143. At home I'm called Danzai. Outside I'm called Dragon Lord. The scales on Danzai's body seemed to be breathing. At first, its rhythm was very chaotic, but soon, it successfully grasped the trick. The rhythm became increasingly steady. Finally, its eyes suddenly turned sharp. With a push from its forelimbs, it leaped off the ground. At the same time, it swung its body, coordinating with the opening and closing of its scales. Its entire body actually flew forward. Jikang punched the air excitedly, although Danzai immediately crashed into a wall and fell, yelping in fright. This was undoubtedly a monumental feat, just like a puppy's ears standing up. This was an extremely important growth milestone in a dragon's life. With the first success, what followed was easy. Danzai quickly mastered the knack for flying, taking off from the ground again and again, swimming flexibly in midair. It was as if it had opened the door to a new world, and it was incredibly excited. After finishing its rounds, Danzai flew into Jikang's arms, baring its big teeth happily and licking his face. All right, your dad is taking you out today. You've learned to fly, but you can't go without knowing how to fight. Jikang patted Danzai's head and laughed. Seeing its brother learn to fly, it was now Wahua's turn to get anxious. It climbed onto Jikang, meowing incessantly, and even tried to crawl into the armor, looking like it was afraid of being left behind. Little Wahua, you stay home for now. I'll take you out when you grow up a bit more. Jikang teased Wahua. Wahua had also grown a bit. Its fur was softer, and its large eyes were bright and clear. However, it hadn't shown any obvious combat characteristics yet, and Jikang didn't intend to take it out on adventures. It would be troublesome if something happened. Juju, stay home and play with Wahua. Give her some fire spirit stones to play with, or watch some TV or something. Jikang gave the order. Understood, Master. Juju knows. Juju's holographic projection appeared and took over, looking after Wahua. Afterward, Jikang brought Danzai to the elevator and, with a single launch, flew out into the outside world. Whoosh. Everything around them suddenly opened up. The vast land unfolded before them like a painting. Let's go. The corners of Jikang's mouth curled up. The full-body intelligent armor activated at full power, and the high-speed particle streams propelled him forward, turning him into a human missile, flying at a speed of nearly 300 kilometers per hour. Danzai, following behind, was no less impressive. Its dragon scales shimmered in the sunlight, and it swam rapidly through the air, carried by the fierce gale, actually keeping up with Jikang's pace. One man and one dragon flew rapidly toward the distant sky. It had to be said that searching from high altitude was far more efficient than on the ground, especially since he had the eagle-eye vision talent. Everything on the ground was laid bare before his eyes. From time to time, he would discover resource-rich territories. For E-grade and D-grade resource territories, Jikang would simply let Danzai go down to practice. Only for those C-grade and above would he take action himself. The white lightning of heavenly thunder formless transformed into a fierce judgment from the clear sky, striking down and easily annihilating group after group of guardian monsters. Danzai's Dragon Roar was also being utilized with increasing proficiency. With a brief charge, it could easily blast even elite monsters into smithereens. The man and the dragon thus launched a vigorous hunting expedition. During this time, they conquered over 50 resource territories, all of which Ji Kang marked for the others in his team to pick up for free. By 10 o'clock, Ji Kang finally heard some earth-shattering good news. Over at Yixingzhou's side, they had discovered a cluster of resource territories at the bottom of the lake, 2 A-grade oil fields and 3 B-grade water spirit stone mines. This discovery was made by Yixingzhou using a high-end underwater probe. Although it was destroyed by monsters at the bottom of the lake just after submerging, they were fortunate enough to obtain this crucial information and reported it to Ji Kang immediately. "I'm heading over right now." Ji Kang was filled with excitement and immediately took Danzai, flying toward the coordinates sent by Yixingzhou. One really has to conquer these territories personally, since it was still the early stage. The resource territories everyone held were of very low grades, even with large-scale looting. What they ended up with was just a pile of trash. According to the conversion ratio, it would take 243 E-grade territories to synthesize a single A-grade territory. Those large factions killing each other back and forth might not actually be progressing as fast as he was by conquering them himself. 10 odd minutes later, Ji Kang and Danzai arrived at the scene. This was the large lake near the territory of District 5631, its deep blue surface rippling with light, stretching out as far as the eye could see. It was estimated to be several times larger than Chenyu Lake. Yixingzhou, Li Wei, and the others were all waiting on the shore. Seeing Ji Kang descend from the sky, they excitedly gathered around. "Master Ji, Master Ji." The group's eyes were filled with a hint of excitement. Ji Kang retracted the armor mask on his face and asked, "What's the specific situation?" Yixingzhou rubbed his hands together and reported, "Master Ji, we've been surveying the lake all morning. We found quite a few resource territories down there. The ones close to the shore are all E-grade and D-grade, but the deeper you go, the higher the grade. I've marked it out based on the distance from the shore. It's right at the bottom of the lake, 6.7 kilometers directly in front of us. The depth is unknown, and the level of the guardian monsters is unknown, but they are quite terrifying. My underwater probe is a rare grade item, and it was half destroyed in an instant. Take a look." Yixingzhou pointed to a spherical underwater probe nearby, which was missing a full third of its body. It was only because he had activated the emergency stealth device and the backup engine that he had managed to escape. A king-grade monster. There was no doubt about it. "I'll go take a look." A glimmer of excitement flashed in Ji Kang's eyes. Just then, Danzai finally caught up from behind. It was a bit shy, circling in the sky a few times with a huffing sound before landing on Ji Kang's shoulder. Yixingzhou and the others were stunned. "Wait, is that, for heaven's sake, a dragon?" "A dragon, Master Ji, is this your pet?" Li Wei's Adam's apple bobbed slowly, back on the plains. Only a very small number of powerhouses had obtained pets, but they were basically common species. They never expected that there would be a creature like a dragon, with its bloodline status maxed out. No, it wasn't that they didn't expect it. It was that they didn't even know that dragons actually existed in this world, and that one could actually tame one as a pet. Wouldn't this thing turn the world upside down once it grew up? "Yeah, its name is a Sangbao." Ji Kang hesitated for a moment before deciding to use a different name in front of outsiders. "It will stay on the shore for now. You guys take good care of it. I'm going over to check it out alone." After saying this, Ji Kang patted Danzai's head, activated the micro-engine in his palm, and took flight once more. Heading straight toward the target location, Danzai was left behind, staring blankly at Yixingzhou. Yixingzhou tentatively greeted Danzai. There was no response. "Brother Yi, let's just call it Master Bio. Li Wei, being a perceptive person, immediately took a food cabinet out of his backpack. After opening it, it was packed full of various types of top-tier fresh meat. He said fawningly, "Master Bao, would you like some meat?" Danzai's eyes lit up instantly. Chapter 144 Heavenly Thunderstrike activated. Slaying the king-grade monster super giant dragon fish. Ji Kang's figure was flying rapidly over the wide lake. The lake water shimmered, and a cool breeze brushed against his face. Many large birds circled in the sky, occasionally diving down to snatch up a large fish. However, there were also times when, the moment some birds dove to hunt, they were swallowed whole by even larger aquatic predators, causing massive waves to churn. As far as the eye could see, the place was filled with the raw, brutal laws of the wilderness. And this situation became more common the further one traveled toward the center of the lake. Several times, a type of terrifying, long-bodied fish lurking in the lake even launched itself out of the water, trying to bite Jikang, who was flying a dozen meters above the surface. However, they were all immediately turned into charcoal by lightning. Soon, Jikang finally arrived at the target location. This stretch of water was far from calm, just hovering in midair. One could feel a chilling sense of oppression. It was as if it were a blue water hell, capable of swallowing a person's body and soul at any moment. Jikang didn't rush to go down. Instead, he released his thunder energy. Zzz. Streaks of white lightning sprouted from his skin, transforming into dancing thin lines that slowly trailed downward. Upon touching the surface of the water, those fine white lightning rays dispersed rapidly and continued to seep downward. These lightning threads did not possess much substantial offensive power. However, it was pervasive, capable of spreading throughout the lakebed in this area to form a faint sensory magnetic field. This was a derivative ability of his second skill, 10,000 Thunders Formless, which allowed him to transform lightning energy into any shape truly overpowered. After all the lightning energy had permeated downward, Jikang sensed everything that existed below. It was indeed a king-level monster. Moreover, its strength was not low, judging by its energy field. It should only be a notch weaker than the Corpse King he had encountered before. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Suddenly, the lakebed became restless. A massive amount of bubbles churned and rolled, as if brewing a terrifying storm. Ah, you found me. Jikang raised an eyebrow. The full-body smart armor on his person erupted instantly, propelling his body backward to retreat. Just a second after he left, a water cannon carrying terrifying kinetic energy erupted from the bottom of the lake. Boom! The surface of the lake surged with massive waves, and the water cannon flew thousands of meters high before shattering into countless droplets that came pattering down. Jikang didn't stand on ceremony either. He retracted the full-body smart armor into his inventory and switched to the cicada wing treasure armor. He then drew the moon's blood from his waist and allowed his body to fall freely, plunging into the water. This stretch of water was incredibly clear, with high visibility. Looking down from here, he could see a massive shadow at the bottom of the water, moving rapidly toward him. The water was the opponent's home turf. He could fight, but it would be a bit troublesome. Jikang had come down personally just to lure it into taking the bait. 1 second, 2 seconds. The massive shadow drew closer and closer to him. He could already see its rough fish scales, each as large as the mouth of a vat. A piece of information appeared. Supergiant dragonfish level, king level monster evolution. A terrifying predator inhabiting the outer lakebed of Whitehole Lake. It possesses formidable physical defense, and the compressed water cannons ejected from its body can instantly tear a tank apart. The dragonfish clan is a branch of the royal family of the Water King's court, inheriting a portion of the bloodline of ancient species. It comes with a water breath domain, which can cause massive suppression to non-water type enemies in the water. Never attempt to fight it in the water. You will experience true despair. Jikang, in his eagle eye state, digested this information in less than half a second. Water breath domain. As expected, the abnormal fluctuations he had felt earlier were the domain or released by the opponent. Jikang did not linger any longer. Two powerful flashes of lightning sparked beneath his feet in the water. Whoosh! The water beneath his feet instantly exploded into two massive cavities, and the powerful kinetic energy propelled Jikang's figure upward at an incredible speed. The next moment, he broke free from the lakebed and returned to the sky. Crackle, crackle, crackle. At the same time, surging lightning energy began to erupt wildly from his body. Streaks of shining lightning arcs twisted and tore madly, rapidly converging toward the sky above. Finally, at a speed visible to the naked eye, they condensed into a ball of white lightning with a diameter of 30 meters. Rumble! The mighty sound of thunder resonated over the entire lake. The sky seemed to darken at this moment, leaving only that ball of white light shining brilliantly over the world. This process took less than a second, and the next moment, The Water King from the bottom of the lake also broke through the surface, charging toward the human who dared to trespass into its territory with a mighty posture. This was a world-shaking giant fish over 100 meters long. Its wide-open mouth alone was enough to swallow a small villa. Dozens of rows of fine, serrated teeth revealed a chilling glint under the sunlight. However, it never imagined that the divine judgment from the heavens was already waiting for it. Ji-Kang looked coldly at the sky-swallowing fish mouth appearing below. With a thought, the silver-white heavenly thunder suspended in the sky struck down instantly. Heavenly thunder strike, activate. Boom! The lightning, like a massive blade, pierced down, instantly tearing through the sky and carrying the heaven-shaking momentum of thunder as it slammed fiercely into the fish's mouth. Countless violent bolts of lightning tore and exploded after leaving the water. The dragonfish had lost the support of its water breath domain, and both its physical strength and mobility were significantly reduced out almost in an instant. The entire body of the supergiant dragonfish was pierced and torn from head to tail. Before it could even struggle, all of its consciousness was wiped out. Rumble! The 100-meter-long giant fish crashed onto the lake's surface, splashing a massive wave. Accompanied by a large amount of silver-white lightning energy, it dissipated into the surroundings with a splash. Ji-Kang's figure was blown into the sky by the massive wave, beginning to fall back down amidst the spray of water. A kill notification appeared before his eyes. Successfully killed a supergiant dragonfish king-level monster. Dragonfish Golden Gallbladder Come 1. He got king-level monster forging materials. And 2,000 gold coins for just one. This is fucking satisfying. Ji-Kang felt delighted. At this moment, the supergiant dragonfish had already flipped over, its white belly floating on the water like a small island. Ji-Kang's figure landed steadily on the fish's belly, and he could even smell the aroma of fish meat. This thing is this fragrant. His eyes narrowed instantly. Holding the moon's blood in his hand, he casually pried open the fish scales, cut off a piece of cooked fish meat, and put it in his mouth to taste. The fresh, sweet, and mellow fish meat exploded in his mouth, causing his expression to change. This fish meat was top tier. The fat content was very rich, oily but not greasy. The texture was incredibly fresh and sweet, and it had a great chew. One bite, and the fragrance lingered in his mouth, greatly whetting his appetite. Holy shit! Ji-Kang looked at the 100-meter-long giant fish beneath his feet, his eyes shining brightly. Chapter 145. Harvesting to a great oil fields. A large amount of king-level creature fresh meat. Who would have thought that something that looked so ugly and fierce could actually taste this good? Moreover, the energy contained in this meat was far beyond what the beast meat he had processed on the plains could compare to. This can actually increase one's physique. It's a total takeoff. But before Ji-Kang could process this dragonfish, the aroma of the fish meat had already attracted other predators in this body of water. Fish generally have low intelligence, and many could not sense the residual destructive energy here. So they rushed over in a frenzy, eager to feast on the nutrient-rich flesh of the dragonfish. Splash, splash. The surface of the lake surged as razor-sharp fins broke through the water. In the sky, many giant avian creatures were also circling constantly, all hoping to swoop down and get a share of the spoils. You lot want a meal? Ji-Kang sneered and directly released a massive lightning field, completely enveloping the entire body of the dragonfish. With this, even water beasts and avian creatures at the super monster level wouldn't dare to get anywhere near the dragonfish. Ji-Kang then took the moon blood in his hand and began to scale and butcher it. This was a massive undertaking. The giant fish was 100 meters long, and its total weight was likely over several thousand tons. The moon blood stuck into it looked like a mere needle. Helpless, Ji-Kang had no choice but to enter the blood spirit state. Under the augmentation of a 5-fold damage range and 10-fold speed, the blade of the moon blood rapidly scraped off all the scales of the dragonfish, which were then collected into his inventory. At the same time, he used the remaining time to work with swift, decisive strokes, butchering the dragonfish with the precision of a master chef. He removed the internal organs and stripped away the fish bones. Finally, he successfully stored all the fish meat into his inventory. In total, he obtained 13,900 units of king-level dragonfish meat and 890 to king-level dragonfish scales. That is absolutely insane. As for the remaining fish bones and internal organs, they were useless. So, he just tossed them into the water. Jikang sent a message to Yixingzhou and the others, telling them to come over and claim the resource territories. He then equipped his full-body intelligent armor, set it to diving mode, and jumped straight into the water. Glug. The spiral engines in his palms activated, spraying out for thin streams of water that propelled him rapidly through the depths. The armor's functionality was incredibly powerful. It carried 12 hours of oxygen, possessed submarine-grade water pressure resistance, and could reach a top speed of 140 km per hour underwater. It was practically like driving on a highway on land. Before long, Jikang descended to the bottom of the lake. The searchlights on his head illuminated vast stretches of coral and aquatic plants. Schools of brightly colored fish danced in the water like a soft, glowing carpet. It was breathtakingly beautiful. If one were to exclude all the dangerous factors, this place would truly qualify as a diving paradise. It was just too beautiful. Soon, Jikang spotted the target of his trip. It was a large area of resource territories covered by silt, with letters above them indicating their scarcity and extraordinary nature. Oil field grade. Mining slots, output per slot. 20 units of fuel H-base efficiency. Total output, 0 units of fuel evaluation. A high-quality oil field with astonishing reserves, requires a drilling rig to extract. Friendly reminder, each territory can hold a maximum of 15 resource territories of the same type. You can merge resource territories of the same grade to save space and increase efficiency. Water Spirit Stone Mine Grade B mining slots, output per slot. 5 Water Spirit Stones H-base efficiency. Total output to 0 Water Spirit Stones evaluation. A very rare elemental or vein, usually found at the bottom of dangerous waters, requires a diamond pickaxe to mine. Yixingzhou's intelligence was indeed accurate. 2 grade oil fields and 3 grade B water spirit stone mines were all in this area. Jikang directly merged both grade oil fields into his own territory. Currently, the market price of fuel was stable at around 10 gold coins. The base efficiency of producing 20 units of fuel per hour was a full third less in value compared to the 300 gold coins produced by a grade A gold mine of the same level. It was indeed a bit lackluster, but after all, he had gotten to grade A resources for free, so it wouldn't do to complain. As for the grade B water spirit stone mines, he wasn't very interested. These things couldn't be listed on the exchange, and they were troublesome to mine with low output. So he decided to let Yixingzhou and the others split them. Jikang surfaced from the lake bottom and returned to the water's surface. Yixingzhou and the others had arrived in a small aircraft. Also on board was Danzai, whose belly was round as a ball. It was hugging the back seat all by itself like a boss. With one opening of its mouth, its little lackey, the human Liwei, would obsequiously hand a piece of meat to Boss Bao's mouth. It munched away happily. But upon seeing Jikang, it scrambled to stand up, looking a bit guilty and not daring to meet Jikang's eyes. Sure enough, after getting off the aircraft, Danzai received a solid flick to the forehead from Jikang, causing it to hang its head and stop acting so arrogant. Liwei, how much has this guy eaten of yours? Jikang asked. Not much. Not much at all. The young master likes to eat. So a little food is nothing. Hey. Liwei was fawning on the surface, but his heart was bleeding. How could he have known that this young dragon would be such a glutton? Not only had it emptied his granary, but he had spent thousands of gold coins just buying food. Because Boss Bao only ate the good stuff, anything inferior would be spat out the moment it touched its mouth. However, Liwei didn't dare ask Jikang for money. Being able to use this opportunity to leave a good impression on Jikang was already a great deal. Besides, it wasn't everyone who could get close enough to feed a real dragon. He could brag about this for the rest of his life. Forget it. I'll compensate you when we get back to the territory. Bossji, there's really no need. All right, enough talk. Go ahead and take the 3 water spirit stone mines below. Jikang waved his hand. The group discussed it. Although there were exactly 3 mines for the 3 of them, these types of resources were too rare, and merging them later might be an issue. In the end, they decided that Yixingzhou would take all 3 grade B water spirit stone mines, merge them into a grade A mine, and then share the subsequent output with the other 2. Jikang listened from the side, completely stunned. Good grief. He had even brought over the whole capitalist playbook. Once everything was settled, the group returned to the shore together. It was already nearing noon. News arrived from Li Jianwo, stating that the two major factions had begun to clash violently once more, their conflict now nearly irreconcilable. It was highly likely that a full-scale war would break out today. With this, the exploration mission had to be cut short. Under Jikang's command, everyone immediately returned from the outside. The fruit was about to ripen. Next, it would be the season for harvesting. Half an hour later, at the entrance of Jikang's territory, all the powerhouses of District 5631 had gathered. However, everyone's condition at the moment was far from optimal. Many were still nursing minor injuries. Some had been wounded while fighting guardian monsters, while others had been injured during their panicked escape after encountering the forces of the two major factions. As the regional leader, Jikang did not hold back. He set up 10 large banquet tables right at the entrance of the territory. Chapter 146. When the snipe and the clam grapple, the fisherman appears. A mysterious third party is coming. As for the main course, it was, of course, the dragon fish meat harvested this time. And what was quite interesting was this: normally, fresh beast meat placed into the inventory would be uniformly categorized into identical units. However, the calculation method for the fresh meat of large creatures was completely different. 100 kilograms of dragon fish meat would count as 1 unit when placed inside. But when 1 unit of dragon fish meat was taken back out, it would become a concentrated 1 kilogram. It was easier to consume, and the energy contained within was 100 times greater than before. Furthermore, the texture remained exactly the same. This supergiant dragonfish was over 100 meters long and weighed over 2,000 tons. Even after removing the internal organs and bones, the pure fish meat amounted to a terrifying figure of nearly 1.4 million kilograms. Converted into inventory meat units, that was 13,900 units. It was enough to feed the entire village until they died. Jikang directly took out 300 units of dragonfish meat, filling the 10 banquet tables to the brim. In addition to that, various drinks and side dishes were prepared with the help of his lieutenants, Yi Xingzhou and Li Jianwo. Jikang didn't waste any time with pleasantries. He simply raised his glass and kicked off the feast. When everyone took their first bite of the dragonfish meat, they felt an immediate, warm glow in their stomachs, and their eyes began to shine. Upon learning that this was actually the flesh and blood of a king-level creature, the group felt incredibly fired up, shouting that Boss G was a legend. They were eating king-level meat, and it tasted absolutely amazing. This pre-war banquet didn't involve much talk. It was just about devouring the fine wine and meat. The 300 units of dragonfish meat, along with the tables full of food and drink, were quickly swept clean, leaving everyone with greasy mouths and their entire bodies burning with heat. The dragonfish meat was too nourishing. Some people even started having nosebleeds as the blood within them began to boil. Jikang himself polished off a good dozen kilograms or so. With his physique grown to this level, his digestive capacity was no longer comparable to that of an ordinary person. Ordinary ingredients were digested the moment they hit his mouth, serving only to satisfy his cravings. Only Chen Xiaoyuan's fruits and vegetables could provide sufficient energy. Plus, the dark creatures he had killed previously were inedible, so this was his first time eating his fill of pure meat. After this one meal, his physique increased by 3.6 points. That was already considered quite excellent. After this lunch, the brothers returned to their respective territorial lines to begin their final preparations. Everything was waiting for the turning point to arrive today. Jikang also took the opportunity to gather his high-level staff for a quick meeting. Old Li, you have a high-altitude stealth reconnaissance drone, right? Jikang asked. Li Jianwo nodded. Yes, it's still circling in the sky near us, mainly used for round-the-clock monitoring of the surrounding movements. Does Boss G need to use it, Jikang? What is its maximum range? Li Jianwo thought for a moment. With a full tank of fuel, it should be over 2,000 kilometers. Jikang, refuel it immediately and send it to Scout District 5001. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was taken aback. Boss G, are you planning to? Jikang took out a blank sheet of paper and casually sketched a simple map of main city. No. There were 3 focal points on it. The involved zone, District 5001, and District 5003. The three areas formed a large triangle. Among them, the uninvolved zone had the largest area. District 5001 had the strongest core combat power, and District 5003 had the greatest numbers and total combat strength. It was very obvious at a glance. Ji Kang tapped the map and said, Guer Shanfeng of District 5001 is characterized by integrated train armaments, with highly concentrated combat power, but their total strength is weaker than the Big Beard of District 5003. Therefore, they are most likely to choose to launch a sudden attack, like a needle piercing straight into the heart of 5003. Li Jianguo also nodded. Indeed, tactically speaking, a decapitation strike on Big Beard is their only way to win. Besides, they wouldn't dare to rashly abandon their territory to come and attack us. Yi Xingju sighed with emotion. With the two powers now in a standoff, we have instead become the safe side. Whoever comes to attack us has to weigh the risk of having their own home base stolen by the other side. Li Wei then voiced his own concerns. Boss Ji, is it possible that both sides might start dividing the territory from now on and achieve peace, and then proceed to partition and swallow up our uninvolved zone? Ji Kang shook his head. Judging by their style of operation, that's unlikely. Yi Xingzhou. Boss Ji is right. Big Beard has gathered so many powerhouses under his command that even if he wanted to stop, his subordinates wouldn't let him, because they possess the absolute strength to swallow District 5001. With a fat sheet placed right there, there's no reason not to eat it. And if District 5001 doesn't want to sit and wait for death, they must either swallow our uninvolved zone as quickly as possible, and then immediately return to defend and expand their strength, or launch a surprise attack on District 5003 to complete a decapitation. I believe the second possibility is the greatest. Drew a line on the map, and said, therefore, if District 5001 moves toward our direction, we will hold our ground. But if District 5001 begins to deploy troops toward District 5003, whether to wage war, launch a sneak attack, or negotiate, we will set out immediately for the territory cluster of District 5001. Once both sides engage in battle, we will launch a blitzkrieg to wipe out the nest of District 5001. When two powerful forces enter a state of war, they certainly won't be able to disengage quickly. By then, we can proceed northward without any worries, reaping the remnants on the battlefield and completing the unification of main city. No. After finishing, Ji Zhang stabbed his pen into District 5003 on the map, tearing a large hole in the white paper. The group felt their hearts race with excitement, their eyes gleaming. Indeed, only when the two major forces are fighting openly can District 5631 fully guarantee the safety of its own territory. This strategy of the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind, was truly brilliant. No matter how those two major forces thought, they would never imagine it. The entire northwest of the Jin region was already a chaotic mess. Yet there was still a hidden third-party top-tier force that had never appeared, District 5631. And this mysterious third party was already pressing its sharpest edge silently against the backs of the two top-tier forces. Meanwhile, in the east, within the territory cluster of District 5001, this location was near the other side of White Hole Lake. Nearly 80 territories of top-tier survivors were situated here. Each territory was filled with an astonishing number of resource enclaves. Some had dozens, others had over 100, especially the territory in the very center, which was much larger than the others. Various types of resource veins glittered, emitting an alluring luster. In particular, the newly synthesized super iron mine in the center had reached a terrifying S grade. It was precisely because of this S grade that the scope of this territory had expanded to 10 square kilometers, standing out like a crane among chickens in the midst of the smaller territories. However, it was a pity that although there were numerous resource enclaves in these territories, there were very few labor robots working inside them. Only this great iron mine had its workstations filled. Most of the others were left idle, on the outskirts of the territory. A 150-meter-long armored train was docked there in a domineering posture, like a steel serpent coiled across the earth. Chapter 147. Upgrading Territory City Wall Kung Turret. The top powerhouses of District 5001 were gathered beside the train, feasting heartily. They were rowdy and boisterous. their expressions filled with excitement. In the depths of everyone's eyes, a fierce glint faintly flickered. Throughout the entire day yesterday, they had killed too many people and seized too much territory. Their spirits were still in a state of extreme agitation. "Boss, what are we doing next?" the vice leader asked in a rough voice, holding a wine glass. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone turned their gaze toward the main seat, to the man with the effeminate features, Young Jun, the supreme leader of District 5001. He was also the nominal number one person in the entire main city. No. Besides us and District 5003, how many areas remain in main city? No. 6 that haven't been plundered yet. Young Jun tapped his temples with his slender knuckles and spoke slowly. There should be less than 200 left. Only that patch by White Hole Lake remains. That bunch of losers doesn't even dare to come out now. When they run into our brothers, they run faster than rabbits. How? As his voice fell, it immediately triggered a burst of arrogant laughter. But another high-level member said, "Boss, should we go over and take all those areas, so we don't let that bunch of sobs from 5003 take advantage of it?" "That's right. If we take that whole area, the number of our resource enclaves will be about the same as theirs. Boss, let's do it. I don't think Big Beard will have any major moves this afternoon. We can take the opportunity to launch a surprise attack, take them, and come right back." Everyone chimed in, their eyes filled with greed. Yang Jun, however, shook his head. The location of that area was very special, and the straight line distance from both District 5001 and District 5003 was about the same. Whoever traveled the long distance to conquer it would risk having their home base stolen by the other side. It was precisely because of this that the area had been able to remain until now. The group looked at each other. "Boss, then what should we do next?" Young Jun's eyes revealed a hint of gloom. "Everyone, rest up. We set off at 2 o'clock sharp, taking a detour to attack District 5003. We will strike directly at their primary territory." Hearing this, everyone's hearts jumped wildly. They hadn't expected the final battle of Main City No. 6 to come so quickly. "Boss, if we want to launch a surprise attack, wouldn't it be better to wait until the early morning?" a high-level member asked tentatively. This tactic was too fast and too ruthless to fight such an uphill battle. It was best to wait until the opponent was at their most relaxed. Young Jun sneered. "We wait until the early morning. Will they just sit there and wait?" Honestly, the group was speechless. They were indeed adept at bullying the soft targets in other areas. But thinking about fighting a hard battle against 5003, they couldn't help but feel a bit of trepidation. "That's it. 1 hour to rest and prepare for battle, then set off immediately." Young Jun left these words behind and turned to board the train. The entire scene fell silent. An invisible, murderous atmosphere spread into everyone's hearts. On the other side, District 5631's drone had already been dispatched and was flying toward District 5001 at high speed. Li Jianguo and several other high-level members were guarding the makeshift war room, monitoring the latest situation at all times. Ji Zhang returned to his own territory alone. With the great battle about to begin, his defensive fortifications needed to be properly perfected. Just after returning, he bought 10 small labor robots, plus 10 rare-grade drills, and filled all the workstations of the 2 brand-new grade oil fields. It cost a total of 3,500 gold coins. Fortunately, he had 2 gold mines continuously earning money for him, counting from 8:30 a.m. to just past 1:00 p.m. They had produced nearly 7,000 gold coins. Adding in the gold coins obtained from king-level monsters and various scattered monsters, he would still have some left over after buying the robots and tools. He took a glance at the oil field status window. Oil field grade No. 20 units of fuel H base efficiency. Slot 1 small labor robot efficiency minus 200%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Slot 2 small labor robot efficiency minus 200%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Slot 5 small labor robot efficiency minus 200%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Hourly output per slot 1.62 units of fuel. Total hourly output 8.12 units of fuel. Evaluation: a high-quality oil field with astonishing reserves. You need to use a drilling rig to extract from it. 8 units of fuel per hour was equivalent to about 80 gold coins. So both together meant 160 gold coins. It would take about a day to break even. It was a bit worse compared to the gold mines, but it was still acceptable. I really am short on money. Jizang felt a bit worried. His base's current defenses consisted of only one level 1 arrow tower and a level 1 earth wall. If he were to drive the base vehicle away, he wouldn't feel at ease relying solely on such meager defense and attack power. But he didn't have any money left on hand, which put him in a bit of a bind. After hesitating for a moment, Jizang chose to sell off his assets. It was indeed time to sell. Everything had to prioritize efficiency and safety. First was the modification device, percussive armor piercing. When he first obtained this item, he had originally thought about using it on the Moon's Blood, but later felt it wasn't strictly necessary, and after leaving it aside, he had forgotten about it. He opened the trading post and searched for it, as expected. The supply was extremely scarce. The cheapest one on there was going for 8,999 gold coins. This price was quite astonishing. Even Jizang was taken aback. However, he still decisively listed it for 8. Next was that level 5 chip in his inventory. This item was also quite outrageous, having risen to 10,000 gold coins each. It was 7 or 8 times more expensive than a level 4 chip listed. Both materials sold quickly. Added to the gold he already had on hand, his total reached 20,000 coins. He could now start upgrading the city wall and the defense towers. Earth wall level 1 defense. 5,254th level thorn armor 10% bonus evaluation. A fragile mud brick wall, and able to withstand the continuous attacks of low-level monsters. Upgrading to brick wall requires 3,000 gold coins. Jizang glanced at the earth walls panel. After advancing into the mobile Doomsday fortress, the base defense of the outer armor had increased by a full half. This was also reflected in the city walls bonus, which had gone from 3,500 points to 5,250 points of defense. Jizang rubbed his hands together and clicked upgrade. The next moment, the circle of earth walls surrounding the territory immediately began to grow amidst a white light. After a few dozen seconds, it transformed into a 4-meter-high, earthy red brick wall level to defense. 50 Kong 10,500 4th level thorn armor 20% bonus evaluation. A fairly sturdy brick wall that can effectively resist the incursions of various elite beasts. Upgrading to stone wall requires 10,000 gold coins. 10,000 defense points. Awesome. Jizang grinned. With this value, he estimated that even a single strike from a king-level monster would struggle to destroy it. Subsequently, he spent another 3,000 gold coins to upgrade the remaining 3 defense tower slots in the territory, resulting in 1 arrow tower and 2 cannon towers. The current configuration was 2 arrow towers and 2 cannon towers. The 4 defense towers stood at the 4 corners of the brick wall, effectively covering every blind spot of the territory. Chapter 148. The Peak Battle of Main City. No. 6. The curtain officially rises. Arrow Tower Level 1 Attack. 3 cum 13,050 main vehicle attack 10% bonus fire rate. 2 shots, a second evaluation. The most basic defense tower. Under continuous attack, it can barely repel 1 or a few low-level monsters. Upgrading to level 2 arrow tower requires 3,000 gold coins. Cannon tower level 1 attack. 20 cum 13,050 main vehicle attack 10% bonus fire rate. 5 shots minute area of effect evaluation. The most basic defense tower. Each shell can deal equal damage within a 5-meter radius, effectively resisting herds of beasts. Upgrading to level 2 cannon tower requires 5,000 gold coins. After these upgrades, he still had over 14,000 gold coins left. Jizang stroked his chin. He could either spend 10,000 gold coins to upgrade to the level 3 city wall and 3,000 gold coins to upgrade an arrow tower, leaving him with no worries. Or, he could just upgrade the arrow tower and use that 10,000 gold coins to buy 2 ordinary labor robots, significantly increasing mining efficiency. After thinking carefully for a while, Jizang decided to choose the safer city wall upgrade plan. Money could be earned slowly later, but if something went wrong with the territory, he would lose the stepping stone of the super main city forever. It was better to be safe. After making his decision, he decisively clicked upgrade on the 2 units. Enveloped in a burst of white light, the city wall and one of the arrow towers began to grow rapidly, evolving into brand new forms. The city wall became a 5-meter-high stone wall, its exterior rugged and craggy, thick and solid, looking very reassuring. Stone wall level 3. Defense 500 cum 15,754th level thorn armor 30% bonus evaluation. A very sturdy stone wall, capable of withstanding attacks from some powerful beast lords, serving as a strong guarantee for the territory's safety. Upgrading to iron wall requires gold coins by 30. Looking at the defense value that had surged once again, Jizang finally felt completely at ease. Afterward, he turned his attention to the arrow tower that had finished upgrading. The level 2 arrow tower was noticeably taller than the other defensive towers, its appearance becoming more intimidating and aggressive. Arrow tower level 2 attack power 30 cum 26. 120% bonus from main vehicle attack fire rate, 3 shots a second evaluation. An arrow tower with a faster fire rate and stronger attack power, capable of dealing precise damage to invading enemies. Upgrading to level 3 arrow tower requires gold coins x10. Awesome! Jizang sighed in his heart. This attack power was quite terrifying, and most importantly, the arrow tower's fire rate had increased from 2 shots per second to 3 shots per second, effectively increasing the output by half. Jizang looked around at his brand new territory. Now, he basically had no more worries, even if he were to be ambushed by other nearby regions or the 2 major factions. Given the current defense and attack power of the territory, it would certainly be able to hold out until he returned. Everything was ready. He just needed the east wind. After finishing these tasks, Jizang returned to the Doomsday Fortress. He first took out 2.0 units of dragonfish meat and placed them into the large freezer, instructing Juju to feed Danzai and Manhwa at fixed times and in fixed quantities. He then went to the bathroom and enjoyed a comfortable hot bath. While listening to soothing music, he took a nap. It wasn't until an urgent piece of intelligence came in from Li Jiangwo that he woke up. Guo Shanfeng of District 5001 has begun to move. Jizang slowly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in his pupils. The time to close the net had arrived. 10 minutes later, Jizang drove the mobile Doomsday Fortress, rumbling as he arrived at the perimeter of the territory. At this moment, except for a small number of brothers left behind to guard, everyone else was fully prepared, with tension and excitement for the upcoming battle visible on every face. Whether they could reach the peak of main city, no. 6 in 1 go depended on this battle. On the second floor of the Doomsday Fortress, an observation deck slowly lowered, and Jizang's figure appeared in everyone's sight. Everyone, prepare yourselves mentally. What we are about to fight is a real, hard battle, and casualties are inevitable. Those who are afraid of death can still apply to stay behind and guard the home. There will still be a share of the gains, though it certainly won't compare to the brothers on the battlefield. However, since everyone has come here, I assume you already have the resolve. If we all work together with one heart, once we pass this hurdle, we will rise to the top. Tell me, do you have the confidence? Jizang's voice was sonorous and powerful, penetrating into the heart of every brother and stirring the fighting spirit in their blood. Yes, the brothers shouted in unison, their eyes burning with intensity. Jizang looked around and said once more, Yi Xingzhou, you arranged the brothers to be specifically responsible for recording battle merits. You have experience in this area. After every battle, immediately proceed with the distribution of resources and territories. If anyone is dissatisfied with the distribution, you can file an appeal for re-evaluation afterward. But if I see anyone fighting over resources on the battlefield, don't blame me, for being heartless. Understood. The brothers responded with solemn expressions, each of their faces tight. Get on board, let's go. At Jizang's command, the mobile Doomsday Fortress started its engines with a rumble. Following that, the convoy from District 5631 began to march toward District 5001 in a grand manner. This expedition, hidden beneath the winds and waves of the outside world, officially raised its curtain. Meanwhile, on the other side, District 5001 was also fully armed and marching toward District 5003. Rumble, the massive armored train, like a giant land python, sped across the earth, kicking up clouds of dust. Inside the lead carriage, Yang Jun looked at the radar map on the screen with a gloomy expression. The assistant beside him was operating the drones in the sky. reporting the surrounding situation to him from time to time, outside the train windows. Ruins of ancient human civilization constantly flashed by. There were still many traces of war on the ground, as well as wreckage of vehicles all left behind from the great battles of the past 2 days. Hidden within the ruins were many surviving survivor teams whose territories had already been plundered. These people were like wandering groups, roaming around, looking for the final chance to restore their territories. Once they encountered the train from District 5001, they immediately hid in panic, like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Only after the armored train had completely passed, as they looked at the dust trailing behind it, would a trace of hatred and anger rise in their eyes. But they were too weak to take revenge. They didn't even dare to expose the movements of District 5001 on the World Channel, as that would invite the most terrifying retaliation. Moreover, they had all noticed that the armored train of District 5001 was heading in this direction, clearly intending to attack those beasts from District 5003 who had been burning, killing, and looting. This was the start of dogs biting dogs. As victims, they were most happy to see this. It would be best if both sides fought until they were all wiped out. Chapter 149, Raid on District 5001. The sudden appearance of an ace unit. Half an hour later, the armored train had completed its detour and was rapidly approaching District 5003 from the direction of another mountain forest. And at this time, inside the territory of District 5003, it was a scene of chaos. The bearded man sat on a large sofa on the roof of his vehicle, shirtless, enjoying the service of two beauties while drinking wine, his gaze looking down at his territory with disdain. Within the territory, a large number of resource plots had already begun extraction, but those doing the extracting were not labor robots, but living, breathing survivors. Hurry up and work, otherwise I'll skin you alive. Hurry, hurry, hurry. You over there. What are you doing? Do you want me to whip you to death? Several burly men holding rattan whips were patrolling the bearded man's territory. Whenever they encountered someone working too slowly, they would raise their hands and deliver a lash, leaving the miners covered in bloody welts and wailing in agony. The more the bearded man watched, the happier he became, and he even squeezed his female companion's hand a bit harder. This method of using living people for mining was discovered by his deputy leader. At first, the deputy leader had captured a group of survivors who had lost their own territories and had nowhere else to go outside the super main city. He had intended to use the same methods they used on the plains to squeeze every last gold coin and resource out of them. But the deputy leader had a sudden flash of inspiration, wondering if he could force them into the territory to perform mining labor. To his surprise, it actually worked out. Moreover, the resources mined were all credited directly to the territory owner's back end. These miners didn't get a single cent. This was like discovering a new continent. Small labor robots cost 300 gold coins each. Living people not only had higher physical efficiency, but they were also free. With such a great resource, how could he let it go? The bearded man immediately waved his hand, and starting that morning, he ordered his men to begin mass abductions. Any survivor who appeared within a 100-kilometer radius was captured alive and turned into a miner. Of course, the disadvantage of living people was also obvious. They would resist, and they couldn't work for long periods. The bearded man had to kill a batch of them before he could suppress the remaining miners and make them work obediently. With mines and workers, if things continued this way, in just a few days, he would be able to accumulate an astonishing amount of wealth. By then, once his vehicles were upgraded, he could steamroll over whatever one main city nonsense there was. However, just as the bearded man was busy dreaming his grand dream of ruling the entire super main city, the sentry post at the very front of the territory cluster suddenly sounded the highest level of alarm. Enemy invasion. One stone stirred up 1,000 ripples. The entire 5003 district territory cluster instantly erupted into chaos. They had been too lax, never expecting that in the middle of the afternoon, Yang Jun's armored train would suddenly strike in such a manner. The various experts hadn't even entered combat status before the terrifying offensive descended. Behind the armored train, dozens of high-tier armored vehicles were firing wildly at the 5003 territory cluster. Boom, bang, 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 bang. The terrifying heavy weaponry turned the surroundings into a purgatory. That guy surnamed Yang is here. The entire territory cluster was in a state of total disarray, with miners fleeing everywhere and experts scrambling to board their vehicles to counterattack. Yang Jun had arrived too quickly. The loose, disorganized defensive line of District 5003 was completely incapable of emergency interception. They could only watch helplessly as the armored train continued to break through. Boom, boom, boom. At the front of the armored train, a massive steel triangular wedge, powered by immense kinetic energy, smashed through one earthen wall after another, heading straight for the bearded man's territory at the center. This surprise attack left the bearded man completely stunned. He was so furious that his whole body trembled. This was pure rebellion. How dare those pigs and dogs from District 5001 to think they would actually attack his own turf. Everyone get in your vehicles. Fight them to the death. Kill them all. The bearded man roared into the radio channel, but the next second, a dozen missiles surged down from the sky, landing on the roof of his vehicle and blasting him into a dazed, bloody mess. He had no choice but to scramble back inside the vehicle from the roof. A peak-level chaotic battle had begun without any warning, but neither side expected that 10 minutes before they started fighting, another mysterious, chimeral, and imposing armored convoy was already rapidly approaching the 501 territory cluster from a direction no one could have predicted. In the 5001 territory cluster, the dozen or so remaining experts were gathered in a tent, nervously watching the battle on the front lines. "Captain, do you feel like the ground is shaking?" the yellow-haired man suddenly said. No sooner had he finished speaking than the guard captain slapped him across the forehead. "Shaking your mother, watch the front line. Holy crap, holy crap. The boss is truly fierce. They broke through. Ha ha. Kill those bastards." From the bearded man's side, "I'm impressed. If I had known District 5003 was this easy to take, I would have gone to. I could have gotten a lot more resources and land." Inside the tent, the dozen or so remaining experts were excited, their eyes glued to the front line situation. Only the yellow-haired man from before had an increasingly strange expression. "Captain, the ground really seems to be shaking." The yellow-haired man spoke up again to warn them. At this, everyone pulled their attention back and felt the ground with a sense of suspicion and unease. Hum. Sure enough, a strange, slight vibration was coming from the ground, and even the teacup lids on the table were emitting a faint buzzing sound. "What's going on?" The captain's expression changed slightly, and he was just about to go to the watchtower to take a look. But the next second, the sentry eye of the territory cluster suddenly flashed red and sounded an alarm. "Invasion alert! Invasion alert! Invasion alert!" 3 red highlighted prompts appeared in the sentry eye's notification area. In an instant, a chilling sensation crept up the spines of the dozen or so guarding experts. Defensive positions. The captain let out a cry of alarm and scrambled out of the tent in a panic, heading straight for his vehicle. And an even more terrifying situation emerged. It wasn't just a single sentry eye. Almost all the surveillance devices along the entire Western Front had issued an invasion alert. This was a large-scale armed invasion. The moment the captain boarded his vehicle and activated the phased-array radar, 70 red dots of various sizes appeared on the screen. The largest red dot at the front was almost like a steel behemoth, the likes of which he had never seen before. "How is this possible? Quickly report this to the boss," including the other experts left behind to guard the area. Everyone felt a chill run down their spines. The enemy's offensive was far too ferocious. They had clearly come fully prepared. In just a few short minutes, the outer territories had been completely flattened out one by one. The sentry eyes were uprooted, city walls collapsed, and arrow towers were reduced to rubble. Everything was tilting toward the most catastrophic outcome. The entire main city, No. 6, had basically been swept clean. So how could there still be such an elite force remaining? Chapter 150. Frenzied Harvesting of Territories. The might of the mobile Doomsday Fortress. Over a dozen armed vehicles gathered in front of Yang Jun's territory, everyone trembling with nervousness. The captain stared at the massive cluster of red dots drawing closer on the radar, his Adam's apple bobbing as he swallowed hard. "The boss ordered us to intercept." Rumble, accompanied by the roar of engines. The torrent of steel led by Ji Kang was continuously invading the territory cluster of District 5001 with an unstoppable, crushing momentum. Nearly 80 vehicles had fanned out, forming a massive arrowhead formation that pierced viciously into the heart of District 5001. At the very front, the mobile Doomsday fortress, like a mountain of steel, completely withstood the barrage of arrows and shells coming from all directions. On the roof of the vehicle, two incredibly powerful turrets were wantonly unleashing their firepower. The Ludun 3000 fired a dense curtain of bullets. Every earthen wall and arrow tower it struck instantly turned into dust and powder, collapsing rapidly. The Purgatory fire pump was even more exaggerated. Assisted by Combat A, it fired short bursts with its muzzle elevated throughout the engagement. It maximized its range within controllable limits, and its landing points were extremely precise and highly efficient. Streams of scorching napalm flew high into the air, landing with pinpoint accuracy within the territories and exploding into a sea of destructive fire. The entire mobile Doomsday fortress plowed through the cluster of territories in this manner. Jikang, holding the flame prison heavenly spear, stood in the third-level combat zone, but he slowly exhaled, his deep pupils gradually revealing a glimmer of white lightning, like a mysterious spark. It began to burn vigorously, the trail of flames extending to the corners of his eyes, above his brow. A cluster of white lightning flames also gradually rose. Zzzzzt. Countless dazzling lightning arcs converged on his body, forming a robe of white lightning fire that whipped and danced in the wind, shattering into sparks at the edges. This was his first time entering the heavenly lightning body state. It was indeed far stronger than the lightning fire robe of the dormant lightning formless. Swish! His figure instantly flashed out from the third floor, transforming into a long white rainbow that pointed straight toward the territory below. With a rapid, sweeping strike, Jikang crashed through a brick wall, his flame prison heavenly spear precisely piercing a territory monument. Boom! Thunder echoed across the land. Striking a territory monument had the same destructive effect as hitting a city wall or a defensive tower. In an instant, the remaining defensive value of this territory, which had only been at a few dozen %, was wiped clean. The surrounding circle of dilapidated walls and defensive towers crumbled directly into powder. Plunder successful. Do you wish to annex all resources and fiefs of this territory? A smile curled at the corner of Jikang's mouth. Annex. Ding. Successfully annexed. B-grade gold mine X1 successfully annexed. C-grade gold mine X to C-grade iron mine by 2. Successfully annexed. D-grade oil field by 5. D-grade iron mine by 2 successfully annexed. E-grade gold mine by 5. E-grade fire spirit stone mine X1. Looking at the long list of resource fiefs appearing on his panel, Jikang felt his adrenaline surge. Damn, robbing people is actually quite satisfying. But this was only the beginning. There were plenty more resource fiefs waiting for him ahead. Jikang's eyes were bright with excitement. His figure transformed once again into a long white rainbow, sweeping across the land and harvesting the territories that hadn't been completely destroyed yet. Boom, boom, boom. Thunderous explosions rang out one after another. In the heavenly lightning body state, Jikang's speed was pushed to the limit. He formed a perfect infantry tank coordination with the mobile Doomsday fortress, which was continuing its bombardment and advance. Perfect cooperation, frenzied harvesting. Ding! Successfully annexed. C-grade gold mine by 2 successfully annexed. D-grade lightning spirit stone mine X1. D-grade shining gold mine X1 ding. Successfully annexed. D-grade mithril mine X1 successfully annexed. C-grade gold mine X2. The sounds of harvesting resource fiefs echoed continuously in his mind. It was enough to make one's blood boil. In less than half an hour, Jikang had harvested over 15 territories, and the number of resource fiefs had reached a staggering 300 by now. Many of the same types of resource fiefs had reached the cap of 15. While plundering, Jikang remotely opened the territory monument and began to synthesize them frantically. Ding! Synthesized B-grade gold mine X3 ding. Synthesized A-grade gold mine X1 ding. Synthesized B-grade iron mine X2. The quality of a large number of resource territories was upgraded rapidly, which also freed up plenty of empty slots. However, the gold mine category was a bit stuck, because he still had labor robots mining into A-grade gold mines. He would have to return to his territory and withdraw the robots from their workstations before he could continue synthesizing them up to S-grade. For now, He could only synthesize up to a dash grade. Meanwhile, as the team from District 5631 was sweeping through the area like a force of nature, the guard team of District 5001 was huddled together inside Yang Jun's territory, shivering in fear. Boss, we can't hold on much longer. We've lost several brothers already, boss. The captain was frantically sending messages to Yang Jun, beads of cold sweat dripping from his forehead. Yang Jun, hold them off for me, even if you die. You must hold them off, Captain Boss. We really can't hold on anymore. You need to come back quickly. The enemy's firepower is too intense. Yang Jun, damn it, fuck. The captain was still frantically typing out messages, and the team members beside him were waiting in a panic. They claimed to be putting up a desperate resistance, but in reality, they hadn't even stepped outside. Counterattack, counter your mother. Look at the level of firepower the enemy has. Recalling the scene he had just seen through the drone, the guards felt their hearts trembling. A tier for ultimate equipped vehicle. That was a fucking tier for ultimate equipped vehicle. What kind of person could upgrade a money-guzzling beast like an ultimate equipped vehicle to tier 4 during the initial stage of the super main city opening? If there hadn't been any messages on the world channel, they would have thought that main city one had come to invade. If Yang Jun didn't return, there was almost no possibility of holding the entire territory cluster. Rumble. The terrifying sounds of gunfire and explosions outside were drawing closer and closer. The captain sat inside his vehicle, looking up in horror. He saw that beyond the 5-meter-high stone wall, a massive steel fortress was slowly emerging above the wall, like a monster revealing itself. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The territory's arrow towers fired arrows frantically, striking the steel fortress and sending sparks flying with a clanging sound. But it had no effect whatsoever. And at the very top of the fortress, a prism tower with a sci-fi design was slowly rotating its pointed prism, rapidly accumulating a beam of destructive light. Holy shit, holy shit. Everyone's pupils constricted rapidly, and a sense of unprecedented fear welled up in their hearts. Run? The yellow-haired man was the first to react, immediately driving his vehicle and charging out of the territory gate. Chapter 151. The Might of the Prism Tower, a Super Harvest. Run away. This acted like a chain reaction. The other team members also scrambled to drive their vehicles and flee for their lives. Even the captain didn't dare to stay and guard the place any longer, although abandoning the territory as a guard would likely lead to Yang Jun executing them with extremely cruel methods later. If they stayed here, they would be fucking dead on the spot. At worst, they could return to the plains and escape to another region. They were done playing. The guard team scurried out of Yang Jun's territory like a group of rats, each starting to flee for their own lives, and the next moment, the super sanction from the prism tower descended upon Yang Jun's territory. 8 crystal-clear prisms converged into a brilliant pillar of energy, instantly crossing a distance of nearly 1,000 meters and accurately striking the territory stele of Yang Jun. Boom! The surging energy annihilated everything, erupting in an instant, causing even the surrounding space to distort with ripples. And the cracks in the ground amidst all the resource fiefs burst open, kicking up a massive amount of dirt and debris. The territory still suffered heavy damage, and more than 2/3 of the surrounding stone walls and defensive towers were destroyed along with it. The power of this energy blast was truly terrifying. More than a dozen guards didn't even dare to look back, pushing their engines to the limit and fleeing frantically. In no time at all, they had completely vanished from sight. Rumble. The mobile Doomsday fortress continued to advance, its fierce steel prow pressing against the somewhat dilapidated stone wall. The next moment, the Thorn armor was activated. Clang. Thorns 3 meters long erupted from all the outer armor modules, instantly shattering the stone wall directly in front and smashing out a wide passage. Following that, the Land Shield 3000 and the Purgatory Fire Pump exerted their power simultaneously, focusing their fire directly on the weakened territory stele. In just over 10 seconds, they reduced it to a pile of rubble. Plunder successful. Do you wish to annex all resource fiefs of this territory? As 2 lines of prompts appeared before his eyes, the nominal no. One territory of Zone 5001 had been completely conquered by him. Ji King looked at the dazzling array of resource fiefs throughout the entire territory, his eyes burning with intensity. This territory was simply too rich. It was even more than the sum of everything he had swept through just moments ago. Who knows how many people this mountain crosser had plundered? Now, it was all his. G-Kang directly chose to annex everything. Ding. Successfully annexed. S-grade iron mine X1. Successfully annexed. A grade gold mine by 1. A grade fire spirit stone mine X1 successfully annexed. B-grade gold mine by 2. B-grade oil field by 2 successfully annexed. C-grade mithril mine X2. C-grade gold spirit stone mine X1 successfully annexed. Successfully annexed. After pocketing this entire expanse of resource fiefs, G-Kang felt absolutely ecstatic. But it wasn't over yet. The massive mobile Doomsday fortress continued to move, leading his fierce subordinates like He Xingzhou and Li Jiangwo to begin a comprehensive sweep of the entire Zone 5001. Meanwhile, more than 100 kilometers away in Zone 5003, the area had already turned into a terrifying, chaotic battlefield. Countless gunshots, artillery fire, the roar of engines, war cries, and explosions wove together into a tapestry of steel and destruction. Yang Jun's armored train roared, weaving through the vast sea of steel armies, engaging in the most intense combat. Zone 5003 had a large number of powerhouses, and their combat strength was extremely fierce, especially after the bearded man's Tier 4 ultimate equipped vehicle joined the fray. The surrounding pressure actually managed to suppress the armored train quite quickly. In fact, at one point just a moment ago, the armored train had a chance to take out the bearded man in one go. But because of the incident at the territory, everyone's mentality suddenly collapsed, and their will to fight disintegrated, causing the entire battle situation to take a sudden turn for the worse. I'll fuck your ancestors, my territory. Fuck, my territory has been breached too. Who the hell is it? I'm going to chop him up and feed him to the dogs. Wang Dan, that piece of trash. He couldn't even defend the home base. On the rear tracks of the armored train, the powerhouses of District 5001 wailed in fury, their hearts burning with rage. Their home had been stolen. They had considered the possibility that this surprise raid might fail, and they had considered that the bearded man might have set a trap waiting for them to walk right into it. But they never imagined that their own home would be stolen by someone else. Inside the locomotive, Yang Jun had already fallen into a state of wild fury. 2 residents had been beaten by him until they were covered in blood, lying on the floor, dead or alive. But he still couldn't vent his anger. He kept pounding on the equipment inside the train, letting out roars. Yang Jun's clothes were disheveled, and his eyes were bloodshot. His territory, his resource-rich fiefdom of immeasurable value, had all vanished into thin air following that single notification sound just moments ago. From this moment on, he was like duckweed without roots, having completely lost the chance to compete on the path to the super main city. He couldn't understand it. He absolutely couldn't understand it. In the entire main city, no. 6. Who exactly had the strength to swallow up the entire District 5001 in such a short amount of time? Why had such a powerful force not shown even a glimmer of its edge over the past 2 days? He was filled with hatred. Rumble. The battered armored train was attacked once again, and the vehicle's durability plummeted rapidly. The bearded man's offensive had come again. Yang Jun was filled with extreme resentment, but there was nothing he could do. Now, the only option was to escape and completely abandon the path to the super main city. We are retreating. Yang Jun picked up the microphone and announced to the entire train in a hoarse voice. However, they had already penetrated deep into the opponent's lair, and given the bearded man's violent nature, how could he possibly let them go? This battle of annihilation and escape began its final, frantic phase. On the other side, the territory cluster of District 5001, Ji Zhang and his group had completely finished sweeping the entire area. This battle had been won far too easily, with the mobile Doomsday fortress leading the charge. The slightly stronger territorial defenses of the opponent were basically rendered useless. They were steamrolled across the board. After this wave, Ji Zhang's hands were tired from all the harvesting. Moreover, during the synthesis process, he discovered quite a few interesting things. For example, elemental ores, which were divided into 8 types: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, and ice. But all elemental ores could be synthesized across categories. After synthesis, one of the 8 attributes would appear at random. For example, E-grade gold would come water could be synthesized into D-grade thunder. This opened up a lot of gameplay possibilities. One had to know that the first 5 elements were relatively common, while the latter wind, thunder, and ice were the truly rare existences. Ji-Zhang went through a series of operations, and to his surprise, during one B-grade synthesis, he actually triggered a grade ice spirit ore. He hit the jackpot. Ji-Zhang hurriedly removed it to avoid it being used as synthesis material later on. Chapter 152. The world channel is in an uproar. Where did this dark horse come from? Besides that, there were iron mines and oil fields. After promoting to S grade, they could directly extract alloy and heavy oil to precious materials that were extremely practical. After finishing operations on all the resource fiefdoms, Ji-Zhang opened the territory stele panel again, and it had taken on a brand new look. Territory stele owner, Ji-Zhang. Total territory area, 10 square kilometers. Current resource fiefdoms, gold mine S grade X1, A grade X4, B grade X2, C grade X2. Oil field S grade heavy oil X1, A grade X1, B grade X1, C grade X2. Iron mine S grade alloy X1, A grade X1, B grade X2, C grade X1. Elemental or S grade X1, A grade X1, B grade X1, C grade X1. Lumberyard A grade X1, B grade X1, C grade X1. Mithril mine A grade X2, B grade X1, C grade X1. Crystal mine B grade X1, C grade X1. Glittering gold mine B grade X1. Vibranium mine D grade X1. Obsidian mine E grade X1. Current hourly resource output, gold coins X1338, fuel X32, defense construction shop teleport. Damn, I'm rich. Ji-Zhang couldn't help but sigh in his heart. After this wave of synthesis, he had for S grade items alone. As for the 2 E grade ones, there were 60 or 70 in total. If he had enough labor robots to mine these resource fiefdoms, becoming the richest man would be just around the corner. At this moment, Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianguo, and the rest of the brothers were equally excited, with Boss Ji eating meat at the front. Everyone else got to drink the soup behind him. They were all well fed. However, stealing the home was one thing, but there was still a real, tough battle to be fought. After organizing all the resource fiefdoms, Ji-Zhang immediately led his troops north. The torrent of steel sped across the land, heading straight for the last granary of main city No. 6 District 5003. And the news of the fall of District 5001 and the powerful rise of District 5631 spread rapidly through the wanderers who had witnessed it firsthand. It caused a massive stir on the world channel. The entire super main city was in an uproar. Holy crap! District 1 of main city No. 6 has collapsed. What exactly is going on? Has main city No. 6 been unified? It's scary precisely because it hasn't been unified. It is said that District 5001 had its home stolen by an unknown force. It's absolutely explosive. Damn, they just stole it like that. And they actually succeeded. Did those guys in 5001 not upgrade their territory defenses at all? Ha 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 ha. Serves them right. I'm from main city No. 6, and I've been sick of 5001 for a long time. Damn it. They snatched away several of our brothers. Good riddance. The tides are truly turning now. Yang Jun definitely won't let them off. Was it that District 5631 that snuck in and raided their base? I've never even heard of them before. I'm impressed. They've got guts. I never expected a dark horse like this to emerge at this stage. But without sufficient strength, raiding a base is useless. You can't hold it at all. Instead, you'll just become a target for those major factions. I don't recommend anyone doing this. Brothers, does anyone know how to get our territory back after it's been seized? It's truly miserable. Half of our 100 people died, and the rest have all become wanderers. It hurts so much. Same question here. Didn't someone mention a method yesterday? There is a dark merchant in the super main city. You can spend 1/3 of your soul to buy a territory rebirth talisman. You'd better not try that stuff. You'll slowly degenerate into a dark race. Is that for real? You're sacrificing and selling your own soul. What do you think? Holy crap. Latest news. District 5001 is currently in a massive battle with District 5003. Laughing to death. Their base is already gone and they're still fighting. Main city no. 6 is really going to be ruled by 5003 now. Those survivors in main city no. 6 who haven't been plundered yet, prepare yourselves mentally. It's probably not going to be easy for you from here on out. The World Channel was buzzing with heated discussion, but no one expected that after completely flattening District 5001, this dark horse, District 5631, would not return to its territory to fortify its defenses. Instead, they turned around and headed straight for the battlefield of District 5003, Rumble, the mobile Doomsday fortress, leading a fleet of armored vehicles behind it, advanced rapidly across the land of the main city. Jizang sat in the control room at the front of the vehicle, sipping a pot of fine Westlake Longjing tea, his gaze fixed calmly ahead. At this moment, Li Jianwo's reconnaissance drone had already reached District 5003 and was transmitting live footage back. The battlefield was a scene of carnage and chaos. It looked like a group of strong hunters surrounding a giant python. Both sides had suffered losses, but District 5003 clearly held the advantage and had already formed an encirclement. The moment the armored train fell apart and disintegrated would be the moment of their total annihilation. A distance of over 100 kilometers. It was closing in rapidly. This area belonged to the core urban zone of main city no. The surrounding ruins and buildings were noticeably more frequent, exuding an ancient and heavy aura of time. In the narrow paths between the various ruins, many wanderers hiding there heard the sound of the vehicles and scrambled to hide. Only after the convoy passed did they dare to sneak out. But when they saw the behemoth at the front of the convoy, a storm of shock surged in their hearts. Those who could make it here were all top-tier experts from various districts. Naturally, they could tell just how terrifying that vehicle was. A tier for ultimate vehicle. Since when did main city no. 6 have an expert of this caliber? They're from District 5631. No way. Is that the mysterious faction that just steamrolled District 5001? Damn, they're heading in this direction. Holy crap. Holy crap. Something big is about to happen. 5631 is going to join that war. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go take a look. The groups of wanderers at the scene fell into an uproar. Many of the bolder ones had already started driving their own vehicles to follow them. They were simply too curious. That was a tier for ultimate vehicle. After all, they just didn't know if it could withstand the top-tier combat power of District 5003. The distance between the two sides gradually closed. The mobile Doomsday fortress was too massive, and its top speed could only be maintained at 150 kilometers per hour. Before long, many small red dots appeared on the radar, all unknown vehicles following from behind. Jizang narrowed his eyes slightly, just as he was about to ask Long Yuchang, who was in charge of the rear of the team. Long Yuchang reported via radio first. He said those were likely nearby wanderer groups, probably wanting to watch the battle, and asked if Jizang wanted them driven away. Chapter 153, The Unlucky District 5003. The two armies engage. Forget it. Leave them be, Jizang said. Wanderer was a term that had only appeared in the last 2 days. It referred to those survivors who had their territories plundered but were still alive and unwilling to leave the super main city. They had lost the ability to acquire resource-rich fiefs and were the most powerless and lowest status beings in the super main city. Even if you were a top expert, you were like a lonely ghost with no competitive edge. The gap wasn't huge yet, but it wouldn't be long before they were left far behind by those experts who possessed territories. Jizang didn't drive these wanderers away because he needed to use this battle to establish his own personal prestige. This would be very helpful for the competition over the big picture in the future. Upon realizing that District 5631 had no malice toward them, the wanderers felt more at ease. The entire procession grew larger and larger, eventually turning into a long little tail trailing behind District 5631. With the situation having evolved to this point, keeping it a secret was naturally impossible. On the World Channel, almost everyone was discussing this matter. For a time, District 5631 and Tier 4 Ultimate Vehicle became the hottest topics of discussion on the entire channel. It was just that the identity of the leader of District 5631 remained unknown for the time being. This made everyone even more curious about this person's existence. This massive military march also drew the full attention of District 5003. The moment the bearded man learned all the information, he felt a bit numb, and a nameless fire in his heart almost burned away his sanity. District 5001 had been raided. The resource fiefdoms that originally belonged to him were now all handed over to others. Yet, he was still locked in a mutually destructive struggle with that idiot young Jun, ending up as the ultimate sucker. And the most critical point was that after the other party seized the resource fiefdoms of District 5001, they weren't even satisfied. They came straight for him. This made the bearded man so angry he nearly vomited blood. He only felt a shred of relief after beating two beautiful captives half to death. But a ceasefire was absolutely impossible now. This wasn't just a fight. After a bloody battle, how much deep-seated hatred had been forged, and how many resources and forces had been wasted. Even if he wanted to stop, his brothers wouldn't let him. Concentrate your fire, damn it. Take that idiot young Jun down. The bearded man grabbed the microphone and roared with his rough, gravelly voice. Under a barrage of the most insane bombardment, the already dilapidated armored train finally disintegrated completely as it reached the edge of the territory cluster. The entire train's defenses collapsed, and one vehicle after another scattered across the ground like large toys amidst the explosions. Young Jun and his men fell into complete despair. It was only by relying on the integration of the armored train that they could unleash such powerful combat strength. Now, without their greatest reliance, the dozens of vehicles became sitting ducks, forced to scramble aimlessly across the land. In the end, both the men and their vehicles were hammered into a pile of scrap metal. Boom, 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 boom. Amidst a chorus of destruction, the earth turned into scorched soil, leaving behind only the burnt-out husks of vehicles. District 5001 was completely annihilated at this moment, but as the victor, District 5003 felt not a shred of joy. This was merely a bloody battle without any spoils of war. District 5003 had lost more than a third of its vehicles and combat power, and its overall strength was greatly weakened. Moreover, they were now facing another crisis. That was the mysterious team from District 5631, which was rapidly approaching, especially after hearing that the leader of District 5631 was driving a tier 4 ultimate grade vehicle. The bearded man nearly ground his teeth to dust, a heavy stone seemingly pressing against his chest. How could this be possible? How could Main City No. 6 still be hiding such a powerhouse? The bearded man slammed the control console hard. The immense force left a dent in the alloy surface. He grabbed the microphone, his eyes bloodshot, hysterical. Everyone assemble. Prepare for battle. Kill every one of those suicidal brats from District 5631. Let them know who the king is here. The entire District 5003 territory cluster quickly recovered from the post-war lull and entered a tense state of combat readiness once again. Various drones and reconnaissance devices were rapidly dispatched, monitoring from the sky and extracting actionable intelligence on the enemy. An army of nearly 200 vehicles set out, heading toward the direction from which District 5631 was approaching to intercept them. However, not long after the army departed, a massive labor revolt broke out in the bearded man's territory. Hundreds of laborers launched a collective counterattack, killing all dozen or so powerhouses guarding the territory, before using various means to dodge the defensive tower's attacks and escape the territory. With his backyard on fire, the bearded man had no energy left to deal with it. He could only swallow his bitterness. The most urgent matter now was to wipe out District 5631 with everything he had. As long as he could take down this new force that had popped out of nowhere, he could still reclaim all the resource fiefdoms. As for those escaped laborers, he would just catch them later and skin them alive. Let's see who would dare to defy his will then. The bearded man stood in the driver's cabin, a bloodthirsty, icy glint in his eyes as he stared fixedly at the horizon ahead. Finally, a metal behemoth of immense size and overwhelming pressure slowly appeared from the edge of the horizon. Behind it, one majestic armored vehicle after another also appeared, filled with fierce, intimidating power. The atmosphere on the ground became chilling and murderous at this moment. The two armies were officially locked in a standoff. The battle was on the verge of breaking out. The groups of wanderers following in the rear also stopped, not daring to venture any further. merely watching from a distance on the periphery. Many of them had been plundered by District 5003 and only wanted to witness the destruction of those demons with their own eyes. Within the District 5003 line, the bearded man took a swig of strong liquor, smashed the bottle into shards on the ground, grabbed the microphone, and roared, "Kill them all!" at the leader's command. All the vehicles in District 5003 started their engines and rumbled toward the side of District 5631. Whoosh, 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 missiles, trailing white smoke, were launched, rapidly locking onto the mobile Doomsday fortress and screaming through the air. Ji-Kang stood on the third-level war zone, his consciousness shifting slightly. The Land Shield 3000 on the roof activated immediately. The phaser radar rotated continuously, locking directly onto the missiles in the sky. Bang, 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 bang. The 11-barreled rotary cannon spewed flames several meters long, and a dense barrage of bullets swept across the sky. More than a dozen incoming missiles were shot down before they could even touch the perimeter of the fortress, exploding into balls of fire. These dozen explosions instantly ignited the atmosphere of the entire battlefield. A peak battle that would determine the fate of the entire main city had officially begun. Chapter 154. Instant Kill with the Crossbow of Judgment. The birth of the sole throne of main city. No, kill, brothers, kill them all. Rumble. The vehicles of both armies emitted deafening roars, and countless volleys of firepower were unleashed, like lions and brown bears roaring at each other, intending to drown the other in a surge of battle intent. As the bridgehead for District 5631, the mobile Doomsday Fortress suffered the most terrifying concentrated fire from the very beginning. But the terrifying defensive power of the Tier 4 vehicle combined with the level 4 Thorn armor made these attacks seem particularly laughable. Instead, the 3 turrets atop the vehicle, equipped with combat AA, delivered a devastating blow the very first moment the battle began. The continuous barrage of fire from the Land Shield 3000, the massive, wide-range incendiary explosions from the Purgatory Oil Pump, and the energy beams from the Prism Tower all displayed terrifying combat power. They swiftly wiped out the vehicles that had charged in from the front line. Aside from the ultimate tier vehicles, almost all other Tier 3 vehicles were unable to withstand the firepower of the Doomsday Mobile Fortress, turning into wreckage within mere seconds. The Prism Tower, in particular, could fire up to 10 consecutive shots with the support of the all-weather power storage provided by the Level 4 power generator. Every single shot was guaranteed to instantly kill a Tier 3 vehicle. It was the kind of instant kill that melted the vehicle directly into molten iron. It was precisely this awe-inspiring deterrent power erupted by the Doomsday Mobile Fortress that caused the morale of District 5003, which had been soaring just moments ago, to plummet to rock bottom the instant the full-scale war broke out. This combat power was simply so strong it was despair-inducing. It was impossible to fight. Retreat quickly. Someone tell me what the hell this monster is. The front line of District 5003 fell into complete chaos. Everyone watched helplessly as the Doomsday Mobile Fortress continued to advance, like a steel blade, piercing fiercely into the core of their entire line and tearing it open toward both sides. But what was even more despairing was yet to come. The moment it crashed into the defensive line, all the armor modules on the body of the Doomsday Mobile Fortress suddenly sprouted super ally thorns several meters long. Asterisk screech. The super ally thorns acted like countless sharp blades, slicing through all the surrounding vehicles and setting off a chorus of sharp, metallic shrieks. This scene chilled the hearts of countless people, their will to fight nearly shattering. On the other side, District 5631 was in high spirits, charging forward with fierce courage, even though District 5003 possessed an absolute numerical advantage. The moment the two sides truly engaged in close-quarters combat, the outcome of the battle had already been completely revealed. The bearded man was descending into madness. His vehicle was a Tier 3 ultimate tier vehicle, and his several max-level turrets were all focusing fire on the Doomsday Mobile Fortress simultaneously. Yet they failed to deal any effective damage. The opponent's outer armor was simply too hard. Seeing the enemy getting closer and closer, the bearded man had no other choice. If he didn't reveal his trump card now, he would be the one dead in a moment. Get the hell out of the way. He roared into the radio channel and pressed a red button on the center console. Asterisk beep, beep, beep. A sharp alarm sounded. The rear component modules of the entire Ultimate Tier vehicle began to rapidly reorganize and stack, transforming into a pitch-black heavy cannon with a barrel diameter of 2 meters. This was the unique armament of this Ultimate Tier vehicle, the Black Demon Heavy Cannon. It could only be used once every 3 days. It was the most powerful trump card the bearded man possessed. I don't care what kind of tier for Ultimate Tier vehicle you are. You're still going to die for me. A hysterical, ferocious look appeared on the bearded man's face as he slammed the charge button. In 5 seconds, the area in front would be turned into molten iron. But he did not notice that on the 3rd level of the Doomsday mobile fortress, the massive base of the ballista had also silently locked onto him. The rotating base of the Judgment crossbow emitted the sound of gears and chains interlocking. It was as if the Grim Reaper were anchoring his coordinates. In just 1 second, the aim was complete. Ji Kang stood in the war zone, his gaze looking down with disdain at the vast battlefield below, and snapped his fingers. Snap! The next moment, the Judgment crossbow fired, the mechanical latch released, and the massive bowstring unleashed an incredibly powerful kinetic tension, instantly propelling the 10-meter-long super alloy arrow. Boom! The arrow pierced through the air, sending ripples of shockwaves exploding outward. The terrifying sonic boom, like a thunderclap, instantly drowned out every other sound on the battlefield. Before anyone could even react, the massive arrow had already reached the armored vehicle at the very core of the line. The bearded man's expression froze, his pupils reflecting the increasingly gleaming cold light. The front windshield of the cockpit, which was capable of withstanding heavy weapons and even missile impacts, the moment it was touched by the super alloy arrowhead, it shattered without any resistance, the glass shards blooming like snowflakes. This was the last scene the bearded man saw before he died, because in the next instant, his entire body had been completely torn apart, turning into a smear of red and white flesh inside the cockpit. Screech. The massive arrow shot completely into the vehicle, nearly splitting it in two. The massive sparks from the metal friction ignited the ruptured fuel tank. Boom. With a thunderous roar, the supreme leader of District 5003, who commanded hundreds of experts, vanished completely into a sky-high explosion of fire. The chaotic and disorderly battlefield suddenly went silent at this moment. The remaining experts of District 5003, whose will to fight was already hanging by a thread, collapsed completely with the destruction of their leader, the bearded man. Don't kill me, I surrender, I surrender. The radio frequencies of the vehicles were filled with a chorus of wailing and pleas for mercy, but the only response they received was even more ferocious firepower. This was the perfect time to beat a drowning dog. How could Ji Kang possibly let them go? The army of vehicles from District 5631 began to advance in triumph, frantically hunting down these fleeing remnants. And it wasn't just District 5631. The scavenger groups that had been watching from the periphery, seeing District 5003 fall into a total rout, were already excited to the extreme. Many of them even launched their own attacks, actively joining in to encircle and suppress the fleeing vehicles. In less than half an hour, the entire battlefield had been completely cleared, except for a very few who ran relatively fast. The rest of the remnants of District 5003, along with their vehicles, were completely wiped out. A peak battle that would dictate the sovereignty of Main City No. And so, the curtain fell. We won, ha 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 ha. My Master G is the most badass in the entire universe. Everyone climbed down from their vehicles, arms raised in cheers, the air thick with the atmosphere of victory. The surrounding wandering groups were also struck with immense shock. District 5631. From the moment it appeared in everyone's field of vision to the final capture of victory, the entire process took less than 4 hours. This speed of rise was simply breathtaking, enough to leave anyone in awe. All eyes were cast toward the top of that steel fortress, fixed upon the figure of the young man. Their gazes were filled with envy and amazement. From this moment on, he was the crowned king standing at the very pinnacle of Main City No. Chapter 155, Synthesis. The first SS-grade gold mine in the entire district. One had to realize that a single main city encompassed a full 1,000 districts, counting the survivors who had already fallen. It took a total population of 10 million to produce such an absolute king. How could they not be envious? As for Yixingzhou, Li Jiangwo, and Long Yucheng. A surge of heroic pride, the feeling of conquering mountains and rivers welled up in their hearts. They were not the most dazzling ones, but the most dazzling one was their boss, their big brother. What a sense of shared honor, however. The intensity of this battle could not be underestimated. District 5631 had lost over a dozen vehicles in total. Fortunately, there had been a battle plan in place. While the vehicles were gone, the people had all been successfully rescued and could now reside with their other brothers. What followed was a clean sweep. Although the entirety of District 5003 had been wiped out, their territorial defenses still remained. Just the comprehensive cleanup took about an hour, even though he was mentally prepared. When Jizang arrived at the bearded man's territory, his heart couldn't help but skip a beat. Damn it! Although there were fewer than 100 resource fiefs, their levels and quality were nearly double those of Youngjun's. The highest tier 1 was an S-grade gold mine. There were also 2 grade 1s. This son of a bitch specialized in robbing gold mines, but now, it was all his for the taking. A look of excited delight hung on Jizang's face. With a wave of his hand, he chose to merge all the resource fiefs directly. Successfully merged S-grade gold mine by 1. Successfully merged a grade gold mine x2, a grade oil field by 1. A grade fire spirit stone mine x1 successfully merged, B-grade gold mine by 2. B-grade mithril mine x2 successfully merged. C-grade lustrous gold mine x2, C-grade iron mine x1 successfully merged. After completing the massive cleanup, Jizang did not linger and immediately led everyone back to their territory. Fortunately, they made it back before nightfall. The dust had settled. Now, they were truly safe. At this moment, everyone was incredibly excited, itching to start mining immediately. However, the post-battle resource distribution meeting still had to be held. Because of the presence of battle supervisors, drone scouts, and other devices, everyone's combat contributions were recorded with perfect clarity. The resources harvested from these 2 battles were distributed strictly according to those contributions. Although Jizang was the leader, he led by example and participated in the process. However, his combat power was so overwhelming that he alone, with his single vehicle, claimed over 80% of the resource fiefs. He was simply ferocious. Even though the resource share was absurdly high, the brothers were all convinced and had no complaints. Master Ji was already being incredibly benevolent. If he had really wanted to be ruthless, it wouldn't have been difficult for him to wipe out the opposition by himself. He was essentially leaving a meal for his brothers. Besides, if it weren't for a powerhouse of Master Ji's caliber holding the line, everyone would likely have been annexed by others by now. How could they have had this day? Everyone silently kept this debt of gratitude in their hearts. From now on, loyalty was all that mattered. By the time the distribution was finished, it was already getting dark. Following a meeting adjourned, everyone returned to their respective territories in high spirits, preparing to mine and develop. With the successive destruction of the 2 giants, District 5001 and District 5003, Jizang, the dark horse who had suddenly emerged, immediately became famous across the entire world channel. He quickly attracted massive attention from all sides. Holy crap! A tier 4 extreme grade vehicle. What kind of big shot is this? Why are they only showing up now? No wonder. They wiped out 2 giants in a single afternoon. Isn't this basically establishing a dynasty? What exactly is the background of District 5631? The leader's combat power is this strong, so why is their ranking so low? The other survivors in the same district must be holding them back. This guy is definitely at the level of a top-tier powerhouse from Main City No. 1. Putting him in Main City No. 6 is basically a dimension reduction strike. Damn, even I'm tempted. It feels like the higher the sequence number, the easier it is to make a name for yourself. And like us in Main City No. 2, damn it. This place is a monster house. Everyone is fighting for themselves. We can't wipe each other out. And we can't band together. It's still a scattered mess. Speaking of which, why haven't we heard a word from anyone in Main City No. 1 for the past 2 days? Has anyone been to Main City No. 1? What's the situation over there? No idea. Mentioning the most mysterious Main City No. 1. The survivors in the channel all tacitly became tight-lipped. For one, they truly didn't know what was happening there, and for another, they were worried about offending someone by saying the wrong thing. After all, those were the strongest batch of people selected from 10,000 districts. Their collective silence exerted an immense, invisible pressure on the other districts. At this moment, as the No. 1 big shot of main city No. 6 whom everyone was watching, Jizang had already returned to his territory. With the addition of this grade resource fiefs, his territory had expanded to 10 square kilometers. Looking out, it was filled with a dazzling array of various mineral deposits, all shimmering with light. These were all his wealth now. Damn, that feels so good. Jizang couldn't help but exclaim. However, he had a lot of work ahead of him. First, he cleared all the work slots on the 2 grade gold mines and 2 grade oil fields. With all 4 grade resource territories now empty, they entered a state ready for synthesis. Following that, he performed another round of consolidation and upgrades on all his current resource territories, especially the gold mines. Synthesizing a grade gold mine by 2. Synthesizing S grade gold mine by 2. When he reached this point, Jizang paused, his heart racing with excitement. The second and third S grade gold mines had emerged. This meant that the very first SS grade resource territory in the entire region was about to be born. Jizang took a deep breath, clicked to synthesize. The next moment, the 3 massive, glittering gold mines in the center of his territory rapidly merged within a burst of white light, constantly expanding and growing. Finally, they transformed into a super gold mine covering an area of 1 mu. The golden ore piled up on top, forming a small hill that glowed with a delightful luster. Jizang's eyes shone with excitement. This was a real mountain of gold. Congratulations. Synthesized SS grade gold mine by 1. Detected the appearance of an SS grade resource territory in the domain. Territory range expanded from 10 square kilometers to 30 square kilometers. Following the notification, the surrounding territory expanded rapidly. The city walls pushed outward by a significant margin, making even the defensive towers look much smaller in comparison. He cast his gaze toward the SS grade gold mine, and a block of information immediately appeared. Gold mine SS grade mining slots, output per slot, 1500 gold coins. H base efficiency, total output, 0 gold coins. Evaluation: a super gold mine of extremely high quality. Possessing it is equivalent to owning an inexhaustible treasure vault. Chapter 156. A huge harvest from the auction, 15 enhanced labor robots. Looking at the data, Jizang clicked his tongue in amazement. A grade was 300 gold coins with 5 slots. S grade was 800 gold coins with 6 slots. SS grade was 1500 gold coins with 7 slots. If he filled all of these with nuclear-powered labor robots, he couldn't even imagine what a terrifying figure the gold coin output would reach. It was simply invincible. After finishing these tasks, he re-examined the territory stele. Territory stele owner, Jizang. Total territory area, 30 square kilometers. Current resource territories, gold mine SS grade X1, A grade X1, B grade X2, C grade X2. Oil field S grade heavy oil X2, A grade X2, B grade X2, C grade X2. Iron mine S grade alloy X2, A grade X2, B grade X2, C grade X2. Elemental mine S grade X2, A grade X2, B grade X1, C grade X1. Lumberyard S grade super timber X1, A grade X1, B grade X2. Mithril mine A grade X2, B grade X1, C grade X1. Crystal mine A grade X1, B grade X1, C grade X1. Glittering gold mine B grade X1, D grade X1. Vibranium mine D grade X1. Obsidian mine E grade X1. Current hourly resource output, defense construction mall teleportation. But having too many mines is also a headache if I can't mine them all. Jizang rubbed his chin, feeling a bit troubled. To fill all these nearly 70 high-level resource territories, he would need at least 200 to 300 labor robots. Even calculating based on the most basic small labor robot, it would cost nearly 100,000 gold coins. After some thought, Jizang decided that except for the important sequences like and, he would sell off all other resource territories below S grade. Concentrate his strength to accomplish big things. With this plan set, Jizang immediately announced in the regional channel that he was preparing to hold a resource territory auction. It immediately sparked an enthusiastic response from the brothers. Soon, all the brothers gathered within Jizang's spacious territory. The rules for this auction were simple. Starting prices were set based on the grade and the type of resource, and the highest bidder would win. Moreover, since they were all his own people, it didn't matter if they didn't have enough money right now, they could just pay the rest off slowly later. This auction greatly ignited everyone's enthusiasm. To Boss G, these things might be a burden, but to everyone else, these were rare, once-in-a-lifetime treasures. With Boss G putting these out for them, who wouldn't fight tooth and nail for them? The auction was hosted by Li Jiangwo, while Jizang sat in the back, responsible for collecting payments, handling trades, and transferring the resource territories. Trading resource territories was simple. The Lord only needed to unbind them to make them ownerless, and anyone else could then choose to merge them into their own territory. A booming, lively auction began just like that. C grade and D grade, the relatively lower-tier resource territories, were auctioned off in bundles based on their category. B grade and A grade were auctioned individually. After purchasing, they could go directly to Boss G to complete the trade and merge the corresponding resource territory into their own. Because this was an unrestricted trade, everyone bid very boldly. Even a C-grade iron mine could be bid up to a high price of 1,000 gold coins. B grades generally reach 5,000 gold coins, and A grades started at 15,000 gold coins each. Of course, A grade mines weren't something ordinary survivors could afford. They were being fought over by the higher-ups. The highest valued A grade Fire Spirit Stone mine, under the continuous bidding war between Yixingzhou and Li Wei, was finally auctioned off for the astronomical sum of 33,000 gold coins. A truly breathtaking figure. The two former partners and superior subordinate pair now glared at each other, their beards bristling and eyes wide with fury, as if they were about to burst into flames. In the end, all 54 resource fiefs were auctioned off. Total revenue, 396,000 gold coins. Looking at the once glutted resource fiefs in his territory now transformed into piles of gleaming gold coins, Jizang felt a surge of immense satisfaction. Now, he no longer had to worry about how to fill work slots or how to process mineral resources. All that remained was to handle the remaining 9 S-grade and SS-grade fiefs, along with a few other special resource fiefs. This staggering fortune of 400 gold coins could not be cashed in immediately. The brothers were all currently in a state of severe gold coin shortages after selling off various resource materials. They had barely managed to scrape together 150,000 gold coins. The rest remained as figures on the books for now, owed as debt. There was another option, which was to provide manual labor to mine in G's mines, with the proceeds split 50/50, serving as a disguised form of debt repayment. Many brothers intended to use this method to pay off their debts. After all, Ji didn't have many robots for the time being, and this was a win-win strategy that wasted the fewest resources. Although Jizang only had 150 gold coins in hand, it was still a significant amount. He immediately opened them all and looked at the robot category. Small labor robot. Machine efficiency minus 200% purchase cost, 300 gold coins. Labor robot. Machine efficiency minus 50% purchase cost, 3,000 gold coins. Enhanced labor robot. Machine efficiency 100% purchase cost, 20,000 gold coins. Super labor robot. Machine efficiency 300% purchase cost, 50,000 gold coins. Nuclear powered labor robot. Machine efficiency 500% purchase cost, 200,000 gold coins. He carefully compared the efficiency gaps and the required gold coins for each robot. In the end, he decided to buy 7 enhanced labor robots in one go. Wish, the 150 gold coins that the brothers had scraped together by selling everything they owned were wiped out in an instant. Accompanied by a flash of white light, 7 enhanced robots, each meters tall with sturdy, robust frames and a metallic luster, appeared before his eyes. These enhanced robots were equipped with high-capacity batteries and could work continuously for 72 hours. However, the power consumption for recharging was also quite high, with a small line of text noting, "Recharging requires a minimum level for power generation device." A level 4 power generation device was merely the minimum requirement, however. This likely referred to the standards for ghost vehicles and combat vehicles. His own ultimate vehicles certainly had different specifications. Jizang then equipped all the enhanced labor robots with rare-grade iron pickaxes. He sent them all into the work slots of the SS-grade gold mine. Start working. The moment all the robots entered their slots and raised their pickaxes to strike, Jizang finally felt what true happiness was. Gold coins come 26.2. Mining proceeds. Gold coins come 26.2. Mining proceeds. Gold coins come 26.2. Mining proceeds. Chapter 157. Master G. We want to follow you. With every asterisk clink asterisk of the pickaxe every 3 seconds, a figure that felt incredibly satisfying would appear before his eyes. Compared to the 1 gold coin per extraction previously, the efficiency had increased by more than 20 times. It wasn't just taking off. This thing was riding a rocket. He checked the panel of the gold mine. Gold mine SS grade mining slots. Output per slot. 1,500 gold coins, each base efficiency. Slot 1 enhanced labor robot efficiency come 100%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Slot 2 enhanced labor robot efficiency come 100%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Slot 7 enhanced labor robot efficiency come 100%. Tool efficiency come 30%. Total output 27,300 gold coins each. Evaluation. A super gold mine of extremely high quality. Possessing it is equivalent to owning an inexhaustible treasure vault. This is insanely awesome. Jizang felt exhilarated, his eyes shining brightly. 27,000 per hour. That was over 600. 0 gold coins in a single day. It was fucking heaven-defying. It could only be said that it was only now that Jizang truly felt the real power of a super main city. Everything here was a snowball effect. The strong would only get stronger, while the weak, once left behind, would be left so far in the dust that they wouldn't even see the taillights. He even felt a bit of pity for those survivors ranked outside the top 100. Whether one could enter a super main city and whether one could achieve something within it truly determined one's fate moving forward. Fortunately, he had already become the top one of a single main city. In terms of resource quantity, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he was the best in the entire super main city. The snowball had already started rolling. As long as he stayed steady, everything else would be a breeze. Afterward, Jizang specifically waited for an hour, and the gold coins in his possession successfully broke through the 30,000 mark. The way this money is earned, it's like it's being printed. He chuckled. It seemed that the days of penny pinching were truly gone forever. He opened the exchange, preparing to start hoarding tools. The super main city was still in its initial stage, and it hadn't yet reached the period of full-blown gold coin inflation. Therefore, prices were still very cheap. What could be foreseen now was that everything that could not be produced by the super main city would skyrocket in price in the future. This meant the vast majority of treasure chest products, as well as relatively rare talent products and products native to the planes themselves. Moreover, those powerful items were often impossible to trade. I didn't expect that even after unlocking the super main city, the upgrade path in the planes wouldn't be completely weakened. In fact, its importance has become even more apparent. Jizang thought to himself, if he wanted to develop comprehensively in the future, he certainly couldn't just rely on the super main city to make a living. The planes remained the primary path. He checked the prices of tools at various levels. The price of iron pickaxes had seen a significant increase. Rare grade cum 30% tool efficiency had now risen to 80 gold coins each. Precious artifact grade cum 50% tool efficiency was 750 gold coins each. Secret treasure grade cum 120% tool efficiency generally reached over 8,000 gold coins. And there were very few available on the entire exchange, at most, fewer than 10. Legendary grade cum 250% tool efficiency had only one listing, with an astronomical price tag of 200,000 gold coins. Jizang used all his gold coins to purchase the precious artifact grade iron pickaxes, which seemed to have the best cost-performance ratio. He obtained a total of 40. He then immediately replaced the tools for the 7 robots at the SS grade gold mine with 7 of them. The efficiency increased dramatically. The total hourly profit soared from 27 300 gold coins to 31,500 gold coins. Following that, he deployed the other robots to the remaining S-grade gold mine and other resource fiefs. Although these were a drop in the bucket compared to the SS-grade gold mine, every little bit helped, and there was no cost involved anyway. After finishing all this, Ji Zhang felt completely relaxed. At this moment, the sky had turned completely dark, and the nightly beast attacks had begun. The intensity was about the same as the first night, a level that didn't require any concern. The 4 defense towers were more than enough to handle it easily. Ji Zhang returned to the Doomsday Fortress to rest for a while, but not long after, he received a message from Long Yucheng. It said that many wanderer groups, as well as survivors from other nearby areas, had sent representatives to request an audience with him. Ji Zhang was a bit surprised, but he didn't turn them away, directly telling Long Yucheng to let them all in. Dozens of vehicles drove into the territory cluster of District 5631 under the cover of night. Very sensibly, they parked in the outer circle, underwent inspection, and then, guided by Long Yucheng, walked toward Ji Zhang's territory. These people were very cautious, not daring to look around, and it was clear they were all very nervous, especially when they arrived in front of Ji Zhang's territory. Looking up at the massive scale of the territory walls and the enormous steel fortress inside, everyone was completely overwhelmed by the aura, feeling deeply shocked. The young man leading them, named Liu Ping'an, was even more nervous, constantly adjusting his collar and standing with his back straight, not daring to show any lack of decorum. The group waited quietly. Before long, a young figure with an extraordinary bearing walked slowly out from the main gate of the territory. Everyone was seeing such a high-level, powerful figure for the first time, so they subconsciously stood straight, their faces tense. Master Ji. When Ji Zhang approached, Liu Ping'an was the first to bow and offer a greeting. Master Ji. The others behind him followed suit and called out as well. Long Yucheng, standing in front of the gate, began to introduce them. Master Ji, this is the Liu Ping'an I just mentioned to you, and those behind him are representatives sent by various large and small regional groups in our No. 6 main city. Master Ji, they all want to follow you. After hearing Long Yucheng's words, Ji Zhang turned his gaze and swept over the crowd. It was just a casual look, without any aggression or hostility, but that powerful aura of a superior still made everyone's bodies stiffen involuntarily. Liu Ping'an hurriedly walked forward respectfully, and the 2 people beside him immediately took out the prepared gifts from their backpacks. Master Ji, this is a small token of our appreciation. Congratulations on winning the crown of our main city. We hope you will accept it. There were dozens of precious products from the plains treasure chests, weapons, equipment, medicine, items, and so on. The slightly inferior ones among them were at least rare grade, and the rest were all precious artifact grade treasures. The most eye-catching of all was the secret treasure grade longsword. This was what Liu Ping'an had offered, and it was the reason he had been elected as the representative. Why send these? Take them all back. Ji Zhang glanced at the treasures and said indifferently, Chapter 158, Sudden Incident. No, to main city under invasion. Hearing this, Liu Ping'an and the others felt their hearts sink, sensing that they were going to hit a wall today. But Liu Ping'an still bit the bullet and said, Master Ji, everyone has heard of your deeds. The brothers admire your divine might, and all want to follow you. The people behind him echoed, That's right, Master Ji. Please take us in. We can work, and we can fight. Ji Zhang raised his hand slightly, and the scene immediately fell silent. He said slowly, First of all, I am not some leader, nor do I take on subordinates. It's just that the brothers have been kind enough to recognize me as a figurehead. If you want to join District 5631, go find Li Jiangwo, Li Xingzhou, or this Long Yucheng here. If they agree, then you can join their ranks. In the future, we will help each other and progress together. But there is one point. Once you enter District 5631, you follow the rules of District 5631 and obey all orders and assignments. If you have issues, go find Li Jiangwo. It's best if I don't see any conflicts or grudges, otherwise, I will be annoyed. That's all. You can all disperse. After saying this, Ji Zhang waved his hand and returned to the territory on his own. As for Liu Pingyan and the others at the scene, their eyes lit up with excitement. They were almost jumping for joy. The pilgrimage was a success. Master Ji had actually accepted them. However, they didn't dare to make any noise to disturb anyone, so they could only look at each other excitedly and pinch each other's arms. Brother Long, can we follow you then? You're the only one we know here. Liu Pingyan looked at Long Yucheng, who was even younger than him, with great anticipation, and respectfully addressed him as Brother Long. Long Yucheng shook his head with a bitter smile. He certainly wanted to recruit them. With so many powerhouses, who wouldn't want to bring them all under their command? But he still had two older brothers, Li Jiangwo and Yi Xingzhou, who held higher seniority than him. If he were to take advantage of his proximity to recruit them all, those two would surely be furious with him. Long Yucheng said, "You all should head back first. I need to coordinate with my two older brothers. And then you can come back and bring your people over." Yes. Thank you for the trouble, Brother Long. After a brief farewell, Liu Pingyan and the group who had come to pay their respects soon departed into the night. Nothing happened that night. Ji Kang also enjoyed a rare moment of leisure. He sat on a large sofa, hugging Huahua, stroking the cat while watching a movie. Originally, Danzai had been flying around causing a ruckus, but after receiving a sharp flick to the forehead from Ji Kang, it obediently curled up on the floor, acting as a footrest. This relaxed and pleasant night passed quickly. 5 o'clock in the morning. While Ji Kang was still fast asleep, he was suddenly awakened by a war report. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Li Jianwo bombarding him with messages. He claimed that a major emergency had occurred. Just moments ago, Main City No. 1 had suddenly launched a collective invasion of Main City No. 2, and the largest faction in Main City No. 2 had already been completely taken down. It was too fast. It was a premeditated blitzkrieg. Ji Kang's eyes narrowed slightly. Those people in Main City No. 1 really couldn't hold back any longer. At this speed and rhythm, it was estimated that before dawn, the entire Main City No. 2 would be completely occupied. Next would be the annexation of the others one by one. Ji Kang opened the world channel, and as expected, it was filled with panic. What the hell? I just woke up. What's going on? Main City No. 2 was invaded. Damn, is this for real? They finally made a move. I knew there was a reason Main City No. 1 had been so quiet for so long. F***ck them. No way. They're actually doing cross-city invasions. What did you expect? Main City No. 1 must have been holding back, waiting for us to exhaust our strength and internal strife, and then choosing to launch a surprise attack at dawn. F***. That's so underhanded. What's the situation in Main City No. 2 right now? Yes. Don't tell me it's already completely fallen. Where are the guys from Main City No. 2? Speak up. We're being invaded. How the hell are we supposed to speak? We're in the middle of a war right now, damn it. Requesting reinforcements. Emergency reinforcements. Brothers from other main cities, come help us. How can we help? Our reconnaissance drones have already captured footage. The entire entrance to Main City No. 2 is under armed martial law, filled with tier for combat vehicles. Who dares to go there? Everyone from Main City No. 3 to No. 9, come support us immediately. The animals from Main City No. 1 are planning to annex all our districts. If you don't come, you'll end up just like us. 2/3 of our territory has been annexed. Everyone, come and support us. You absolutely cannot just watch from the sidelines. If we fall, those demons will devour you one by one. It's over. Main City No. 2 is truly doomed. What are we going to do? Are the major factions in Main City No. 3 and No. 4 just watching the show? You're the closest to them. Why haven't you sent troops yet? Send troops. Send them to their funerals. Why don't you go? Stop pointing fingers and barking orders. Do you think a main city of our tier can even stand a chance against Main City No? As more and more people were alarmed by the event, the world channel fell into a state of heated, chaotic discussion. This earth-shattering cross-city annexation war had thus been violently unveiled in a place where no one could see. Looking at the wails and pleas for help appearing on the world channel, every survivor felt a chill run down their spine. However, apart from remote reconnaissance drones, no one dared to go and check the situation. To be able to beat Main City No. to a city filled with top-tier powerhouses into such a state in such a short time. The strength of main city no one could be imagined. For a moment, a strong sense of fear took root in everyone's hearts. If the Gu insect rearing model of these super main cities lost all possibility of peaceful development, then only one Gu King would eventually be born. Now, this Gu King was already beginning to take shape. Everyone else, no matter how glorious they were now, would eventually become nourishment for the other side. At this moment, the morning sun appeared over the distant mountain peaks, and the sky gradually brightened. But the messages coming from main city no two were becoming fewer and fewer, with the last ID from main city no two issuing a final curse before death. All messages from main city no two finally vanished at this moment. A massive main city had been completely plundered and annexed in such a short period of time. Everyone became incredibly anxious, and the messages on the World Channel flew by like snowflakes. Where are the people from main city no two? Reply if you can hear me, it's over. They've all been swallowed. I call for all major factions in every main city to unite. Stop the damn internal fighting. This is the most critical moment. That's right. We must unite immediately. Just shouting here is useless. We're all small fries. Hurry up and mobilize those big shots, I beg you. Hurry up and unite, otherwise, we're all going to be finished. Everyone who has reconnaissance drones, send them out. Share all intelligence, otherwise, we won't even know their next target. Chapter 159. 40,000 gold coins income per hour, promoting to capitalist. Watching the desperate cries on the World Channel, Ji King silently closed it and let out a long breath. There was too little intelligence. It was difficult to formulate a tactical response for the time being. Ji King had just stepped out of his territory. Yi Xingzhou, Li Jianwo, and a large group of brothers were already waiting there anxiously. Seeing Ji King appear, they hurriedly gathered around him. Master Ji, watching his brothers look as if they were facing a formidable enemy. Ji Zhang smiled and said, "Why are you all so panicked? This is something we anticipated long ago." Yi Xingzhou exchanged glances with the others, his expression extremely grave as he spoke. Master Ji, we are worried that the next target of main city no one will be us. Lan Yuchang also hurriedly added, "That's right, Master Ji. Among all the main cities, we are the only ones who have achieved unification, with all resources and territories highly concentrated. They have already completely conquered the strongest main city no two. It is very likely that we are their next target." The group was filled with worry. Ji Zhang lit a cigarette and said, "It's fine. It's not a big problem. I've read the intelligence from just now. Although main city no one's offensive this time was fierce, it was only after significant preparation that they were able to achieve such results. The straight line distance between our main city no 6 and main city no one is at least over 3,000 kilometers. Even if they have the intention to invade, they certainly won't be able to do so without being noticed. At the very least, the next few days are still a period for development. Old Li, Little Long, you two continue to be responsible for intelligence and defense. Provide a summary every 12 hours, and report to me directly if there is an emergency. Yi Xingzhou, in my name, send letters to the major factions in the other main cities, saying that I invite them to come and discuss matters together." Hearing these instructions, everyone nodded solemnly. Yi Xingzhou was somewhat worried. "Master Ji, in what form will you be sending these letters? Right now, the interior of the other main cities is in total chaos, with various factions and cliques everywhere. There are no clear representative figures. So, I'm afraid it won't be easy to extend invitations." Ji Zhang exhaled a puff of smoke and said, "Whether they come or not doesn't matter. The main point is to let everyone know that main city no 6 has planted its flag." Hearing this, everyone immediately understood, grasping Master Ji's intention. It is said that heroes emerge in troubled times, in a situation where everyone is fearing for their own safety. Having a top-tier powerhouse raise a flag can indeed attract the attention of thousands of heroes. It would prevent them from completely falling into a scattered mess, leaderless and directionless. The group received their orders and dispersed. Ji Zhang returned to the Doomsday fortress. While eating breakfast, he pondered the countermeasures for the future. Main city no 1 has now taken main city No. 2 and will certainly enter a period of rapid development. Fortunately, the opponent has many powerhouses, and the spoils of war will need to be distributed evenly, so the resources won't be too concentrated at the top. At the very least, in terms of top-tier combat power, specifically vehicle level and individual strength, he still maintained an absolute advantage. It all depends on how the situation develops from here.